At the time of sunset, the last rays of the sun cascaded into the forest, bathing a vast expanse of trees in a golden hue, some rays even penetrating the woods to illuminate a small brook within. This transformation enveloped the entire stream in a layer of shimmering gold as the water flowed, resembling divine nectar. Beside the brook, upon a piece of azure stone, sat a ragged youth, gazing at the brook that glimmered with golden light. The surface of the water reflected an extraordinarily handsome visage, with eyebrows like swords and eyes akin to bright stars. Although still bearing a hint of boyish innocence, this only lent him a softness, rendering his face even more striking. Such youthful beauty is a rarity in the world, and this young man is indeed one of those exceptional few. Clad in a tattered robe, he sat by the stream, tilting his head to observe the setting sun, his expression tranquil. In the glow of the sunset, his visage appeared infinitely more captivating than the reflection upon the water. After a moment of reverie, the handsome youth regained his composure, reclining upon the azure stone and savoring the warmth enveloping him. The youth, known as Gu Min, raised his head and retrieved a map from his possession. Under the golden light of the sunset, the characters for D Mountain on the map seemed to radiate with a peculiar brilliance. Having fled from the city of Yingdu, he had traversed for 2 consecutive days, covering an indeterminate distance, yet according to the map's markings, he was still approximately 10,000 miles away from D Mountain. Such was the reality of a true vast distance that it is said that a phoenix fallen into the water is no better than a chicken. Yet if one possesses beauty, even tattered garments cannot conceal one's grace, Gu Min mused, glancing at his own worn attire, his mind drifting through myriad thoughts. The origins of this map were said to trace back to a remarkable man who had entered Yingdu many years prior, making a grand entrance on a sword, causing quite a stir on that day. The streets were deserted, and the populace gathered in awe. This map was a possession of that man, believed to mark the location of his sect at D Mountain, a place reserved for practitioners of cultivation. Eventually, this map found its way into Gu Min's family, and, as he embarked on this journey, it constituted his most cherished possession. Becoming a practitioner of the mystical arts was the singular ambition of this handsome youth. I wonder if practitioners enjoy fish, Gu Min murmured, reclining back, his thoughts drifting to the exquisite fish sashimi of Yingdu. Among the myriad delights of the culinary world, when it comes to fish sashimi, none can rival that of Yingdu. Generations of Chu people have perfected this dish. Regrettably, after departing from Yingdu, he was uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to savor its renowned fish sashimi. Again, as he lay upon the azure stone, Gu Min felt his eyelids grow heavy. The relentless journey of the past 2 days had left him utterly fatigued. Casting a glance at the sunset, he silently resolved to rest for a moment, planning to set off once darkness enveloped. The land, in overwhelming weariness, washed over him, and Gu Min's eyes fluttered shut, his spirit drifting into a daze. Suddenly, a loud thud broke through the tranquility. That a sudden and thunderous sound jolted Gu Min awake, instantly, banishing any trace of fatigue. Acting on instinct, he sprang to his feet, hastily slinging his bag over his shoulder. Within moments, he found a gnarled tree to conceal himself behind, only to witness a blinding flash of white light appear in the distance. A piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by a billowing cloud of black smoke that soon dissipated. Before long, the brilliant light faded, revealing a resplendent woman clad in flowing white robes, exuding an ethereal presence. She was strikingly beautiful, with a tall and graceful figure, her features exquisitely defined, particularly her eyes, which resembled autumn waters. She appeared as though she had descended from a celestial realm. Gu Min had never encountered a woman of such beauty. For a moment, the adolescent boy found himself entranced, but as he regained his composure, his gaze drifted downward, resting upon her abdomen and shoulders. Her form was indeed captivating. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Gu Min began to scrutinize her closely. The lady in white wore tattered garments, her visage pale, recalling the earlier black smoke and the scream. He deduced that she was undoubtedly injured. A practitioner. Gu Min's eyes narrowed slightly. As he observed the scene, his mind raced, formulating an escape plan. Though the woman before him was extraordinarily beautiful, her true nature remained a mystery. Despite his bewilderment, Gu Min was not foolish enough to remain idle. He bent down to retrieve a small stone from beside the gnarled tree, just large enough to fit comfortably in his hand. Though the stone was modest in size, it served little purpose as a means of defense. Crack! Inadvertently, Gu Min stepped on a long, dried piece of dead wood, producing a sharp sound. "Who's there?" Startled by the noise, the woman in white instinctively hid behind a tree, peering out with only half her head visible, her expression betraying a nervousness that seemed to exceed his own. Witnessing this, Gu Min's mind began to swirl with questions. Could she truly be a practitioner, just passing by? Gu Min called from behind the gnarled tree, aware that she could easily discern his location, yet he had no intention of revealing himself fully. "Come out," the white-clad woman commanded with a tone of authority, though her melodious voice rendered her threats less intimidating. Simultaneously, upon sensing that Gu Min bore no aura of a practitioner, she exhaled in relief. As long as he was not a practitioner, all would be well. "If you don't come out, they'll have to strike you." The woman stepped from behind the tree, attempting to appear fierce. This was a blatant threat, yet her beauty and dulcet voice stripped it of any real menace. "Please don't." Once he confirmed that he felt no unusual sensations, Gu Min finally emerged from behind the gnarled tree. To leave a favorable impression on the enchanting woman, he endeavored to display a harmless smile as he stepped forward. How could such a strikingly beautiful youth exist? Luoxue's ruby lips parted slightly, revealing the dimples adorning her cheeks, adding an exquisite charm to her beauty that would leave any onlooker in awe. Yet upon witnessing this scene, Gu Min could only entertain a singular thought. This woman before him must surely be a foolish one. As a practitioner hailed by the common folk, Luoxue prided herself on her worldly wisdom. Having encountered countless men, yet none possessed a visage as captivating as the youth standing before her. Coupled with Gu Min's warm smile, she was instantly convinced that this boy could not possibly be of ill intent. Even if he were a rogue, he would undoubtedly be a handsome one. No, he was certainly not a villain. "What brings you here? Have you lost your way home?" After a brief moment of scrutiny, Luoxue spoke, her words laced with genuine concern. Such kindness towards Gu Min stemmed solely from his striking appearance. However, after uttering her inquiry, she belatedly noticed the attire adorning Gu Min's form, exclaiming softly, her eyes illuminating with a hint of regret. "What a pity such a handsome youth turned out to be a little eunuch. Heroine, please listen to me." Gu Min, observing the expression on Luoxue's face, swiftly connected it to his own garb. Casting a glance downwards, he felt a tinge of helplessness, realizing he had been mistaken for a eunuch. Yet at that moment, words eluded him as he opened his mouth, yearning to articulate his thoughts, but before he could, Luoxue had already spoken again. "Could you do me a favor?" As she uttered these words, a rosy hue enveloped her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Under the impression that Gu Min was a eunuch, an idea blossomed in Luoxue's mind. "Please, fair heroine, speak your request. I shall not shy away from what I can accomplish." After all, she was a practitioner, and Gu Min would not foolishly decline her. However, the next moment left him utterly astounded. Upon receiving Gu Min's affirmation, Luoxue unexpectedly began to unfasten the outermost layer of her white garment, revealing her graceful figure directly before Gu Min's gaze. "Dear sister, please have some decorum," Gu Min stammered, his face flushing crimson, and he quickly turned his head away. Gu Min tightly closed his eyes, not out of reluctance to see, but rather due to uncertainty regarding the intentions of the person opposite him. The thought of misinterpreting the situation and meeting a violent end was preferable to the agony of prolonged suffering. A gentle voice resonated in his ears, urging him to take the small object. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing a delicate jade bottle, exquisitely crafted and unmistakably extraordinary. Behind this small bottle lay a grander vista, previously unnoticed. A wave of dizziness washed over Gu Min, reminiscent of relentless ocean waves crashing against the shore. In the past decade, he had never encountered a scene quite like this one. After accepting the jade bottle, Luoxue turned away, exposing her bloody back. Indeed, she had sustained injuries. Realization dawned on Gu Min. She needed his assistance to apply medicine. Yet he found himself pondering why she placed such trust in him so readily. A mixture of relief and disappointment flickered within him. Rubbing his cheeks to compose himself, he softly spoke, "Sister, bear with it. It may sting initially. A voice as faint as a whisper escaped the lips of the woman in white. Throughout her life, she had never allowed a man to touch her. But given the peculiar nature of her injury, the desolate wilderness, and the fact that the youth behind her was a eunuch, she felt compelled to permit this exception. Moreover, the boy before her hardly qualified as a man. Now collected, Gu Min inhaled deeply, casting aside all distracting thoughts. With caution, he applied the ointment, soon finishing the task before returning the jade bottle to her. Once completed, he turned away, muttering to himself, "Thank you." The voice of the woman in white floated from behind him. Having observed Gu Min's demeanor, she had lowered her guard against this young eunuch. "How did you end up here?" she inquired, having donned her clothing once more. "I fled from Yingdu," he replied, realizing that since she had mistakenly assumed him to be a eunuch, he would let the misunderstanding persist. "Yingdu? What kind of place is that?" "The capital of the southern Chu kingdom," Gu Min admitted, regretting his bluntness. "Ah, we are in southern Chu, yet there are so many cultivators here?" During the day, she had witnessed numerous practitioners soaring across the sky, leaving white trails like shooting stars. She found it perplexing. Such spectacles were rare even in the bustling Xianqing of Deqi. Now, learning that this was southern Chu, she wondered about the abundance of cultivators. "Are you unaware of Deqi's assault on the 6 nations of Nanling?" The woman in white shook her head honestly, indicating her lack of knowledge. 3 years ago, the great Qi dynasty launched a war against the 6 kingdoms of Nanling. Today, as the conflict nears its conclusion, the fate of this southern campaign is centered around the city of Yingdu, a locale not far from the capital. It is entirely reasonable for a number of cultivators to appear here. "Are you from Nan?" The woman in white finally displayed a moment of cleverness. Gu Min remained silent, nodding as if resigned to his fate. How pitiful. The woman in white's maternal instincts surged. She believed that while other citizens of Nan had merely lost their homeland, Gu Min's plight was even more tragic. As a eunuch, he had lost not only the palace but also his home. When she looked at Gu Min again, her expression shifted. Had Gu Min been privy to her thoughts, he might have leaped up in outrage. Suddenly, a few howls of wolves echoed from the distance. What had been the twilight of day now descended into darkness. Upon hearing the wolf howls, Gu Min recalled a matter he had previously forgotten. He needed to travel a great distance to Dushan, a journey fraught with peril from fierce beasts and predatory birds. Given his frail stature, he wondered if he could even navigate through this forest, let alone reach Dushan. Though he had been compelled to leave Yingdu, he now recognized that the journey to Dushan was far from simple. He himself was inadequate, but this woman before him might possess the capability to assist. Observing her, he felt no pang of pain in his chest. A thought began to germinate in his mind. "I am Gu Min. May I inquire your good name, sister?" "Luoxue." Luoxue silently repeated Gu Min's name, thinking it rather pleasant. Gu Min cleared his throat. "Sister may not be aware, but you have encountered a significant opportunity." After a brief contemplation, Gu Min made a decisive choice. He produced a map and pointed to Dushan, endeavoring to narrate the events that had transpired in Yingdu with embellishments. In his depiction, Dushan transformed into the most formidable sect in the realm, a place where gaining entry would be a blessing earned over countless lifetimes. As he recounted the tale, Gu Min attentively observed Luoxue's expression. He had already resolved to enlist this woman to accompany him to Dushan. Without her, traversing the vast distance alone could render him prey to wild beasts by nightfall. From his earlier observations, he had garnered a preliminary understanding that ensnaring a woman such as her would not prove too troublesome. Sure enough, Gu Min noted a distinct emotion sparkling in Luoxue's eyes. "She is inexperienced," he mused, nodding slightly, convinced of his successful scheme. "Are you heading to Dushan?" Luoxue inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. Gu Min, sensing her reaction, hesitantly asked, "Is there an issue?" Luoxue regarded Gu Min, perhaps finding humor in the situation. Yet she spoke softly, "I am a disciple of Dushan." Gu Min widened his eyes in surprise, then awkwardly smiled. He had previously spoken at great length, unaware that he had encountered the very person he was seeking. However, his spirits lifted as he realized that since this woman was a disciple of Dushan, following her would undoubtedly lead him to the mountain. Yet, the next moment, Luoxue expressed her concern, questioning how he would ensure his admission to the mountain gate, suggesting that it might not be possible for him. Perhaps it was due to Gu Min's striking appearance. Or perhaps she had developed a fondness for the young eunuch before her. In any case, she began to consider his situation. Gu Min was taken aback, having not contemplated this matter at all, but soon recalled something and continued to smile, asking, "Sister, are you not a practitioner? Could you not help me discern my potential for cultivation? I'm just a beginner, So I can't really tell, Luoxue replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, making her look quite adorable. To Gu Min, this entire exchange epitomized sheer innocence. Could one casually discuss such matters of cultivation? Surely, she must be a practitioner. How could she be so naive? Fortunately, he had encountered her, had it been someone else. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his desire to reach Dushan. If it turned out he was indeed unsuitable for cultivation, it would simply be fate at play. With this thought, Gu Min paused, gazing at Luoxue. Contemplating her understanding of his intentions, if she remained oblivious, he would truly question her intellect. Without Luoxue accompanying him, how could Gu Min possibly traverse the vast mountains alone? Very well. Setting aside other matters, you have already aided me, and I bear no ill will towards you. He stated, I will take you to Dushan. If you fail to gain entry to the mountain gate, I can plead your case with my master. Luoxue quickly echoed Gu Min's sentiments. Gu Min smiled appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. In less than half a day, she had transformed from a heroine to a sister, and now to a senior sister in his eyes, leaving a significant impression on her. After all, he possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. Reflecting on this, Luoxue couldn't help but steal another glance at Gu Min. He truly was remarkably handsome. The two ascended the mountain peak and proceeded along a relatively flat trail. It was already evening, and according to Gu Min's original plan, they should have settled beside the crooked tree for the night. With his senior sister by his side, what wild beast could pose a threat? However, Luoxue was resolute in her intentions to continue onward, and thus they walked westward through the night. In the darkness, Gu Min relied on the lantern that Luoxue had miraculously procured, grateful for the few inches of light it provided, though he could see little else. He dutifully followed her, not daring to lag behind even a step. Luoxue was in a hurry to depart, undoubtedly with her own intentions in mind. This was the territory of the southern Shu kingdom, which would have previously seemed utterly safe. However, now that practitioners from the great Qi dynasty had ventured into this region, those cultivators were the legitimate practitioners of the great Qi dynasty, likely far more formidable than her. If she were to inadvertently encounter one, especially one who coveted her beauty, the consequences would be dire. The distance to Yingdu was merely a few hundred miles, precisely the area frequented by cultivators. Feeling the ache in his legs, Gu Min resolved to distract himself with thoughts of something else, which naturally led him to recall the distant D mountain. Although he had previously left Luoxue in a daze with his words, he found himself questioning the existence of such a place. Even if it did exist, what manner of realm could it be? Did that sect harbor countless powerful individuals, strong enough to make the great Qi dynasty show deference? All of this remained shrouded in uncertainty. As his mind wandered elsewhere, he momentarily forgot about his leg pain. But it also meant he did not remain focused on his journey. Unknowingly, he lost track of Luoxue and, to make matters worse, collided with an object. Gu Min stumbled and fell, enduring the pain as he groped in the darkness to retrieve his lantern. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, he was met with an expressionless face. The face was unremarkable, belonging to a man who, in terms of appearance, Gu Min certainly surpassed by a considerable margin. Yet, the man exuded an aura of dread, unmistakably formidable. He sat cross-legged on the ground, with an ancient, small lamp before him, which Gu Min had knocked over, spilling oil everywhere. The man's expression was exceedingly grim. A dull ache began to throb in Gu Min's chest, not from his fall, but rather an instinctual response that arose whenever danger loomed. This sensation was perhaps an innate gift, and he had dared to trust Luoxue because he had not felt such a presence before. Now, however, this man before him evoked that very feeling. Gu Min took a few cautious steps back, regarding the man warily, and spoke softly. I apologize for the disturbance. I must be on my way. Before he could finish, he turned and yelled at the top of his lungs, Senior sister, help. His voice echoed far into the night, and he hoped that as long as Luoxue was unharmed, she would surely hear him. What surprised him, however, was that despite the man's dark demeanor, he remained utterly still, simply watching Gu Min amidst his fear. Gu Min felt a flicker of curiosity. As he retreated, he searched for something, and just then, Luoxue, who had previously gone missing, suddenly appeared by his side. She merely cast a glance at the man before decisively lifting Gu Min and, with a swift motion, propelled them both away. In that fleeting moment, she had discerned the man's true identity. A ghostly cultivator. The whispering wind brushed past, and countless leaves lashed against Gu Min's cheeks. He could already foresee that soon he would forget the pain in his legs, for other aches awaited him. Sister. The wind filled his mouth, rendering his speech halting. Luoxue paid him no heed, instead continuing to carry him as they soared for dozens of miles before finally pausing to catch her breath and replenish her energy. This was a testament to her relatively low cultivation level. Otherwise, she would have pressed on relentlessly, traversing 1,000 miles in one go. Seizing this brief moment of respite, Luoxue, still shaken, remarked, "Had that ghostly cultivator not been in the midst of a breakthrough, immobilized, you would have faced 100 torments for merely toppling his soul lamp. In this world, while provoking other practitioners might still leave a glimmer of hope for survival, to provoke a ghostly cultivator was simply an invitation to death. How could you stand there, oblivious, thinking your looks could charm anyone into helping you?" Luoxue felt a twinge of fear. It mattered little if Gumin perished there, but should that individual harbor ill intentions towards her? Just as she contemplated delivering some words of admonition to her future junior brother, Gumin suddenly opened his mouth. "Sister." "Yes? Do you have any objections?" Luoxue instinctively assumed he wished to counter her. "Sister, I merely wanted to point out that we seem to have taken a wrong turn." Rubbing his cheeks, Gumin clearly recalled that during their escape, they had not headed west, but rather east, the very path they had come from. Upon hearing this, Luoxue was at a loss for words. Gumin was already aware of her poor sense of direction, so while she felt a bit taken aback, it wasn't entirely surprising. Instead, it was Luoxue who felt somewhat embarrassed. Deep within the forest, the ghostly cultivator, who had remained motionless for a long time, spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his complexion turning an ashen pallor, rendering him even more akin to a vengeful spirit. Nevertheless, he was finally able to rise. Fixating on the east, he recalled the striking youth he had encountered earlier, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. After 3 decades of cultivation, he had recently glimpsed the opportunity to break through to the third realm. Passing through the forest, he found his cultivation unable to contain itself. In haste, he lit the soul lamp, without even setting up a formation, and began his breakthrough. The path of a ghostly cultivator diverged greatly from that of others. The soul lamp was their lifeline. Once ignited, even in the event of a failed breakthrough, one could preserve their life and have another chance to rise anew. However, if one were to forego lighting the lamp out of a desire for convenience, a failed attempt would mean eternal damnation, the soul scattered into oblivion. The materials required to craft the soul lamp were numerous and consumed in a single use. Their rarity and value need not be reiterated. The mere thought of such a precious object being carelessly overturned by a mere youth ignited a fury within the ghostly cultivator that was impossible to contain. Moreover, the prospect of having to gather his essence blood anew pushed him towards the brink of despair. Throughout my life, I have never committed any heinous acts, though I have certainly engaged in my fair share of misdeeds. Yet, how can fate be so cruelly capricious? You, little thief, if I ever lay my hands upon you, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder and cast into the abyss, where you shall never find respite." The ghostly cultivator howled at the heavens, his chest heaving with rage. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a white figure darted past him. As a practitioner of the second realm, he could see clearly in the night, and the apparition before him was none other than the white-clad woman he had encountered earlier, clutching the very thief he sought. "Ah!" The ghostly cultivator bellowed in fury. This was utterly infuriating. Such audacity. No one could tolerate such an affront. "How dare you overturn my soul-calling lamp and then reappear before me? If I were to merely stand idly by while you slipped away, it would be unconscionable." In an instant, the ghostly cultivator swept his sleeve and pursued the fleeting figure. The white figure, of course, was Luoxue, who had mistakenly retraced her steps. Had she known her presence would incite such madness in the ghostly cultivator, she would have certainly chosen to flee eastward instead. As she darted forward, her form unwavering, she sensed the cultivator's presence closing in behind her and muttered under her breath, "Damn it." It was unclear whether she directed her ire at the unconscious Gumin she carried or the relentless pursuer behind her. "What burdens do you carry that way so heavily?" Despite the cultivator's relentless pursuit, Luoxue could not afford to pause, even as she felt her energy waning. Having sustained injuries earlier, each step drained her further. Her cultivation base not being particularly high, she feared she might not endure much longer. Gumin felt somewhat aggrieved. The precious gold ingots he bore in his pack were not merely for travel expenses. He had intended to offer them as gifts when he eventually joined his sect, but he was uncertain of what his fellow disciples would appreciate. Thus, gold ingots seemed a fitting choice. Whatever they desired, they could procure for themselves. However, given the dire circumstances, Gumin could no longer cling to his riches. He reached into his pack and hurled a gold ingot towards the pursuing ghostly cultivator. Though the ghostly cultivator was a peak practitioner of the second realm, significantly stronger than Luoxue, he had been injured due to Gu Min's earlier interference during his breakthrough. At that moment, he was unable to close the gap between himself and the pair, yet he remained in pursuit. When he saw the gold ingot hurtling toward him, he was faced with a dilemma. If he chose to evade it, his speed would surely diminish, leaving him uncertain whether he could catch the thief. Conversely, if he did not evade, the ingot would surely strike him. The ghostly cultivator's thoughts were tumultuous, and before he realized it, a gold ingot collided with his face. Hiss! Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of gold ingots flew toward him. It must be said that in the face of life and death, Gu Min displayed remarkable discernment. Several gold ingots were cast, ultimately slowing the cultivator's pace. Luoxue seized a moment to catch her breath. But as long as the ghostly cultivator did not relent, the situation would remain perilous. Gritting her teeth, she urged, "We must think of a plan quickly. We are being overtaken." The objective of the ghost cultivator has always been Gu Min. If he were to abandon Gu Min at this moment, the ghost cultivator would certainly cease to pursue Luoxue. Furthermore, the two had only recently acquainted themselves, lacking any significant emotional bond. It would be entirely reasonable for him to forsake Gu Min. However, without her to accompany him, Gu Min would surely meet his demise. "Senior, sister, please abandon me." Luoxue was taken aback by Gu Min's unexpected utterance. Gu Min was acutely aware of their dire predicament. If Luoxue continued to carry him, their escape would be impossible. Given that their fate was sealed, it seemed more prudent for him to sacrifice himself rather than drag others down with him. While he had previously entertained thoughts of leveraging Luoxue's capabilities, he possessed a moral compass. "Senior sister, it is far better for one to perish than for two to fall." Gu Min spoke with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing these words, Luoxue felt a warmth bloom within her. Having lost her parents at a tender age and embarking on her path of cultivation by mere chance, she had experienced kindness from no one apart from her master and senior sister. The fact that Gu Min, whom she had known for less than half a day, could express such concern for her well-being left her reflecting on his character beyond mere appearance. In that moment, she truly regarded Gu Min as her junior brother. "Do not speak such nonsense," Luoxue admonished, striving to dispel Gu Min's thoughts while continuing to propel herself forward. Yet, her cultivation level was too low, and having sustained injuries previously, combined with the burden of carrying Gu Min, it was merely a matter of time before they were caught. Despite Gu Min's persistent interference with the pursuing ghost cultivator, even so, she resolutely refused to abandon him. As she moved onward, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Logically, even if the Deqi dynasty had launched a war against Nanling, drawing countless cultivators into its fold, why would a ghost cultivator venture here? It was well known that practitioners from both Nanling and Beiling harbored a deep-seated animosity towards ghost cultivators, not only due to their extreme cultivation methods, but also because the arduous nature of their path resulted in a scarcity of elite practitioners. This lack of prominent sects left ghost cultivators without any standing in the world, save for that temple beneath the sea. Without a powerful sect backing them, ghost cultivators would naturally remain scarce in the eyes of practitioners, especially given that the one pursuing them was only at the second stage of cultivation. Luoxue's thoughts were tumultuous. Even if she grasped a hint of the situation, the urgency of their circumstances precluded any further contemplation. After traversing approximately 100 miles, Luoxue found herself utterly exhausted. The wound on her back, which had been hastily treated, began to bleed anew, rapidly staining her garments crimson. Enduring the intense pain, her forehead was soon dotted with beads of sweat. In the cover of night, Gu Min could not discern Luoxue's current state, yet from her labored breathing, he recognized that his future senior sister was nearing her limits. Gu Min glanced back at the ghostly cultivator behind him and realized that the opponent's condition was scarcely better than that of Luoxue. Having failed to break through, he was suffering from severe backlash, and his injuries were grave. Had Luoxue and Gu Min not fortuitously dashed past him, inciting his wrath, he might have already abandoned the pursuit of these two. "Senior sister," Gu Min spoke softly. Luoxue, in a daze, merely murmured in response, not fully comprehending his words. "If we continue running like this, we will certainly perish here. He is not in much better shape than we are. Do you have any hidden treasures that could be of use? Perhaps we should consider employing them," Gu Min suggested, believing that continuing to flee was a certain death. Engaging in a confrontation might offer a glimmer of hope. "Hidden treasures?" The first thing that came to Luoxue's mind was the dress she had tucked beneath her chest in her room atop the mountain. However, she quickly shook her head, her thoughts returning to the present. During her descent, her master had given her something that should be of significance. What is it? Gumin inquired urgently, convinced that this item could very well save their lives. It's a pearl, Luoxue replied softly, but I don't know how to use it. When she had set out to descend the mountain, her senior sister had wished to accompany her due to concern. However, her master insisted that she undergo this trial alone. At that moment, her senior sister had argued that Luoxue, being merely an initial stage cultivator, would be no different from courting death by descending. It seemed her master had then recalled the pearl, producing it from his robes and stating that it could save her life in critical times. Yet, he did not explain how to use it, and she had forgotten about it amidst her recent trials. Had it not been for Gu Min's prompting, she might have carried that oversight to her grave. Senior sister, give me the pearl. Without hesitation, Gu Min resolved decisively. It's in my arms. You'll have to take it yourself. Luoxue, unable to pause, still held on to Gu Min and could not possibly retrieve the pearl. In this dire moment, Gu Min disregarded all else and reached into her embrace. Luoxue's cheeks flushed, though the night concealed her embarrassment. Before long, Gu Min grasped the pearl. Withdrawing his hand from her embrace, he cast a glance downward. The pearl radiated a gentle azure glow, illuminating the darkness, fitting perfectly within the palm of his hand. Withdrawing his gaze, he noticed the ghostly cultivator was now mere paces behind them. Clenching his teeth, Gu Min whispered, "Take care, senior sister." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he exerted himself and fell downward, the sound of tearing fabric echoing as his already tattered robe was further ripped apart. Gu Min tumbled down the slope, which inclined sharply, sending him rolling. The ghostly cultivator let out a cold chuckle, halting his pursuit of Luoxue. As Gu Min had anticipated, like a specter, he soared towards him. "Little thief, I shall flay your skin and strip your muscles to assuage my wrath." The malicious voice of the ghostly cultivator resonated through the forest. As the specter ceased its relentless pursuit, Luoxue halted her movements without the slightest hesitation. She promptly ingested several elixirs and began to meditate, striving to restore her energy. Gu Min had bought her precious time. Thus, she aimed to optimize her condition within this fleeting moment, hoping to rescue him afterward. Although she often appeared daft at this critical juncture of life and death, Luoxue felt remarkably lucid. Gu Min tumbled down the hillside, colliding with countless rocks and branches along the way, sustaining numerous injuries. Upon reaching a midpoint, he grasped a sturdy tree to halt his descent. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Gu Min retrieved a cerulean orb. Luoxue was oblivious to its usage, and he, too, was uncertain. Beyond recognizing it as his sole means of survival, he wished not to burden Luoxue further. While the specter had yet to reach him, Gu Min's mind raced with every method he had ever heard regarding the utilization of such treasures. He lifted his arm, revealing a deep gash on his forearm, blood streaming profusely. Ignoring the gruesome sight, he rolled the orb against his arm, quickly staining it crimson. However, the orb remained unresponsive. Useless? Gu Min cursed the storytellers of Yingdu, who consistently asserted the authenticity of their tales. Should he encounter them again, he would surely seize one by the collar and vehemently exclaim, "How dare you!" After hastily cleaning the orb against his garments, Gu Min resolutely hurled it against a nearby rock. The immense recoil jolted his arm painfully, yet the orb remained intact, showing no signs of reaction. Clutching the cerulean orb, he contemplated other potential methods, but just then, the specter loomed before him. Though he could not see it, he felt its chilling aura. The specter cackled, "You little thief. Having toppled my soul-calling lamp, I could slay you 100 times today, and it would not be excessive." As it spoke, a wave of dark energy surged forth from its being, advancing toward Gu Min. In the nocturnal gloom, this inky essence appeared even denser than the night itself. Not one for excessive chatter, and aware that Luoxue was not far off, Gu Min snatched a nearby stone and hurled it with all his might. Yet, before the stone could reach the specter, it shattered upon merely grazing the dark energy. The disparity between ordinary individuals and cultivators was starkly evident at that moment. Nevertheless, Gu Min harbored no thoughts of surrender. After arduous efforts to escape from Yingdu, he refused to perish here, regardless of whether he could cultivate upon arriving at Dingshan. With a flurry of stones cast forth, a sudden azure light materialized before Gu Min. This object felt oddly familiar. In the next instant, Gu Min widened his eyes in disbelief. Did I just throw away the precious orb that could save my life? Before he could lament his decision, He could only watch helplessly as the azure orb fell into the swirling dark mist. However, to his astonishment, events unfolded unexpectedly. The azure orb suddenly erupted with a brilliant azure light. Gu Min was filled with elation. Indeed, a compassionate and righteous youth like him would not easily meet his demise. In mere moments, several beams of azure light surged forth, completely dispersing the dark mist. In the night, this azure radiance was extraordinarily striking, illuminating the heavens. The ghostly cultivator spewed forth a mouthful of vital blood, his eyes bulging with fury. The dark mist was intricately linked to him, and as it was shattered, he was the first to suffer the backlash. Not long ago, he had been grievously injured due to a failed breakthrough, and now, being wounded by this azure light. He was filled with rage yet simultaneously began to contemplate retreat. At that moment, Luoxue had already darted over. Upon seeing the azure brilliance, she was momentarily taken aback, then felt a pang of shame. She had spent considerable time researching how to utilize this orb, yet it was unexpected that Gu Min, merely by holding it for a short while, had unleashed such immense power. Approaching Gu Min, Luoxue quietly inquired, "Are you all right?" Gu Min could only manage a bitter smile. There was not a single part of him that was unscathed, save for his face. He wished to assure her he was fine, but who would believe him? "Senior sister, did the sect not pass down any incantations to manipulate this orb?" Watching the azure orb radiate boundless light and disperse the dark mist without further action, Gu Min felt a twinge of anxiety. This orb was undoubtedly a valuable artifact. Yet not knowing how to wield it posed a significant dilemma. It had only displayed such power upon encountering the dark mist. Did that imply it would only function in similar circumstances? What would happen if the ghostly cultivator chose to ignore it now, suspended in midair? Luoxue was taken aback and shook her head. "If I had the incantations, I would have known how to use it long ago." When she descended the mountain, her master had only given her this single orb, and that was only after her senior sister's prompting. She had every reason to believe that there was a method to control it, yet her master had simply forgotten to inform her. Gu Min felt a chill run down his spine, his initial yearning for the Dishi Mountain fading away. Through Luoxue, he began to doubt whether that place was indeed a legitimate sect. With a silent sigh, he took a deep breath. He glanced at the ghostly cultivator, whose expression had shifted, and suddenly bellowed, "If you do not retreat, I shall grant you a chance today in the name of the heaven's benevolence. Should you prove obstinate, next year on this day shall mark your demise." Uncertain of Luoxue's injuries or the ghostly cultivator's condition, Gu Min had no knowledge of how to handle the azure orb. He could only attempt to intimidate his opponent with bluster. The ghostly cultivator remained unmoved, standing still and silent, seemingly weighing his options. Noticing the ghostly cultivator's inclination to retreat, Gu Min seized the opportunity to press further, declaring, "Today's events are rooted in my initial transgressions, yet if you persist in your relentless pursuit, you will force me to take lethal measures." Gu Min's expression remained unchanged, yet his back was already soaked with sweat. The ghostly cultivator let out a cold laugh and abruptly turned to leave. Gu Min exhaled a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the cultivator turned back, sneering, "You little thief, trying to deceive me." Gu Min spat in disdain, but before he could react, Luoxue had already reached out and pulled him back, revealing a long whip glowing with a white light before his eyes. Luoxue had made her move. After having adjusted her state for quite some time, though her energy was not yet abundant, she was undoubtedly in a much better condition than before. Since the ghostly cultivator could not be intimidated, the only option left was to fight. With a sweeping motion of his sleeves, the ghostly cultivator unleashed a torrent of black mist, surging forth like a legion of massive black serpents, charging wildly towards Luoxue. Her brows furrowed in concentration as she wielded the whip, dispersing the first few strands of black mist that approached her. Yet, more black mist emerged, and soon several strands entwined with her whip. No one had anticipated that despite having suffered 2 significant blows, Luoxue would still be no match for the ghostly cultivator. Clenching her silver teeth, she lashed out with her whip, forcing the black mist back for a moment, and turned to Gu Min, shouting, "Run." Gu Min paid her no heed, for what nonsense was this? He was a loyal and righteous youth. How could he abandon his senior sister in a time of peril? Moreover, as an ordinary person, where could he possibly run? Utilizing the faint azure light, he quickly located a stone of moderate size nearby. After casting a fleeting glance at the azure orb, he hurled the stone with his uninjured right hand. At that moment, Gu Min was acutely aware that the orb was their only hope for survival. Without it, escape from doom was impossible. The stone soared into the air, drawing near the azure orb, but suddenly shattered into fragments just a few feet away, scattering like debris. Gumin dodged the falling shards, unable to suppress his frustration. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, stirring a deep agitation within. He lifted his gaze, feeling a peculiar emotion arise in his eyes. Thousands of miles away, there stood a peculiar mountain, where numerous rivers flowed, cascading from the peak to the base and back again in an endless cycle. It resembled transparent ribbons entwining the entire mountain. Occasionally, fish leapt from the waters, soaring into the sky. These fish were bizarre, possessing the head of an ox and the body of a fish, with wings sprouting from their sides and ending in serpentine tails, emitting sounds akin to cattle calls. The mountain was bereft of vegetation, dotted solely with stones of various sizes. Atop the mountain, in a relatively flat area, stood a thatched cottage. Before it stood two figures, an elderly man with white hair and a weathered visage, and before him, a woman clad in a gray long robe. Not far from them, a ripple appeared in the air, revealing the distant scene thousands of miles away. The junior sister was uncertain how to wield the candlelight pearl. Although the ghostly cultivator was gravely injured, she remained no match for him. The woman spoke in a monotone voice. The elder, holding a green orb, smiled slightly and said, "Your junior sister is fortunate and blessed. She will surely overcome her tribulations." The woman turned to glance at her master and, with utmost seriousness, replied, "If it weren't for your earlier mistake, she would not have found herself in this predicament." The elder discreetly concealed the green orb in his hand and countered with a smile, "The candlelight pearl is a treasure of the mountain. Entrusting it to your junior sister signifies my regard for her." The woman in the long robe fell silent for a moment before calmly stating, "What good is that?" Though not particularly refined, her words bore no offense when uttered from her lips. As for that young man, he did not seem to be a particularly good person, yet he was not wholly bad either. The elder had cast a secret spell upon the candlelight pearl, fully aware of the events that had transpired. Not everyone possesses the same innocence as Luoxue, and these two individuals certainly did not share her naive perspective. The elder chuckled softly. Such an intriguing young man would naturally be a disciple of Dushan. "Do you wish to take him as your apprentice?" the woman in the long robe questioned. For although Dushan had languished for centuries, she understood her master's temperament well. "If you desire him, he is yours," the elder replied with a twinkle in his eye. "However, I must confess that I hold great affection for him. In him, I see the reflection of my younger self. I recall the days when I, full of vigor, single-handedly bore the weight of Dushan. Moreover, Dushan truly lacks someone like him. Is Master really not planning to rescue your junior sister?" The woman in the long robe had little patience for her master's fanciful tales. Although she had been young at the time, she knew her master was far from the heroic figure he painted himself to be. She shared a sisterly bond with Luoxue and was naturally concerned for her. The elder rubbed his brow, well aware that if he did not intervene soon, not only would his female disciple be lost, but the young man might also meet a dire fate. With a composed demeanor, the elder extended his hand, forming a sword gesture that pointed at the candlelight pearl within the image. With a firm affirmation, a surge of formidable sword energy erupted from his fingertips, flooding into the scene. The elder declared, "Transform." Within the image, the candlelight pearl emitted a brilliant azure light, which soon morphed into a long azure sword, its sword energy swirling around its blade. Gumin stared at the sword, utterly astonished. In the next moment, the long sword soared forward, its overwhelming sword energy tearing through the night. Such a miraculous spectacle was a first for Gumin. How could he not be entranced? This was truly the unparalleled skill of a grand cultivator. The ghostly cultivators witnessing the sword were left utterly devastated. They knew that even 100 of themselves could not withstand the might of that singular sword energy. In an instant, he darted away, no longer daring to linger for even a moment. Luoxue, belatedly realizing, gasped, "The candlelight pearl." Only then did she understand that this green orb was the mountain's most treasured candlelight pearl. The realization that her master held her in such high esteem brought her to the brink of tears. At this moment, Gumin was fixated upon the extraordinary sword. The blade moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching just behind the ghostly cultivator in the instant he attempted to flee, and in a mere heartbeat, it pierced through the specter's corporeal form. An avalanche of sword energy erupted forth, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. The ghostly cultivator barely had time to emit a scream before he dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. And this was merely the consequence of a single strike. After penetrating the specter, the azure sword's radiant glow had entirely faded, now resting quietly half embedded in the earth, its sword energy dissipating. rendering it nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary blade. Yet the chilling gleam upon the sword's edge continued to remind Gu Min of the events that had just transpired. Gu Min swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at Luoxue, and inquired, "Senior sister, what just happened?" The latter's eyes were slightly reddened, clearly still moved by the moment. Gu Min smiled faintly. Having witnessed this sword's prowess, all his prior doubts regarding Dishan had evaporated. He turned his gaze, scanning the surroundings, pondering whether a formidable practitioner lurked nearby. If this sword had indeed manifested from the orb, Gu Min remained skeptical. However, observing Luoxue's entranced demeanor, he hurriedly tugged at her sleeve, urging, "Senior sister, we must gather our things and flee at once. Though we have vanquished the ghostly cultivator, there may well be another practitioner nearby who could sense this anomaly. Should a treasure dispute arise, I do not believe we possess the means to protect the Yingdu." Luoxue, roused from her reverie, murmured slowly, "Perhaps my master left behind a secret technique before, as this is the treasure of the mountain gate. I cannot believe my master entrusted it to me treasure?" Gu Min's attention snapped back to the Yingdu, and suddenly everything began to make sense. He pulled Luoxue toward the orb, gazing at the sword, his hands involuntarily rising, clearly wanting to grasp the blade. Yet after a brief moment, he quelled the impulse and reiterated, "Senior sister, the priority is to escape swiftly." Luoxue nodded, reaching out to seize the now transformed sword of the Yingdu. However, as her hand approached the hilt, she was repelled. "I can't grasp it." Luoxue turned to Gu Min, equally perplexed as to why she too could not touch the Yingdu. This presented a dilemma. The Yingdu was the treasure of Dishan and could not be left behind, yet the present location was perilous, necessitating a hasty departure. "Allow me to try," Gu Min stated, fixating on the Yingdu as he rubbed his arms. Meanwhile, on that distant mountain, a woman in a long robe observed the scene and turned to glance at the elder behind her. The elder stood with hands clasped behind his back, calmly stating, "The Yingdu is the mountain gate's treasure, activated by my sword energy, and thus is not something ordinary individuals can wield. While I can strike down ghosts from 1,000 miles away, I am unable to do anything else." The elder cast a sidelong glance at the robed woman, striving to appear more serious. "How will that junior sister retrieve the Yingdu?" The woman in the long robe appeared as though she had already traversed countless similar scenes, exhibiting a calmness that seemed almost surreal. If only she were aware that mastering the incantation for the candle-traveling pearl would allow her to reclaim it. Did her junior sister know the incantation? The master had forgotten to inform her. What a jest! Even the candle-traveling pearl had been an item mistakenly taken during her descent from the mountain. How could the elder have possibly divulged the incantation to Luoxue in advance? Forgotten? The woman in the long robe murmured those two words pensively. The elder refrained from gazing at her, instead retreating a few steps to sit upon a bamboo chair before the thatched cottage, producing an ancient tome from an unknown source, seemingly intent on meticulous study. Yet an air of unease enveloped him. "I shall fetch my junior sister." In an instant, the woman in the long robe resolved to rely on her unreliable master, a notion that had never been particularly wise. "Wait," the elder interjected with a smile, "there is another way. Although I have inscribed secret arts upon the candle-traveling pearl, I have not bound it to a master. Ever since the demise of the late Master Wanyan 6 centuries ago, no one from Dingshan has been able to claim it as their own. As long as one can establish a bond with the candle-traveling pearl, it will naturally be reclaimed." At the mention of Master Wanyan, even the elder turned serious. The last of Dingshan's golden threshold realm, he represented the final glory of the mountain. In the era before Master Wanyan's passing, Dingshan's name was invariably mentioned among the sword sects of the world. Conversely, when discussing the great masters of swordsmanship, Master Wanyan's name would undoubtedly surface. Those were indeed the halcyon days of Dingshan, how starkly different from the present, where the foremost sword master was a woman, casting a shadow over all sword cultivators beneath heaven. The elder reminisced, his aged face suffused with nostalgia. "How does one establish a bond?" The woman in the long robe interjected, interrupting her master's reverie, aware that if she remained silent, her master would meander even further into the past. The elder, momentarily distracted, bore no resentment and simply chuckled. Such treasures have long since developed sentience. To claim them, one must possess both exceptional talent and noble character. Even I, in my youth, found it a formidable challenge, seeking among mortals someone whom the candle-traveling pearl would willingly recognize as its master is akin to scaling the heavens. The elder shook his head, recalling the moment he was formally accepted as a disciple on Dingshan, and had hastily passed on the position of sect leader. Everyone regarded him as the hope for Dingshan's future, and he approached the task of claiming the candle-traveling pearl with unwavering confidence. Yet ultimately, he too failed to gain its recognition. Back then, one could truly say he was in the prime of life, based on mere appearance. Even that youth would have paled in comparison to him. Astonishment escaped the lips of the woman in the long robe, prompting the elder to turn and behold a scene unfolding in midair. Gu Min, extending his hand, had indeed grasped the hilt of the candle-traveling pearl. Previously, Luoxue had been repelled by it due to the lack of an incantation, but now, Gu Min's grip on the hilt indicated the pearl's acceptance of him. Acceptance signified mastery, further underscoring that Gu Min's innate talent had earned the recognition of the candle-traveling pearl. Luoxue's mouth fell agape, her expression one of utter disbelief. The elder, momentarily stunned, soon allowed a smile to grace his features. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. The hope for the revival of our Dingshan must rest upon this young lad. Hasten to retrieve your junior sister and this youth. Should anyone attempt to impede your path, feel free to eliminate them. The long-gowned woman named Asen nodded, leaving Zhu Yuzhu and her junior sister outside. She felt a pang of unease. Yet, a question suddenly crossed her mind. Her master had previously mentioned that for Zhu Yuzhu to recognize its master, that individual must possess both exceptional talent and virtuous character. She had yet to ascertain the youth's aptitude, thus remained uncertain, however, in terms of character. How could one claim this youth's character to be commendable? Upon hearing this, the elder's rare display of anger surfaced. Do not speak such nonsense. Zhu Yuzhu is a relic of the late Master Yunyun, a treasure of our mountain. How could it possibly misjudge its master? That youth must surely be of resolute mind. From my perspective, he embodies loyalty and righteousness, akin to myself. Observing her master's demeanor, the long-gowned woman chose to remain silent. After bowing respectfully, she moved slightly and vanished from Dingshan. Regardless, at this moment, practitioners were gathering within the boundaries of Nanchu, and her junior sister, being of a lower realm, needed to be brought back first and foremost. The elder paused, realizing that his disciple had already departed. With a sudden clarity, he shouted, Asen, ensure the safety of that youth at all costs. By the way, are you not taking any magical tools with you? The elder bellowed, but alas, his disciple had already left, rendering his words unheard. With a resigned sigh, the elder fell silent. His two disciples, his eldest disciple, endowed with remarkable comprehension yet somewhat aloof, even towards him, her master, and the younger, whose talent was slightly lacking but showed ample respect, were both unique. He had sent her down the mountain with the intention of fostering her growth, yet in such a short span. She had encountered a handsome young man and had become utterly bewitched, nearly losing her life in the process. Fortunately, that youth turned out to be a rare gem, and the elder believed that with a little refinement, he could undoubtedly become the hope of Dingshan. Contemplating this, tears welled in the elder's eyes as he gazed up at the heavens. O ancestors, our Dingshan has languished for centuries. At last, we glimpse the dawn of revival. If the ancestors in the celestial realm are watching, may they bless their disciple to break through the confines of his realm, so that the name of Dingshan may remain unsullied. Gu Min placed his hand upon the azure sword, which did not repel him as it had with Luoxue. Instead, it allowed him to grasp it. Upon doing so, an inexplicable vision unfurled in his mind. He beheld a middle-aged man clad in a flowing azure robe, his visage radiant as jade, tall and imposing, wielding the very sword he held. Before him loomed solitary peaks shrouded in mist, their true forms elusive. And atop each peak stood a solitary swordsman, their figures indistinct, save for the swords they bore. These blades were unmistakably extraordinary, suggesting that their masters were anything but ordinary. Before this multitude of swordsmen, the middle-aged man grasped a candle pearl, his countenance unchanging. With a mere flick of his sword, countless stars and moonlight shattered into fragments, creating an eerie tableau. Yet, instead of confronting the swordsman, he turned to gaze at Gu Min, as if he were aware that Gu Min was observing him. He parted his lips, a smile gracing his features as he uttered 3 words, "You have arrived." A profound sense of familiarity washed over Gu Min. But just as he was about to respond, the middle-aged man hurled the candle pearl toward him. Instinctively, Gu Min reached for the sword, and with that, the entire scene dissipated, leaving only Luoxue and the surrounding forest. The candle pearl transformed once more into a serene azure orb, resting quietly in his palm. It felt as though it had been a dream, or perhaps nothing had transpired at all. Shaking his head, Gu Min murmured, "What is happening?" Regaining his composure, He intended to return the candle pearl to Luoxue, recognizing it as a treasure of the Dingshan, and feeling it inappropriate to keep it for himself as an outsider. Luoxue cast a glance, recalling the moment she had been repelled and was about to decline, but reconsidered. Knowing this artifact had been entrusted to her by her master and was a precious possession of Dingshan, regardless of Gu Min's striking appearance, she could not easily part with it. Cautiously, she retrieved the candle pearl. Seeing that no calamity ensued, she sighed in relief before securing it once more. She patted Gu Min on the shoulder, stating, "Today, you have assisted me in reclaiming the candle pearl, a significant aid to Dingshan. Once we arrive there, I am certain my master will take you as a disciple." Naive as she was, she did not ponder the implications of Gu Min's ability to recover the pearl. "Let us hasten our departure," Luoxue exclaimed, slapping her forehead before reaching to grasp Gu Min. Startled, he instinctively retreated a few steps, covering his face. Is that wise? The memories of his previous calamities loomed vividly in his mind, and he was reluctant to endure such trials again. However, Luoxue had regained her focus. Disregarding Gu Min's apprehensions, she firmly grasped the collar of his garment, her energy surging within her chest, and moments later, they surged westward. The ensuing moments were filled with the relentless sounds of branches and foliage brushing against their faces. As Gu Min observed the towering trees racing past him, he felt little emotion, merely contemplating that should he attain mastery in the future, he would surely carry her through the vast forests, soaring amidst the treetops to avenge today's grievances. The long-awaited dawn graced the world as the morning glow appeared on the horizon, with the gentle sun rising like a round red orb, seemingly concealed behind thick mist. Ordinary people could only appreciate this moment at dawn, for by noon, they would dare not look directly at it. Gu Min, with red marks adorning his cheeks, gazed upon this scene, his spirits lifted, momentarily forgetting the tragic events of the previous night. Yet, he soon found himself pondering a rather grave question. How could Luoxue, a mere novice practitioner, who had been injured, manage to sustain a night of relentless fleeing? As Gu Min contemplated this dilemma and was about to voice his inquiry, he felt a sudden loosening at his collar, bringing immediate relief to his neck, only to find himself plummeting from the sky. Well, no need to ask. A man and a woman, both descending from midair, one a rare beauty among men, the other equally enchanting. If someone were to choose whom to catch, who would it be? If the rescuer were a man, he would naturally catch the woman, and vice versa. At that moment, a woman did indeed appear, but regrettably, Gu Min still landed firmly on the ground. Lying on the ground, he felt utterly incapacitated, forced to gaze wide-eyed at the figure of a woman in a flowing gray robe, gently descending with Luoxue in her arms. While her beauty may not be strikingly exquisite, she was undeniably charming. Though her shoulders were not as broad as Luoxue's, her inherent grace rendered her equally captivating. Upon getting a clear look into the woman's eyes, Gu Min was taken aback. She possessed a rare trait, dual-colored pupils. According to folklore, those born with such eyes are destined for imperial lineage. Thus, when a child with dual-colored pupils is born, reigning monarchs often eliminate them early to safeguard their thrones. Consequently, few with this rare feature live to adulthood. However, knowing that this woman was certainly a practitioner, Gu Min could fully comprehend the situation. Practitioners are not ordinary mortals, and possessing dual-colored pupils is inconsequential as long as they remain discreet. The woman landed gracefully and placed a pill in Luoxue's mouth before turning her gaze upon Gu Min, raising her hand to flick a black pill into his mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, releasing a fragrant essence. Soon after, he felt a warm flow coursing through his veins, a sensation of comfort washing over him, erasing all pain. Before long, Gu Min discovered he could move again. Struggling to rise, he regarded the woman in the gray robe, refraining from speaking hastily. While Luoxue appeared to be the kind of person who could be easily deceived, this woman exuded an air of formidable strength. He sensed that a single misstep in his words could lead to unfavorable consequences. Nevertheless, observing her choice to catch Luoxue, Gu Min surmised she must be someone very close to her, perhaps a senior sister from D Mountain. The familiar opening line echoed in the air as Gu Min prepared to reveal the noble spirit of a compassionate youth. Regrettably, the woman in the long robe merely gazed at him, her eyes devoid of any emotion, leaving Gu Min at a loss for words. Ishana sang. The long-robed woman spoke with an expression as placid as that fateful night atop the mountain. Alas, Gu Min was oblivious to the events of that night. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly harbor gratitude towards a Sang, for without her intervention, that sentimental old man would not have acted. Of course, It was clear that Asang had not acted on his behalf. Nonetheless, this encounter afforded Gu Min the knowledge of her name. Yet he found himself perplexed. How should he address her? Sister Asang? The thought struck him, and he felt as though uttering such a title would lead to his demise. Asang. The valiant heroine Gu Min ventured cautiously, driven by an overwhelming desire to survive. Asang cast a glance in his direction, and a flash of white light struck his forehead, causing him to faint instantly. Next time, remember to call me senior sister. Asang grasped Gu Min by his collar and swiftly traversed hundreds of miles. It must be said, this senior sister and junior sister shared a delightful penchant for lifting people by their collars. Fortunately, Asang possessed a sense of humanitarianism, ensuring Gu Min would remain blissfully unaware of the peculiarities his future senior sister had subjected him to. When Gu Min awoke once more, he found himself sprawled upon a massive azure talisman soaring high in the sky. Flanking him were retreating clouds and the occasional glimpse of birds, while the world below was shrouded in mist, rendering it indistinct. For practitioners of this realm, ascending to a certain level of cultivation allowed for effortless flight. However, many preferred to navigate using tools or mounts. This preference usually stemmed from insufficient cultivation or a disdain for the energy consumption of flying. Asang certainly did not belong to the latter category. Her choice of a talisman was simply due to the inconvenience of carrying someone with a single hand. You are awake. Luoxue approached, her face etched with concern. Earlier, upon awakening in Asang's embrace, she had been overjoyed, yet upon noticing Gu Min's closed eyes, worry washed over her. As a practitioner, she knew that death was not easily met, but Gu Min was merely an ordinary person. And she vividly recalled their fall from the sky. He could very well have perished in that moment. Fortunately, before she could dwell on her fears, Asang succinctly assured her, he is not dead. Having watched her junior sister grow, Asang was well aware of her temperament and what occupied her thoughts. With that reassurance, Luoxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Following this, Asang produced a talisman, having personally lifted Gu Min onto it. At times, when Luoxue found her composure, she pondered that had Gu Min not been a eunuch, she might have grown fonder of him. Such a handsome youth. Yet a eunuch, Luoxue sometimes felt that fate was rather unkind. Gu Min murmured in acknowledgement, his attention not on Luoxue's expression but rather on the figure seated at the forefront of the talisman, recalling their initial encounter when he inexplicably received a blow. He had already concluded that this Asang from Dishan would be 100 times more difficult to deal with than the present Luoxue. Is she your senior sister? Gu Min had fainted before Asang's final words were uttered, thus refraining from speaking freely. Luoxue nodded, explaining that Asang was indeed the senior sister from Dishan. And their master often remarked that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Asang would be the next leader of Dishan. The presence of such a notable figure to personally retrieve Luoxue indicated her significant standing within Dishan. Gu Min instinctively rubbed his wrist and casually inquired, is this senior sister simply named Asang? Luoxue chuckled. Asang is a foundling brought back by our master. She grew up in Dishan, and her name was given by our master. However, I do not know her original name. Whenever our master calls her, it's always Asang, and she has never revealed her true name. Upon reflection, Gu Min realized that Asang had only uttered 4 words to him, Dishan Asang. According to his judgment, many individuals make it known upon first meeting that they are not to be trifled with, and Asang was certainly one of them. A fine name, Gu Min remarked. Unsure if it was genuine praise or mere flattery, yet he resolved to cultivate a better relationship with this Asang from Dishan. With Luoxue's influence, he anticipated that his path would be considerably smoother. However, given their brief prior exchange, Gu Min refrained from being overly presumptuous. He stepped forward a couple of paces, halting about a yard behind Asang, preparing to speak when she interjected, our master has decided to accept you as a disciple, once the formalities are complete. You shall be a disciple of Dishan and my junior brother. The words were succinct, yet striking. Luoxue's eyes widened as she instinctively recalled Gu Min's eunuch status, exclaiming in disbelief, but he is. Previously, she had doubted whether Gu Min could be accepted into Dishan precisely because of his status as a eunuch. It was well understood that although Dishan had fallen from its former glory, it remained a legitimate sect of cultivation, and the threshold for accepting disciples, however low, would likely not include a boy who was not wholly intact, regardless of his appearance. Moreover, their master was an older man. It was improbable that he would be swayed by Gu Min's looks. Greetings, senior sister Asang. Gu Min interjected before Luoxue could finish her thought. At such a moment, He would not allow Luoxue to create any complications. He was aware that she might use his eunuch status against him, but even if it were a false identity, he could not let her discover the truth at this juncture. After all, the prior instances involving ointments and, well, they were enough to ensure his demise 100 times over. Yet, once he truly became a disciple of Dishan, her potential harassment would likely spare his life in the end. After all, how could one turn against a fellow disciple? Asang nodded slightly without turning her head, stating, "You are now a disciple of Dishan. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I shall provide answers." Although the character of this youth is somewhat displeasing, Gu Min has indeed earned the recognition of Zhu Yuzhu. Furthermore, when she examined Gu Min's innate abilities, she discovered that his talents are exceedingly rare in this world. Thus, Asang has come to accept her master's perspective. Dingshan has languished for many years and undoubtedly requires an individual to restore its name to the world. Neither her master nor she is capable of this task. However, this young man before her possesses great potential. Gu Min is filled with numerous inquiries regarding cultivation, and since there is nothing else at hand, he naturally wishes to ask. "May I inquire, senior sister, what is Dingshan?" His understanding of Dingshan is quite limited, encompassing merely the story of that man and a map. Now that he is finally about to join the sect, he must first ascertain the standing of this sect within the world, to gauge the magnitude of the great tree he stands beneath. Dingshan is a sword sect, Asang replied succinctly. In this world of cultivators, there are many paths to tread, and sword cultivation is one among them. Any sect that primarily focuses on sword cultivation can be referred to as a sword sect. The two most powerful sword sects in the contemporary world are the Sword Court of Nanling and the Sword Manor of Bailing. Within these two sects reside countless formidable sword cultivators, including those legendary sword immortals capable of cleaving stars with ease. They epitomize the sword path in this world. Regrettably, the foremost sword master resides in the Western Seas. This is a source of shame for countless sword cultivators, yet they remain powerless for many years ago. Esteemed sword practitioners ventured to challenge this female sword immortal, only to meet the same fate, swords lost to the ocean's depths, and their bodies likewise. The most powerful sword sect in Nanling is the Sword Court. After imparting this brief explanation, Asang fell silent, providing Gu Min with the entirety of her response. Gu Min was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process this, and then he forced a smile. Was that all? Glancing at Asang, who seemed unlikely to elaborate further, he quickly posed his next question. What kind of person is Master? Having determined to join Dingshan, it is only natural for him to seek understanding of his master, the sect leader of Dingshan. Upon his inquiry, Asang fell into silence. Luoxue opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately turned away despondently, at a loss for words. What kind of person is the leader of Dingshan? The individuals most familiar with him are undoubtedly Asang and Luoxue, his direct disciples. If Luoxue, constrained by her own limitations, cannot perceive her master clearly, why does Asang remain silent? Asang pondered seriously about her master. For nearly every day over the past several decades, she has been by his side. Yet, after such a long time, when asked what kind of person he is, Asang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. In simple terms, one might describe her master as an unrefined old man, lacking anything particularly remarkable. But how could such an ordinary old man maintain the current standing of Dingshan? The answer is self-evident. What can truly be said about the master, a remarkable practitioner? What justification is there to be found? It is difficult to articulate. Asang did not provide a direct answer, merely uttering this single remark. Her words instilled a sense of curiosity in Gu Min regarding the master he had yet to meet. He subsequently inquired about various aspects of cultivation, the most significant of which pertain to the realms of practice. There are 11 realms of cultivation, with the initial stage marking the entrance into the path of cultivation, distinctly separating one from the ordinary. Following the initial stage, one experiences the circulation of vital energy within, which, through the application of Taoist principles and techniques, can manifest externally, enabling one to vanquish foes. When the vital energy remains concealed within, it circulates throughout the body, enhancing physical form and prolonging life. The duration of this longevity is contingent upon the vigor and purity of the vital energy, which determines the level of achievement. The ascent through realms depends on innate talent, comprehension, opportunity, steadfastness of spirit, and the compatibility of the cultivation methods employed. Some may take a century to attain the second realm, while others may reach the pinnacle within the same time frame. It is all a matter of the individual. Asang gazed at the drifting clouds ahead, articulating her thoughts slowly. The knowledge of cultivation she shared now was only the second time she had conveyed it since her master imparted it to her decades ago. The first being to Luoxue. She recognized that, given her master's disposition, she would likely be the one to guide Gu Min in the future. So she did not mind the effort, clarifying her explanations. Eventually, the time for discourse would come, especially since her master had placed the hopes of Dushan upon Gu Min. She would not remain indifferent to this responsibility. While innate talent is undeniably crucial in cultivation, the state of one's heart is equally paramount. If one harbors impure intentions, what does it matter if they become a master of the 11th realm? Asang spoke these words while turning to face Gu Min, her demeanor earnest. Her sole concern regarding her junior disciple was his character. She felt he exhibited a certain slickness. Gu Min sensed her thoughts and replied earnestly, "Thank you, senior sister, for your enlightening words." Asang nodded in satisfaction, turning away to lapse into silence. Yet, after a brief moment, she suddenly remarked, "The master holds you in high regard." Upon hearing Asang's final statement, Gu Min remained silent, unsure of why the master, whom he had yet to meet, would value him. His understanding of these practitioners was still limited, and he could not fathom the extent of their powers. The answers to these mysteries would gradually unfold in due course. But not at this moment. Casting a glance behind him, Gu Min focused his mind and began to contemplate the events that had transpired since leaving Yingdu City. He reflected on his initial encounter with Luoxue, the subsequent pursuit by the ghostly cultivator, methodically retracing each event. When he reached the moment where the luminous pearl pierced forth with an unparalleled strike, he furrowed his brow, as if a thought had begun to crystallize in his mind. Though uncertainty lingered, rubbing his forehead, Gu Min wished to delve deeper into his thoughts, only to notice that Luoxue had approached him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Yet she remained silent. Gu Min acknowledged her presence but chose not to engage. Their unresolved grievances lingered between them. Gu Min chose not to gaze at her. Yet Luoxue's unwavering stare made him feel somewhat uneasy. He turned his head, pondered for a moment, and inquired, "Senior sister, you, little junior brother." "How obedient you are," Luoxue replied with a smile, her eyes resembling two crescent moons, exuding an indescribable beauty. Gu Min could only feel a sense of frustration. It dawned on him that this woman had been fixated on him solely to elicit the term senior sister, to which she would respond with little junior brother. He sighed internally, sensing that his future days would not be easy. As he gathered his thoughts, which were as tangled as a ball of yarn, Gu Min was suddenly roused by a voice. It was Asang. She sat before a cyan talisman, extending her hand to trace an intricate pattern in the sea of clouds, resembling a talisman yet radiating a remarkably gentle aura. As the complex design unfurled, a colossal passageway emerged within the cloud sea, and the cyan talisman soared into it, leaving Gu Min unable to see the surrounding scenery. After a brief moment, clarity washed over him, revealing a mountain. It was a barren stone mountain, devoid of vegetation, adorned only with rocks of various sizes and several ribbon-like rivers winding around it. Were those fish soaring in the sky? But how could they emit a sound akin to a bellow? Gu Min stared wide-eyed at the bizarre creatures with the heads of cattle, bodies of fish, serpentine tails, and wings. He had heard countless tales about cultivators in Yingdu City, yet none had ever mentioned these beings. This was the genuine realm of cultivators. Gu Min murmured to himself, "Those are the fish raised by my master," Luoxue insightfully explained to Gu Min. "In this world of cultivation sects, most will house some exotic beasts within their gates. These creatures are primarily tasked with guarding the entrance, but some develop intelligence and become cultivators within their sects as well, capable of uttering human speech with relative ease. However, regarding the why in this mountain, I have yet to discern any peculiarities. My master often catches one to grill by the stream when he has the leisure. No other sect's exotic beasts could be as unfortunate as the why of this mountain." The cyan talisman drifted forward slowly, occasionally accompanied by one or two why that curiously approached, their bovine eyes scrutinizing Gu Min. As he gazed at the creature's head, a peculiar notion began to take root in his mind. What did they consume? Grass or something else? Before long, Asang rose and leaped directly from the talisman. Luoxue shot a glance at Gu Min before following suit. With the departure of its stewards, the talisman began to sway in the wind. Gu Min clung tightly to the talisman, too apprehensive to move. Both senior sisters were cultivators and could leap about freely, but he, in his unevolved state, had no desire to meet an untimely demise here. Dying on the eve of dawn is the most agonizing fate. Fortunately, the cyan talisman ultimately encountered no mishap. gently descending upon the clearing in front of a thatched cottage at the mountain's peak. Before the cottage stood 3 individuals. Apart from the 2 senior sisters, Asang and Luoxue, stood an elderly man with a head of white hair and a countenance marked by age. He was tall and clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an aura of someone transcendent and otherworldly. Gu Min rose to his feet, instinctively aware that this venerable figure was his long-anticipated master. He stepped forward, approaching the elder, bowed respectfully, and greeted him. "I pay my respects, esteemed master." Though he had heard from Asang that the head of Dishan intended to take him as a disciple, the formal acceptance had yet to occur, and he feared there might be further trials. To address the elder as master right away could leave a rather unfavorable impression. The elder scrutinized Gu Min for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Indeed, you are remarkable. Your appearance alone resembles that of my youth. I trust your talents will not fall short. You are destined for greatness. I ask you, are you willing to join Dishan, take me as your master, and become my disciple?" The elder's swift offer seemed rather hasty, having merely glanced at Gu Min without further deliberation. Gu Min felt somewhat bewildered, but quickly knelt before the elder, stating, "Disciple Gu Min is willing to join the ranks of Dishan, to heed your teachings diligently, and to uphold the honor of Dishan." Regardless of whether his cultivation was truly for Dishan, he understood the necessity of these words at this moment. The elder laughed heartily, extending his hands to support Gu Min's arms as he helped him rise. "Excellent. Asang, please take your junior brother to pay the entrance fee." Gu Min was taken aback. An entrance fee? He had contemplated this matter before and had even brought several gold ingots. However, in a moment of peril with that ghostly cultivator, he had thrown all his gold away, leaving him with nothing now. He pondered this predicament, casting an odd glance at the elder, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Finally, Asang let out a huff, prompting the elder to continue. Do not be alarmed, my disciple. I was merely jesting. As practitioners of the Tao, we do not concern ourselves with mundane wealth. As long as you commit yourself to diligent practice, it will be the finest tribute to our sect. Today, as you enter, I also have a gift for you." As he spoke, the elder reached into his robe and soon produced a green orb, presenting it to Gu Min with a smile. This is known as the Hantian Pearl. Its power. Upon receiving the green orb, Gu Min immediately recognized it was not the Hantian Pearl, but rather the Zuyo Pearl. That familiar sensation was unmistakable. Yet, he recalled that the Zuyo Pearl was a treasure of Dishan. How could his master so casually bestow it upon him? Just then, the elder noticed the confusion, observing the orb in Gu Min's hand, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes, followed by a self-directed reprimand. How could I have made such a blunder? Asen also sensed the peculiar atmosphere. She gazed at her master, silently sighing within. The candleplay pearl had already recognized its master. As long as Gu Min did not betray the Dishi Mountain, the candleplay pearl would undoubtedly belong to him in due course. However, bestowing it upon him at the time of initiation seemed rather untimely. The ideal moment should have been when Gu Min had made significant progress in his cultivation, allowing his master to present the item as a token of esteem, thereby fostering a greater sense of belonging within him. "Disciple, do you know what treasures Dishi Mountain possesses?" the elder inquired. "Since it has already been wrongly taken, it would be unseemly to reclaim it," he continued, speaking somewhat resignedly. Gu Min replied honestly, "Previously, I heard from senior sister Asen and senior sister Luoxue that the treasure of Dishi Mountain is the candleplay pearl." He was uncertain about his master's thoughts and could only follow along with his words. The elder nodded, smiling. "Indeed, it is this very item in your possession. I have known of you through the candleplay pearl since your first encounter with Luoxue. Upon observation, I discovered you to be a youth of great sentiment and loyalty. Thus, today I bestow upon you the candleplay pearl. The hopes for Dishi Mountain's revival and the future position of its leader rest solely upon your shoulders." Upon hearing that the position of the Dishi Mountain leader would be passed to her junior disciple, Luoxue's mouth fell agape in disbelief. It had always been stated that the position was to be given to the senior sister. She turned to Asen, thinking that while her junior disciple was indeed handsome, it seemed rather inappropriate for him to usurp the senior sister's rightful place. Asen's expression remained unchanged, yet a faint smile flickered at the corners of her mouth. Gu Min, equally incredulous, felt fortunate to have encountered Luoxue and to have joined Dishi Mountain. However, how could it be that on his very first day after entering the mountain, his master would bestow upon him both the mountain's treasure and the position of its leader? He lifted his gaze to meet his master's. Confusion etched upon his face. The elder, however, maintained a gentle smile, his eyes filled with boundless expectations. The simple initiation ceremony did not last long. Gu Min bowed several times and learned his master's name, Chang'e, the 473rd leader of Dishi Mountain. Subsequently, Chang'e beckoned Luoxue, saying, "Take this junior disciple to meet the brothers and sisters of the mountain." Luoxue paused for a moment, then, somewhat sluggishly, asked, "Master?" "Do as I say," Chang'e responded, contemplating his disciple's persistent lack of acumen. "Oh," Luoxue replied, leading Gu Min towards Asen, earnestly introducing him. "This is senior sister Asen. Besides Master, she is the most authoritative voice in the mountain." Gu Min furrowed his brow, pondering why an introduction was necessary when they had already met. Regardless, he replied earnestly, "I have met senior sister." After all, it was customary to formally greet the senior brothers and sisters upon entering the mountain. Yet, just as he assumed he would soon meet other senior brothers and sisters, Luoxue turned to Chang'e and inquired, "Is that all, Master? Is this sufficient?" Gu Min's confusion deepened. They had merely met senior sister Asen, and that was all? "Senior sister, aren't you going to take me to meet the other brothers and sisters on the mountain?" Gu Min had a lingering sense of unease, prompting him to voice his concerns. Luoxue's face flushed crimson as she cast a glance at Master Chang'e, noting his lack of disapproval. Before she spoke, "On the mountain, it is just the two of us disciples, plus you, making 3. Gu Min turned in astonishment to look at Master Chang'e. "Master, is this just a bit too far?" Chang'e remained unperturbed, showing no signs of being startled by the unfolding situation. Frankly, having lived for so many years, he had weathered countless storms. How could he possibly be flustered by such trivial matters? He regarded Gu Min with an air of tranquility and stated, "My dear disciple, you still fail to grasp that the merit of a sect is entirely independent of the number of its disciples. It hinges solely on its pinnacle practitioners. Take, for instance, the Sword Pavilion of Nanling and the Sword Manor of Bailing, the mightiest sword sects in the world. Countless cultivators tremble merely at the mention of their names. Yet who today would dare proclaim that the foremost swordsman is one of their disciples?" Gu Min fell silent, his perception of his newly acquired master plummeting in an instant. As for the lady sword immortal from that vast sea, it was uncertain who could ever compel her to bow down. Chang'e sighed with a hint of nostalgia, but chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Instead, he earnestly remarked, "During the zenith of the Denning dynasty, there were 30,000 sword cultivators within our Ishan. Among the world's renowned sword masters, if 10 names were to be mentioned, 8 would trace their lineage back to our ancestors. The foremost sword masters emerged in succession over 3 generations. In the realm of swordsmanship, who could ever disregard the name Ishan? At Ishan's peak, it monopolized the majority of the world's sword mastery." Speaking of the Denning dynasty, Gu Min found himself momentarily lost in thought. The last dynasty to unify the realm had fractured into pieces hundreds of years ago, and since then, no other dynasty had achieved such grandeur. The current divisions of Nanling and Bailing were remnants of the imperial tomb left behind by Emperor Ningqi, the founder of the Denning dynasty, which fortuitously bisected the entire continent. As the last sovereign of a unified dynasty, Emperor Ningqi was undoubtedly a figure revered by many subsequent rulers. Quickly suppressing these musings, Gu Min redirected his focus to the matter of swordsmanship. From his somewhat unorthodox master, he could glean but one insight. Ishan's illustrious past was undoubtedly radiant, perhaps even surpassing that of the contemporary sword sections. Yet now, Ishan had deteriorated to a lamentable state, with only 4 individuals remaining, including himself. This realization illuminated why, upon his initiation into the sect, Master Chang'e had bestowed upon him the treasured artifact of Ishan. It was likely due to his commendable aptitude. Chang'e may have feared his potential change of heart, thus preemptively granting him the precious token. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the secular world, often referred to as winning hearts and minds. Gu Min nodded, concluding that his supposition was likely accurate. However, had Master Chang'e been privy to his thoughts, he might have delivered a sharp reprimand. Grasping Gu Min by the collar to declare, "I gave you the Zhuyu pearl purely by mistake. Thus, my disciple, the sparsity of inhabitants on D Mountain is not necessarily a misfortune. You must devote yourself to your cultivation and illuminate the path of the D Mountain swordsmanship. In future generations, when D Mountain is mentioned, it would be an unparalleled honor for you to be revered as the ancestral master of its revival." Observing Gu Min's current reaction, Master Chang'e nodded, contemplating that Gu Min had surely grasped his earnest intentions through his earnest counsel. A child worthy of guidance indeed. At this juncture, any thoughts of regret would be futile. Gu Min, understanding the gravity of the moment, offered his gratitude to his master and stepped aside to stand by Luoxue's side. D Mountain was his chosen destination. Had he ventured elsewhere, he might not have been accepted into the sect, and even if he had, his significance would be uncertain. Furthermore, the senior sister of D Mountain appeared to be a formidable figure, thus remaining here may not be a disadvantage. A saying, please take him to select a sword scripture and instruct him in the ways of cultivation at D Mountain, so he may embark upon the path of enlightenment without delay. Master Chang, he had already accomplished much today and had no intentions of undertaking further tasks. Indeed, for the ensuing years, he contemplated handing Gu Min over to a Sang entirely. At present, his greatest desire was to catch a fish for roasting. A Sang nodded, uttering a brief "follow me" as she descended the mountain. Gu Min felt a surge of excitement. Entering the realm of cultivation was undeniably significant, compelling him to pursue it without hesitation, closely trailing a Sang. After a moment's contemplation, Luoxue decided to follow suit, realizing that engaging with her master was less rewarding than observing her handsome junior brother. D Mountain was barren of flora, its terrain littered with rocks of various sizes. As they traversed this landscape, Gu Min found it rather peculiar. Once, D Mountain was the most powerful sword sect in the world, boasting 30,000 sword cultivators, which accounted for its desolate appearance. Understanding Gu Min's thoughts, a Sang provided some insight, albeit vaguely, hinting at a deeper meaning. Gu Min was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute, and he swiftly deduced the unspoken implications of her words. However, it took him several dozen steps to ascertain. It was the sword energy, with 30,000 sword cultivators practicing their craft on the mountain. The resulting sword energy would intertwine and disturb the growth of vegetation, leading to its gradual extinction and ultimately shaping the current visage of D Mountain. Indeed, to discern her insinuation within just a few dozen steps was not particularly swift, but for an ordinary person yet to embark on their journey of cultivation, Gu Min's prompt comprehension was indicative of his commendable aptitude. Previously, she had remarked that cultivation was not solely a matter of innate talent, and from current observations, Gu Min had already laid a solid foundation to become a great cultivator. A Sang began to appreciate her master's discerning judgment. A Sang, why has D Mountain fallen into decline? Gu Min inquired, recalling that Master Chang Yi had only mentioned this as a fact but had not elaborated on the reasons behind it. His curiosity was piqued. With the fall of the Great Ning dynasty, D Mountain naturally faced decline, a Sang replied, offering a mere nod, withholding further explanation, leaving Gu Min in a state of perplexity. Fortunately, his inquiry was but a casual remark, and lacking a definitive answer, he remained indifferent. The trio descended from the mountaintop along the winding path, swiftly arriving at the base of a waterfall, beneath which stood a bamboo pavilion. However, it appeared to have seen better days, for the foliage of Dushan had long since withered, making it evident that the structure was not of recent origin. As Ah Sang approached the bamboo pavilion, he did not tarry, pushing the door open directly. A blinding white light flashed forth, prompting Gu Min to instinctively close his eyes. Yet he was nonetheless drawn in by a powerful force. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld a series of bookshelves, laden with countless bamboo slips, though thick layers of dust indicated they had not been disturbed in quite some time. A fleeting glance was all it took for Gu Min's gaze to settle upon an elderly man beside the shelves, clad in garments as dark as ink, his hair equally raven, and his fingernails stained with the same hue, engrossed in the study of a bamboo slip while leaning against the wall. A bookworm. Ah Sang interjected before Gu Min could pose a question. These bamboo slips contained intricate records of various mystical arts, inscribed by individuals whose essence lingered within the texts. Over time, some slips would become imbued with spirit, known as bookworms, whose greatest penchant was the pursuit of knowledge. As long as they had yet to finish reading the slips, they would not depart. Even upon completing their studies, the bookworms would forget all upon leaving the pavilion, ensuring the preservation of the texts. Thus practitioners seldom troubled them. The elderly figure before them was the bookworm of Dushan, indeed its sole one. These are the sword scriptures left by the ancestors of Dushan. Select one for your cultivation, should you wish to explore various sword paths for mutual enlightenment. You may do so, but remember these words: a glutton for knowledge may choke. Ah Sang regarded his junior with earnest concern. By the way, the Dushan heart method is inscribed on the wall. Upon entering Dushan, disciples must first learn the heart method. Only then can they delve into the sword scriptures, lest they risk losing their way. Gumin meticulously contemplated Ah Sang's words, ultimately identifying the crux of his confusion. Cultivation by oneself? May I inquire, senior sister? What does this self-cultivation entail? With the resolve to ask questions whenever clarity eluded him, Gumin spoke candidly, avoiding any hesitation. No one on the mountain practices swordsmanship. I cannot teach you, Ah Sang replied straightforwardly, addressing Gumin's inquiry. What? Gumin felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Was this what they referred to as the plight of the deceived? With only 3 disciples atop the mountain, he endured the revelation. His master, with an expression of feigned propriety, bore an air of insincerity, and Gumin swallowed his frustration. He had been told that he was to become a revitalizing force for Dushan, to diligently study the sword. Yet now he was faced with the grim reality that apart from the pile of sword scriptures, there was nothing else. In the days to come, he would be left to navigate this journey alone, and who could bear such a burden? Moreover, despite the decline of this Mount D, it was once a renowned sword sect. Why is it that from the esteemed leader to the senior sister, no one practices the sword anymore? How can a sect that neglects the sword still dare to call itself a sword sect? Gumin furrowed his brows, gazing at Ah Sang with a wry smile, and remarked, Senior sister, this seems a bit excessive, does it not? Master regards you as the hope for the revival of Mount D. And this revival must naturally center around the sword path. Whether or not we can stand before the Southern Ling Sword Pavilion and the Northern Ling Sword Manor and declare that Mount D possesses a sword relies solely on you. Ah Sang maintained a serious demeanor, clearly not jesting. However, this only deepened Gumin's discomfort. Why does the senior sister not practice the sword? Gumin nearly ground his teeth as he posed the question. Ah Sang remained silent, casting a glance at Luoxue, who would find it difficult to articulate the answer. Yet, given the circumstances, if she remained silent, her little junior brother would surely crumble. Thus, at that moment, Luoxue's role became pivotal. Originally dazed by the bamboo slips, she suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, and, feeling Ah Sang's gaze upon her, her mind raced. And she spoke up. Master mentioned that the current state of Mount D is unfavorable. If anyone at the mountain were to practice the sword, it would undoubtedly attract other sword cultivators to come and inquire about the sword. Therefore, Master has chosen to take a different approach and has taught us other disciplines. Gumin stood frozen, realizing that if his solitary pursuit of cultivation was already a grim affair, the implications of Luoxue's words revealed that not only must he navigate his path alone, but he would also have to confront any visiting sword cultivators in the future, regardless of their level of mastery. Truly, he was the beacon of hope for the revival of Mount D. With no one else to rely upon, he had no choice but to embrace this hope. What kind of place had he come to? Tears welled in Gumin's heart. Ah Sang remained silent. What more could she say in such a situation? Her lack of a smile was already a testament to her care for her little junior brother. Oh. She had smiled once, when the esteemed Master Chang Yi had mentioned bestowing the position of sect leader of Mount D upon Gumin. Luoxue looked at Gumin with a tinge of regret. If her little junior brother were to encounter those sword cultivators, would he not suffer greatly? He would likely bear numerous scars, and if his face were to be marred, how unfortunate that would be. He was, after all, the most handsome youth she had ever seen, and he was her junior brother. A quarter of an hour later, Gumin took a deep breath, resigned to his fate. Since the burden had been placed upon him, an additional weight would not matter much. Senior sister, rest assured, I will devote myself to my cultivation. When he spoke of devoting himself to his practice, Gumin enunciated each word with great emphasis. Ah Sang paid no heed to this, settling down to prepare to impart the introductory techniques to Gumin. Although she had not practiced the sword, she was well versed in the foundational techniques and would certainly not withhold knowledge. Gumin quickly gathered his focus, sitting cross-legged behind Ah Sang, facing the wall inscribed with the foundational techniques. Cultivating one's path is an act of acquisition, drawing the essence of the heavens and the earth into one's own being, transforming it into personal vitality for self-use. In essence, nearly all sects in the world convey a singular principle in their foundational teachings, the manner in which one absorbs the atmospheric energies and integrates them within, subsequently converting them into life force for personal or combative purposes. This process of acquisition or methodology constitutes the quintessence of these introductory doctrines. The distinctions among various sects lie in their unique methods of harnessing the energies of the cosmos, marking the most significant divergence. The heart of the Ishan sect's teachings ranks among the top 3 globally, the result of years of research by its founding master, who meticulously synthesized and reinterpreted these doctrines into a system most befitting sword practitioners. With this foundational knowledge, the sect flourished centuries ago, boasting a remarkable cadre of 30,000 sword cultivators. Though Ishan has since waned, its teachings remain profound. As Gu Min absorbed the insights shared by Asang, he began to experience a moment of clarity. The pores of his skin gradually opened, allowing a trickle of celestial energy to flood into his being. Once this energy entered, it transformed into a faint white vapor, coursing through his meridians. This marked the initial step of cultivation, aimed at purging impurities from his body, thereby setting him apart from ordinary individuals. This step is crucial before embarking on the journey of cultivation, as the extent of one's bodily purity significantly influences their potential for ascendance. Many rely on their teachings to cleanse impurities, yet a select few are born with an immaculate physique, inherently suited for cultivation. Such individuals are often the prime candidates nurtured by their sects, typically achieving greater heights in their practices. Observing Gu Min as he commenced the cleansing of his impurities, a glimmer of light sparked in Asang's eyes. Once again, Gu Min exemplified the meaning of innate talent before her. Rising to her feet, she intended to beckon Luoxue to leave. Aware that the first cleansing often requires an extended duration, the subsequent sessions would progressively shorten until complete purification is attained. Sister. Asang had scarcely risen when Gu Min opened his eyes, gazing at her as he spoke. I have a question. Internally, Asang echoed, I too have a question. How is it that your first cleansing took less than a quarter of an hour? Could it be that the impurities within you are few? With this query lingering in her mind, Asang placed her hand upon Gu Min's head. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, falling into silence. Sister. Gu Min called again. Speak, Asang replied, turning her gaze to him. I wish to inquire, since I am to learn the sword, when might I possess a sword of my own? Faced with the daunting path ahead, Gu Min felt an urgent desire to hasten his progress. Asang, taken aback by his question, paused before responding. There is but one sword on the mountain. Contemplating this solitary sword and the notion of learning from a single individual, Gu Min mused, Isn't that fortuitous? It has been given to you, Asang remarked as she turned to exit the bamboo dwelling, ushering Luoxue along, leaving behind only those words. Given to me? When? Gu Min pondered, stroking his head in deep contemplation. Asang succinctly articulated the essence of the foundational techniques. And given Gu Min's considerable talent and exceptional understanding, she harbored no concerns regarding any potential difficulties he might encounter. He merely needed to familiarize himself with the techniques. Once he truly established a connection with the surrounding world, many matters would naturally fall into place. Most cultivators follow a similar path, though some, lacking sufficient insight, require greater guidance from their mentors. However, since Gu Min possessed both the necessary insight and innate talent, Asang felt no need to elaborate further. When Asang and Luoxue exited the bamboo pavilion, twilight had descended, and the stars adorned the sky like a magnificent tapestry. Following closely behind Asang on their way back, Luoxue hesitated midway and inquired, Sister Asang, do you think our junior brother Gu might be suffering? Instinctively attempting to address Gu Min by name, she ultimately chose a more reserved phrasing. Without turning, Asang responded to the voice behind her with a question of her own. What leads you to believe that he is suffering? Luoxue, lacking the sharp wit of Asang, found herself at a loss for words. Consequently, her tone softened as she replied, I just feel that he is quite unfortunate. While it was true that he had been bestowed with a treasure like the candlelight pearl upon ascending the mountain, in light of what he would subsequently have to endure, such a gift seemed rather insufficient. The future of the Dijon mountain rested upon his shoulders. This burden was not one he was necessarily meant to bear, yet the candlelight pearl had chosen him. This choice signified the will of the ancestors of Dijon mountain and the late Master Wanyan, an influence beyond the reach of you, me, or even our master. One could interpret this as the ancestors' intent, immutable by any means. Although the path ahead is arduous, it cannot truly be deemed unfortunate. Moreover, do you believe our junior brother is the type to settle for mediocrity? As she spoke, Asang recalled the resolute glimmer in Gu Min's eyes. While she was unaware of his past, nor did she wish to pry into his thoughts, that unmistakable determination led her to conclude that his decision to join the sect and pursue cultivation was far from a mere quest for immortality. Luoxue felt overwhelmed. Just the initial remark from her sister had left her perplexed, and now a torrent of words had rendered her mind a chaotic muddle. Sister. Luoxue confessed her confusion. Having watched Luoxue grow up, Asang understood her state without needing to see her face. They paused before a modest bamboo pavilion, and Asang advised, if you truly worry about him, offer him your support. This was Luoxue's dwelling, while Asa-san did not reside there. Asa-san turned to say more, but upon noticing Luoxue lost in contemplation, she chose silence. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Luoxue remained before the pavilion, pondering deeply the words of her sister, "Help our junior brother." But how could she assist him? Luoxue diligently pondered with her less than astute mind. In her perspective, since her master had bestowed the precious Zhuyu pearl upon the junior disciple on his very first day at the mountain, nothing she could offer would surpass its value. Thus, she resolved to focus on what the junior disciple most urgently needed. Yet, what could such a person possibly require? She swiftly dismissed the notion of him needing a wife. What a pity. The thought lingered. And Luoxue couldn't help but sigh at the irony of her exceptionally handsome junior disciple being a eunuch. Eureka! She slapped her forehead, finally conjuring a sensible idea. With a mischievous smile, she darted away, not returning to the bamboo loft, but soaring towards the mountain's summit. The night was as dark as ink. Yet the twinkling stars and bright moon prevented the earth from being enveloped in complete darkness. At this moment, Master Chang'e sat solemnly before his thatched hut atop the mountain. Wisps of white smoke curled around him, accentuating his ethereal presence. Master Chang'e continuously twirled a wooden staff in his hands, muttering incantations, possibly invoking some esoteric secret of the D Mountain. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, he casually grasped a bamboo tube beside him and poured its contents into the air, the powder cascading down amidst the white smoke. Master Chang'e nodded in satisfaction, releasing the wooden staff and reaching for a bamboo chair, only to find it empty. Peering to the side, disappointment flickered across his visage. Alas, in his old age, he had forgotten to retrieve it. Muttering to himself, Master Chang'e rose and ambled toward the thatched hut, his steps slow yet buoyant. Soon, the sound of a door creaking open echoed in the stillness. At that moment, from behind a distant boulder, a shadow suddenly sprang forth, darting towards the white smoke and snatching the wooden staff. The figure did not linger, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Master Chang'e emerged from the hut, cradling a modest wine jar. His gaze fell upon the distance, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Then, with a booming voice, the master of D Mountain thundered, "Who the devil has stolen my fish?" His voice resonated powerfully, lingering in the night air. A Sang, seated atop a boulder, mused that it was likely her junior sister who had caused the ruckus. She shook her head, quickly regaining her focus to continue her cultivation. The fish thief was none other than Luoxue. With only 4 individuals on D Mountain, it was certain that a Sang would not engage in such trivial antics. Gumin was new to the mountain, currently brooding in the bamboo loft as he practiced his mental techniques. This left only Luoxue, who had nothing better to do. This somewhat naive girl, upon deciding to assist her junior disciple, immediately thought of Master Chang'e's grilled fish, the fish known as Yuanyu. A peculiar beast of D Mountain, held little significance and was often grilled by Master Chang'e every few days, resembling ordinary fish. However, in truth, the Yuanyu was extraordinary. For common folk, consuming it could extend their lives, while for ordinary cultivators, it greatly benefited their practice. As the young disciple embarked on his journey of cultivation, Luoxue contemplated that if he were to consume a roasted fish, he would undoubtedly progress at a swifter pace. With this notion in her mind, she dared to take a risk and pilfer the master's roasted fish. To her astonishment, everything unfolded quite seamlessly. Clutching the roasted fish, Luoxue darted toward the bamboo loft, her thoughts consumed with the boundless gratitude her junior disciple would surely feel upon seeing the delicacy. Indeed, I am a rather commendable senior sister. As she reaffirmed herself, she found herself standing once more before the bamboo loft. Without hesitation, she entered the structure. Surprisingly, Gumin was not seated in meditation, contemplating the principles inscribed on the wall, but rather perched by the window, gazing at the stars above. "Junior disciple," Luoxue softly called out. Gumin turned at the sound, and upon seeing Luoxue and the roasted fish in her hands, his stomach audibly grumbled in response. In truth, he had felt hunger since the moment he first cleansed his body, and with several hours having passed, he was now quite famished. Using the stars to divert his attention, having just arrived at the mountain, he was unfamiliar with the local sustenance available. Primarily, he felt confined within the bamboo loft. "Junior disciple, this is a roasted fish I specially brought for you. After you eat it." Luoxue offered the fish, but before she could finish her sentence, Gumin had already taken it and bit into it eagerly. "Thank you, senior sister," Gumin mumbled in gratitude, realizing that with this fish, the animosity between him and Luoxue could be somewhat alleviated. Luoxue rested her chin on her hand, observing her junior disciple's eating habits. Marveling at how graceful he looked while consuming food, truly captivating her gaze. Gumin devoured several large bites, reflecting on the fish's commendable texture, albeit slightly lacking in flavor, a testament to Luoxue's culinary skills not being particularly refined. However, he soon reconciled with the realization that a cultivator like Luoxue likely seldom indulged in food. Thus, it was commendable enough that she could provide him with anything edible at all. Gumin was not one to be picky. As he savored the fish, poised to let out a satisfied belch, a sudden gust of wind swept past him, and the figure of Master Chang'e appeared before him, clad in white robes. "Rebellious disciple," Master Chang'e exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the dwindling fish, seething with anger. "Oh no, how could the master arrive so swiftly?" Luoxue gasped. Hastily reaching for a bamboo slip from the nearby shelf, focusing intently on it, silently repeating, "It was not me, it was not me." Gumin looked up, bewildered at Master Chang'e, entirely unaware that at this moment, he had inadvertently taken the fall for someone else. The master gazed at Gumin. Disappointment etched in his eyes. He had not anticipated that his promising disciple could engage in such outrageous behavior, stealing his roasted fish while he had momentarily stepped away to fetch some wine. Were it not for his keen senses, no, his elevated cultivation, how could he have detected that this wayward disciple was indulging in such a feast? "You rebellious disciple, what further words do you have to say?" Master Chang'e queried, his mind already rifling through the sex rules. Gumin swallowed the fish meat in his mouth, just about to speak, when he suddenly felt as though his entire being was engulfed in flames. Countless streams of energy surged within him, transforming from a gentle brook during his previous cultivation to a tumultuous river now rampaging through his body, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path. Although Gumin could not comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon, he sensed, albeit vaguely, that if this continued, he might very well perish here, perhaps even explode on the spot. His thoughts became a chaotic whirl, and for reasons unknown, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. His face flushed crimson. This scene not only caused Luoxue to drop the bamboo slip in her hands, but also startled Master Chang'e. "Master, you have frightened the junior disciple to death," Luoxue lamented. Aghast that her simple act of stealing a piece of roasted fish for her junior disciple had resulted in such dire consequences. This was her junior disciple. Having just entered the fold a day ago, how could he be lost so soon? While the world may yield many junior disciples, few could match his looks and potential for cultivation. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Master Chang'e spoke with sternness, "Do not speak so recklessly. The fish I prepared is from the rare beasts of D Mountain. It is not something an ordinary person can consume. Even you and your senior sister risk peril from this fish. Your junior disciple has just begun his training, and you thought to feed him this fish? Even if he were not frightened to death by me, he would still meet his end. There are many spiritual substances in this world that can enhance one's realm, but not every one of them is beneficial to cultivators. Many items can lead to the demise of low-level practitioners if handled carelessly, resulting in explosive consequences from the very essence of the spiritual substance itself." Gumin had mistakenly ingested the fish, placing him in a perilous predicament. "Ah, master, please save my junior disciple. It was I who stole the fish. It is not his fault." Luoxue cried out in utter disarray, panic-stricken. Master Chang'e cast a glance at Luoxue, remaining silent. He merely extended his hand, and a stream of white vapor emanated from his sleeve, lifting Gumin into the air. Master Chang'e took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and began to massage his hands before his chest. Before Luoxue could utter a word, Master Chang'e struck Gumin's abdomen with a fist. For the next quarter of an hour, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Gumin, leaving Luoxue in stunned disbelief. What on earth is happening? After another quarter of an hour, Master Chang'e turned Gumin over, restoring his sleeves to their original position. He gazed at Gumin, and white vapor flowed forth from his sleeve once more. Gumin began to cough violently and subsequently expelled the fish he had just swallowed. Master Chang'e swept his sleeve, collecting the fish remains and casting them out the window. Only then did Gumin awaken, groaning as he fell to the ground. He soon felt excruciating pain all over his body, a torment so intense that he lacked the strength to rise. Master Chang'e regarded the remaining half of the roasted fish calmly, stating, "This substance is beyond your capacity to endure. If you are truly famished, the stones on the mountain will suffice." Gumin had no strength left to respond to his rather unorthodox master's words, and could only watch as Chang Yizhenren picked up the half-eaten grilled fish and approached the window, seemingly about to depart. At that moment, Chang Yizhenren suddenly turned his head and gazed earnestly at Luoxue, saying with profound seriousness, "If you wish for your junior brother to live a few more years, do not concern yourself with my fish." After speaking, he shook his head, his figure dissipating within the bamboo pavilion. After soaring several dozen feet away, Chang Yizhenren furrowed his brow and remarked, "This lad has already entered the initial realm?" He had been so focused on rescuing Gumin that he had overlooked this detail until now. "Ah, truly, he is my most favored disciple." Laughter echoed throughout D Mountain. Inside the bamboo pavilion, silence reigned supreme. A bookworm sat nearby, engrossed in his reading, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding. Luoxue, feeling a bit guilty, took a few steps back and spoke reluctantly, "Junior brother, my intentions are good." Gumin struggled to rise, leaning against the window, his eyes fixed on Luoxue. "Then I must thank you, sister." Each word was enunciated with palpable resentment. "Take care, junior brother. I shall take my leave." Luoxue was acutely aware of what she ought to do at that moment, and she quickly fled the bamboo pavilion, not daring to linger any longer. Gumin, feeling utterly drained, lacked the energy to pursue her. Even if he had the thought to do so, he could not step out of the pavilion. Among the three on the mountain, 2 elder sisters and 1 master, none had considered this predicament. Leaning against the window, no one knew what thoughts occupied the mind of this exceptionally handsome youth. The only sound in the bamboo pavilion was the rustling of bamboo slips, turned by the bookworm. He needed to become stronger swiftly, otherwise, one day he might meet his demise at the hands of these people. Through the events of the day, Gumin had come to comprehend several crucial truths, the foremost being to maintain his distance from Luoxue. Sister Asang was the most level-headed on the mountain and would typically not initiate any harm against him, though Chang Yizhenren appeared to be frivolous. He also seemed unlikely to seek trouble with Gumin. It was only Luoxue, whose seemingly naive demeanor might conceal a deeply calculating nature, having previously outmaneuvered her. Would she now seek to reclaim her dignity? While the probability of such an occurrence was slim, it could not be entirely dismissed. Gumin patted his head and rubbed his cheek, pondering if anyone else shared his fondness for this gesture. After half an hour, the pain gradually subsided. It must be said that while Chang Yizhenren had extricated the grilled fish from his body in the most straightforward manner, he had also exercised restraint, ensuring Gumin was not completely incapacitated. He had held back, and Gumin harbored some fondness for Chang Yizhenren. Rising to his feet, Gumin's gaze fell upon the bookshelves. It was said that these contained the sword scriptures penned by the ancestors of D Mountain throughout the ages. At present, there was no one else on the mountain practicing swordplay, which meant that all of these were prepared solely for Gumin. If he wished to learn swordsmanship, he need only find a volume of scripture here. However, with so many sword scriptures, which one would be most suitable for him? In other words, which volume of the sword classic is the most formidable, possessing the greatest lethal force? This is a matter of significant concern for Gumin. He feels that if he were to choose on his own, it might take him a year and a half, and even then, he might still make the wrong choice. If he selects incorrectly, wouldn't that render his efforts futile? Thus, contemplating this issue, Gumin turned his gaze towards the bookworm. This fellow had read so many tomes. It was unreasonable to think he would be unaware of such information. "Senior," Gumin began, his eyes fixed on the engrossed bookworm, pondering how he might extract the information he sought from him. Yet, after calling out once, he received no response. Gumin leaned in closer and tried again, "Senior." Still, there was no acknowledgement. He then reached out to tug at the bookworm's sleeve and said, "Senior, I have a matter to inquire." The bookworm remained unresponsive, seemingly undisturbed as he perused his reading material. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Gumin reflected on his position as a new disciple, lacking status and martial prowess. What could he possibly do? The bookworm was not a woman, and his appearance held no sway. With a sigh, Gumin sat back down, contemplating whether he should seek another avenue for breakthrough. In his thoughts, he took out the candlelight pearl from his arms. While it was indeed a fine object, it held little practical value for him at present. It would be better to provide him with a sword. A sword. Suddenly, Gumin recalled what Asen had said upon his departure. Along with the sight of the candlelight pearl transforming into a green longsword that night. "You are that unique sword, aren't you?" Gumin realized with sudden clarity. Understanding this, he was filled with immense joy. From that evening's revelation, he recognized that this sword was undoubtedly extraordinary. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the bamboo loft. "What do you wish to ask?" When a bookworm first emerges into the world, it is quite feeble, capable of little beyond reading. However, After some time, it gradually develops greater intellect, at which point it truly acquires the ability to think independently. Yet, even then, the bookworm's passion for reading remains unchanged, and it seldom shows interest in worldly matters. This explained the previous indifference of the bookworm. But now it had spoken. Addressing Gu Min's earlier query, though the reason for its sudden willingness to communicate remained a mystery. Placing the bamboo slip on its lap, the bookworm's eyes, filled with tales, turned towards Gu Min, repeating, "What do you wish to ask?" Its voice was rich and resonant, and upon hearing it, Gu Min felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscent of long ago when his father had invited a tutor, and he sat in the backyard with his brothers. The sunset casting warm light upon their faces as they listened to the lessons being imparted, feeling utterly content. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts and returning to the matter at hand, Gu Min directly asked, "Senior, do you know which volume of the sword classic within this bamboo loft is the best?" To Gu Min, it seemed only logical that the bookworm, having read so extensively and resided in the loft for so many years, would possess such knowledge. Listening to Gu Min's words, the bookworm did not rush to respond. He merely gazed at the luminous candle pearl in Gu Min's hand, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, before he spoke. "The ancestors of D Mountain are numerous. Who do you think would be significantly inferior among those qualified to leave behind a volume of sword scripture? To inscribe a sword scripture within the bamboo pavilion? Most practitioners would be at the golden threshold realm. Occasionally, there are exceptions, those who have conceived an entirely new path in swordsmanship, allowing their ink to persist in this world. In other words, regardless of whose sword path or scripture it is, if you delve deeply and cultivate to the utmost, even if not invincible, one can still claim to be formidable against all challengers." The bookworm articulated these thoughts with clarity and composure, his demeanor unhurried. Gu Min nodded thoughtfully. To summarize the bookworm's words, all these sword scriptures are formidable. He could not discern which one was the most powerful, yet the distinction might not be greatly significant. Wasn't that akin to saying nothing at all? Gu Min felt a surge of frustration. If there were only one volume before him, he would have to grit his teeth and practice, but with so many options, his choice became a source of inner turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, the bookworm was observing him intently. The bookworm had rarely left the bamboo pavilion, yet in terms of age, he was considerably older than Chang Yi the true man, and he possessed a deeper understanding of D Mountain's circumstances. Although he could not pinpoint which scripture was the finest, he was well aware of the caliber of the authors behind each one. Had he chosen to do so, he could have elucidated to Gu Min the realm each author belonged to and their respective insights into swordsmanship, thereby aiding Gu Min in his selection. However, he refrained, wishing to see how Gu Min would choose for himself. Each volume of scripture bore the essence of its author. Perhaps one would resonate with him, proving to be the most suitable. Ultimately, he offered a constructive suggestion, ensuring Gu Min's inquiry was not in vain. "Very well. Since there is no other recourse, I shall perceive the past of each volume," Gu Min resolved. He stood, carefully stowing away the candle pearl, and soon approached the bookshelf. Reaching out to grasp a volume of sword scripture, he had no intention of perusing it. He wondered how much time it would take to select a suitable one through mere reading. Instead, he prepared to fully immerse himself in the essence of the author. After a brief moment, a surge of sword energy erupted from the bamboo slip, and in an instant, it sent Gu Min sprawling to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. The bookworm glanced over, paused for a moment, and then spoke. "I forgot to mention. The authors of these sword scriptures are renowned sword cultivators. Naturally, when inscribing their scriptures, some leave behind a trace of their sword energy. This energy assesses the disciple, determining whether they possess the qualifications for study. In other words, as Gu Min selects the sword scriptures, the scriptures are simultaneously judging him." Upon hearing these words, Gu Min merely responded with a nonchalant "oh" and exhibited no further reaction. Today marked his inaugural day at the mountain gate, and the events that unfolded before him had already been numerous and far from favorable. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to despair. Yet Gu Min remained numb. Such persecution was unlikely to be the last, so what was there to be agitated about? Rising to his feet, he rubbed his chest and expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, then slowly made his way toward the bookshelf. The bookworm emitted a soft sound, not out of surprise at Gu Min's reaction, but rather astonished that he could still stand. He distinctly recalled that the author of the sword manual was the 6th-generation sword cultivator of D Mountain, who, in life, was a formidable golden threshold realm swordsman, renowned for his piercing sword energy. The trace of sword energy he left behind, even after a millennium, was beyond the capacity of an initial stage cultivator to withstand. Contemplating this, he paused momentarily, but soon deduced the reason. The bookworm furrowed his brow, only to relax it a moment later, murmuring, "So that is how it is." Standing before the bookshelf, Gu Min remained unresponsive for a full quarter of an hour. After this interval, he finally reached out to grasp the second volume of the sword manual. He concentrated intently, prepared to be propelled outward at any moment. However, this volume was relatively gentle, devoid of any fierce sword energy, prompting Gu Min to exhale in relief. After putting it down, he proceeded to take the third volume, then the fourth, fifth, sixth. A succession of over 10 volumes bore no trace of sword energy, evidently indicating that the ancestors of D Mountain had been considerate of their descendants. It was not until Gu Min picked up the 15th volume that he was again sent flying. Just as before, he collided with the wall, expelling another mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, after a brief moment, Gu Min rose once more, laboriously returning to the bookshelf to seize a new volume of the sword manual. Half a stick of incense later, he once again fulfilled expectations by being propelled outward. The bookworm observed this scene with an unchanged expression, though a glimmer of approval shone in his eyes. He had already witnessed Gu Min's innate talent and comprehension within a single night. He had transitioned from an ordinary person to an initial stage cultivator, a rarity throughout the annals of history. Furthermore, Gu Min's resilience was precisely one of the qualities a commendable cultivator should possess. With such a multitude of attributes, his future was undeniably destined to be bright. For the remainder of the night, Gu Min engaged in the repetitive act of retrieving the sword manuals, while the bookworm, unusually, refrained from inspecting the bamboo slips in his hand, focusing intently on Gu Min's every flight and return to the shelf. Thus, time passed gradually. Soon, dawn broke, and then darkness enveloped the sky once more. The second day of Gu Min's journey as a cultivator came to a close. With bloodshot eyes, Gu Min stood before the bookshelf, his garments tattered by the onslaught of sword energy, his body marred by numerous sword scars. Yet, as if aware that this sword energy could injure but not kill, Gu Min exhibited no fear. He rubbed his eyes and resumed his seemingly interminable journey. The bookworm remained silent, instinctively understanding that Gu Min's selection of sword manuals marked the commencement of his cultivation. The sword energy left by the disciples of Dishan was refining his physique, while the initial foundational techniques had merely purified his body. These sword energies were fortifying his very essence. Such fortunate circumstances were not something even the most illustrious disciples of renowned sects could often claim. As the last sword cultivator of Dishan, Gu Min had endured considerable hardship and was thus destined for rewards. After rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the dawn outside the window, then focused his mind and picked up another sword manual. Given his pace, it would take at least half a month to fully experience all these texts. Prior to this, he had already formed some thoughts about a particular manual, but feeling the changes within his body, he did not pause. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in each volume. Embracing this resolve, Gu Min stood before the bookshelf tirelessly for 10 consecutive days. During this period, as Sang was engaged in cultivation, the master Chang'e leisurely grilled fish. And Luoxue, having resolved to wait until the little junior brother calmed down, refrained from seeking him out. Thus, for 10 days, no one disturbed Gu Min. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Min stood before the bookshelf, gazing at the evening glow outside. At this moment, he had noticeably lost weight compared to 10 days prior. His eye sockets had sunken, resembling a frail individual beset by illness. Far removed from the handsome youth he had once been, Gu Min was unaware of the experiences of others in their cultivation. But he felt that his own path had been fraught with difficulties from the outset. He shook his head and trembled as he reached for the next sword manual. This scroll, tucked away in the farthest corner of the shelf and covered in dust, appeared no different from the others. However, as Gu Min lifted it, a sense of curiosity compelled him to look down. At that moment, as if guided by an unseen force, he unfurled the manual, revealing its contents. Suddenly, the candle bead in his embrace erupted with a dazzling azure light, and a surge of sword energy emanated from the manual. The soaring sword energy erupted from the bamboo building, directed not at Gu Min, but ascending towards the heavens. In an instant, the sword light illuminated the sky, an overwhelming force akin to a celestial decree, tearing through the firmament, coalescing like a river of stars, lingering in the air. The intensity of this sword energy surpassed even the formidable strike of Master Chang'e's 10,000-mile sword. The bookworm felt no surprise. Instead, he regarded it as a natural occurrence. muttering with a complex expression, "Indeed, it is as I suspected." Gu Min raised his head to gaze at the large hole in the bamboo building's roof, observing the dissipating sword energy. At that moment, even without much thought, he realized that the author of this sword manual must be an extraordinarily remarkable figure. The residual sword energy within the text was likely a pinnacle that most sword cultivators could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Now, Gu Min was eager to uncover the identity of the exceptional sword cultivator who penned this manual from Dushan. When he turned to the bookworm, the latter already sensed Gu Min's curiosity. Wanjinren came the reply. It was the first time Gu Min had heard this name, and in that instant, he felt that the name of this Dushan ancestor resonated far more beautifully than that of his own master. It was only upon comparison that he discerned a subtle, peculiar sense of awkwardness between the two. The bookworm, smiling, remarked, "This is quite an interesting tale, though it may take a while to recount." Gu Min settled by the window, suddenly feeling less hurried. He softly replied, "I am all ears." The bookworm stood up, adjusted his attire, and slowly began to speak. Wanjinren may not have been the strongest sword cultivator in Dushan's history, but he is undoubtedly the most memorable one. The name Wanjinren is often invoked alongside the rise and fall of Dushan. Several millennia ago, the founding patriarch established the Dushan sword sect. Centuries later, Dushan began to carve out a place among the sword sects of the continent, gradually coming into the spotlight of practitioners. After another few hundred years, Dushan's reputation soared, becoming quite esteemed in the southern regions. However, due to the absence of any extraordinary prodigies within the sect, it could not ascend to the ranks of the continent's foremost sword sections. At that time, the sect leader was Jinren, who was determined to revitalize Dushan through numerous efforts. Although his attempts ultimately bore no fruit, they marked a significant beginning for Dushan. After Jinren's passing, his disciple Jinren ascended to the position of sect leader, which was approximately 1,000 years ago. Jinren was a true genius of Dushan, advancing at an astonishing pace and soon reaching the pinnacle of the world. This heralded the first glorious moment in Dushan's history. Jinren journeyed north with his sword, battling several great masters of the sword path within a year, ultimately becoming the foremost sword master. He was the first sword master of Dushan, marking the true dawn of its brilliance. In the following decades, Dushan flourished with a plethora of talents, and with Jinren leading the way. It swiftly became the premier sword sect in the south. Yet, even then, it could only maintain its position and struggled to advance further. 200 years later, Jinren passed away, and the mantle of sect leader was taken up by Jinren. Jinren was also a rare prodigy. Yet his most commendable trait was his leadership. By the time he assumed leadership, Dushan was already in a state of disarray. However, within a few years of his leadership, Dushan became as unified as ever. Meanwhile, the world was engulfed in flames of war, as several nations fought for unification. Almost all sects in the world chose a nation, and Qishan selected Ningguo, which later became the Great Ning Dynasty. Gu Min naturally understood that this was the last dynasty in the world to unify the land. The bookworm nodded. The reason Ningguo could ascend to the status of Great Ning was largely due to Qishan's contributions. Qishan dedicated itself to Ningguo, engaging in numerous endeavors, with even Master Changyao occasionally appearing on the battlefields alongside the formidable practitioners of various sections. During that time, the sword cultivators of Qishan were the most feared by all sections. Years later, the Great War concluded, and Ningguo unified the world, establishing what is now the last great unified dynasty, the Great Ning Dynasty. Consequently, Qishan naturally became the closest ally of the Great Ning Dynasty, which, at the time, commanded respect across the seas, driving the barbarian tribes from the continent. Within the dynasty, countless powerful practitioners emerged, and no sect dared to challenge the Great Ning. Emperor Ningxi was universally recognized as the strongest among them. It was during this period that Qishan formally established itself as the foremost sect of the sword, with 3 consecutive generations of sword masters hailing from Qishan, leading to the assertion that Qishan possessed 8/10 of the world's swordsmanship. Although the bookworm spoke of Master Wanyan, he was, in fact, recounting the history of Qishan, knowledge that every new disciple of Qishan ought to possess. Every sect experiences cycles of rise and fall. Qishan's decline stemmed from the disintegration of the Great Ning Dynasty. After 400 years of unification, even the Great Ning could not escape the annals of history. At that time, heroes emerged, and warlords rose, with everyone aspiring to establish a new dynasty atop the ruins of the Great Ning, while Qishan remained steadfastly behind it. To preserve this decaying dynasty, the sword cultivators of Qishan persevered, ultimately diminishing gradually. However, Qishan did not falter during that time, as it was then that Master Wanyan joined Qishan. He was a youth brought back from the capital of Ningwa by the then leader of Qishan, a boy whose eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars. At that time, Qishan was already in decline, and gifted practitioners would not typically choose to join. Yet, Master Wanyun made that choice. Upon entering the mountain gate, he swiftly showcased his extraordinary talent. Within a mere 20 years, he became the preeminent figure among his generation. A century later, he attained the Golden Threshold realm, becoming the last Golden Threshold sword cultivator in Qishan's history. This marked the final brilliance of Qishan. Master Wanyun never claimed the title of Sword Master, yet he was hailed by the Sword Court and Sword House as the most formidable force in 500 years. The bookworm murmured, "His sword is pure." At that time, Qishan was on the brink of collapse, and countless sword cultivators cast their gaze upon the mountain. Master Wanyan understood that he could not merely guard the mountain gate. He chose to traverse the world. His journey was not merely for leisure, but to confront those sword cultivators who threatened Qishan. In just a few years, he had slain 2 Golden Threshold sword cultivators. To resolve Qishan's plight, Master Wanyan employed 4 words: and killing with killing. All sword cultivators harboring ill intent towards Qishan fell beneath his blade, compelling other sword sects to retreat, fearful of provoking this harbinger of death. Though many have contemplated the demise of the illustrious Master Wanyan, for reasons unknown, the esteemed leader of the sword path refrained from intervening, and no other sword practitioners possessed the prowess to challenge him. Thus, under the watchful presence of Master Wanyan, Mount D enjoyed 2 centuries of tranquility. However, perfection is an elusive concept. Despite Master Wanyan's formidable strength, he could not withstand the relentless passage of time. 2 centuries later, he departed from this world, leaving Mount D unprotected, making it increasingly difficult for anyone to reverse the tide of despair. Day by day, Mount D languished, and by the time Gu Min ascended its gates, 3 generations had passed without anyone learning the art of the sword. Consequently, in contemporary discourse about swordsmanship, Mount D was seldom mentioned. The previous owner of the Zhuyuzhu was none other than Master Wanyan himself. Upon reaching this point, the bookworm fell silent. The history of Mount D undoubtedly held tales more captivating than his words, yet now they had all turned to dust. Gu Min gazed down at the tome of sword scriptures, authored by Master Wanyan, which chronicled his unparalleled swordsmanship. Silent and contemplative, Gu Min understood that what lay in his hands was not only his own destiny but also that of Mount D. Just days prior, he had found it absurd to be entrusted with the mantle of the next sect leader on his very first day at the mountain. Yet now he sensed a cosmic orchestration at play. The middle-aged man who had appeared in his mind when the Zhuyuzhu transformed back into its original form must surely have been Master Wanyan. At this moment, he had fortuitously selected the scripture composed by Master Wanyan. Indeed, it seemed he was the fabled chosen one. Leaning against the window, Gu Min suddenly broke into a foolish grin. With this scripture in hand, and having already purified his body and comprehended the heart of Mount D's teachings, his next course of action was naturally to delve into the study of the sword scriptures. Swallowing hard, he stared at the tome left by Master Wanyan and turned to inquire, "This time, nothing catastrophic will occur, will it?" The first opening had unleashed an overwhelming torrent of sword energy. If this time proved equally tumultuous, how could he hope to study it? The bookworm, having returned to his seat, smiled and shook his head, offering no further commentary. With a sense of calm settling over him, Gu Min prepared to open the scripture for the second time. As he unfurled the bamboo slips, he noted that the entire manuscript contained a mere 100 characters, a stark contrast to other sword scriptures. Judging by Master Wanyan's character, being a prodigious talent himself, he likely would not have felt the need to explicate every detail for posterity. A scant 100 characters indicated that Master Wanyan had indeed considered the future of Mount D. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might have simply concluded with a single stroke of sword energy. Gu Min focused intently, and within a brief moment, he had committed the 100 characters to memory. Immediately, he felt a profound admiration for Master Wanyan. To elucidate this concise content in detail would require at least several thousand words. Yet, Master Wanyan had distilled it into a mere 100. Revealing the extraordinary depth of his understanding of the sword path. This was the radiant legacy that Mount D deserved. Contemplating this revelation, Gu Min felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. his eyes sparkling with hope and a myriad of other emotions. The bookworm gazed at the scene before him, and memories of the time when the headmaster of Dushan brought the esteemed Lake Cloud to the mountain flooded his mind. At that moment, Lake Cloud stood atop Dushan, surveying the disciples below with unwavering courage, radiating nothing but brilliance and hope. Gumin began to formally study the sword scripture imparted by Lake Cloud. He fixated on the initial phrases, momentarily lost in thought. The opening lines of the scripture were succinct yet profound. The Qi returns to the Qi mansion, forming the sword tree. The tree bears branches and leaves, and then yields sword fruits. Previously, Asang had elucidated the foundational principles, indicating that upon absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, a Qi mansion would emerge above the dantian within the body. The purpose of this Qi mansion was to transmute the cosmic energies into personal vitality for one's own use. As a conduit, the Qi mansion traditionally allowed only the energies of the universe to pass through. Asang had not mentioned that the cultivation of sword practitioners involved gathering all cosmic energy within the Qi mansion. Perhaps the senior sister had never studied the path of sword cultivation, hence her ignorance? Gumin pondered silently, and soon concluded that since he alone was delving into the sword practice, many aspects would require his own exploration. How to cultivate the sword tree, how to produce branches and leaves, and how to bear sword fruits were all matters he needed to contemplate himself. In fact, had he merely been a bit more diligent in perusing other sword scriptures, he would have realized that the path of sword cultivation was not so singular. At least in the scriptures authored by other sword practitioners, it certainly was not the same. This particular sword path was a unique creation of Lake Cloud. Regrettably, having already committed himself to Lake Cloud, Gumin had lost all interest in consulting other sword scriptures, thereby unwittingly embarking on a path distinct from that of all worldly sword practitioners. Calming his mind, Gumin closed his eyes and employed the method outlined in the foundational principles to guide the vital energy within him into the Qi mansion. He had already stepped into the initial realm. In any case, he could be considered a practitioner, for all practitioners in the world possess a Qi mansion within them. However, the level of one's cultivation determines the size of the Qi mansion, and at even higher realms, the Qi mansion transforms into something else entirely. This entity is known as the golden threshold, and practitioners at that level are referred to as golden threshold cultivators. Presently, those at the initial realm are termed Qi mansion practitioners. Why is it so large? Gumin was taken aback, for upon introspection, he discovered that his Qi mansion was not merely the size of a droplet of water, as Asang had described, but rather the size of an egg. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? Gumin found himself bewildered. In truth, just over 10 days prior, he had become a practitioner of the initial realm, and at that time, his Qi mansion had indeed been the size of a droplet. However, after consuming half a fish, a rare creature from Dushan that only those of considerable cultivation could safely ingest, he, as a novice practitioner, nearly lost his life. Fortunately, the venerable Chang Yi intervened and expelled the fish's flesh from his body. Nonetheless, Gumin had reaped significant benefits. A portion of the cosmic essence contained within the fish had entered his body and swiftly surged into his Qi mansion. Originally, even in such circumstances, he could merely be considered to possess a slightly greater reservoir of energy than the average novice practitioner. However, upon comprehending the sword classic, it was as if he had undergone the rigorous honing of countless disciples of the Dingshan sect, which in turn expanded his energy reservoir significantly. Each level of cultivation has a typical range for the size of one's energy reservoir. Only those exceptionally gifted practitioners exceed these limits. Gumin, undoubtedly a prodigy, had surpassed them by a considerable margin. Generally, a novice practitioner's energy reservoir might be the size of a raindrop, while those with a larger reservoir, akin to a pearl, would be prioritized for cultivation by their sect. Should one possess an energy reservoir the size of a jujube, they would be safeguarded by the sect, regarded as a cornerstone for the future century. Yet, at this moment, Gumin's energy reservoir was the size of a chicken egg. If this were to spread, the Dingshan sect would likely face annihilation at the hands of various sects, and Gumin would become the focal point of contention among them, with even several practitioners at the golden threshold vying for him. This might even attract the attention of the rulers of the four seas, particularly that renowned female sword immortal, the paragon of swordsmanship. However, Gumin, the very subject of this matter, remained blissfully unaware. After a brief moment of astonishment, he shifted his gaze to his energy reservoir, which, at present, was empty. Aside from the continuous influx of natural energy and the outflow of his own energy, there was nothing else within. According to the teachings of the late Master Wan Yun, the first step in cultivation is to completely retain this natural energy, forming it into a sword tree. Yet, how to retain this natural energy posed Gu Min's first dilemma. The subsequent challenge was how to forge it into a sword tree. There were many questions awaiting his resolution. Master Wan Yun had merely outlined what should be done without imparting the methods, assuming that a practitioner of his caliber could easily accomplish it. Without considering how a novice disciple of Dingshan could achieve such a feat no longer introspective, Gu Min opened his eyes. True to his usual approach, he recognized that exploring solutions independently was a last resort. The optimal course of action was to seek the guidance of someone knowledgeable. Thus, he turned his gaze immediately towards the bookworm. "Senior, I have a question to ask." Surprisingly, the bookworm did not respond. Gu Min attempted again. Senior, the bookworm merely cast his eyes down upon the bamboo slip in his hands, displaying no inclination to engage. Gu Min discerned that the bookworm was resolutely unwilling to address his inquiries, despite his belief that the elder surely possessed the answers. Rubbing his cheeks, Gu Min struggled to rise, contemplating seeking his benefactor for counsel. The esteemed Master Chang'e, being the highest in cultivation and viewing Gu Min as the hope of Dingshan, would undoubtedly respond to his queries. However, just as he took a step forward, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed. The bookworm glanced over in surprise. So hungry, Gu Min managed to utter those two words before succumbing to unconsciousness. It turned out he had fainted from hunger. Indeed, as a mere novice practitioner, he has yet to attain the state of fasting, and, after enduring relentless torment for several days without a drop of nourishment, even a cultivator would find it insufferable. The bookworm shook his head when suddenly a figure descended from the heavens, entering through the gaping hole in the roof, a manifestation of sword energy. The figure was none other than Luoxue. Upon landing, she beheld Gu Min lying on the ground, unconscious and seemingly lifeless. Given Gu Min's current frail state, Luoxue's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze brimming with unshed tears. With trembling lips, she inquired, "Junior brother, have you passed away? Master, you must save him. What shall we do if he is gone? Where else could we find such a handsome junior brother?" She implored, "Senior sister, please save him. He cannot die." Luoxue, witnessing the anxious expressions of her master and senior sister by her side, felt an urgency that nearly overwhelmed her, yet neither of them responded. They gazed at the unconscious Gu Min, their expressions laden with an inexplicable emotion. After a prolonged silence, Master Chang'e sighed, initially. "I believed his only distinction lay in his exceptional talent in being chosen by the candlelight pearl, alongside a resemblance to my youth. However, it appears I have underestimated him." Asa nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting her master's view. Previously, they had examined Gu Min's condition and understood the cause of his fainting, yet during their investigation, they uncovered something extraordinary: Gu Min's chi palace, which was remarkably vast. When Asen first entered the novice stage, her chi palace was no larger than a pearl, and through her diligent cultivation, she had since ascended to a considerable level. In contrast, Gu Min's spiritual palace was the size of a whole egg. In terms of innate talent, Gu Min undoubtedly ranks among the finest of the younger generation in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps he is indeed the chosen one by the heavens for the revival of the Yishan sect. Asen nodded, beginning to believe that Gu Min could very well be the hope for the resurgence of their sect. Master Chang'e stroked his beard, his eyes sparkling with joy. It was evident that, regardless of the sword's scriptures he chose, his ultimate achievements would be monumental. However, it was imperative to guide him properly. Should he stray into the path of darkness, it would be a loss for the entire swordsmanship lineage. With a weighty tone, Master Chang'e remarked, "I can already envision Gu Min wielding a sword, triumphing over numerous sword masters without defeat." At this moment, he yearned to pray once more for the ancestors of Yishan to bless him in breaking through his limits. "Your words resonate deeply, Master. I shall diligently watch over junior brother, ensuring he becomes the pillar of Yishan," Asen declared earnestly, her sincerity unmistakable. The venerable Chang'e nodded with great satisfaction, preparing to impart further wisdom to his two disciples. However, he was abruptly halted by Luoxue, who seized his sleeve, her large, watery eyes fixed upon him. And with an almost pleading tone, she implored, "Master, is the junior disciple on the brink of demise? Please, intervene and save him." With a sudden realization, Chang'e smacked his forehead, recalling that it was indeed time to rescue his disciple. Having previously contemplated the state of the young man's vital energy, he had momentarily lost sight of this pressing matter. If one were to reflect upon the life experiences of the forgetful old man, they might conclude that Chang Yi was, in fact, rather absent-minded. Your junior disciple is my future in the realm of D Mountain, Chang Yi declared solemnly. I shall certainly take action to heal him. Step aside. With a serious expression, he rummaged through his robes and produced 2 steamed buns. A man of simple pleasures, he relished grilling fish, but he could also prepare toasted buns. Holding the 2 buns in hand, Chang Yi approached Gu Min, intending to feed him. In countless ailments, there exist countless remedies. For Gu Min's predicament, nothing could surpass the humble steamed bun. Asang turned away, unable to bear the sight of her junior brother's distress, while Luoxue, wide-eyed and bewildered, was paralyzed with confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. To be precise, Gu Min was roused from his stupor by the buns. By the time he awoke, the instigator, Chang Yi, had already vanished, leaving only Asang and Luoxue in the room. Upon awakening, Gu Min immediately drank a large pot of water to wash down the stale buns. He then turned to Asang and inquired, Sister, how can one harness the energy of heaven and earth within the vital chamber without it escaping? His entire being was consumed with the teachings of the late Yingdu sword manual, leaving no room for distractions. Asang, though surprised by his question, was a profound practitioner with extensive knowledge. She understood the solution instinctively. By operating the latter half of the foundational mind method, the energy of heaven and earth would naturally flow into the vital chamber and remain there, subsequently filling it to the brim. Calmly, she explained. Once the latter half of the mind method is initiated, the energy from the heavens and earth will still circulate through your body's meridians. Regarding the methods of sword cultivation, Asang lacked the specifics, but she was determined to provide guidance to her junior brother. While she did not articulate precisely which segment should be utilized, Gu Min understood well enough. He was not concerned about future challenges. His mind fixated solely on the principle. Energy returns to the vital chamber, nurturing the sword tree. As for subsequent issues, they could be addressed in due course. With this thought in mind, Gu Min sprang from his bed, expressed his gratitude to Asang, and hurriedly departed, clearly intent on returning to the bamboo pavilion to continue his cultivation. As Luoxue gazed at Gu Min's retreating figure, her eyes momentarily filled with tears. She had been so worried about her junior apprentice, and upon seeing him in distress, she had even brought him to their master for healing. Yet, after awakening, he did not cast a single glance her way before departing. How could she not feel heartbroken? Asang, noticing her junior sister's emotional turmoil, pondered briefly before bluntly inquiring, Do you have feelings for him? Being a practitioner untouched by romantic affairs and possessing a straightforward nature, she naturally addressed the crux of the matter. Luoxue's face flushed suddenly. She herself was uncertain whether she truly liked her junior apprentice. However, witnessing his injury pained her deeply. But what did it matter? He was a eunuch. The thought lingered. She could not harbor feelings for him. A shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes as she uttered this. Luoxue struggled to comprehend. She understood the concepts of liking and disliking. Yet why could one not have affection? The sect rules did not prohibit disciples from becoming partners. So why this notion of being unable to like? Asang, with a calm demeanor, responded, He is a eunuch. Luoxue knew this was a secret she bore alone, yet she felt compelled to voice it, aware of her sister's nature. If she did not clarify, her sister would not let it rest. A eunuch? Asang furrowed her brow. During her earlier inquiry into Gu Min, she had discovered that his aura was vast and his body whole, not lacking in any way. Moreover, had he indeed been incomplete, their master would have recognized it during the apprenticeship initiation. While a flawed body does not hinder cultivation, many sects would dismiss such individuals, deeming them deficient. However, Gu Min exhibited no such issues. He was not only handsome, but also possessed numerous commendable qualities. Unsure of the basis for her junior sister's assertion, Asang resolved to reveal the truth. He is quite remarkable, without any flaws. Having spoken these words, Asang chose to disregard Luoxue further and departed. For Gu Min had officially embarked on his cultivation journey and would inevitably face numerous challenges ahead. As his elder sister, she needed to elevate her own realm to better protect him. With Asang gone, Luoxue found herself alone, softly murmuring her sister's words. After repeating them several times, she raised her head, gritted her teeth, and almost spat out 2 words with fervor. Gu Min. Had she not perceived him as a eunuch during their first encounter? Even if he were exceptionally handsome, she would never have permitted him to apply medicine to her, let alone the subsequent incident of him reaching into her bosom to retrieve the candle pearl. Recalling these moments filled her with indignation, quickly followed by a sense of despondency. Clearly, her junior apprentice was not a eunuch. Why had he not disclosed this to her? In her mind, he was certainly not the type to harbor ill intentions against her. Yet he remained silent. Why? Luoxue cradled her chin in her hand, utterly perplexed. At this moment, Gumin, back in the bamboo house, had successfully retained the essence of the universe within his chi residence. As he contemplated how to cultivate a sword tree, the essence began to contract violently, ultimately crystallizing into an ancient, diminutive sword. This sword plunged forcefully into the ground of the chi residence, taking root as if it were sprouting a tree. The archaic sword resembled a small tree, echoing the first line of the sword scripture by Master Wanyun, which speaks of the essence returning to the chi residence to nurture the sword tree. Gumin gazed at the sword tree, pondering how it would grow branches and leaves, eventually bearing sword fruits. The transformations within the chi residence persisted. Following the emergence of the sword tree, white sword energy began to sprout from its branches, delicate strands extending outward like fine threads, while the internal cultivation technique commenced its operation. These white threads slowly departed from the chi residence, resembling a tree that had blossomed with countless leaves. This was indeed the growth of branches and leaves. Gumin silently nodded in agreement. The profound words of Master Wanyun, while seemingly complex, were merely an introduction to sword cultivation, not an insurmountable challenge. However, once the sword tree had reached this state, the chi residence fell into tranquility. As the essence of the universe flowed in and filled the chi residence, it transformed into vital energy that surged outward, enveloping his entire being, leaving little else to transpire. But what of the sword fruit? Fixated on the sword tree, Gumin contemplated the final phrase of the first passage of Master Wanyun's scripture. According to his previous understanding, if the sword tree had borne leaves, would it not eventually yield fruit? Was it a matter of insufficient attainment? Although this was merely an introductory passage, Gumin harbored doubts that the production of sword fruits necessitated a formidable level of cultivation as a foundation. Upon this reflection, Gumin resolved to cease his introspection and delve into the next segment of the scripture. Yet, moments later, he found himself momentarily stunned. Murmuring to himself, the essence returning to the chi residence is an action to be taken. The formation of the sword tree is its resultant effect. If branches and leaves exist, then the bearing of sword fruits should not imply a literal fruit from the sword tree, but perhaps an abstract expression. It suggests that with these preceding actions, one will attain results. The sword fruit is not a fruit per se, but the fruits of cultivation. Having only begun his practice a mere fortnight prior, and aside from the initial day when Sister Asang elucidated the foundational techniques, no one had elaborated upon the nuances of cultivation for him. His knowledge was scant. Yet it was this limited understanding that allowed him to unveil the true significance of Master Wanyun's inaugural line. Such perceptiveness was rare. Perhaps it would take centuries for anyone in the Aishan lineage to achieve such clarity. While the majority would certainly be preoccupied with the question of whether the sword tree bore fruit, Gumin sensed that the absence of sword fruits was indeed correct. How could someone as formidable as Master Wanyun pen such commonplace words? Unable to restrain his admiration for Master Wanyun, he sought to affirm his own judgment. With this thought, he withdrew from his introspection and opened his eyes. It had been over half a month since he first turned his awareness inward to explore his chi residence. Once a practitioner immerses themselves in their cultivation, it is not uncommon for them to remain in this state for not just half a month, but even for 10 or 8 years. At this moment, it was already midnight, and the stars outside hung beautifully in the firmament. Gumin had gazed at the stars countless times, yet never had he found any sight as enchanting as this. He fixated on those celestial bodies, momentarily reluctant to divert his gaze. Should one reach the starry realm, they would surely find greater delight in this night sky. The bookworm spoke gently, his tone as rich as ever. The starry realm. Gumin understood it to be the 8th stage of cultivation, yet he remained unaware of the unique qualities this realm possessed. The stars, varying in distance from us, revealed only those nearest to ordinary eyes, and even these were but a few. Upon attaining the starry realm, one would possess the ability to perceive distant stars, a vast sea of constellations, perhaps the most magnificent vista on Earth. However, such a spectacle is destined to be witnessed by only a select few. The bookworm, still smiling, continued softly. Gumin fell silent for a moment before shaking his head, speaking with utmost sincerity. The most splendid sight in the world is the sunset over Yingdu. This was something he had never grown weary of after over a decade of admiration. In Gumin's eyes, no other place or scenery could rival the sunset of Yingdu. and his only regret was that Yingdu no longer existed, and thus, the sunset might forever remain unseen. The bookworm did not refute this, perhaps recognizing the emotion reflected in Gu Min's expression, and simply inquired, "What do you intend to do now?" "I believe I must find some books to read. My knowledge is far too limited, and I fear encountering issues while studying the sword canon." Gu Min's fervent interest in cultivation remained unwavering. Yet he understood that embarking on his journey with only a superficial grasp could lead to significant troubles. Hence, he was willing to slow his pace slightly to enrich the knowledge within his mind. The bookworm gestured toward the bamboo slips beside him, calmly stating, "These are all things you should know." Clearly, these had been specially prepared for Gu Min, as the bookworm had anticipated his needs. Gu Min did not glance at the slips but instead asked earnestly, "Why do you assist me so, senior?" The bookworm, typically indifferent to matters beyond reading, seemed unusually gentle, almost human in his demeanor. Aside from his initial disregard for Gu Min, his subsequent assistance had been substantial. "You bear a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine. While your temperament differs, your talent and appearance are quite alike." He too was a remarkably handsome youth, yet far more prideful than you, the bookworm revealed openly, recalling the first and last friend he had made after gaining sentience. Those bamboo slips were not housed within this bamboo pavilion. In other words, the pavilion contained only the sword canon. The content of those slips had been crafted by the bookworm over the past fortnight, having read countless books. He had no difficulty in producing such simple writings. The primary issue was whether he was willing to write them. He wrote, and naturally, there were no issues. With the simplest of strokes, he articulated all that practitioners ought to know, such as the realms of cultivation, the nuances to be mindful of at each stage, the various sects in existence, their standings, and even notable figures among practitioners in recent years. Among the most illustrious are the emperors of the southern and northern dynasties, as well as the rulers of the four seas surrounding this continent. These individuals represent the most formidable practitioners in the current realm of cultivation. If one were to insist on matters related to Dingshan, one must mention the sword court of Nanling, the most powerful sword sect in that region, which is indeed intertwined with all sword schools in Nanling. Another noteworthy figure is the female sword immortal who resides in the sea. With her singular presence, she surpasses countless sword cultivators, a phenomenon unprecedented throughout history. The bookworm felt a wave of admiration, while Gu Min appeared somewhat entranced. This woman had been mentioned by his master previously, and now her presence here seemed to signify an insurmountable figure in the world of sword practitioners. However, those names felt distant to him. Gu Min collected his thoughts, returned to the window, and resolved to dedicate a few days to thoroughly peruse these scrolls. The bookworm fell silent, having spoken enough in recent days. He made a decision. For the ensuing years, he would refrain from conversing with Gu Min. Had Gu Min been aware of this resolution, he would surely regret having spoken so freely, for it was likely he would linger in this bamboo loft for an extended period, and enduring such solitude would be quite taxing. Yet, in this moment, oblivious to the bookworm's intentions, Gu Min focused intently on the bamboo slips before him. Despite the inky darkness of night, it did not hinder his ability to read the contents inscribed upon them. Becoming a practitioner, he realized, set one apart from mere mortals. As Gu Min studied the scrolls diligently, the bookworm observed the youth under the starlit sky. The stars outside and the boy by the window combined to create a breathtaking tableau. The night was as dark as ink, and Chang'e, the immortal, continued his customary fish grilling before the thatched cottage. However, this time, he did not take the reins himself. It was a Sang who wielded the knife beside him. Years ago, Chang'e had imparted the art of grilling fish to a Sang, and after mastering it, she had only prepared fish for him a handful of times before deeming her tutelage complete. Over the subsequent decades, despite numerous requests from Chang'e, a Sang remained unmoved, her focus solely on her cultivation, showing little interest in various matters. Yet tonight, she took the initiative. The aroma wafted through the air, likely discernible for miles around. "Master, that previous fish was deliberately allowed for my junior sister to steal," she stated assertively, not as a question but a declaration. Reclining on a bamboo chair, Chang'e faced his eldest disciple, prepared to engage sincerely. After all, this disciple was not easily swayed. She embodied the future of Dingshan, which had fallen into decline. If he did not expedite her progress, what could possibly be achieved? Such a matter could only be foolishly conceived by Luoxue, who believed she could stealthily abscond with a fish under the watchful gaze of her master. Whether it be a Sang, the esteemed Chang'e Jinren, or even Gu Min, perhaps they could discern the underlying nuances of the situation. Nonetheless, it is somewhat regrettable that the fish, which absorbed merely a fraction of the celestial energies, would evoke the disapproval of the ancestors of Dingshan, who would undoubtedly reproach their disciple for squandering resources and may even withhold their blessings for future breakthroughs. At this juncture, Chanyi Jinren chuckled softly, shifting the conversation's focus. Yet, an open-minded figure like Wanyun Jinren would surely commend his disciple, affirming that he had performed admirably. A saying, with her gaze fixed on the roasting fish, twirled the stick in her hand, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. The Zhu had chosen the junior disciple, who, upon entering the sect, selected the sword scripture left behind by Wanyun Jinren. With the initial stages of comprehension and the bookworm's favorable disposition towards him, the junior disciple could indeed be seen as the future of Dingshan. However, had the master formulated any plans for his next steps? In this world of cultivators, the path is often similar. Either they endure years or even decades of arduous training within the sect before descending the mountain to hone their skills, with the resolute possibly achieving great success. Yet, many cultivators may wander through the mortal realm for a lifetime, achieving little. Since Gu Min was cultivating Wanyun Jinren's sword scripture, the arduous path of mountain training may not be suitable for him, especially in the long term. Perhaps in a few years, Gu Min would find himself compelled to leave the mountain, but at this moment, with Dingshan in decline, should he descend and his background be revealed to other sects, only two outcomes would await him, either recruitment by another sect or demise in the wilderness. A genius disciple from a fallen sword sect would face no other fate. Being a caged bird on the mountain was certainly not conducive for him. Chanyi Jinren furrowed his brow. As this had been his greatest concern in recent days, his disciple was indeed the future of Dingshan, yet the means of nurturing him remained uncertain. As the head of the sect, he could not personally descend to safeguard his disciple. Shall I go? A saying volunteered, for in certain respects, she understood her master better than anyone else. Chanyi Jinren chuckled. What difference would it make whether you go or I do? Does your being a woman somehow expedite your junior disciple's progress? A saying pondered earnestly about her junior disciple, whom she had scarcely met, and replied seriously, it is possible. Chanyi Jinren found himself momentarily at a loss for words, silently taking the roasted fish, biting into it before muttering indistinctly, in any case, it makes little difference. Spare your thoughts. After uttering this, he paused his feast, raising his head as an ancient memory resurfaced. The head of Dingshan then broke into a smile, appearing somewhat lecherous, yet more so resigned. Indeed, it was just as he thought. On the 30th day after the sword tree had taken root in his energy center, Gu Min perused the bamboo slips. Upon completing his reading, he felt compelled to introspect once more, only to discover that the sword tree bore no sword fruits, nor did it exhibit any signs of flowering. Coupled with the insights gleaned from the bamboo slips, he gradually comprehended an essential truth. The term sword fruit was merely an abstract expression and would not manifest physically within him. Thus, the emergence of the sword tree in his energy center and the appearance of those white threads could be deemed as the completion of the first stage described in the sword scripture. This implied that he had officially become a sword cultivator, and that status had been attained 30 days prior. While this pace was not particularly rapid, considering he was studying the sword scripture authored by the late Master Wanyun, it was indeed remarkably swift. Perhaps even the reincarnated Wanyun would not have anticipated that a descendant of Dingshan could unravel the profound essence of his work so expeditiously. Gu Min felt a surge of excitement and turned to the bookworm, exclaiming, Senior, I understand. However, the bookworm remained immersed in the text, offering no response. Confused by the silence, Gu Min called out again, yet still received no acknowledgement. He rubbed his head, a wave of helplessness washing over him. How hungry he felt after a month of fervently studying the bamboo slips. Had it not been for the sword tree's continuous absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, he might have found himself in an unfortunate state. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as a shadow appeared before him. Clad in white, Luoxue stood before Gu Min, the noise having arisen from her placing a bamboo basket down. The reason for such a commotion was the basket brimming with fluffy buns. Here you go, junior brother. Luoxue smiled. Her beauty as captivating as ever. Knowing that her junior had just embarked on his journey and still required sustenance, she had devoted an entire month to prepare this generous basket of buns. As for why it took a month, the answer was simple. She initially lacked the skill to make them. Upon learning the process, she required time to practice. While others might take mere days, for Luoxue, it took at least 10 days. But what if she was dissatisfied with the buns produced after those 10 days? Naturally, she would need to start anew. It was essential for the first batch she made for her junior brother to be perfect. With this mindset, Luoxue persistently researched and tirelessly began anew, resulting in the delectable buns presented to Gu Min. Of course, the hardships she endured during this time were not something she could share with him. Instead, she merely smiled at Gu Min and said, "Junior brother, do try them." Gu Min grunted in affirmation, his hunger becoming overwhelming. While the sword tree could currently sustain him, it did not mean he could forego food entirely. "Thank you, senior sister," he expressed, his fondness for Luoxue growing, leading him to forgive her previous mischief once more. Yet, as he grasped the steamed bun, Gu Min sensed something was amiss. He squeezed it firmly. The bun, which should have yielded under his grip, showed no sign of deformation. Gu Min forcefully slammed the bun against the ground, producing a resounding thud. Upon inspecting the bun again, he found it utterly unscathed. "Senior sister, is this what you call a steamed bun?" Gu Min gazed at the large basket overflowing with buns, pondering how many lives he would need to consume such a quantity. Luoxue's expression faltered slightly, yet she softly urged, "Just take a bite. Perhaps it tastes delightful?" Gu Min resolutely shook his head, convinced that if he were to ingest this bun, he would undoubtedly be deemed an extraordinarily foolish youth. "Junior brother." Luoxue tugged at his sleeve, swaying persistently, even resorting to a bit of playful coaxing. Gu Min remained silent, deliberately turning away to avoid the sight of his unfortunate senior sister. "If you refuse to eat, I shall inform Master of your previous misconduct towards me. Master despises such lecherous disciples." When her gentle persuasion proved ineffective, Luoxue opted for a more forceful approach. "Senior sister, where does one even begin with such accusations?" Gu Min replied, a hint of guilt creeping in, yet he maintained a stance of denial, asserting that he had done nothing wrong. "Senior sister informed me that you were not a eunuch, yet you once gazed upon me." Luoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Were it not to compel Gu Min to eat the bun, she would never have broached such a topic. "Hand me the bun," Gu Min interjected, swiftly halting Luoxue. This was his greatest concern since entering Taizan. He had not anticipated that his predicament would unravel so swiftly. In a bid to preserve his life, he resolved to endure whatever torment awaited him. Luoxue handed over the bun, smiling at him encouragingly. Gu Min mustered a smile that he deemed satisfactory, then gradually placed the bun into his mouth, taking an even slower bite. Chewing, collapsing to the ground. An uninterrupted sequence. Gu Min lay sprawled on the floor, his expression unchanged, his heart as tranquil as still water. Indeed, the torment would not cease. Gu Min believed that his resolve was sufficiently steadfast. However, after sampling the steamed buns crafted by Luoxue, he lamentably discovered a truth. No matter how composed and unflappable he attempted to be, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation when confronted with the peculiar creations of his senior sister. Despite this, Luoxue showed little empathy for her junior disciple's sentiments, often wielding his discomfort as leverage, insisting on bringing her so-called delicacies to the bamboo loft to observe her diligent junior. According to her reasoning, he had yet to reach the stage where he could forego sustenance. After all, how could one endure the rigors of cultivation without proper nourishment? Little did she know that at that moment, Gu Min had firmly resolved to elevate his cultivation level swiftly, in hopes of never again encountering such bizarre dishes. With this thought in mind, on a particular morning 3 months later, Gu Min, suppressing the urge to vomit, finished a plate of tofu prepared by Luoxue. He placed his chopsticks beside the dish, wiped his mouth, and spoke, "Senior sister, I shall no longer partake in food." Luoxue, her attention still fixated on Gu Min's countenance, instinctively prepared to wield her proverbial leverage against her junior, saying, "If you do not eat." However, her words faltered, for she realized he had declared he would not eat, not that he would abstain from her culinary offerings. Though the distinction seemed minor, it was, in essence, monumental. "Junior brother, have you embraced fasting?" Luoxue exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Gu Min nodded. Over the span of 4 months, aside from the emergence of his sword tree, his energy reservoir had undergone no other transformations. During this period, apart from comprehending the contents of the sword canon, he diligently absorbed the essence of heaven and earth according to his mental discipline. By now, he had made significant strides within the initial realm, and the quantity of energy within his reservoir rivaled even that of practitioners in the second realm. "How can this be?" Luoxue exclaimed, pinching Gu Min's cheek in astonishment. "Master once said that the illustrious Lu Yin, a paragon of the history of D Mountain, required an entire year to achieve fasting. You, junior brother, have accomplished it in merely 4 months. Although D Mountain had fallen from its former glory, it had once been home to countless prodigious disciples, leaving behind a legacy of exceptional records. The feat of transitioning from the initial realm to fasting was one such record, established by an ancestor named Luoxue, who succeeded in fasting in just 1 year. This achievement marked him as a rare talent, and he was subsequently nurtured with great care, ultimately becoming a formidable practitioner in the Golden Threshold realm, renowned throughout D Mountain. In truth, it had only been 3 months, Gumin silently reflected. Had he not spent a month observing whether the sword tree would bear sword fruits after its growth, he could have succeeded in his quest for fasting in merely 3 months. Of course, his rapid progress is attributed not only to his innate talent and determination, but also to the culinary skills of Luoxue, who played a significant role in his journey. While this swift advancement in the early stages of cultivation is commendable, it does not guarantee that one will travel far in the end. The example of the esteemed Master Luoxue serves as a testament to this, as despite his exceptional talent, he could not achieve supremacy in the world. Nevertheless, Gumin's rapid progress suggests that he may indeed possess a natural affinity for cultivation. Observing Luoxue's demeanor, Gumin did not feel overly exhilarated. Although he yearned to reach the pinnacle of the Tao, he had never anticipated such swift advancement. He had been warned since childhood that the tall tree in the forest is easily felled by the wind. The reason he confided in Luoxue, aside from the closeness he shared with the few individuals on the mountain, including his senior sister and master, was primarily because he genuinely wished to cease consuming Luoxue's meals. "Little junior brother, even if you have fasted, you still cannot forego food," Luoxue said, her resolve slightly wavering, yet she remained steadfast on this matter. Preparing meals for her little junior brother had been the most joyous aspect of her days. If that were to suddenly vanish, it would surely bring her much unhappiness. There was nothing more delightful for her than seeing her junior brother enjoy the food she prepared. Gumin felt somewhat helpless. On this mountain, his clever schemes were utterly futile, and the only thing he could do was endure the trials imposed upon him while struggling to survive. "Senior sister, I must seek an audience with Master." He mentioned a significant matter. Engaging in rational discourse with a woman is often unwise, so Gumin quickly opted for a more evasive tactic. "Master has visited you in 2 months. What significant matter could arise?" Luoxue puffed her cheeks, visibly displeased. Gumin glanced at his sister, pondering how her wits seemed to have sharpened considerably over the past few months. 3 months prior, Master had visited him once, stating that after his fasting, he would come to see him. This was not a fabrication to mislead Luoxue. Indeed, this matter had occurred. Just a few days after he first enjoyed the steamed buns made by Luoxue, the often inattentive Master Chang'e had come to see him once, imparting this information. Hearing this, Luoxue responded with a simple "oh," falling silent. Ultimately, it was Master S' words that held the most weight on the mountain, and she dared not defy them. Gumin rose quickly from the bamboo house, anxious that lingering any longer might lead to unexpected complications. Master Chang'e had few particular hobbies. One might even describe him as somewhat monotonous. He rarely left the Yishan mountain, and over the years since imparting cultivation methods to his 2 disciples, he had neither accepted new students nor engaged in any endeavors to elevate the sect. Aside from occasionally catching and roasting a fish from the mountain streams, his most frequent activity was sleeping. He felt no need for a reason to sleep. As long as he desired, he could simply drift off. The most suitable place for slumber, naturally, is the bamboo chair in front of that quaint cottage. Guminli, still over a mile away from the dwelling, could already hear the thunderous snores of Master Chang'e. It is quite difficult to fathom that such a practitioner, undoubtedly of considerable cultivation, could snore as loudly as any rustic villager. As Gumin approached his master's side, he pondered how to awaken this mentor without incurring his wrath, leaving him in a state of indecision. His encounters with Master Chang'e had been rather few. From their initial meeting when he became a disciple, to their second encounter where he received a thorough beating, and finally to their third meeting, which consisted of only a few casual words from the master. Thus, he remained somewhat unacquainted with his master's temperament. Should Master Chang'e be a capricious elder, Gumin feared he might face yet another bout of punishment. Therefore, he resolved to wait for the master to awaken of his own accord. It was now deep autumn. The chill of the autumn wind was present, yet for both Master Chang'e and Gumin, it posed no significant concern, for a practitioner would not be troubled by such trivialities. However, the heavens had other plans, as dark clouds soon gathered, followed by the rumbling of thunder. Moments later, raindrops, as large as soybeans, began to fall upon the 2 individuals. Gumin frowned. contemplating utilizing his energy to dispel the rain when Master Chang'e suddenly sprang to life. "You foolish boy, it's raining, and you didn't wake your master? How can these old bones withstand such torment?" Master Chang'e scolded as he dashed under the eaves of the cottage. Gu Min hurried after him, though he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts. He could not help but silently curse his benefactor in his heart. "You little rascal, daring to secretly insult your master?" Master Chang'e stood in the cottage, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Gu Min, as if he could see through the latter's thoughts. With no choice left, Gu Min humbly lowered his head and earnestly stated, "Disciple has erred. Please punish me, master." Gu Min was still unaware of the profound techniques possessed by such a grand practitioner. When it was time to concede, he would concede. This was his usual approach to matters. Master Chang'e glanced at the heavy rain before turning his attention back to Gu Min, casually inquiring, "You were to seek me after fasting, and it has only been 3 months since you came." He paused mid-sentence, furrowing his brow slightly before relaxing into a broad smile. "Ah, my good disciple, you have indeed fasted. Truly, you are a commendable pupil. I have not misjudged you. This underscores my discerning eye, for how else could I have recognized such a promising talent in your cultivation?" Master Chang'e's demeanor remained unchanged. Upon discovering yet another surprise from Gu Min, he effortlessly dismissed prior grievances. Moreover, having spent 4 months as a disciple, Gu Min had already delivered numerous surprises, which further solidified Master Chang'e's belief that this young man was the future of Yishan, a precious gift bestowed upon it by the heavens. Gently patting Gu Min's shoulder, the venerable Chang'e spoke with earnestness. "In the pursuit of cultivation, one must not relax. My disciple, although you possess remarkable talent, you must remember to remain focused. Particularly when it comes to the allure of women, do not succumb to it prematurely. Yet, do not let this dishearten you. Rest assured, I am well aware of your path. Your 2 senior sisters on the mountain." Before the master could continue, Gu Min quickly interjected. Chang'e, having weathered many storms, understood the unspoken bond shared between men. After casting a knowing glance at Gu Min, he resumed with solemnity, "The reason I instructed you to fast and then seek me was to unveil the true essence of a sword cultivator." Reflecting on this, Gu Min's mind wandered back to a previous night, when the flickering candlelight transformed into a cerulean sword, vanquishing a ghostly foe. That image was indelibly etched in his memory. Observing Gu Min's contemplative expression, Chang'e recognized the memory he had conjured. He shook his head with a smile, remarking, "That was far from a display of true prowess. Even the sword scripture left by Master Wan Yun, when opened, reveals merely a wisp of sword energy. What lies ahead in the realm of sword cultivation is exponentially greater." Encouraged by Chang'e's words, Gu Min felt a surge of anticipation for what he would soon witness. Cultivation is merely a means. The ultimate goal is to harness formidable power. Yet, amidst this journey, the scenery along the way may very well be what sustains one's resolve. Without further ado, Chang'e fetched an oiled paper umbrella from the cottage and stepped outside, with Gu Min mimicking his actions, clutching an umbrella of his own. However, upon entering the downpour, Gu Min soon discovered that his umbrella was tattered. Indeed, without time for lamentation, he followed Chang'e slowly through the torrential rain. Just as every cultivation sect possesses a rear mountain, so too does the Yishan have its own. However, the rear mountain of Yishan bore little distinction from the peaks that lay before it. Both were scattered with stones of various sizes, devoid of any flora. Yet, there was a silver lining. In the midst of the downpour, one need not worry about muddying their shoes. As they traversed the stone-paved mountain path, Chang'e's voice gradually penetrated the curtain of rain, reaching Gu Min's ears. The path of cultivation is not solely the domain of sword cultivators. Since ancient times, countless practitioners have chosen the sword as their initial pursuit, for sword cultivation embodies a certain elegance. Initially intent on absorbing Chang'e's profound teachings, Gu Min was caught off guard by the triviality of his words, leaving him both amused and exasperated. "With a visage such as yours, once you master the sword and traverse the world, the women in the realm of cultivation will regard you with new eyes. I, too, experienced such admiration in my youth, though I regret not having pursued the sword. Otherwise, you might have had a dozen or so masters by now." As Chang'e spoke of such matters, it was as if a floodgate had opened, and he continued unabated until they reached the halfway point of the rear mountain, at which point he deftly redirected the conversation. "As a disciple of the Yishan sword sect, my exceptional abilities have set me apart in this world. The sword principles contained within the sword canon represent the path of cultivation, while the sword techniques found in the back mountains serve as methods to manifest one's mastery. During the zenith of Yishan, there were 30,000 sword cultivators, and among them, countless exemplary individuals have left behind their sword techniques. Coupled with the refinements made by the great sword masters throughout Yishan's history, it would not be an exaggeration to say that our sword techniques encompass a vast array of forms. When you encounter these techniques, feel free to select at will. If you possess the aptitude, you may learn multiple forms. The weight of Yishan's legacy is considerable, and if your shoulders are not broad enough, you may struggle to bear it. At this juncture, Gumin understood that Chang Yizhenren intended to select sword techniques on his behalf. Although Wang Yunzhenren's sword canon elucidated his sword path, it lacked the practical sword techniques to support it. For a sword cultivator, establishing one's sword path does not conflict with the study of sword techniques. Having already entered the state of fasting, Gumin was indeed ready to begin his study of Yishan's profound sword techniques. As Chang Yizhenren's voice gradually faded, they arrived before an ancient wooden pavilion, nestled amidst the rocky terrain, seemingly difficult to discover. Before the pavilion stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with numerous names, varying in height and prominence. Pausing before the tablet, Chang Yizhenren spoke gravely. These are the names of Yishan's ancestral masters. Only a true great sword immortal can have their name etched here. Gumin raised his gaze and recognized several familiar names upon the tablet, figures spoken of by the bookworm or those he had penned himself. Yet, it was the name of Wang Yunzhenren that captivated his attention. It was not positioned at the forefront, but rather in the center, evoking an indescribable sensation akin to the moon surrounded by stars. Perhaps it was pride, but how could a mere name evoke such feelings? Gumin shook his head. Dismissing further thoughts, Chang Yizhenren continued, should Yishan flourish under your stewardship, your name too shall grace this tablet. If you can restore Yishan to its former glory as the preeminent sword sect in the world, perhaps your name will be inscribed alongside that of the founding patriarch. Gumin inhaled deeply, sensing the weight of this sentiment. Perhaps this was the true sense of belonging. In that moment, he felt himself genuinely integrated into Yishan, becoming a part of its legacy. However, his master's words interrupted his reverie. I did not bring you here merely to behold this. Master, please continue, Gumin replied, standing at attention, even discarding his oiled paper umbrella. Those who have attained the starry realm can glimpse the vast sea of stars beyond the mist, a magnificent spectacle visible to all cultivators of that level. Yet, sword cultivators possess the ability to behold different stars altogether. The esteemed Master Chang, he did not keep them in suspense, soon recounting the tale with fluid eloquence. The stars observed by the sword cultivators were known as sword stars, existing within that vast sea of stars, visible solely to the sword practitioners. Moreover, they could discern which star belonged to them. In other words, these sword stars symbolized the sword cultivators themselves. With the emergence of a new sword practitioner in the world, a corresponding sword star would appear in the celestial expanse. As one's mastery of the sword path ascended, so too would the brilliance of their sword star. Conversely, upon departing this realm, that star would inevitably fall. In comparison to other practitioners, sword cultivators are not markedly different. Individuals of the same cultivation level do not gain an inherent advantage simply because they wield a sword. The true outcome of confrontations hinges on various factors, including combat experience, adaptability in the heat of battle, daily practice, and the influences of diverse environments. Yet, sword cultivators distinctly possess their own sword stars within the starry sea. Upon achieving the state of fasting, one is granted the ability to perceive their sword star. This is precisely why Master Chang Yi referred to Gumin. When one's realm is insufficient, the stone tablet serves as a means to glimpse one's own sword star. But as one's cultivation improves, external aids become unnecessary. Master Chang Yi fixated on Gumin and softly inquired, would you like to take a look? Gumin, engrossed in digesting the profound words of Master Chang Yi, naturally did not decline upon hearing this, nodding in agreement. Following Master Chang Yi's gesture, he placed his hand upon the stone tablet. The resplendent sword stars belonged to the greatest sword cultivators and even sword immortals of the present age, inviting him to witness and experience their magnificence. As Master Chang Yi spoke, Gumin closed his eyes, seeking to behold the realm of sword cultivators' starry sea. Shortly, the enveloping darkness gave way to illumination, revealing distant lights shimmering in the distance. As he drew closer, the nature of those lights became apparent. They were stars, countless stars. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive the true starry sea, nor can most practitioners glimpse the celestial domain of sword cultivators. Gu Min was unaware of what the starry sea visible only to practitioners of the profound realms might resemble, but the expanse he now witnessed was already breathtaking. Thousands of stars adorned the night sky, creating an overwhelmingly grand spectacle. The only slight disappointment lay in the varying brightness of each sword star, which imparted a somewhat peculiar feeling. Some sword stars shone brightly while others remained dim. The most radiant one hung in the distance, isolated from the others, akin to an emperor upon a lofty dais, with the remaining sword stars as its subjects, bowing in deference, unwilling to stand alongside it. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, that particular sword star would belong to the illustrious female sword immortal, the leader of the sword path. Judging by the brilliance of her star alone, it was irrefutable that she was the most formidable sword cultivator in existence. Not far from that resplendent star, several equally luminous sword stars were present, suggesting that their bearers were also remarkable figures, though undoubtedly overshadowed by the female sword immortal. In the vast expanse of the starry sea, the sword stars hung quietly, some shimmering brightly while others dimmed into obscurity. Occasionally, a star would suddenly glow more intensely, signifying the successful breakthrough of a sword cultivator. Conversely, some stars would abruptly fade and plummet from the celestial realm, marking the departure of a sword cultivator from this world. At times, the sheer number of falling stars resembled a gentle rain. Gu Min shifted his gaze from the dazzling sword stars, seeking the one that represented himself. However, after a meticulous search, he found no star that resonated with his essence. A sense of confusion washed over him. Was it due to his insufficient cultivation level? Contemplating this, he intended to withdraw his gaze from the stars. Yet, at that moment, the sword stars in the sea began to stir. As if a colossal hand had disturbed the cosmos, countless stars moved in unison, a spectacle not easily witnessed. Gu Min held his breath, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. Shortly thereafter, the stars ceased their movement, and unlike before, their positions had shifted. Accompanying this celestial rearrangement were two new stars that appeared, one after the other. The foremost star shone with unparalleled brilliance, overshadowing many already radiant sword stars. The second star, while less luminous, possessed a unique charm that captivated the eye. This star matched the size and brightness of the newly emerged sword stars, clearly belonging to a freshly advanced sword cultivator. The only distinction was that while all other stars emitted a ghostly blue glow, this new star radiated a pure white light. Amidst the cluster of azure stars, this white star appeared somewhat solitary, yet exuded a resilient spirit. Regardless, this white star had eclipsed even the most resplendent sword star, ensuring that anyone who gazed upon the starry sea would inevitably notice its presence. That is my sword star. Gu Min needed but a fleeting glance to ascertain that this star represented him. But why is it white? His eyes widened. Amidst the myriad sword stars, none was as extraordinary as his own. At the sword pavilion, on the sword observation platform, numerous disciples who had recently undergone their breakthroughs gathered under the guidance of their elders, all eager to witness their sword stars manifest in the celestial sea. Among them was a seemingly ordinary yet remarkably poised youth, standing at the center, akin to the sun amidst a constellation of stars. Junior brother Liang, he has arrived too. Junior brother Liang, has he already completed his breakthrough? Sudden exclamations erupted from those disciples who had arrived late, their expressions one of astonishment as they beheld Liang Zhao at the heart of the platform. It was noteworthy that Liang Zhao had only joined the sect a year prior. How could it be that within such a brief span, he had already reached this milestone? What an extraordinary concept this is, indeed. It represents an absolute genius in the annals of sword cultivation history. With such speed, the least that can be anticipated is that he will ultimately become a master of the golden threshold realm. After a couple of resonant calls, disciples who had previously been unaware of the situation turned their gazes toward this direction, their eyes filled with admiration and envy as they looked upon Liang Zhao. Only a few harbored feelings of jealousy. Meanwhile, the elder sword cultivators presiding over this matter smiled approvingly at Liang Zhao, their expressions reflecting their commendation. Do not create a ruckus. Although the elders were not angered, they still needed to maintain order. The elder at the forefront, named Wang Ling, held a significant position within the sword court and was Liang Zhao's master uncle. He had never taken on a disciple in his lifetime. Thus, after Liang Zhao became a disciple under the sect's leader, he regarded Liang Zhao as his own apprentice. Over the past year, he had meticulously answered all of Liang Zhao's questions regarding cultivation. Zhaoer, when the time comes to observe the stars, remember to gaze intently at that female sword immortal's sword star. It will be beneficial for your cultivation. Wang Ling spoke plainly, yet his words were clear to all present. Although he favored Liang Zhao, he did not hoard knowledge. All disciples of the sword court were equal in his eyes. Moreover, among these young disciples, several possessed exceptional talent. And with proper nurturing, they could potentially challenge the golden threshold realm. For a sect to thrive over time, it is essential to cultivate these young talents. If they flourish, the sword court's position as the foremost sword sect in Nanling will remain unshakable. The youth truly possess boundless futures. Close your eyes and observe the stars. The disciples collectively shut their eyes, including Liang Zhao. The elder felt a pang of nostalgia as he watched the vibrant youth. It reminded him of the first time he observed his own sword star under the guidance of his seniors after entering a period of fasting, a memory from over a century ago. In the past 100 years, apart from that initial occasion, he had only ventured to gaze upon the starry sea a handful of times. Each time, it was the brilliance of that female sword immortal that captivated his attention. What more was there to behold? However, today, witnessing the exuberance of the young disciples, particularly the presence of Liang Zhao, the rising star of the sword court, Wang Ling was suddenly inspired to revisit that celestial expanse. One must recognize that extraordinary sword cultivators often reveal their uniqueness from the very beginning. Whether it be through fasting within a year or the appearance of their sword star amidst celestial phenomena, Wang Ling yearned to discern what remarkable sign would accompany Liang Zhao. Thus, he closed his eyes and, in unison with the disciples, beheld the celestial sea, anticipating the events that would soon unfold. The celestial sea stirred, and sword stars shifted positions. This was the initial phenomenon. Although Wang Ling had anticipated some manifestations, he was still somewhat taken aback. The emergence of a sword star could influence an entire celestial sea, clearly indicating an extraordinary future. Soon after, a deep azure sword star appeared within the sea of stars. Its initial brilliance mesmerizing, casting many other sword stars into shadow. Moments later, that sword star dimmed, yet it remained sufficient to signify its exceptional nature. Zhao Er is undoubtedly a prodigy of fasting for a year. Wang Ling couldn't help but silently marvel. In the past 2 centuries, no such young disciple had emerged from the sword court. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed a new sword star appearing in the starry sea. This sword star was not particularly bright, yet it was sufficiently captivating to draw Wang Ling's attention. It was a white sword star, distinct from any other. Gingxin. Almost instinctively, Wang Ling exclaimed. His astonishment so profound that his mind lingered in the starry sea as he spoke. Nearly all significant sword sects in this world mention Gengxin when discussing sword stars. It exists solely in legend, surfacing only a handful of times throughout the history of practitioners. Undoubtedly, every sword cultivator who possessed the Gengxin sword star ultimately became the most formidable sword immortal in the realm. Without exception, could it be Zhao Er? Wang Ling snapped out of his brief shock, examining the white sword star again and reluctantly opened his eyes. Many disciples on the sword viewing platform had already opened their eyes, and without a doubt, each of them had witnessed the supreme existence within that sword star, Gengxin. Ancient texts describe Gengxin's sword star in few words, the most direct being. Among myriad stars, it stands alone in white. Any sword cultivator could discern this truth. Senior brother. Several second-generation elders had gathered, their astonishment barely contained. To witness the Gengxin sword star at least once in their lifetime was an unfathomable experience for them. Wang Ling raised his hand to interrupt his younger brothers, turning to the already awakened Liang Zhao. After a moment of pause, he finally inquired, Zhao Er, is that Gengxin sword star yours? Every sword cultivator could see that expanse of starry sea, yet only the sword master could truly feel which sword star represented them. In other words, even the female sword immortal could not identify the owner of the Gengxin sword star. Thus, Wang Ling spoke with immense hope. If Liang Zhao were indeed the master of that Gengxin sword star, then the entire Nanling sword court would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing him, granting Liang Zhao far more than he currently possessed. Countless gazes were fixed on the silent youth at the center of the sword viewing platform. With many yearning for a favorable answer, Liang Zhao lifted his head. Everyone in the sword court recognized this promising youth of the future. Meeting Wang Ling's expectant gaze, he finally nodded. It is mine. All the disciples on the sword viewing platform were rendered speechless by shock. Even the several second-generation elders gazed at Liang Zhao with excitement. Wang Ling's face flushed with elation. Liang Zhao remained calm, just as he had been throughout the past year. That was the Gengxin sword star. Countless voices echoed in their hearts. A myriad of emotions surged within them, Yet no one harbored doubts about this matter, for everything aligned perfectly. Liang Zhao is a prodigious talent who has mastered fasting for a year. Throughout the annals of sword cultivation, individuals of such caliber are rare. The appearance of the Gengxin sword star in the starry sea coincided perfectly with his inaugural visit to that celestial expanse. Everything aligns seamlessly, devoid of any discrepancies. Undoubtedly, as the esteemed disciple of the sect leader, Brother Liang is truly remarkable. There are expressions of deep admiration among the onlookers. Quickly report to the sect leader, delay not. Wang Ling, after a brief moment of distraction, promptly issued his command. This monumental event could very well be heralded as the most significant occurrence in the sword pavilion over the past 2 centuries. Provided the sect leader is not in seclusion, he must be informed at once. Liang Zhao observed the youthful disciples around him, choosing not to elaborate further. He stood at the center of the sword viewing platform, silently contemplating various matters. The Gengxin sword star does not belong to him. It is a grand deception. Should this falsehood be unveiled before his ascendance, the repercussions would be unfathomable. However, exposing this monumental lie is no simple task. Each individual possesses knowledge of their own sword star, and only the true master of the Gengxin sword star knows their identity. Liang Zhao may claim it as his own, and any dissenters would lack justification, as there exists no evidence to the contrary. Unless the true master of the Gengxin sword star departs from this world before Liang Zhao, his ruse would remain intact. Such an occurrence is possible, yet it is unlikely to transpire in the near future. Approaching Wang Ling, Liang Zhao performed a respectful salute, expressing gratitude for his uncle's meticulous guidance, which has enabled him to achieve his current status. Wang Ling, filled with paternal pride, gazed at his impeccable disciple and spoke with warmth. The attainment of the Gengxin sword star's mastery is solely your own doing, unrelated to my teachings. From this day forth, your burdens will grow heavier. Devote yourself diligently to your cultivation, lest you disappoint the sect's expectations of you. Liang Zhao nodded, poised to articulate further thoughts, when a flying sword darted across the horizon. The flying sword, a common means of communication among sword cultivators, typically serves to convey messages across great distances. However, this particular sword had evidently originated from within the sect, arriving at the sword viewing platform, signifying the urgency of its sender. Upon seeing the flying sword, Wang Ling remarked, "Zhaoer, today you may select your sword." In the sword pavilion, disciples seeking to possess their own swords must wait until they have fasted and approached the second realm. Even for someone as extraordinarily gifted as Liang Zhao, this remains the protocol. Yet now, upon learning that his sword star is the Gengxin, the sect leader has sent a flying sword message, informing Liang Zhao that he may choose his sword at the earliest opportunity. It is foreseeable that, given his status as the master of the Gengxin sword star, the sword pavilion will present the finest swords for his selection. This moment underscores the heightened regard the sword pavilion has for Liang Zhao from this point onward. Liang Zhao's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any smile, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts, only exuding composure. He solemnly acknowledged the flying sword with a respectful bow, stating, "Disciples shall faithfully adhere to the master's command." His words conveyed no discernible emotional fluctuation. Meanwhile, Gu Min's thoughts lingered in that vast sea of stars. He was aware that his sword star was white, yet he could not fathom the reason behind this peculiarity. The sword scripture of Master Wan Yun had not alluded to such matters. Whether this omission was intentional or simply a lapse of memory remained unclear. Likewise, the writings of the bookworm contained no references to this topic. Had it not been for Master Chang'e leading him here, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of sword stars altogether. As he gazed upon the expanse of starry seas, Gu Min sensed an inexplicable connection to the sword star that had almost appeared alongside his own in the celestial tapestry. Its sudden brilliance suggested that it belonged to a remarkably gifted individual. A tinge of envy stirred within Gu Min, for apart from its whiteness, his own sword star revealed no extraordinary traits. Taking a deep breath, Gu Min steadied his mind and opened his eyes. Upon withdrawing his hand from the stone tablet, he realized he had become thoroughly soaked, while Master Chang'e had sought refuge beneath the eaves of the bamboo pavilion. With a sense of resignation, Gu Min dashed through the rain, his clothes drenched, and joined Master Chang'e in the shelter. "Have you seen your sword star?" inquired Master Chang'e. Gu Min nodded, confirming that he had. "What did you think?" Master Chang'e's interest was piqued, despite not being a swordsman himself. He knew that even those of high cultivation could not perceive the sword star seas of sword cultivators. It was quite satisfactory. Perhaps because Gu Min sensed something amiss with the white sword star, he refrained from divulging specifics to Master Chang Yi. The sword star of that female sword immortal was indeed resplendent. Gu Min attempted to shift the conversation. True to form, Master Chang Yi, upon mentioning the female sword immortal, ceased his inquiries about Gu Min's sword star. Instead, he regaled Gu Min with anecdotes about her, his weathered face blooming with delight. Not wishing to witness his master's jubilant demeanor, Gu Min began to survey the wooden pavilion, similar to the bamboo pavilion on the front mountain. This structure bore no sign or name. However, the bamboo pavilion housed the sword scriptures authored by the ancestors of Dushan, whereas this wooden pavilion contained various sword techniques. Once, 30,000 sword cultivators from Dushan had thrived, each with their own myriad of sword paths, yet the number of sword techniques was relatively few. Following a decline, many had been lost, and now only a fraction of the original sword techniques remained within this wooden pavilion. Nevertheless, owing to Dushan's profound heritage, the remaining techniques were treasures that many sword cultivators could only aspire to acquire throughout their lifetimes. Master Chang Yi held no particular interest in the techniques contained within the wooden pavilion. He merely conveyed a few instructions, indicating that both the wooden and bamboo pavilions were open for free access, advising that unless there was something of significant importance, he should not be sought after. Having said this, Master Chang Yi departed with his umbrella. Gu Min bowed respectfully to his retreating figure before pushing open the door and entering the wooden pavilion. The interior was akin to that of the bamboo pavilion, lined with shelves filled with scrolls. The only absence was that of the bookworm. Gu Min casually picked up the nearest scroll, opened it, and upon glancing through its contents, he realized it was not a sword technique, but rather a collection of musings on sword cultivation. Gu Min withdrew his hand, recalling his own sword star. He too desired to understand the reason behind it, redirecting his gaze to the bamboo slips. There, he beheld a phrase, among countless stars, one stands out in its purity. Gu Min gazed intently at the passage that depicted the Gengxin sword star, unable to quell the tumult within him. From the very first day of his cultivation, he was acutely aware of his considerable talent. However, he had never anticipated that his aptitude for swordsmanship would reach such extraordinary heights. The sword master of the Gengxin sword star, a practitioner of such caliber, had appeared only a handful of times throughout the vast history of cultivation. He understood the importance of discretion, as humility is paramount in life. Setting aside the bamboo slip, Gu Min murmured to himself, blissfully unaware that someone had usurped his identity as the sword master of the Gengxin sword star. Even if he stood upon the sword observation platform and saw Liang Zhao nodding, he would refrain from voicing any objections, perhaps merely turning away to discreetly spit. What audacity! Yet I find it rather amusing. Gu Min mused silently, then began to peruse the sword techniques on the shelf. The bamboo slips bore a similar exterior, making it difficult to ascertain the quality of each volume merely by appearance. Gu Min chose slips based on instinct. Although the collection here was only a fraction of the peak era estes on sword techniques, it was still a vast trove that could not be comprehensively studied in just a few days. He sought to select a technique with formidable lethality to complement the sword scripture of Master Wandan, thus maximizing its potential. However, the selection process could not be as leisurely as his previous search for scriptures. Gu Min set down the bamboo slip and took a seat among the shelves. After a brief moment of silence, he began to circulate the energy within his body. The sword tree, thriving in his energy chamber, soon radiated brilliance. As the myriad energies of heaven and earth began to swirl rapidly, an array of profound auras emanated from his being, causing every pore to expand significantly. These energies swiftly permeated the entire wooden building. With a resounding clang, a sound of sword resonance erupted within the wooden structure. Almost immediately, golden light surged from a corner of the bookshelf, and golden characters emerged, arranging themselves midair into a sword technique. This technique was known as the Su Yin sword technique, one of the Dishan's sword techniques. Gu Min memorized the entire scripture within a quarter of an hour, revealing his own aura to discern how many of the techniques here resonated with him. Yet, upon finishing the scripture, Gu Min felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Moments later, another sound of sword resonance filled the air, and another scripture materialized as blue characters, akin to the ebb and flow of the tide, evoking a profound sensation upon sight. This was the Chao Sheng sword technique, a legacy left by an ancestor of Dishan. He committed it to memory but did not intend to delve into its cultivation just yet, knowing that even better revelations lay ahead. As anticipated, following the emergence of the Chao Sheng sword technique in blue light, a surge of green radiance appeared, transforming into a green dragon that coiled gracefully within the bamboo building. The characters were inscribed upon the dragon's form, shimmering brilliantly as it glided through the space. This sword technique, known as the Mengzhong sword technique, was the most practiced during the zenith of Dishan. This tome of swordsmanship was once deemed the finest in Dishan's history. Its lethality may not be the most formidable, yet it impeccably maintains a high standard across various dimensions. Consequently, it has garnered great favor among the disciples of Dishan. Indeed, many past leaders of Dishan have diligently studied this technique. The bookworm had also previously conveyed its essence to Gu Min. Feeling a stir of interest, Gu Min hesitated, still reluctant to make an immediate decision, yearning to see what other sword techniques might reveal themselves. Contemplating this matter, Gu Min began to channel the sword scripture of the late Yingdu. This time, no sword techniques materialized. All remained silent until, after a brief while, a faint white light emanated from the bookshelf. This delicate glow was so subtle that Gu Min could only sense it vaguely. Rising to his feet, he approached the ethereal light, reaching the bookshelf to pick up several volumes of sword techniques, only to discover that the white light was concealed beneath them. One by one, Gu Min moved the volumes aside, ultimately uncovering a singular tome at the very bottom. Unlike the others, which were inscribed on bamboo slips, imbued with secret methods to prevent decay, this particular volume was more precious, housed within exquisite jade slips strung together by a crimson thread. As Gu Min reached for it, an intense pain shot through his palm, as if myriad fine needles were simultaneously piercing his hand. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering retreat impossible. Frowning in frustration, he cursed inwardly, wondering what bizarre sword technique this could be. Resolved, he pushed forward, extending his hand toward the jade slip. Though arduous, he pressed on, not allowing himself to falter. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Min finally grasped the jade slip, unaware that his palm was already drenched in blood, which the slip absorbed upon contact. The pain vanished in an instant as he gritted his teeth and unfastened the crimson thread. A blinding white light burst forth, revealing a handsome swordsman clad in white robes, wielding a blood-red longsword. His imposing figure radiated an aura of lethal intent, accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a colossal white tiger behind him. With flowing, snow-white hair and a slightly wicked expression, he bore an air of regal authority, exuding a sense of dominion rather than malevolence. He stood before Gu Min, and then a voice resonated within the wooden structure. No matter how long you wait, the outcome may not align with your desires. My sword is already unrivaled in this world. Where are the adversaries? As long as I exist, the mountains and rivers shall endure, and the sun and moon shall not falter. With sufficient strength, one individual suffices. The sound gradually diminished until it became inaudible. The white-haired man remained silent. Yet Gu Min could sense that these words were his. He gazed at the man, who returned his stare. After a tranquil exchange of glances lasting nearly a quarter of an hour, the man finally spoke. I hope you are strong enough. As the words fell, the man raised his crimson longsword, thrusting it forward. Gu Min was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if an endless tide of blood surrounded him. His eyes widened, instinctively reaching for the Zhuyu pearl nestled in his embrace. Upon grasping it, the treasured artifact of Dushan transformed instantly into a white longsword that appeared in Gu Min's palm. In the next moment, Gu Min raised the sword in a horizontal block, attempting to intercept the incoming strike. Although it was likely a futile endeavor, he refused to surrender. The two swords did not collide. Instead, the white-haired man's blade passed directly through Gu Min, and he through the man as well, transforming into specks of white light. Subsequently, those white lights reassembled, presenting before him once more. It was a manual titled by Yingdu, inscribed with 3 magnificent characters in a vibrant crimson hue, reminiscent of the white-haired man's longsword. Gu Min carefully retied the tome of the Bai Yingdu with a red thread before stepping out of the bamboo pavilion. Unlike the previous volumes of sword techniques that he merely needed to memorize, this time he chose to take the Bai Yingdu with him. Various events had indicated to him that the Bai Yingdu, akin to the sword scripture of Master Wan Yun, was among the finest treasures of Dishan. Along with the Zhuyu nestled in his embrace, Gu Min possessed items that would surely drive other sword cultivators into a frenzy. As he departed from the wooden building, the torrential rain had ceased, and starlight re-emerged on the horizon. Gu Min gazed at the night sky, perhaps reminiscing about the white sword star within that vast sea of stars. Were he to venture to that celestial expanse at this moment to behold the sword star representative of himself, he would undoubtedly discover that the white sword star gleamed far more brightly than before. The brilliance of a sword star is intrinsically linked to the cultivation level of its master. Gu Min, however, had no such intention. Thus, after confirming that the entirety of the Bai Yingdu resided within his mind, he dashed back into the bamboo pavilion to commence his second period of seclusion. On that day, after receiving a message via flying sword from the headmaster of the sword pavilion, Liang Zhao ascended the mountain to retrieve a sword, ultimately succeeding in acquiring a long sword named Yunji. The former owner of this sword was a notable sword cultivator of the Jinke realm, who had earned significant renown in the annals of the sword pavilion's history. Following that day, Liang Zhao, recognized as the master of the Gung Xian sword star, was bestowed with numerous privileges. Not only was he granted free access to the sword repository, but any elder on the mountain was obliged to assist him with any inquiries related to swordsmanship. He was entitled to learn the techniques of any peak. He was qualified to avail himself of all resources within the sect. The headmaster would even personally impart teachings to Liang Zhao on the 1st and 15th days of each month, and on certain occasions, this illustrious figure, one of the top 3 in the realm of swordsmanship, would engage in swordplay with Liang Zhao himself. Such honors underscored the high regard in which the sword pavilion held Liang Zhao. Treated with such esteem by the sword pavilion, Liang Zhao's cultivation progressed rapidly, and within approximately a year, he broke into the second realm, becoming the fastest disciple in the history of the sword pavilion to achieve such advancement. No one found this remarkable, for he was Liang Zhao, the master of the Gung Xian sword star. Simultaneously, news of the emergence of a master of the Gung Xian sword star swiftly circulated. Initially, amidst the throngs at the sword observation platform, it was impossible to conceal the presence of spies from other sections. Many sects dispatched individuals to investigate, yet all were thwarted at the gates of the sword pavilion, which, being the strongest sword sect in Nanling, had no difficulty in preventing such incursions. However, 6 months later, every sect found a legitimate reason to enter the sword pavilion. The Centennial Sword Conference was upon them, established for several millennia. The sword pavilion is regarded as a deeply rooted and long-standing sect in the history of cultivation. It was only after becoming the foremost sword sect in Nanling, following the decline of Dishan centuries ago, that the once-in-a-century sword conference transformed from an exclusive event for its disciples into a grand assembly of sword cultivators across all of Nanling. Every sword sect is extended an invitation from the sword court, allowing them to send their young disciples to engage in friendly competitions with disciples from other sections. The sword court also bestows a prize upon the victors, although the majority of these contests are typically won by the disciples of the sword court. In order to maintain the grandeur of the major sects, the sword court occasionally refrains from participating in certain matches. This tradition draws eager disciples from the Nanling sword sects to each event. Everyone is aware that this is the sword court's way of asserting who reigns supreme in Nanling swordsmanship, and no one dares to contest this established truth. In addition to the sword sects, the sword court also sends invitations to several prominent sects with which they maintain a cordial relationship, inviting them to observe the proceedings. In the past, these sects would casually send a few elder representatives to show their presence, but this year is different. With the emergence of the new sword master of the Gengxin sword star, the response to the sword court's invitations has been markedly more enthusiastic than in previous years. A snowfall blanketed the base of the Yishan mountain. The sword court's invitation was conveyed via flying sword to Yishan. Upon receiving the invitation, Asang sought out the venerable Chang'e. When Asang arrived, Chang'e was gazing into a bronze mirror, counting the new white hairs that had sprouted over the past 2 years. Time passes swiftly for cultivators, while Gu Min was in seclusion. Yishan experienced the passage of an entire year through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Asang, do you think your junior brother has achieved the second realm yet? Glancing at the invitation in Asang's hand, Chang'e merely cast a fleeting glance without further concern, instead inquiring about Gu Min. For months for fasting. And over a year has passed, how could he not have reached the second realm? Asang handed the invitation to Chang'e, who did not take it. What is this? Chang'e inquired casually. It is the invitation to the sword court's gathering. Asang reiterated, knowing his master was already aware. Chang'e slapped his forehead, scrutinizing the invitation with a furrowed brow. Has another century truly passed? A century ago, he was still a vibrant young man and had also received such an invitation. At that time, Yishan had sent a disciple to participate, only to suffer humiliation that utterly tarnished their reputation. Will we attend? Asang asked. Chang'e reclined on a bamboo chair, reluctant to provide an answer. If they were to go, who would they send, Asang or his talented disciple? What if his gifted disciple were to perish at the sword court? While he would fight fiercely for his disciple, could he truly stand against the sword court's master? There was another letter. Asang produced a piece of stationery from his robe, expressing some confusion. It is from the Xian commerce. The arrival of the sword court's invitation at Yishan did not strike Chang Yi as unusual. The invitations were meant for all sword sects in Naling. There was no question of favoritism. Despite Yishan's decline, it remained a sword sect, and thus, the invitation was expected. Whether Yishan would send representatives to participate was of little concern to the sword court. After over a century of decline, Yishan had long ceased to be of significance in their eyes. Thus, the immortal Chang Yi need only make a decision regarding whether to go and how to proceed. However, why did the letter arrive from the Xian shopping mall? Immortal Chang Yi stared at the missive, enveloped in silence. Xian Shopping Mall is the imperial capital of the Deqi dynasty, and following the unification of Nanling by the Deqi dynasty, it emerged as a place of utmost significance. Any matter associated with Xian Shopping Mall warrants careful consideration. Were it merely a missive dispatched from the residence of some noble official within Xian Shopping Mall, immortal Chang Yi would not have been so preoccupied. Yet, the letter before him bore a crimson seal, inscribed with a singular character, Yu. This character is part of the name of the fourth prince among the 6 sons of the Deqi emperor. The letter was sent from the residence of the fourth prince to the D Mountain. All the princes have reached adulthood now. Immortal Chang Yi sighed, and Naling. Regardless of the location of the sects, matters pertaining to the imperial capital are always of heightened interest. This is not only because the Deqi emperor is the most formidable practitioner in Nanling, but also because the Deqi dynasty itself represents the largest sect. No sect wishes to sever ties with the Deqi dynasty, akin to the relationship between D Mountain and the Dening dynasty years ago. The most expedient method to cultivate goodwill is to establish a rapport with the princes. Should one maintain a close relationship with a particular prince who ascends to become the next Deqi emperor, the benefits reaped by the sect backing him would be immense. The Deqi dynasty is aware of this dynamic, which is why they consider such matters carefully when designating the crown prince. Thus, a delicate relationship is formed. Historically, upon reaching adulthood, princes would begin to forge alliances with sects they deem worthy. However, since the inception of the Deqi dynasty, D Mountain has never received a letter from any prince. It appears that this Prince Yu possesses little leverage, as the mere act of sending a letter to D Mountain reflects his precarious situation. Immortal Chang Yi fixed his gaze on Asang, the wrinkles on his face suddenly contorting into a tight knot. This is a retreat disguised as an advance, Asang remarked. A prince harboring ambitions for the throne would seemingly find it improbable to cultivate ties with a sect that has languished for centuries. The only plausible explanation is that this prince currently lags behind his peers significantly, still clinging to aspirations for the throne while unwilling to reveal his hand at this moment, thus prompting the delivery of this letter. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity for D Mountain. It is a formidable vortex, capable of ensnaring any sect. Immortal Chang Yi narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Others may ponder gains and losses, yet what do we have to deliberate? What do we stand to lose? Asang's expression remained stoic, yet a peculiar light flickered within his dual pupils, hinting at deeper significance. Immortal Chang Yi pondered before speaking, his voice tinged with anguish. Your junior brother is indeed our last hope. Asang remained silent. With such talent, the junior brother could carve out a promising future by pursuing an alternative path. However, as a disciple of D Mountain, he ought to do everything within his power for the sake of D Mountain, because Dushan has provided everything he could for his young junior disciple, who is still but a child. You must be mindful of his emotions. Chang Yizhenren spoke slowly, his face etched with pain, as Asang turned away. Unwilling to witness her master's forced demeanor, a smile crept onto her lips as she gazed into the distance, longing to see her junior disciple traverse the world. After Asang averted her gaze, Chang Yizhenren chuckled, remarking that it was not so dire. If her junior disciple could impress Prince Yu with his potential, life at Dushan would considerably improve. Rarely does anyone fail to be captivated by the innate talent of your junior disciple. Asang remained silent. While this approach might leave a favorable impression on some noble in the imperial capital, it would also place Gu Min in a precarious position. What would the other sects think? How could Dushan fend off those sects brimming with formidable warriors? Would this not inadvertently push her junior disciple towards peril? Asang furrowed her brow. Take him to Jianting first, Chang Yizhenren gravely suggested. Asang, it is time for you to use your charm, your kind words to win over your junior disciple. Dismissing her master's words, Asang merely picked up the invitation and departed. With approximately half a year remaining until the Centennial Sword Conference at Jianting, Gu Min's cultivation should reach the second realm. Although he would still not be considered a master in the realm of cultivation, he compared favorably to Luoxue, who had been practicing for several years yet remained at the initial stage. Gu Min had already made commendable progress. Moreover, on this outing, A Sang would handle any confrontations, allowing her junior disciple to observe quietly. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, A Sang harbored a lingering resentment over Du Shan's humiliation at the sword conference a century prior. Even if Chang Yizhenren forbade her from attending this year's event, he could not deter her. Lost in these thoughts, she headed towards the bamboo pavilion. The bamboo and wooden structures had remained unvisited for many years, yet upon Gu Min's arrival on the mountain, they seemed to awaken, imbued with vitality. Even the wooden pavilion, which he had only visited once, felt transformed. Standing before the bamboo pavilion, A Sang mused that what she perceived as vitality was merely the essence of sword energy. Inside the pavilion lay the sword classics, which had long been dormant due to neglect, but now, with the presence of a renowned swordsman, the sword energies danced like playful children, finally reunited with their cherished toys, rejoicing joyfully. In this environment, Gu Min unknowingly reaped numerous benefits, the specifics of which would remain elusive but would manifest in his future cultivation and battles. A Sang inexplicably recalled a swordsman's jest from many years ago. A swordsman's blade is meant for killing. She shook her head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the statement. Standing before the bamboo pavilion for a while, she considered that her junior disciple was likely engrossed in diligent practice, perhaps at a crucial juncture, and thus she refrained from entering the building. Observing the large hole in the roof, she contemplated leaving, just as she caught sight of a figure hastily passing by. It was Luoxue. She held 2 white plates, filled with unappetizing dishes that were evidently unpalatable. As she hurriedly approached, she caught sight of her senior sister and promptly halted to pay her respects. A Sang glanced at the food and recalled the previous days when her junior sister had been toiling away on the mountain. "Is this what you've been feeding our junior brother for over a year?" Luoxue nodded, seemingly pleased. "Have you ever tasted this yourself?" A Sang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her junior brother. Perhaps this was the reason he had progressed so swiftly to the stage of fasting. Luoxue shook her head, a hint of guilt in her demeanor. Aside from a few bites of steamed bun at the beginning, she had never consumed anything she had prepared. In her opinion, just because she found the food unappealing, it didn't mean her junior brother felt the same. If he truly disliked it, why would he always finish every morsel? Though she had threatened him before, was he genuinely the type to be intimidated? If Gu Min were present behind the 2 senior sisters, he would surely inform Luoxue that he was indeed the kind of person who would cower when necessary. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, was one of Gu Min's guiding principles. A Sang chose not to dwell on the food any longer and instead remarked to Luoxue, "If you find it tedious, focus more on your cultivation. Our junior brother has been on the mountain for over a year and has already reached the second realm. If you lag any further behind, you won't catch up to him." This was the truth. If Luoxue intended to forge a bond with her junior brother, she could not afford to fall too far behind in cultivation. Otherwise, their lifespans would not align, and they would be unable to walk together until the end. Luoxue was taken aback. It hadn't been long, and her junior brother had already attained the second realm while she remained at the first. The realization spurred her into action, and she hastily prepared to return to her training. In her urgency, she nearly spilled the food from the plate. A Sang reached out to catch the dishes, but Luoxue had already dashed away, leaving no trace behind. A Sang shook her head, reflecting on how her junior sister, after all these years on the mountain, still retained much of her original disposition. It was indeed a rarity. A Sang glanced at the food in her hand, then pinched a piece with her fingers and placed it in her mouth. Moments later, with a stoic expression, she expelled the morsel. When she looked towards the bamboo house again, her eyes were filled with compassion. Another heavy snowfall graced the mountain, this time during the night. Snow cascaded through a hole in the bamboo house's roof, only to be instantly sliced into minuscule particles by the sword energy within. It soon settled on the ground and quickly melted away, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Gu Min leaned against the window, engaged in a game of Go with a bookworm seated before him. Though the game was Go, the player was no master. The bookworm had resolved to refrain from conversation, but could not withstand Gu Min's persistent coaxing and ultimately found himself seated across from him, playing the game. He remained silent, however. He had never learned to play. But after Gu Min succinctly explained the rules, the bookworm soon signaled that he understood the game. Everything was in place, Yet the most crucial element remained, the game itself. At that moment, Gu Min was clutching the candle travel pearl, pondering how delightful it would be if there were a game of Go. Suddenly, before him appeared a Go board. Not merely a sword, it turned out that anything could transform. Gu Min gazed intently at the Go board that had materialized from the candle travel pearl, realizing that this object was not simply a sword. The nature of the candle travel pearl should have been disclosed to Gu Min long ago. However, when the esteemed Chang Yi presented the pearl, it was by mistake, and thus it was momentarily forgotten. Subsequently, as Gu Min immersed himself in his cultivation, studying the sword sutra and the sword techniques, he failed to contemplate the peculiarities of the candle travel pearl, perceiving it merely as an odd sword. Only now did he grasp that the candle travel pearl was more than just a sword. Lifting a piece, he placed it on the board, centering his focus on the game. His skill in Go was quite remarkable, far beyond that of a novice like the bookworm. After a brief moment, he placed the final white stone, and the bookworm readily conceded defeat. They exchanged glances, with the bookworm smiling silently. Practitioners of the way likely had little interest in playing games, for the pursuit of cultivation was infinitely more captivating than playing Go. Who would squander time on such a pastime? Gu Min murmured to himself, seemingly aware that the bookworm would not respond, thus he did not anticipate an answer. After a moment of silence, the bookworm spoke. In this world, only sword cultivators can be so dreadfully dull. Those scholars in Xian Market are all quite adept at Go. Gu Min lifted his head and replied with a thoughtful hum. He was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. He was aware that in Nanling, and indeed throughout the world, the most renowned scholars resided in Xian Market. These individuals were certainly not mere scholars. They were cultivated scholars, able to perceive the celestial rivers. And the finest verses about the stars were undoubtedly penned by their hands. The greatest Go players and the most unreasonable scholars happened to be one and the same person. The bookworm smiled and said, "Should you ever stand at his height, remember to inquire whether scholars are reasonable. Scholars are known for their propensity to speak only halfway." Although the bookworm was not human, having read extensively, he certainly bore the habits of a scholar. Gu Min frowned and replied, "I have no idea when I will descend the mountain. You speak too soon." The bookworm said nothing further, rising to return to his previous seated position and began to read. The Go board transformed into a cerulean orb, and as Gu Min picked up the candle travel pearl, a saying arrived. Today, senior sister Ishan donned an unusually elegant cerulean robe, reminiscent of the attire worn by the daughters of officials in Yingdu, yet hers appeared more competent. Gu Min glanced at her and then shifted his attention to the food container in Asang's hands, his expression immediately darkening. Asen was uncertain of her thoughts, merely attributing the peculiarity of the visitor not being Luoxue to her own musings. She spoke, "Luoxue has entered seclusion and is unlikely to emerge anytime soon." The clouds of confusion deepened on Gu Min's face. It had been quite some time since he last saw his senior sister, yet she had not forgotten about him. What had Asen brought him this time? "Asen, I have already reached the second realm. I no longer require sustenance," Gu Min asserted, biting his lip but mustering the courage to refuse. Asen responded with a slight murmur of surprise, while she had predicted Gu Min's advancement to the second realm. Hearing him voice it felt markedly different. "This is not from Luoxue. I merely noticed your suffering and thought to try something," Asen, being perceptive, quickly discerned Gu Min's concerns. "Thank you, senior sister." Gu Min chuckled, promptly accepting the food box, placing it on the ground, and opening it to reveal the contents. Inside were merely two dishes. One was the commonly found stir-fried green beans, the source of which puzzled him given the snow-laden weather. Yet, as a practitioner, it was not entirely implausible to procure such ingredients. The second dish consisted of 2 chicken legs, which, in terms of presentation, far surpassed Luoxue's culinary offerings. As Gu Min reached for chopsticks, eager to savor the meal, he was weary from the torment of Luoxue's cooking and yearned to cleanse his palate with something more delightful. "Little junior brother, this meal isn't free. If you consume my food, you must promise me something in return, or else." Asen began, her tone suggesting she was aware that such tactics might not be the best way to engage her junior brother, and she appeared somewhat anxious as she spoke. Gu Min, having just placed a piece of green bean into his mouth, mumbled, "Senior sister, feel free to speak. As your junior, I am always willing to listen." Once he bit into the green bean and fully experienced its flavor, he became momentarily speechless, gazing at his senior sister in silence for an extended period. He ultimately lacked the courage to spit out the mouthful, and after mustering considerable resolve, he swallowed it, mentally fixated on the notion of lineage. Damn it. The only thing that could possibly settle in my stomach on this mountain is Master-S grilled fish, he thought, his voice now hoarse. Asen observed him. A faint smile evident in her dual-colored eyes, akin to a plum blossom depicted in an ink wash painting. There is something I wish to share with you. Regardless of Gu Min's willingness, once Asen decided to speak, both he and the real person Chang'e had no choice but to listen. Fortunately, Asen was not one to elaborate excessively. Thus, Gu Min quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. The Sword Pavilion was to host a sword conference, and his senior sister intended to stir up some excitement, for which she required a junior brother, and Gu Min was to fill that role. He opened his mouth, eager to decline the proposition. Jianting is a place well understood by him, as is Dishan, and he is acutely aware that his senior sister is clearly intent on stirring up trouble. If things go awry, will his life be forfeit in such a place? Gu Min suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, addressing his sister. As practitioners, must we truly measure ourselves against others? Such a pursuit surely diverges from the path of enlightenment. Gu Min spoke with fervor, his sole intention being to avoid departing from Dishan, at least for the time being. Asang gestured toward the two dishes laid out before them and remarked, "Since you are reluctant, I shall not press you further. Consume these dishes, and let us consider this conversation forgotten. Sister, when shall we embark, and what preparations must we make?" Gu Min rose, his gaze fixed intently on Asang, his expression earnest. Life often presents us with choices, and a single misstep can lead to dire consequences. Gu Min was never one to linger in indecision, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. Pleased, Asang continued, Jianting has produced a Gangshin sword master, who can take you to witness the essence of true talent. Although Dishan had seen better days. Upon receiving the invitation, Asang had inquired about Jianting and unearthed significant news, which had already circulated widely throughout Nanling. Upon hearing this, Gu Min was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Asang had already risen. Her purpose for visiting was to persuade Gu Min to accompany her to Jianting. And now that she had achieved her goal, she intended to take her leave. After Asang departed, Gu Min leaned against the window, gazing at the stars above, and muttered in a peculiar tone, "Surely, this cannot be akin to the common cabbage sold on the street?" Contemplating this matter, he soon rose and left the bamboo loft, making his way toward the wooden structure. Before long, he found himself standing before the stone tablet along the mountain path. His cultivation was still nascent, and without external aid. He could not perceive the celestial sea belonging to sword cultivators. Placing his hand upon the stone tablet, Gu Min's spirit once again traversed that celestial expanse. In the starry sea, countless sword stars shimmered, yet the most distinctive was the solitary white Gangshin sword star. Gu Min was unwaveringly certain that this singular star belonged to him. Opening his eyes, he stared at the stone tablet, remaining silent for a moment before softly lamenting. Is there truly anyone in this world more shameless than I? With approximately 5 months remaining until the sword conference at Jianting, which would transpire in early summer of the following year, Gu Min, after once more surveying the celestial sea, seemed transformed. He began to wander the mountains aimlessly, occasionally reclining upon a rock to gaze at the moon, at other times engaging in the beloved game of 5 in a row favored by the children of Yingdu more frequently. He found himself by the river, observing the fish with bovine heads. The esteemed Zhen Rin visited him, yet Gu Min seized the opportunity to pose numerous curious questions. One of which he asked with remarkable frequency, "Master, if you were to proclaim yourself the most shameless person in the world, and one day discovered someone even more shameless than you, what would you do in such a circumstance?" When Chang'e, the elder, first encountered this question, he was momentarily taken aback. This compassionate and principled man harbored doubts that the query posed by the earnest youth before him implied that he was the most shameless person in the world. Consequently, in his initial reaction, Chang'e did not hold back and struck Gu Min several times. However, upon subsequent encounters with the lad, he found himself compelled to engage in discussions about this very question, leading to a sense of resignation. Eventually, he could no longer evade the topic and mustered the courage to respond. Yet, the youth swiftly shook his head, asserting that if he were to accept the elder's perspective, he would never be able to claim the title of the most shameless person. Since the other party was indeed shameless, it was best to confront them directly. Driven to exasperation, Chang'e ultimately uttered a curt dismissal. This exchange left him devoid of the desire to grill fish, while the fish in the river developed a certain fondness for Gu Min. After causing trouble for Chang'e, Gu Min then turned his mischief towards his senior sister, Asang. Asang preferred to cultivate her skills on a particular rock, and there. Gumin regaled her with stories, tales that were likely unfamiliar to her. Initially, Asang felt a twinge of irritation, suspecting that her younger brother's mind was not quite right. However, upon reflection, she realized that he had not encountered any significant trials, which led her to believe he might simply be eccentric. Thus, she settled down to listen attentively to his narratives. The stories were numerous, and while the earlier ones were relatively serious and piqued Asang's interest, Gumin soon ventured into a tale revolving around the concept of shamelessness. The absurdity of two individuals debating who was more shameless rendered Asang unable to continue listening. With a gentle wave of her hand, she sent her younger brother tumbling down the mountainside. The height of the mountain was indeterminate, but it was certainly not perilous enough to harm a second-tier cultivator, leaving Asang unconcerned. When Gumin eventually scrambled back up the mountain as the sun began to set, Asang had already departed. Disheveled and panting, he lay on the stone where his senior sister had practiced, murmuring to himself, "You are so shameless. Encountering you means nothing I say will ever embarrass you. Yet, that treasure belongs to me. Just because you claim it as yours does not make it so. In my view, you are truly shameless." Sitting up and gasping for breath, his handsome face contorted with a myriad of emotions before they swiftly faded. He gazed at the evening glow on the horizon and sighed deeply, collapsing once more. Time, indeed, passes swiftly for cultivators, in the blink of an eye. Only a month remained before the sword conference commenced. On one particular morning, Asang returned, her spirit high. Approaching the bamboo house, she uttered a single word, "Let us go." Gumin opened his eyes, shook his head without uttering a word, and promptly exited the bamboo dwelling, where he beheld a massive blue talisman. As a second-tier sword cultivator, he felt somewhat inadequate in the art of sword flight, but knowing his senior sister possessed a magical artifact alleviated his concerns. Upon taking her seat upon the azure talisman for the second time, Gumin appeared notably more composed than before, while Asang remained at the forefront, her posture impeccably straight. The azure talisman glided through the air at a leisurely pace, with white clouds drifting past them. With a month's journey ahead, it seemed that the senior sister would not be in a hurry. The two lapsed into silence, and Gumin, feeling at ease, reclined upon the talisman, lost in contemplation. After what felt like half a day, he finally spoke. "Senior sister, I have a question." "Ask," Asang replied, maintaining her straightforward demeanor. Gumin inquired, "You are not a sword cultivator. Why then participate in the sword conference?" "Dijon is the sword sect, thus I am naturally a sword cultivator." This reasoning seemed rather unreasonable to Gumin, who found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, his senior sister was notorious for her refusal to engage in rational discourse, and she would not permit others to do so either. The senior sister certainly possesses insight, he thought with a wry smile, choosing not to press further. Sword cultivators simply wield swords. Though I may not know sword techniques or have studied sword scriptures, as long as I grasp a sword, whether to swing, chop, smash, or stab, who dares to claim I am not a sword cultivator? Gumin silently mused, recognizing the audacity of such a claim. The simplicity with which his senior sister spoke of sword cultivation was truly unparalleled. But what of your sword? Gumin, not one to undermine others, felt a pang of concern as their lives depended entirely on his senior sister during this journey. This time, Asang was rendered speechless. There was but one sword atop the mountain, named Jiu, and it rested in the hands of her younger disciple. No one else could wield it. Contemplating this dilemma, Asang maneuvered the azure talisman downward, for she now needed to seek out a sword. When the senior sister Asang resolved to undertake a task, no one could deter her, not even her younger disciple, Gumin. However, adhering to the principle of modesty, Gumin donned a wide-brimmed hat before they entered a certain town under Asang's lead. Senior sister Asang was not like another sister, Luoxue. While they shared many similarities, both being Gumin's senior sisters and equally challenged in the culinary arts, they were also marked by stark differences. The most significant distinction lay in Asang's formidable strength. Unlike Luoxue, who would flee before a second-tier ghost cultivator, Asang strode calmly into the town, drawing the attention of many. Asang was indeed striking, yet what captivated most were her dual-colored eyes. Several onlookers bore an extraordinary aura, unmistakably indicating they were no ordinary folk. Gumin, concealed beneath his hat, sensed these unusual presences and, after discreetly stealing glances, hurried to position himself behind Asang, expressing his concern. "Senior sister, your conspicuousness may lead to our untimely demise before we even reach the sword court." Asang, dressed in her gray robe, replied with serene composure. Those who perish so easily are likely not true warriors. Gumin pondered that such seemingly sensible yet utterly nonsensical drivel could only be uttered by this senior sister. The two of them traversed a street in the town, attracting numerous curious glances along the way. Fortunately, this attention was short-lived and dissipated as they turned into a narrow alley. With the scrutiny lifted, Gumin exhaled in relief. Although his senior sister appeared to be a paragon of martial prowess, Gumin was reluctant to believe that her true capabilities were as formidable as she seemed, especially given the current state of the situation. At that moment, a clanging sound echoed from the depths of the alley. As they continued onward, the noise grew increasingly distinct. Upon reaching the end of the alley, they were greeted by the sight of a modest blacksmith shop, from which the clanging emanated. Asang stood at the entrance, seemingly disinclined to enter, instead choosing to sit on the steps. Gumin, unable to decipher his senior sister's thoughts, removed his hat and took a seat beside her. She had mentioned seeking a sword, which was why they had come to this town and arrived at this blacksmith's door, yet for some reason, she hesitated to step inside. Gumin glanced at his senior sister, attempting to glean some insight from her eyes, but all he discerned was an untroubled calm. Nothing more. Senior sister. Gumin ventured cautiously, uncertain of what to say. Asang remained silent, and suddenly, the sound of hammering ceased. Then, hurried footsteps resounded as a slender man rushed out of the blacksmith shop, halting at the entrance and calling out to Asang. His voice was gentle, imbued with affection. Goosebumps prickled Gumin's skin. Asang remained unmoved, while Gumin turned to face the man, only to realize that he wore a gray robe similar to Asang's. Completely drenched in sweat, his physique appeared frail, yet his face was rather handsome. Even with unkempt stubble, his features were not easily obscured, though he paled in comparison to Gumin. Upon noticing that Asang did not turn to him, the slender man was not surprised, having only met her a few times and never having seen her face. However, this did not diminish his fondness for her. Encountering such a woman even once in a lifetime was a stroke of luck, and having seen her multiple times brought him joy. Yet, when he laid eyes on Gumin, he froze for a moment, then collapsed in shock behind him, his expression one of utter dismay. Gumin was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the man's reaction. Asang, it's one thing if you don't fancy me, but how could you possibly take a liking to someone else? Especially someone who looks so striking? Is it your intention to present him to me as if to hasten my demise right here? The gaunt man covered his face, his sorrow appearing genuine, yet his words hardly evoked any sympathy from Gumin. However, he had begun to grasp the situation and was about to speak when the senior sister from Dushan interjected, declaring, "He is my junior brother." Nonsense. Who in Dushan, apart from me, would be willing to join your sect? The gaunt man gazed at Gumin with an expression that conveyed a singular sentiment. Impossible. Gumin remained silent, contemplating that had he known the true nature of Dushan earlier, he would likely not have become a disciple of the sect. Yet, having already pledged allegiance to Dushan, further protestations were futile. Regardless of its shortcomings, Dushan was now his sect. What grounds did he have to express disdain? Gumin observed the gaunt man, who was destined to be entangled with his senior sister. After delivering his remarks, the man swiftly accepted the fact that Gumin was indeed Asang's junior brother, fully aware that she would never utter falsehoods. In the next moment, after casting a jealous glance at Gumin, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He clapped Gumin on the shoulder and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Since you are Asang's junior brother, you are a good brother of mine, Wang." Gumin astutely perceived the change in the man's disposition and inwardly lamented the prevalence of such shameless individuals. "What shall I call you, good brother?" the gaunt man inquired, drawing Gumin into an enthusiastic embrace. "Gumin," he replied with a smile, feeling that the man's jovial expression warranted a warm response. Noticing that Asang had neither turned nor spoken, the gaunt man realized that the breakthrough lay with Gumin. He then spoke, "Brother Gu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have nothing to offer, but I do have a few broken swords in my blacksmith shop, if you do not mind. Choose one as a token from your elder brother. I know Dushan well. You might not find a single sword on the entire mountain." Gumin shook his head, for he already possessed the finest sword from Dushan and had no intention of acquiring another. His visit was for his senior sister Asang, who sought a sword for the sword gathering. He smiled at the gaunt man and, in a manner befitting, informed him of his senior sister's need for a sword. The gaunt man's eyes suddenly dimmed as he gazed at Asang's retreating figure. He murmured, "So you have come for that sword as well." Asang acknowledged with a simple revealing no intent to conceal her purpose. Initially, she had not considered this matter when she was on that talisman. However, After her junior brother reminded her of the absence of a sword, she recalled the individual here who was forging swords. Moreover, that sword had been crafted specifically for her. Since the sword was forged for her, her arrival to claim it was entirely reasonable. The gaunt man exhaled a deep breath, coming to terms with the situation. When he had declared his intention to forge a sword for Asang, he had hoped for a day when she would come to retrieve it, providing them an opportunity to reunite. Although this wait had extended over a decade, the joy of Asang's arrival rendered the passage of time worthwhile. The sword is indeed for you, and naturally, it belongs to you. However, many others covet it, and whether you can take it remains uncertain. Gumin recalled the peculiar auras he sensed upon entering the town, which had struck him as somewhat unusual, now that it was mentioned. He realized these auras subtly emanated the essence of sword energy, suggesting they belonged to a group of sword cultivators. Sword cultivators seek swords. Such tales unfold almost daily in this realm. Not every sword cultivator hails from formidable sects like the Sword Court or the Sword Manor, endowed with an array of swords to choose from. For the majority, after embarking on their sword-learning journey, finding a fine sword becomes paramount. The quest for swords may transpire in secluded forests, tranquil lakes, or, more commonly, within the confines of private residences. The former scenarios might be deemed as finding swords, while the latter could be characterized as snatching swords. Are they attempting to seize my sword? Asang gazed into the distance, her lips moving slightly before she spoke. If Asang were never to wield that sword, it would matter little whose possession it fell into. Yet, now that she desired it, it was only fitting that she claim it for herself. Those who sought to take it would meet their demise. Listening to her words, Gumin mused that his senior sister was indeed stirring up trouble, not merely intending to cause a ruckus at the sword gathering, but likely planning to create chaos all the way there. This thought conjured an image in his mind, he and his senior sister, having stirred too much trouble, ultimately meeting their end in some desolate wilderness, with crows soon descending upon their lifeless bodies to feast upon their innards. The mere thought filled him with an overwhelming sense of despair. With this in mind, Gumin resolved to thwart his senior sister from wading into these murky waters. However, before he could voice his concerns, the gaunt man beside him spoke with a smile. Indeed, it is you. A decade has passed, and you remain unchanged. But then again, if Asang ever changed, she would cease to be Asang. Gumin regarded the man's hand resting on his shoulder, reflecting on his recent words, and a myriad of potential demises for him flashed through his mind. This fellow was determined to push both his senior sister and himself into peril. Upon further contemplation, understanding his sister's temperament, Gumin opted to don his conical hat once more, concealing his vexation. Come, let us see that sword. Many desire it, and there must be a reason. The thin man encouraged, patting Gumin's shoulder. In his eyes, Asang was never truly a sword cultivator. Her intentions to attend the sword gathering might merely be a pretext. Perhaps that sword was meant for the strikingly handsome youth before him. Given this perspective, he dismissed any notions of self-inflicted folly. The sword remaining in his possession would inevitably lead to calamity. Whether retrieving the sword was the primary objective was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Asang had arrived. The sword could not fall into another's hands, nor could the gaunt man perish here. Asang was not one to divulge her thoughts easily, so to lend more credence to the situation, she rose to accompany Gumin and Wang Xiaopin to inspect the sword. The name Wang Xiaopin is likely derived from his impoverished upbringing. As for Asang, she remembers him because, during their first encounter, he was so famished that he could barely stand yet refused the bread offered by others. A destitute youth who declines charity struck Asang as peculiar. Conversely, a young girl who remained unfazed by life and death intrigued Wang Xiaopin. Thus, their fates intertwined at that moment. However, although Wang Xiaopin survived, he never ascended that mountain nor captured Asang's heart. Over the years, he forged swords in the town while Asang practiced her skills on the mountain. It was an intriguing tale, yet ultimately evolved into one of the most mundane stories imaginable. In the end, Wang Xiaopin declared his intent to forge a sword for Asang, perhaps as a means to anchor his remaining days. Yet, to his astonishment, he crafted a remarkable blade. Unexpectedly, word of this spread, and as the sword neared completion, the number of those eager to claim it increased. The fate of his life would be dictated by the sword's completion. Gumin was unaware of these bygone events. If he had known, he might have simply remarked that his senior sister remained steadfast and unchanging. Feeling frustrated, he followed Wang Xiaopin into the blacksmith shop, traversing a narrow, dim passageway before arriving at a pool. In the center of the pool lay a sword, its blade a striking shade of blue, its form indistinct. The hilt, made of an unknown material, glimmered with a bluish hue, while the sword's body submerged in water appeared to be adorned with a layer of moss, seemingly unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, one could sense a palpable aura of sharpness emanating from it. Gu Min gazed at the sword, grasping the candle jewel in his possession, which trembled gently, emitting a soft, melodic hum that hinted at a comparison. Simultaneously, the sword in the pool began to vibrate softly, producing tiny bubbles in the water, lending it an endearing quality. It seemed I had misconstrued yet again. Wang Xiaopin mused, initially believing this sword to be chosen by a Sang for Gu Min. However, it now appeared that the young man possessed an even finer sword, eliciting such a reaction from the one in the pool. A Sang, too, was taken aback. The candle jewel on Gu Min was a treasure from Dingshan, already imbued with spiritual essence, and would not react to just any sword. The fact that it did react suggested that the sword in the pool was indeed exceptional. Gu Min released the candle jewel and sincerely remarked, "Brother Wang's craftsmanship is truly remarkable." Wang Xiaopin shook his head, asserting that the sword had yet to be completed. "However, this place is perilous. A Sang, if you do not truly need it, it would be prudent to leave now." In this critical moment, Wang Xiaopin continued to urge a Sang to reconsider. He understood that she had spent many years honing her skills on the mountain. Yet he was also aware of Dingshan's decline and doubted her ability to surpass the sword cultivators who sought the blade. Gu Min listened to these words, nodding in agreement countless times in his heart. However, he understood that his senior sister was not easily swayed. He inquired, "What about you?" Wang Xiaopin smiled and replied, "I have dedicated 10 years to forging a sword that may one day leave its mark on this world. How could I bear to abandon it? Moreover, it is not yet fully completed. To forsake it would be an act of irresponsibility." Gu Min let out an "oh," realizing that his companion was not only infatuated but also equally passionate in other pursuits. "What is the name of this sword?" He attempted to shift the conversation, likely hoping to lighten the mood. "It has yet to be named." Wang Xiaopin glanced at a Sang and chuckled. "I thought of naming it a Sang, but that might not sound very appealing." Gu Min felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he still believed that waiting here for someone to retrieve the sword was not a prudent choice, so he turned to look at a Sang. A Sang maintained her stance, reiterating, "The sword is mine. Whoever dares to take it shall face dire consequences." She then settled herself by the pool, her expression unruffled. "Senior sister, do you have confidence?" Gu Min asked, as this was his primary concern. If she lacked assurance, it would be wise to prepare early. If she was confident, then all his previous worries would have been in vain. A Sang remained silent, seemingly disinclined to continue the conversation, sitting quietly before the pool, her gaze fixed on the sword. Wang Xiaopin cast a glance at a Sang, but chose not to say more, taking a seat nearby, allowing himself to enjoy the presence of the girl he admired, momentarily forgetting all his troubles, and then he broke into a smile. Under the moonlight, 2 swordsmen arrived in the town, one old and one young, walking slowly beneath the silvery glow, their shadows stretching long. If a discerning observer were to count, they would realize that, including these 2, the number of outsiders visiting this place in recent days had reached nearly a dozen. Approximately 10 swordsmen had come to this town, all with the same purpose, the incomplete sword. The elder swordsman carried a long sword on his back, donned in coarse garments, of modest stature, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet his eyes occasionally sparkled with a fierce light, indicating he was not a person to be trifled with. The youth, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, dressed entirely in black, was currently carrying only a wooden sword, trailing behind the elder along the long street, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, his head swaying as he surveyed the buildings flanking the street. The elder, without needing to turn around, was aware of his disciple's expression at that moment. He refrained from addressing it directly, and, after rambling on about various trivial matters, finally spoke earnestly, "Sewer, it is not the place of a master to criticize you. But the sword court has produced a new master, Gengxin. If you do not concentrate on your cultivation, soon the sword path will only remember Liang Zhao, and your name will be forgotten." The youth responded with a casual "oh," retorting, "Isn't it true that no one knows my name now? Master, you say we should focus on learning the sword, not comparing ourselves to others. Besides, we cannot compete with them anyway." The youth spoke the truth. With the formidable identity of the Gengxin sword master, Liang Zhao was undeniably perceived as the strongest among the younger generation. Furthermore, his prowess extended beyond mere swordsmanship. With his presence, his contemporaries felt hopeless in their quest for the title of swordsmanship leader among their peers. Upon hearing the youth's declaration, The elder furrowed his brows and admonished sternly, Su, do not underestimate yourself. If you harbor such a mindset, it would be wiser to forego this trip to the sword court and instead retreat to the mountains for a few years to cultivate your spirit. The lad named Su, noticing his master's rising ire, hastily spat out the grass he had been chewing and replied, Master, please do not be upset. My words were but idle musings. In my humble opinion, even if Liang Zhao is indeed the Gingxin sword master, he is not all that remarkable. As for the sword court, I believe our Gui Jian pavilion surpasses it in excellence. Perhaps our esteemed leader possesses a deeper understanding than that of the sword court's head. If not for his modest demeanor, Master, fret not. Once I acquire a suitable sword, I shall go to the sword court and leave Liang Zhao searching for his teeth. Hearing his precious disciple revert to his playful nature just moments after speaking earnestly, the elder sighed but refrained from further admonishment. Gui Jian Pavilion cherished Su as a treasure. When he was first brought to the mountain, the leader, upon examining him, discovered his exceptional roots and unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, deeming him a natural swordsman. Consequently, when his sword star emerged in the Star Sea, the prominent elders took notice. Were it not for the emergence of a Gengxin sword master from the sword court, Gui Jian Pavilion would have every reason to believe that Su would become the swordsmanship leader of the younger generation in nailing. Regrettably, while Su's talent in swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary, his temperament was rather vivacious. While other disciples devoted their days to diligent practice, he was preoccupied with devising ways to pilfer treasures from the elders, even managing to ensnare the leader in his mischief. Whenever the leader resolved to discipline him, Su seemed to sense the impending reprimand and would suddenly become earnest. Strangely, each time he focused on his sword practice, his understanding advanced significantly, leaving the Gui Jian Pavilion unable to find fault with him. Thus, the leader had no grounds for punishment, cultivating a complex mix of affection and frustration within the sect regarding Su. Nonetheless, as Su's master, the elder held a deep fondness for his cherished disciple. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to this town upon catching wind of rumors, hoping to find a sword that would suit Su. Though countless exceptional swords lay upon the mountain, none seemed to resonate with Su, compelling him to carry a wooden sword. It was speculated that perhaps his lack of a suitable weapon was the reason for his disinterest in sword practice. Thus, finding a sword for Su became the paramount task of Gui Jian Pavilion. The elderly man ambled forward, sensing the elusive sword aura that floated between heaven and earth. He stroked his beard and chuckled. Su, if my intuition serves me correctly, this place should be your land of opportunity. Su looked up, sniffled fervently, and with a somewhat troubled expression, replied, Disciple believes we are likely to have made this journey in vain. With a hint of bewilderment, the elder inquired, Why so? He continued, setting aside whether that sword is suitable for you. Can these sword cultivators merely watch as I take it away? As a sword embryo, Su's sensitivity to sword energy surpassed even that of his master. The elder smiled and said, Let us not discuss whether this sword is fitting for you. These sword cultivators are nothing more than insignificant creatures to me. Do you not believe that if I reveal my realm, they would all flee in terror? Su shook his head resolutely. I do not believe it. Just then, a surge of sword energy erupted from a distance, accompanied by a gust of wind rushing toward the elder. The elder snorted coldly, unsure whether it was due to Su's reaction or because he had been provoked upon entering the town. He immediately declared, A mere clown. Before his words had faded, the long sword behind him unsheathed in an instant, accompanied by a resonant clang. A torrent of sword energy tore through the thick clouds, allowing the moonlight to cascade uninterrupted onto the ground, momentarily illuminating the town. Soon, a brilliance brighter than the moonlight appeared above the town. As the elder grasped the long sword and soared forth, covering dozens of yards in the blink of an eye, a myriad of sword energies erupting, revealing the elder's celestial swordsmanship without question. Su stood rooted, watching his master dart away, genuinely exclaiming, Master, your intimidating techniques are something I truly need to learn. Beneath the moonlight, the sword light flourished. With a single hand on his sword, the elder swept past, revealing the figure of a middle-aged Taoist, who bore an unremarkable countenance and wielded an ancient bronze sword, its azure energy swirling around the blade, his expression particularly grave. Previously, the elder had concealed his aura upon entering this place, leaving no one to discern his true realm. Even now, it was uncertain how many sword cultivators were lurking in the shadows. Only this middle-aged Taoist, upon seeing the pair of elder and disciple, brazenly launched an attack in the night. Yet, after the fleeting moment of action, he regretted it profoundly. The seemingly mighty strike of the elder was merely a fabled, masking his true prowess. Even so, within mere breaths, he had forced the Taoist into a flustered retreat. Judging from the current situation, this old man must possess a realm far superior to his own, leaving him with no hope of overcoming such a disparity in swordsmanship. Recollecting his sword, the middle-aged Taoist lightly landed on the eaves of a tall building and gazed at the elder, cupping his hands in respect. "Senior, your realm is profound, and your swordsmanship is divine. I am no match for you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my earlier offense." His words were sincere, devoid of pretense. The elderly man, clad in a robe, did not sheath his sword but instead held it aloft, fixating his gaze on the middle-aged Taoist not far away. He coldly chuckled. "With such meager skills, you dare to covet that sword? Allow me to offer you a piece of earnest advice. Depart from this place at once, or you shall inevitably meet a grim fate in the wilderness." The elderly man's meaning was abundantly clear, should the middle-aged Taoist persist in his attempts to seize the sword. Any confrontation that ensued today would be unavoidable. According to the customs of sword cultivators, that would lead to a battle to the death, with no room for mercy. Realizing he was outmatched, the middle-aged Taoist refrained from making any further threats and did not inquire about the elder-s sect. In the region of Namling, while there were many sword sects, only a few could produce a sword cultivator of such caliber, and those sects were not ones he could afford to provoke. After bowing respectfully to the elderly man, the middle-aged Taoist's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing into the distance, his destination unknown. The elder turned his gaze towards a certain direction and, with another swift stroke of his sword, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that soared like a dragon, roaring into the night, particularly striking against the dark backdrop. In the distance, a tall building collapsed in response, revealing a figure within the elder's line of sight. It was one of several individuals lurking in the shadows. This person was also a sword cultivator, but had concealed his true appearance through secret techniques, rendering him only partially visible. Aware that he had been locked onto by the elder's sword energy, he could not evade and could only manage a hollow laugh, saying, "Senior's sword technique is unparalleled. There are scarcely a handful in the entire Return Sword Pavilion who possess your level of mastery. Since you two have taken an interest in that sword, I shall not contest it any longer. I take my leave." This sword cultivator, who managed to ascertain the elder's origins in such a short time, was undoubtedly several times more powerful than the previous one, yet still no match for the elder. He quickly darted away, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, several figures revealed themselves in the night, sensing the elder's formidable presence and subsequently choosing to withdraw. Originally, the small town had hosted a considerable number of sword cultivators, but after a few strokes from the elder, 4 or 5 had already retreated, leaving only a handful who remained steadfast, patiently awaiting the emergence of the sword. The elder, having ceased his aggressive demeanor, sheathed his sword and returned to the street where he had previously stood. Upon seeing his master's return, Susu immediately gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Master, you grow stronger with age. Your vigor is commendable. In my humble opinion, the position of sect leader should be yours to occupy for a few days, so that I might have a chance to take up that role in the future." The elder, who had just displayed the aura of a sword immortal, could not help but chuckle and scold. "You little rascal, as long as you dedicate yourself to learning the sword, that position of sect leader will surely belong to you in due time." Susu, initially jesting, now found himself startled by the prospect of being offered the sect leader's position. He promptly stuck out his tongue and scratched his head, saying, "I have no desire to be the sect leader. Let me at most serve as the law enforcer. If any of my senior or junior sisters err, I could at least plead on their behalf." The elderly man shook his head, unable to comprehend the intricate thought processes of his precious disciple. Casting a glance at the distant scenery enveloped in the night, he murmured, "From my perspective, there are at least 3 formidable masters in this town. Although I wield a sword alone and could face them without suffering any loss, it remains uncertain if there are other powerful figures lurking here." Susu nodded in earnest, realizing that should his master find himself outmatched, it would be imperative to conserve strength and make a swift escape with his disciple. Upon hearing this, the old man unhesitatingly slapped his beloved disciple on the head, declaring, "I am not so old as to be incapable of protecting you." Rubbing his head, Susu chuckled and chose to refrain from further discussion. "Time is of the essence. Tonight, I shall procure this sword for you." The elder raised his gaze to the sky, sensing the shift in the sword aura, and promptly led Susu towards the area where the sword energy was most concentrated. As a sword embryo, Susu could also perceive the sharpness permeating the world around him. From this aura alone, it was evident that the sword was indeed exceptional. This realization even stirred Su Su, who had always carried a wooden sword. His requirements for a sword were not trivial as a sword embryo. Failing to find a sword that resonated with him would feel akin to wearing ill-fitting clothing, uncomfortable and disconcerting. Master, if that sword suits me, I promise I will no longer steal Uncle Wu's spring palace paintings. Truly, I swear. Before the pool, Asang opened her eyes. The scene before her had drastically transformed from the daylight. The once tranquil pool now roiled as if set ablaze, with the long sword resting motionless at its center. Gumin fixated on the sword, turning to Wang Xiaopin and inquired, "Is it about to gain sentience?" Wang Xiaopin, undeterred by Gumin's jest, contemplated deeply, ultimately shaking his head. No, its master has arrived. In this world, a truly remarkable sword possesses a certain spirit, much like the candle fish in Gumin's possession, intuitively discerning its rightful master. This sword, too, could choose its owner, attesting to the extraordinary craftsmanship of Wang Xiaopin. Individuals of his caliber would undoubtedly attract numerous sword sects eager to recruit him. Even if he could not cultivate, crafting swords for the sect would be immensely valuable. After all, with countless sword cultivators in existence, how could there be such an abundance of swords without skilled artisans? If it chooses someone, it is destined to belong to that individual. Wang Xiaopin sighed quietly, ensuring Asang did not overhear. Gumin caught the remark, turning his head to whisper, "You should say that to the senior sister. See if she doesn't knock you out." Wang Xiaopin abruptly turned to Gumin, exclaiming in exasperation, "How could Dishan allow you to enter its gates?" Gumin casually replied, "Perhaps it's because I am pleasing to the eye." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaopin sighed in further resignation. It was difficult to determine which was more captivating, the night or the youth beneath it. As Asang refrained from gazing at the night sky, her attention was drawn repeatedly to Gumin, the esteemed senior sister from Disan. She no longer fixated on the sword. For, as previously asserted, the sword possessed a spirit capable of choosing its master. Wang Xiaopin would gladly bestow the sword upon the rightful individual. Alas, Asang was not one to be easily swayed. She had no intention of gifting the sword to anyone. Thus whoever appeared next would have to endure the wrath of the senior sister. Gumin remained perplexed as to why his senior sister insisted on waiting here. Could it be that she was simply inflexible? He had never held an affinity for such individuals, believing that life invariably presents countless challenges beyond one's reach. To stubbornly pursue the unattainable was the hallmark of foolishness, and he found it hard to harbor affection for the foolish. Asang was no fool, yet her actions appeared rather unwise. Gumin's musings were abruptly interrupted, not by Asang or Wang Xiaopin, but by the emergence of a figure atop a distant high-rise. Su Shu from the Muyu sect, having heard of a master who forged a remarkable sword, had come to ascertain whether destiny had intertwined their paths. The middle-aged man clad in a pristine white robe spoke under the moonlight, his voice rich and resonant, devoid of malice, and his words imbued with courtesy. The Muyu sect stood among the most prestigious of the Nanling sword sect, with only the sword pavilion and the returning sword hall able to overshadow it. Su Shu's approach was not one of cordiality, but rather a blatant display of dominance. Among the sword cultivators of Nanling, how could anyone not yield to his sect unless they hailed from the sword pavilion or returning sword hall? Moreover, Wang Xiaopin was merely a humble blacksmith without an affiliation. Listening to these words, Wang Xiaopin offered no reply, only a resigned smile. At that moment, he held no authority, and even if he did, he would be reluctant to relinquish the sword so easily. Su Shu shifted slightly, descending gracefully from the high-rise to a position near the pool. His gaze swept across Gumin and the others before lingering momentarily on Gumin's face, then retracting his gaze without ever glancing at the sword in the water. He addressed Wang Xiaopin with a gentle smile. "What you might not know, sir, is that there are at least a few individuals in the town coveting this sword. Should it be that destiny does not favor me with it, I would like to invite you to spend some time at Muyu Mountain, in mere exchanges." Gumin understood the underlying intent. Others wished to seize the sword, and this fellow Su Shu aimed to take both sword and wielder. Observing Su Shu, Gumin mused that shamelessness was a common trait found everywhere, not solely confined to the sword pavilion. Su Shu looked to Wang Xiaopin, seeking a definitive answer. Wang Xiaopin responded, "Often, we cannot attain the answers we desire. All I can say is my apologies." Su Shu smiled faintly, seemingly taken aback, yet soon composed himself. Redirecting his gaze to the sword, the pool had grown tranquil, yet an increasing aura of sword energy began to emanate from the blade, signaling that its forging was imminent. "Este sword, esteemed sir, is surely unparalleled within the entirety of the Muyu sect. My master often imparts wisdom upon me, asserting that this world is replete with remarkable individuals and extraordinary events. Yet, I never anticipated that I would be fortunate enough to witness you in person. Should I be blessed to become the custodian of this sword and forge a friendship with you, it would undoubtedly be a most exhilarating affair. Su Shu does not rush to take any action. The sword has yet to be forged, and thus he must wait. Even once it is completed, there exist several sword cultivators in this quaint town, and a duel is inevitable. The sword's rightful owner, as he articulates, will not be determined so easily. His early arrival here is merely to demonstrate his sincerity to Wang Xiaopin. Perhaps, even if he cannot seize the sword, acquiring a young master craftsman would still be a significant gain for the Muyu sect. However, he did not foresee that despite his gentle demeanor, he would be met with rejection. Yet, he harbors no resentment, for he knows that those who will arrive shortly will care little for a mere swordsmith. Their eyes will be fixed solely upon the sword. The world is predominantly populated by fools. Su Shu softly laments, his gaze captivated by the sword, brimming with uncontainable joy. Throughout this time, he has not uttered a single word to Gu Min or a saying, presenting himself merely as a mild-mannered sword enthusiast to onlookers. However, Gu Min finds him utterly repugnant. It is not the pretense that irks him, but rather the sheer clumsiness of the disguise. Everyone possesses their own criteria for identifying fools, and for Gu Min, the sword cultivator named Su Shu is among them. Nevertheless, adhering to a principle of discretion, Gu Min refrains from speaking. He has begun to contemplate that if this Su Shu proves to be a formidable character beyond his senior sister's capabilities, he may need to forge some connection with Wang Xiaopin, and later claim to be either his brother or friend, if it becomes absolutely necessary. He might even assert that he is his son, a notion Gu Min finds not entirely unacceptable. Leave. Perhaps sensing Gu Min's disdain, or perhaps due to Asang's own revulsion towards the individual before them, she utters a single word. Her tone is flat, her voice not loud. Yet it carries a striking familiarity. Wang Xiaopin chuckles once more, prompting Gu Min to swiftly avert his gaze, unwilling to witness the spectacle before him. Su Shu, entranced by the sword, is taken aback upon hearing the word leave and turns to look at the source of the utterance, inquiring with curiosity, "Were you speaking?" Asang does not meet his gaze, seemingly intent on ensuring her words are heard, and thus repeats, "Leave." Su Shu's expression gradually shifts. A smile emerges, for he believes he has extended every courtesy to Wang Xiaopin. Hearing this retort, he feels justified in teaching this audacious woman a lesson. With this thought in mind, although a smile lingers on his face, his internal energy begins to stir, preparing for action. He has no intention of harming Asang, but he is determined to make it known that he is not to be trifled with. However, in an instant, his smile vanishes, for Asang has waved her sleeve dismissively. It is not an exaggerated statement. It is simply that Asang waved his hand lightly. An invisible yet distinctly perceptible wave of energy materialized between Asang and Su Shu. Gu Min focused on this intangible force, watching as it burst forth like a droplet of water hitting a stone slab, the splashes landing upon Su Shu's chest. Remarkably, Su Shu exhibited no reaction, as if struck by a heavy hammer to the heart, resulting in a copious expulsion of blood, after which he was propelled away. He shattered several towering buildings, a cloud of dust billowing forth, the sounds of collapsing structures lingering for an extended period before finally dissipating. Meanwhile, Asang remained indifferent to him. According to the earlier teachings of Su Shu's master, there were at least 3 sword cultivators at the light-soaring realm in this small town, the 7th stage of cultivation. If Su Shu were indeed one of these 3, and was so effortlessly cast aside by Asang, then one could only ponder the true extent of this Master Dushan's prowess. Gu Min gazed at the airborne Su Shu and silently remarked how splendid it was, before turning to Wang Xiaopin, only to find the latter with an expression of disbelief. Thus, he spoke, "It appears you are yet unaware of the nature of our senior sister." This statement bore multiple layers of meaning, which Wang Xiaopin grasped, responding somewhat dazedly. "I truly do not know." The cacophony caused by Su Shu's collision with numerous buildings was so great that the elder and Su Shu, before even reaching the scene, had already heard the commotion. The elder paused atop a building, contemplating the situation. Su Shu followed suit and quietly asked, "Master, should we flee?" The elder disregarded him. Muttering to himself, "A light-soaring realm sword cultivator has been struck down, and from the fluctuations of the energy, it seems that person had no means of retaliation." The light-soaring realm denotes the 7th stage of cultivation, To incapacitate an individual of this level without any chance of countering, one must be a peak figure of this realm. However, judging by the elder's assessment, it was likely that the opponent's level was even higher, probably at the 8th stage, known as the Starry Realm. Encountering such a practitioner in this place was indeed surprising. He pondered who this cultivator might be. Could it possibly be those individuals from the sword court? The elder furrowed his brow, murmuring, as if discerning the identity of the opponent was more pressing than retrieving the sword. Master, are we to flee or what? Please make a swift decision. Su rubbed his temples. Although he had developed a keen interest in the sword, it was not an absolute necessity. In his view, one's life was of utmost importance. Even if the adversary were of the Starry Realm, the master would not cower. Yet, given the current circumstances, if the master were to engage, retrieving the sword would fall solely upon him. The elder chuckled, rest assured, after that commotion. The remaining 2 sword cultivators will certainly refrain from making a move. After you acquire the sword, make haste to escape. I shall retreat while contending with them. Su whispered his agreement, then removed the wooden sword from his back, suspending it at his waist. Just as the elder was about to dart away, Su softly cautioned, Master, the sword is not paramount. Do not let yourself perish. The old man laughed heartily, saying nothing. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the realization that he had never misjudged this child. This was the 2nd time he unleashed his sword that night, and his presence was as imposing as before. Even before he reached the water pool, while still suspended in the air, he executed a sword strike that tore through half a long street, creating a chasm, with the sword light reaching all the way to the pool. The force of this strike surpassed that of the previous one by a considerable margin. The most apparent reason for his actions was, of course, to lure Asang away from the pool. Asang was no fool. Sensing the surge of sword energy, she paused momentarily and turned to Gu Min, softly stating, That person is a swordsman of the Starry Realm. Pay close attention, junior brother. Gu Min was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the full meaning of her words. He understood the concept of the flying light realm, recognizing that practitioners referred to their levels in a somewhat simplified manner, perhaps deeming the earlier realms too elementary, hence naming them the 1st realm, 2nd realm, and so forth, until the 6th realm, which was specifically termed the wandering realm. The 7th realm was flying light. The 8th was starry, the 9th was hairpin, and the 10th was the golden threshold. Practitioners of the Starry Realm could indeed be regarded as formidable cultivators. At this moment, with his senior sister instructing him to observe, he pondered what he was supposed to watch. Just as he was lost in thought, he witnessed Asang soar into the air, her frail form creating a large crater in the ground as she ascended. In an instant, a brilliant azure light burst forth, illuminating the entire town as bright as day. Gu Min tilted his head, murmuring, What exactly am I supposed to be watching? Wang Xiaopin interjected softly, Considering your senior sister's temperament, she likely wants you to observe how she engages in combat. Realization struck Gu Min. It made sense now, and he couldn't help but chuckle at himself, recognizing that if that was the case, he too had been rather foolish. Asang did not engage in combat lightly, and neither was Gu Min a simpleton. After witnessing his senior sister take flight, Gu Min pieced together the significance of her actions, why she waited for someone to seize the sword, and why she urged him to pay close attention. This was not merely about Asang defending the sword. It was an opportunity for Gu Min to witness firsthand the nature of battles between cultivators. In other words, Asang, as his senior sister, was imparting a crucial lesson that no one on the mountain could teach him. With this understanding, Gu Min retracted all distractions and focused intently on the unfolding spectacle. As a practitioner, he would encounter countless challenges on the path of cultivation, naturally accompanied by innumerable opportunities. What one could grasp, beyond observing the will of heaven, largely depended on oneself. The imminent clash before him, featuring 2 practitioners of the Starry Realm, one of whom was a swordsman, promised to be a significant learning experience for Gu Min. Yet, when he finally witnessed his senior sister in action, he experienced a momentary tremor of his spirit. He realized he must cling tightly to this formidable ally in the future. With that final reflection, Gu Min resolved to devote his entire focus to the unfolding events, leaving no room for distractions. The confrontation between Asang and the elderly Mai Yi unfolded in the stillness of the night, initiated with a simplicity and directness that belied its intensity. Upon the elder's first strike with his long sword, Asang leapt gracefully from in front of the pool, shattering the encroaching sword chi even as she ascended. This unexpected display momentarily bewildered the Mai Yi elder. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Asang had already traversed half the length of the street, swiftly approaching him. Unfazed, the elder maintained his composure. His sword trembled slightly in his grip, emanating a brilliant sword chi beneath the moonlight. As he unleashed his second strike, an array of minute sword energy surged forth from his side, invisible to the naked eye yet formidable, converging towards Asang in an instant, poised to create significant disruption in her advance. Among the multitude of practitioners in the world, sword cultivators are renowned for their lethality. Many practitioners dread encountering a sword master cornered with no escape, fearing the desperate gamble that such a fighter might undertake. A sword cultivator driven to the brink becomes, undeniably, one of the most formidable adversaries. Though the second strike of the Mai Elder lacked the grandeur of the first, it was rife with intricate variations. Should Asang respond, the Elder had countless strategies prepared, allowing him to build momentum with successive strikes. Perhaps after hundreds of exchanges, he could harness enough power to repel Asang with a single, decisive blow. This was not merely a sword technique. It was a method refined through years of arduous practice, one he rarely had the opportunity to employ. Yet, facing a practitioner of Asang's caliber, he felt it necessary to regard her with utmost seriousness. Unaware of her identity or the sect to which she belonged, he sensed her aura was not inferior to his own. Thus, he resolved to exert his full strength in this encounter. In the next moment, Asang met his strike, her hand glowing with a cerulean light as she unleashed a mysterious technique to dissipate some of the sword chi. However, she merely managed to withstand the blow. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as the Elder anticipated. The first strike had built its momentum successfully. Calmly, he delivered his second strike. A flash of sword light accompanied by a glimmer of golden light on the horizon, suggesting something extraordinary. This blow echoed techniques of the sword pavilion. As Asang retreated 2 steps, she deftly sidestepped the strike, landing lightly upon a nearby azure-tiled roof. With a gentle push off her toes, she soared towards the Mai Elder once more. As their distance closed again, the Elder finally noticed that the woman before him, clad in gray, possessed a pair of mesmerizing dual pupils. This was the mark of imperial lineage. Momentarily taken aback, the Mai Elder found himself captivated. For such legends stirred awe in anyone who beheld them for the first time, rendering them momentarily spellbound. Yet, what astonished him further was when the woman reached him. She merely executed a light palm strike. A tremendous wave of energy surged from her hand, imbued with terrifying power. The Elder, sensing the might of her strike, positioned his sword across his chest to block the oncoming force. Despite his efforts, he was propelled backwards several paces, landing atop another rooftop, where he channeled his energy to mitigate the impact, shattering the azure tiles beneath him in the process. Then there ensued a cacophony of falling sounds. The elderly man of the linen robe deftly pointed with his toe and presented the third sword towards Asen. Asen tilted her head, her face remaining devoid of expression. As the third sword approached her, one of her hands rested upon her chest, fingers poised to flick. The battles between practitioners often manifest in 2 extremes. Either they are dazzlingly intricate or astonishingly unadorned. The lower the realm of a practitioner, the more likely the battle appears chaotic, for they lack the profound insight of higher-level cultivators. Unable to perceive their opponent's vulnerabilities, they resort to employing the techniques they have learned, leading to a spectacle of confusion. Both Asen and the elderly man are not practitioners of low standing. Thus, their combat is straightforward. In the span of a tea ceremony, they have exchanged blows hundreds of times. Neither has introduced themselves, for they fight solely for the sword, determining its ownership through strength, without delving into other matters. The elderly man thrusts forth another sword, revealing the scene after hundreds of exchanges. Asen dismantles this move, pausing midair. The elderly man smiles faintly, forming a sword gesture with his hand. The dissipated sword energy in the world revives, surging towards the sword he holds. In an instant, the entire town is engulfed in tumultuous winds. This is the elderly man's accumulated energy for a single strike, reaching its climax. Asen observes the spectacle, unmoved. She slightly parts her crimson lips and speaks, "Little junior brother, do you comprehend?" Her voice, though soft, resonates throughout the town. Gu Min, upon hearing her words, looks up in contemplation and realizes, "I understand." His voice is not loud, yet Asen catches it, nodding slightly as she disperses the sword energy around her, the power surging within her palms. The elderly man furrows his brow, suddenly grasping a crucial truth. The woman before him was not oblivious to his accumulating energy strike from the very beginning. Instead, she had perceived it long ago but chose not to intervene, allowing someone or something to observe his swordsmanship through his hundreds of strikes. In this way, it is akin to covertly learning from him. However, even with his full display of techniques, the opponent must possess exceptional talent to discern the trajectory and arrangement of his sword energy among the hundreds of strikes. Such a person would not only require a robust realm, but also an extraordinary intellect, capable of understanding the reasoning behind each of his strikes while possessing an impeccable memory. The elderly man does not believe there exists such a person in the world. Even if there were, it could only be his treasured disciple. Therefore, he remains unconcerned and coldly states, "Even so, how will you intercept this final strike?" Had Asen dispersed all his sword energy at the moment he unleashed his first strike, he could not have accumulated his power, and thus, the final sword would not exist. Yet at this point, after hundreds of exchanges, the elderly man cannot fathom how his opponent intends to obstruct the concluding strike. Asen remained silent. She was not a sword cultivator and, thus, unable to provide Gu Min with assistance in the realm of swordsmanship. When encountering a sword cultivator of reasonable caliber, she naturally hoped to maximize the guidance that could be afforded to her junior brother. Now that the other party had completed their demonstration and Gu Min had comprehended it, that was sufficient. With this understanding, she prepared to take serious action. Observing the extraordinary sword strike that was about to unfold, Asen's energy surged with remarkable intensity. To ensure that Gu Min could fully absorb the essence of the sword techniques, she had foregone numerous opportunities. At this moment, with her opponent already poised and ready, the chance had indeed slipped away. If their realms were comparable, aside from yielding an acknowledgement of defeat, there would be no other recourse. Yet, Asen was far from an ordinary individual. She charged forward to meet that impending strike. Gu Min withdrew his gaze after witnessing hundreds of sword strikes. In truth, there were not many that he could retain in his memory. His opponent was a formidable great sword cultivator of the stellar realm, whose profound mastery revealed intricate subtleties in each movement. The disparity in their levels rendered it a fool's errand to expect that he could remember everything from just one display. To recall even 4 or 5 techniques was already a considerable feat. Nevertheless, he found the concept of gathering energy for a strike to be intriguing. Such a build-up could undoubtedly become a powerful weapon in his arsenal. If he could harness it effectively, it would grant him a significant advantage in future confrontations. Rubbing his eyes, Gu Min turned to glance at the now still long sword before fixing his gaze on Wang Xiaopin. "Your senior sister is quite formidable. If you were to marry her, I suspect your days would not be easy." This jest was only made in Asen's absence. Had she been present, he would not have dared to utter a word, no matter how emboldened he felt. Wang Xiaopin replied with a hint of bitterness, "That is a life I could never hope to attain." Gu Min clicked his tongue. Indeed, a profound sentiment. Wang Xiaopin shot him a look, sensing that his comment was not entirely complimentary. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a voice rang out from not too far away. "You shameless scoundrel." Turning towards the source of the voice, Gu Min spotted a young boy clad in black. The youth was strikingly handsome, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, and he bore a wooden sword at his waist as he stood nearby, observing Gu Min intently. It was none other than Su Su. He had arrived some time ago, but upon witnessing his master in action, he could not bring himself to miss such a duel. He had been watching from a distance for quite a while, and only stepped forward upon realizing that someone was attempting to learn his master's swordplay. "You so young. How can you be so shameless?" Su Su initially felt little anger, but upon seeing Gu Min's appearance, he inexplicably became somewhat irate. "Is this how you greet me on our first meeting?" At the sight of this young boy, Gu Min also stood up, clutching the candle-like object in his arms, though he appeared somewhat aggrieved. Listening to Gu Min's words, Su Su regarded the young man before him with newfound consideration. Judging by his age, it was evident that they were of similar standing. However, he had never encountered such a character within the sect. "Is it not shameless to hide here and observe my master wielding his sword?" Su Su, clutching a wooden sword, scrutinized the youth, who was surprisingly more handsome than himself. His words were sharp, yet devoid of any malice. Gu Min pondered, realizing that the old fellow referred to was indeed Su Su's master, and thus responded earnestly. "If we are to speak of shamelessness, is it not your master who is the more disgraceful for attempting to seize my senior sister's sword?" In this exchange, both parties recognized the connection they shared with the two still engaged in a fierce battle. Su Su let out a cold huff, acknowledging his slight in this matter, but stubbornly retorted, "Such an exquisite sword emerging into the world must naturally choose a master it favors. A forcibly taken fruit is never sweet. Have you not heard this saying?" Upon hearing this, Gu Min chuckled. When it comes to shamelessness, how could I possibly rival you? You. Su Su was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon found his voice again. Your act of secretly peeking at my master is evidently more shameless. Does your master not have anyone watching when he wields his sword? Just like spectators observing a fight in the arena, is it not customary? Gu Min countered. Moreover, I merely sat here and observed. How's that akin to spying? In terms of verbal sparring, Gu Min, having grown up in a unique environment, was far from disadvantaged. Although his background was exceptional, his demeanor was quite carefree, which contrasted with Su Su's notorious irreverence. Thus, even the notoriously unrefined Su Su found it challenging to gain the upper hand against Gu Min reflecting on his wooden sword. Su Su realized that continuing this exchange with the young man would lead to no victory on his part. Feeling somewhat dispirited, he gazed up at the sword resting in the water, acknowledging its undeniable quality. After a moment of silence, he addressed Wang Xiaopin. The sword forged by you is remarkable. I wish to ascertain whether I truly possess the fortune to claim it. If not, I shall depart without harboring any desire for it. Su Su's words were sincere, far more genuine than those he had previously expressed to Su Shu. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Xiaopin responded, this sword was not meant to be completed today. It sensed that its master was nearby, thus it manifested. If it chooses you as its rightful owner, I should not stand in your way. However, the sword was initially forged for the lady I hold dear, and now that it has come into being, it rightfully belongs to her. If you wish to take it, it ultimately hinges upon her sentiments. Wang Xiaopin found himself in a bit of a predicament. From his perspective, it should naturally be a matter of the sword choosing its owner, but with Asang's presence. He knew her temper and was reluctant to take matters into his own hands. Su Su smiled, then, with a hint of regret, said, if this sword is indeed fated for me, I trust my master would ensure its acquisition. However, should such an event transpire, I must first apologize to you. With that, Su Su bowed to Wang Xiaopin, who shook his head, indicating that there was no need for concern. After conversing with Wang Xiaopin, Su Su turned to Gu Min and said, I wish to see that sword. Wang Xiaopin was not a cultivator, and he was well aware of it. However, the youth before him was indeed a practitioner. Su Su, not wishing to engage in combat with him, therefore made a request first. Gu Min shook his head, replying, that sword belongs to my senior sister. If you wish to see it, you must first ask her permission. At this moment, you cannot, so you must wait. The implication of waiting was Gu Min's way of conveying to this young man that the sword was not for his eyes, nor could it be taken away. Su Su spat dismissively. Having finally managed to act seriously, he now reverted to his playful demeanor. You've seen my master draw his sword. What is the harm in my taking a look at your senior sisteress? That would make us even. Gu Min frowned and said, if you insist on pursuing this matter, I concede that I may be at fault. However, if you wish to see, you may only gaze upon me. I am quite handsome. Looking at me a bit longer is not a loss. If anything, I would be the one at a disadvantage. The term, doqli, is a local slang from Nanchu, which Su Su naturally did not comprehend, yet he understood the essence of Gu Min's words. He spat again in disdain. Handsome? What a load of nonsense. This was another dialect from ancient Shu, not widely known. Gu Min did not grasp the meaning, but sensed that Su Su's remark was far from complimentary. He scoffed and chose to ignore the retort, taking a few steps towards the water basin, tightly clutching the candlelight. His cultivation level was not particularly high, and he was uncertain of the youth's capabilities, which left Gu Min feeling a tinge of apprehension about a potential outburst from him. Not as good-looking as me. You certainly aren't, Gu Min replied, testing the waters. At that moment, Su Su felt a compelling urge to teach Gu Min a lesson. Despite his playful nature at the sword-returning pavilion, no one had ever questioned him. He pondered the notion of being a natural sword body. How could one be deemed unattractive? Now, being told he was less handsome than Gu Min. He was undeniably furious but lacked any valid rebuttal. He was indeed handsome, yet it was true that Gu Min surpassed him in looks. A cultivator could elevate their realm through diligent effort, but one's appearance was immutable, even if you were the invincible sword immortal of the golden threshold. If you were ugly, you remained ugly. There was no remedy for that. Shall we spar? Su Su asked, a hint of anger in his voice, clutching his wooden sword. Eager to confront Gu Min regarded him and, after a moment's consideration, nodded without hesitation. Very well. Su Su was somewhat taken aback and gazed at Gu Min in a daze. He recognized that Gu Min was also a sword practitioner and could not resist the urge to teach him a lesson, yet he had not anticipated such a prompt agreement. Wait until I turn you into a hammer. Once calm, a smile crept upon Su Su's lips, revealing his delight. Little did he know, Gu Min's swift acquiescence stemmed from not sensing any danger from Su Su, understanding that the latter would never resort to lethal force against him. Thus, he perceived Su Su as an excellent sharpening stone for his own swordsmanship. Having felt inspired by the old man in the coarse robe preparing for a strike earlier and now seeking someone to test his skills against, I reiterate, I am more appealing than both you and the hammer, Gu Min remarked with a subtle smirk, laced with a hint of mischief. Su Su inwardly scoffed, contemplating how he would leave her searching for her teeth after their encounter, casting doubt on her earlier claim. As a disciple of the Return to Sword Pavilion, I seek your guidance, he declared, unsheathing his wooden sword with a serious demeanor. Any disciple of the sword sect would undoubtedly be familiar with Su Su's name. He was a prodigious talent, the most cherished young disciple of the Return to Sword Pavilion. In terms of swordsmanship, only the esteemed Gongxin sword master from the sword court could rival him within the entirety of Nanling. However, Gu Min, who lived in the secluded Dushan, was largely ignorant. Aside from knowing that the Return to Sword Pavilion ranked among the top 3 in the Nanling sword sect, he resolved to withhold the name of his sect. For Dushan was currently too weak. He feared that should he defeat her, she might harbor vengeful thoughts, and he doubted his lenient master would be able to intervene. Su Su nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Where is your sword?" He was aware that Gu Min was also a sword practitioner, yet he noticed her lack of a weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Min conjured a sword that was entirely white, which fell gracefully into her grasp. "Excellent," Su Su replied with a smile. In an instant, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted. Countless strands of sword energy emanated from Su Su's wooden sword, akin to gentle breezes sweeping through the air. As a natural-born sword talent, he embodied the hopes of the Return to Sword Pavilion, and much like Gu Min's standing in Dushan, he had mastered the sect's sword techniques. With a single strike, he revealed an extraordinary prowess, hinting at his profound understanding of the sword path. It was Gu Min's first time wielding a sword in combat. Observing Su Su's strike, she instinctively returned with a blow, executing a technique from the Void Transformation sword technique. Su Su's previous strike resembled a soft breeze, while Gu Min's response was as solid as a wall, effectively intercepting the attack. When their swords clashed, a myriad of sword energies dispersed. While her skill could not be compared to the venerable Elder Mai, it nonetheless exuded an air of distinction. Having failed to land his first strike, Su Su quickly launched a second attack. A sudden beam of sword light surged forth, descending upon Gu Min. Though devoid of lethal intent, had it connected, it would likely have inflicted serious harm. However, just as the sword light descended, Gu Min swiftly countered, summoning a wave of azure energy above her, akin to a rising tide that shielded her from the blow. Su Su's sword was engulfed by this ocean of energy, vanishing without a trace. Gu Min's expression darkened. Despite having spent nearly a year mastering several sword techniques, her insufficient realm rendered her efforts laborious. She could have employed a more familiar technique, yet in response to Su Su's aggressive strikes, she instinctively devised the optimal counter. As Su Su's second strike dissipated, Gu Min took a deep breath and seized the opportunity to strike first before Su could unleash his third attack. The third sword was led by him. Su Su's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was cursing. After a brief moment, Su Su shattered that sword, and both individuals, sharing a tacit understanding, refrained from launching further attacks. The two young men exchanged glances before resuming their duel. In the blink of an eye, the two youths had exchanged dozens of strikes. While in midair, Asang and the elder in the patchwork robe had engaged in hundreds of exchanges. This time, however, Asang, unrestrained in her assault, clearly held the upper hand. The elder, pressed and overwhelmed, found himself mentally cursing as well. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful woman possessed such profound mastery, leaving him without a glimmer of hope for victory. In all of Nanling, which sect could possibly boast such a formidable figure? Could it be that she hailed from the tower by the sea? In a fleeting moment, Gu Min and Su Su continuously exchanged strikes and parries. Both were prodigies, their realms not significantly disparate, thus neither could discern the other's flaws within such a brief span. Consequently, they sought opportunities amidst their relentless dueling. Gu Min refrained from employing the techniques from the Bai Yingdu, sensing an oddity within that sword art and unwilling to reveal it lightly. Su Su, too, withheld his most treasured techniques, perceiving this merely as a common contest of swords, not wishing to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Thus, Equilibrium was maintained between them. As he observed the sword energy before him, Su grew increasingly wary of Gu Min. He was acutely aware of his standing among the younger generation of sword cultivators in Nanling, and it was no trivial feat for the youth before him to withstand so many of his strikes. Among those of the same realm, Su had never believed any sword cultivator could rival him, not even Liang Zhao. Unbeknownst to Gu Min, who was absorbed in the trajectories of the sword techniques and the flow of sword energy, he had already exchanged numerous blows with his opponent. Time trickled by as their duel persisted, the sounds of clashing swords echoing incessantly. For reasons unknown, Su's wooden sword did not shatter upon encountering Gu Min's Zhuyu, despite the latter being the cherished sword of the late Yinjinren, a treasure of the Dushan. Logically, it ought to have been inferior to a mere wooden sword. Yet, the reality was that the wooden sword remained intact, and Zhuyu could not inflict even the slightest harm. After another failed strike, Su, taken aback, uttered a curious and inquired peculiarly, "Which sword sect do you belong to? Are you perhaps surnamed Liang?" Having never encountered Liang Zhao, upon witnessing Gu Min's extraordinary prowess, a thought emerged. Could this remarkable youth be the esteemed Gengxin sword master? Otherwise, how could he endure so many exchanges before him? However, Gu Min had previously revealed his name. Should he now claim to be Liang Zhao, Su would be compelled to scoff at him, pondering how a Gengxin sword master would shy away from proclaiming his true name. Yet, if he were indeed Liang Zhao, Su would have to retract his earlier conviction that no sword cultivator in the same realm could surpass him, acknowledging the true greatness of this Gengxin sword master. Upon hearing the surname Liang, Gu Min immediately recalled the shameless individual associated with that name and retorted angrily, "You are the one surnamed Liang. Your entire family bears that name." Su was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself that he had merely inquired about his surname, not insulted his mother. Wondering why Gu Min reacted so vehemently. Before his thoughts could settle, Gu Min's sword energy surged, suddenly becoming fierce, evidently incensed by his words. "Curse you!" Su muttered under his breath, steeling himself for the confrontation. In the ensuing half-hour, Gu Min unleashed several strikes, drawing from the Shuyan sword art, the Chaoxing sword art, and the Qinlong sword art, techniques that initially seemed disparate. However, Gu Min seamlessly intertwined them, creating a remarkably coherent flow. Such occurrences had never transpired among the disciples of D Mountain in the past, as their focus was solely on unwavering dedication to their craft, leaving them little energy to explore other sword techniques. Much like the majority of D Mountain's disciples, who devoted their entire lives to mastering the Qinlong sword technique, only a handful among them ever reached the pinnacle of sword cultivation, and should one have the fortune to study under such masters, it was evident that a lifetime of diligent practice would be devoted to that singular technique, leaving no room for the pursuit of other sword arts. However, Gu Min, as the last sword cultivator of D Mountain, enjoyed unparalleled privileges, having the freedom to peruse any sword technique at will. If he desired, he could likely examine every sword technique housed within the wooden pavilion, understanding the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. He chose only a few techniques that particularly caught his eye to practice alongside the Baiing technique. In truth, even within these select techniques lay no fewer than 1,000 sword forms, and few could claim to remember them all. As moments passed, the two exchanged several sword strikes. And then Su muttered, "Enough," before his wooden sword tremored, summoning an array of sword energy from the heavens and earth. It mirrored the technique previously employed by the old man in rags, confirming a lineage of transmission. Earlier, when the old man wielded his sword, Gu Min observed, as did Su, who recognized it as his master's secret art. It was not that this knowledge was withheld from him, but rather that his master deemed Su's cultivation level insufficient and intended to wait for a more opportune moment. Yet, as Su witnessed the buildup of energy for the strike, he had already begun to internalize the essence of that move. Despite his insufficient cultivation, his innate talent for swordsmanship allowed him to grasp some of its subtleties, which he then applied against Gu Min. In executing this strike, Su was not motivated by the desire for victory, but rather sought to assess the validity of his own thoughts. This was an exploration of the sword path, a pursuit befitting a true sword cultivator. However, in the next instant, Su was taken aback. He perceived the sword energy swirling around him and Gu Min. And aside from the portion he had diverted, the remainder surged toward Gu Min. More precisely, it was directed toward Gu Min's sword. It was evident that his opponent too was preparing a similar strike. Su could not help but curse inwardly, questioning Gu Min's true lineage. Indeed, Gu Min was also harnessing the buildup of energy for his strike. Su could discern and emulate this technique because he was a natural sword genius, possessing an intrinsic connection to sword energy that rendered the challenge less formidable than for ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, given his current cultivation level, such mastery would have been utterly unattainable. Gu Min's ability to execute this strike relied more on his imagination and insight. A true genius transcends mere excellence in cultivation. They surpass the ordinary in various facets. Gu Min's capacity to memorize countless sword forms across multiple techniques, coupled with his retention of the old man's sword energy flow, allowed him to attempt a replication through imagination. While there were numerous errors in his execution, the fact that he could manifest a strike imbued with a modicum of power indicated that Gu Min was an exceptional talent, perhaps even more formidable than Su in this regard, as both were capable of executing the buildup of energy for their respective strikes. It became evident that this would mark the final clash of swords for the night. Su raised his wooden sword and let out a peculiar cry before swinging it forward. Gu Min also lifted his candle sword and thrust it out. The two blades met once more, their formidable sword energies clashing, transforming into delicate strands of sword chi that intertwined in a fierce struggle, akin to two armies facing off, neither willing to yield an inch. Their realms, insufficient as they were, left the scene less magnificent than it could have been. The violent gusts of sword energy whipped through Gu Min's long hair, and both found themselves equally ensnared in the tempest of sword chi. Countless blades of energy sliced at their bodies like a myriad of sharp knives. However, Gu Min appeared to endure the ordeal somewhat better. Having previously suffered greatly while studying the sword scripture, he was now reaping the benefits of that hardship. At this juncture, he finally mustered the energy to respond to the question posed earlier. My surname is Gu, to hell with Liang. Endless strands of sword chi swept past the two youths, resembling gentle breezes, yet any ordinary person caught in their midst would face a grim fate, being shredded to bones by the relentless energy. Remarkably, these sword energies did not even tear the fabric of the boys' garments, not due to their high realms, but rather because, in the end, they had once again demonstrated a tacit understanding and held back. With a resounding crash, a massive wave of energy erupted between them. It was the result of an overwhelming concentration of sword chi in a confined space. The force was tremendous, yet due to their relatively low realms, the damage to them was minimal. They were merely pushed back by the wave, landing some distance away. Su panted heavily, drenched in sweat, and raised his gaze to the youth before him, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Are you truly not Liang Zhao? Gu Min, equally drenched in perspiration and utterly fatigued, initially wished to remain silent. However, upon hearing this remark, he realized that the other had mistaken him for the false Gengxin sword master. With a sigh, he simply shook his head. Liang Zhao's audacious impersonation of the Gengxin sword master was an exceedingly shameless act, one that Gu Min had no intention of emulating. Seeing Gu Min deny it once more, Su slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, Damn it, I randomly encountered such a formidable character. When I finally meet Liang Zhao at the sword conference, how will I make him eat dirt? Gu Min, too exhausted to catch these words, collapsed onto the ground with a thud, having stored his candle sword away as beads. Su followed suit, sitting down beside him. Which sect do you hail from, esteemed disciple? How come I have never heard of you before? Are you aiming to make a remarkable debut at the sword conference? The century-old sword conference of the sword court is a grand event for the sword sects of Nanling. In the past, similar occurrences have unfolded where a talented disciple from a mid-tier sect emerged without prior notice, only to astound everyone at the sword conference by surpassing all the disciples of the sword court, ultimately becoming a sword immortal and elevating their sect from mediocrity to prominence. In his current state, Gu Min's ambition to surpass the esteemed disciples of the sword court is utterly unrealistic. His training has been brief, rendering him no match for the younger disciples in the third or fourth realms. However, if he wishes to make a name for himself at the sword conference, it is not an insurmountable task. After all, the great practitioners will undoubtedly recognize his innate talent and potential. Gu Min shook his head, gesturing towards the heavens, and remarked, Accompanying my senior sister into battle merely means she will fight while I observe from the sidelines. Su furrowed his brow and replied, Your senior sister does not appear to be a sword cultivator. When A Sang faced your master, I observed closely and noted there was not a trace of sword energy. How could she possibly be a sword cultivator? Gu Min recalled his senior sister's words and recounted them to Su. She said that whenever she wields a sword, she is indeed a sword cultivator. However, lacking a sword, she has come to retrieve hers. Su considered this statement, finding it rather shameless. and mused that such shamelessness must run in the family. Yet, he responded, that certainly sounds somewhat reasonable. Your senior sister's ability to contend with my master is a remarkable feat. You may be reluctant to disclose your sect, but I surmise it must be a significant one. Gu Min remained silent, contemplating that even if D Mountain were once considered a great sect, it could no longer be compared to the major sects of today. Noticing Gu Min's continued silence, Su Su realized that extracting details about his sect would be impossible. After a brief chuckle, he grinned and said, "It seems we have forged a friendship through our encounters. Individuals like us are destined to gain renown across the land. Perhaps we shall be heralded as the unparalleled duo of the Southern Ridge Sword Path. Establishing this friendship now will surely become a cherished tale in the future." Reflecting on the events of the evening, Gu Min found no cause for distaste in Su Su's demeanor, whether overt or covert, at least for the time being. He deemed Su Su a suitable companion, and thus he nodded in agreement. "Very well." Su Su chuckled, his eyes glinting with persistence as he eyed the sword. "Now that we are friends, it would be inappropriate for you to withhold a glimpse of that sword from me, don't you think? I merely wish to look, not to touch." Gu Min thought to himself that Su Su had been waiting for this moment, and felt somewhat exasperated. Upon reflection, he realized that aside from the initial trick he played on his senior sister, Luoxue, he had been the one to be outwitted ever since he ascended the mountain. Feeling somewhat vexed, Gu Min waved his hand and said, "Go on, look if you wish." Su Su rubbed his hands together, beaming with delight, and, fueled by an unknown surge of energy, he stood up and walked toward the sword. "By the way, what did you mean earlier by hammer?" Gu Min could not shake off this curiosity. "Oh, that is an ancient dialect from Shu, signifying that you possess a resolute will, much like a hammer." Su Su fabricated a response. Nevertheless, he continued his approach, leaning over the pool to scrutinize the sword, while simultaneously channeling the scant sword energy remaining in his chi reservoir, hoping to convey it to the blade. Regrettably, his sword energy failed to reach the azure-long sword, dissipating into the ether. It was evident that the chosen master of the sword was not him. Acknowledging this disheartening reality, Su Su furrowed his brow and murmured, "How much longer must I hold this wooden sword?" With a sigh, he resigned himself and sat down once more. Gu Min, recognizing that the sword was not meant for Su Su, observed his futile attempts to probe the sword's essence with his sword energy and remarked, "You truly are quite stubborn." Anger surged within Su Su, yet reflecting upon his own words, he could only muster a strained smile in response. They were equally matched in their folly. Gu Min sighed, comprehending that Su Su's earlier statement was not as he had described, but he admired the other's audacity and chose to remain silent. "Do you believe your senior sister can surpass my master?" "Fear not. Even if my master emerges victorious, he would not resort to lethal measures." Su Su suddenly broke the silence. Gu Min shook his head, asserting, "My senior sister will not be defeated." Above the celestial expanse, the two combatants had engaged in a prolonged struggle without a discernible victor. Now, they had paused, each resting atop a lofty tower, silently recuperating their inner energies. The elder in the patched robe chuckled, "You are quite young, yet your prowess is commendable. Were it not for your affiliation with a sect, I would gladly invite you to be a guest elder at my return to Sword Pavilion." Upon hearing the name of the return to Sword Pavilion, Asang understood the elder's sect. However, even though it was one of the top 3 sword sects of Nanling, she remained unmoved. She silently regarded the patched elder, contemplating how much longer this contest would continue. Her junior disciple had observed all that he needed to, thus, prolonging the fight seemed futile. Yet, as the elder was insistent upon acquiring that sword, she could not allow him to succeed. "Is that sword yours?" the elder inquired unexpectedly. Asang responded with a simple acknowledgement. "My disciple is in need of a sword. If that sword is indeed fated to be with my student, I am willing to exchange it for another artifact. What do you think?" The elder observed that she was not a sword cultivator, and wielding that sword would hold little significance for her. Asang shook her head and countered, "Had I not come, or if I were not strong enough, would you still speak so freely?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, but then replied calmly, "As a cultivator, you must understand how practitioners ought to conduct themselves." If Asang had not arrived, and the sword was destined for Su Su, Wang Xiaopin would inevitably fail to safeguard it. Should Wang Xiaopin demand compensation, the elder would certainly comply, whether in silver or other artifacts. Regardless, the sword would be taken. There would be no alternative outcome. But to take a life? Asang pressed further. "Such an act is out of the question," the elder replied, his expression unchanged and tone steady. "As a sword cultivator of the return to Sword Pavilion, he would not engage in actions that contravened ancestral teachings. This was not merely due to a reverence for his forebears, but because transgressing such tenets would cloud his sword heart, offering no benefit to his cultivation. Those lacking steadfast resolve risked falling into demonic distractions, rendering them incapable of grasping the true path in this lifetime. That is acceptable, he concluded. Asa nodded and said, I have allowed my junior disciple to witness your swordplay, thus I owe you a debt. If your disciple is destined to be connected with that sword, I shall bestow it upon him to settle this debt. The old man in the coarse robe was momentarily taken aback, pondering how his junior disciple, a mere sword practitioner of the second realm, could possibly comprehend the latent power behind such a strike. He doubted even Su could grasp its essence, thus, this acknowledgement seemed trivial. However, given the other party's declaration, the old man chose to remain silent. If you require any magical artifacts, I am willing to exchange, he offered. Asen shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and descended from the celestial canopy. The old man followed suit. They arrived at the pool, where two exhausted youths and the taciturn Wang Xiaopin awaited. Upon seeing this scene, Asen cast a glance at Wang Xiaopin, who, understanding the unspoken words, chuckled. These two have become acquainted, but prior to their camaraderie, they engaged in a spar that has now left them fatigued. Hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow. Observing that neither of the young men bore injuries, he surmised that his disciple must have shown mercy, reflecting that despite his seemingly frivolous nature, he possessed a measure of discernment. He glanced at Su, ready to speak, but was interrupted as Su climbed to his feet, exclaiming, It's futile, utterly futile. The old man felt a twinge of displeasure, but soon considered that perhaps Su had already attempted it and was reluctant to admit defeat. Would you care to try once more? Have you even touched it? Why not give it a feel? Su, looking dejected, replied, Don't even mention touching it. Licking it wouldn't yield results either. Let Liang Zhao bask in his arrogance for a couple of days. I shall refrain from troubling him this time. Though he uttered these words, a hint of insecurity lingered within him. Had he not lost to Gumin tonight, he would not be so concerned about Liang Zhao's prowess. As he walked away, he did not forget to bid farewell to Gumin, saying, My good brother, that was quite enjoyable. Until we meet again. Exiting the small courtyard and returning to the street, the night still enveloped the surroundings, though some moonlight illuminated the long avenue, granting a semblance of visibility. The old man bore his sword behind him, choosing not to speak immediately. Su took several steps forward before finally saying, Master, regarding the latent power of your sword, do elucidate the trajectory of its energy flow. Earlier, I attempted to replicate your strike. While I managed to achieve the form, I lacked the spirit and essence, at best. I can claim to have grasped a fraction of it. Your swordplay is indeed remarkable, yet I wonder why you conceal it from your only disciple. Are you intent on taking this sword's secrets to your grave? I do not mean to reproach you, Master, but your lack of openness is puzzling. It is no wonder you were unable to ascend to the position of headmaster. Su rambled on extensively, but to the old man's ears, it was mere prattle. It was only when Su struck upon the crux of the matter that the old man's spirit was roused, and he looked at Su with excitement. My dear disciple, what did you say? You comprehended the latent power of my sword and managed to replicate it. Su, tilting his head dismissively, replied, It is merely a shell. I have yet to grasp its essence. The elderly man in the robe of hemp received a definitive answer, bursting into laughter, for indeed, my obedient disciple, with you here, how could the returned sword pavilion not surpass the sword court in the future? Su let out a scoff, questioning whether they could compare to Liang Zhao, yet refrained from speaking further. As for Gumin, his voice abruptly ceased when a sudden flash of sword light appeared in the distance. The elderly man turned his head, frowning, and remarked, It is those two little rodents. Originally, there were 3 individuals waiting to seize the sword, all of whom were sword cultivators at the Flying Light Realm. Su was the first to act but had already been grievously injured by a saying. The other 2, frightened by the realms of the elderly man and a saying, had remained concealed in the shadows without daring to act. Now, witnessing the elderly man depart, they were left with only a saying, and it seemed they were determined to take a chance. 2 beams of sword light emerged in succession. One of them rushed towards a saying, simultaneously unleashing a powerful strike. A saying frowned slightly, observing the approaching sword. With no intention of evasion, he merely extended his hand, intending to intercept it. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, Asang felt no fear in the presence of a cultivator from the Flying Light Realm. The assailant, knowing he was no match for Asang, only aimed to stall him. Meanwhile, the other individual approached the pool, his wide sleeves billowing as he gazed at the azure longsword, preparing to take action. One person distracted is saying while the other seized the opportunity to claim the sword. This was the preordained strategy. Gumin cursed inwardly at their shamelessness, rising to grasp the candlelight sword, which transformed once more into a pristine white long sword. He thrust the long sword toward the back of the assailant. Unmoved, the assailant remained confident, knowing that Gumin's cultivation was far too low. Even if he stood there allowing Gumin to stab him 100 times, it would pose no threat. The assailant's eyes gleamed with avarice as he beheld the azure longsword, but that flicker of greed quickly vanished. Aware of Asang's formidable nature, he aimed to seize the sword with utmost speed. However, after a brief moment of distraction, the assailant's wide sleeves swept, causing the pool to tremble, and the azure longsword suddenly emitted a melodious sword cry. "Not good," he shouted, channeling all his energy to flee. Abandoning his intention to claim the sword and instead focusing on a hasty escape, Gumin's sword strike remained relentless. As the assailant sidestepped, Gumin found himself a mere 10 paces from the azure longsword, precisely in the path of the overwhelming sword aura that erupted from it. In an instant, Gumin was hurled backward by the violent sword energy. As for the previous assailant, his fate was far grimmer, being closest to the azure longsword. He bore the brunt of the attack, suffering far more damage than Gumin. Despite his intention to flee, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in midair, crashing through numerous structures, leaving his life in uncertainty. The other flying light realm sword cultivator was simply struck by Asang's palm, shattering his sword and sending him reeling backward. Asang glanced at the azure longsword and then at Wang Xiaopin, calmly stating, "The sword master you seek has arrived." Approaching Gumin, Asang abruptly seized his collar and thrust a pill into his mouth before darting towards a towering building. In the pool, the azure longsword began to tremble, emanating waves of sword qi from its blade. This sword, painstakingly forged by Wang Xiaoping over nearly a decade, had finally come into its own. All of this was attributed to the yet-to-appear sword master. Along the long street, Su Sua sensed the sword's released qi, and as a natural sword embryo, he could feel the sword's jubilant spirit. "Master, my heart is filled with resentment." The elderly Mai also sensed the sword's anomaly and, suspecting that its true master had arrived, sought to comfort his disciple, saying, "It's nothing of great significance. If this sword is unsuitable, I will find another for you. I would never allow my dear disciple to wield this wooden sword indefinitely. If necessary, I would relinquish my old face to let you try the sword of the sect leader." The sect leader's treasured sword at Gue Jian Pavilion ranked among the top 10 in the world, an exceptional weapon coveted by countless disciples. However, given the sect leader's flourishing vitality, the younger generation was unlikely to inherit it before his passing. Su Sua frowned, exclaiming, "What use is a fine sword if it is ill-suited? It would merely be for show." He lamented, envisioning a future where even if a mountain of swords lay before him, each more extraordinary than the last, without a suitable one, he would be powerless. Curse this innate sword embryo. Su Sua seethed, wishing that without his current status, he could simply select a worthy sword from Gue Jian Pavilion. Mai patted his shoulder. Refraining from further words, his dear disciple, despite his complaints, surely understood the situation. Su Sua muttered, "If that sword's master is even half as capable as I, it would be an affront to the sword." Mai burst into laughter, usually pained by his disciple's ramblings, now found them amusing. Just as Su Sua was about to speak again, the distant sound of hooves clattering against the stone pavement caught their attention. Both master and disciple turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, feeling an indescribable and peculiar sensation arise within them. Before long, as the sound of hooves grew louder, a shadow materialized at the end of the street. A white deer first entered Su Sua's line of sight. Its snow-white form towering like an ordinary wild deer, adorned with 4 antlers, setting it utterly apart from common deer. The earlier hoofbeats belonged to this remarkable creature. Fuzhu, Ma-yi, well-versed in the world, recognized the extraordinary beast. This creature resembling a white deer was indeed Fuzhu, often a mount for many practitioners. Folklore suggested that sightings of Fuzhu heralded impending floods, yet for practitioners, it was simply an exceptional steed. Thousands of years ago, numerous sects regarded the Fuzhu as a steed, captivated by its remarkable speed and gentle disposition. However, an inexplicable belief arose that consuming its flesh could enhance one's cultivation, prompting countless practitioners to hunt this creature relentlessly. As a result, it has become increasingly rare to encounter a Fuzhu in the world today. Such an extraordinary beast is unlikely to be found even within the esteemed sword pavilion, let alone in the courts of the great Qi dynasty. Before the elderly man in ragged clothes could fully recover from his astonishment, a figure entered their line of sight. A man of average height, yet possessing a notably elongated physique, appeared behind the white deer. This man was not particularly handsome, especially when compared to Su Su, and he paled in comparison to Gu Min. Yet, he could hardly be deemed unattractive. He wore a pale blue long robe, though the hem was somewhat soiled. Unperturbed by his disheveled appearance, he stepped onto the long street and, upon noticing Su Su, smiled and remarked, "A natural sword embryo, in less than a century. You shall undoubtedly become the sword immortal of the golden threshold." Su Su offered no response, remaining silent. The man then turned his gaze toward the towering building above and cheerfully stated, "Born with dual pupils, your future is equally boundless." Finally, he directed his attention to Gu Min. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "You are truly striking." Gu Min stood beside a Sang, listening to the man's sparse remarks, which, when it came to him, transformed into mere commentary on good looks, causing him to instinctively twitch his lips. A Sang remained composed, yet did not dare to let her guard down. "Sister," Gu Min began, but a Sang had already shaken her head, signaling him not to inquire further. Burdened with a plethora of questions, Gu Min could only suppress his curiosity. The elder in the Hmong robe wore a grave expression, discerning at a glance that Su Su was a practitioner of at least the pinnacle of the star realm, possessing the innate quality of a sword embryo. However, no matter how he attempted to gauge the other's realm, he could not perceive even the slightest trace. The absence of any aura or sword intent emanating from the individual was perplexing. While it was not particularly challenging to conceal one's sword intent within, ensuring that no one could detect it was a far more daunting task, one that even the elder, a practitioner of the star realm, could not guarantee would go unnoticed by any cultivator. If the individual was not a swordsman, he might very well be a practitioner of the golden threshold realm. Conversely, if he were indeed a swordsman, he could be a celestial sword master of the golden threshold realm. The distinction between the two was minimal. Yet if he were a sword immortal, the impact on them would be significantly greater. In the entire Naling, there were likely only 2 or 3 sword practitioners who had reached the golden threshold realm. The man cast a glance at the elder in the Hmong robe. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, he refrained from elaborating and simply smiled, saying, "I sense a connection to a sword in this place. I have studied the sword for decades, yet have yet to find one that resonates with me. Now that I have encountered one, it feels like fate. But I do not know who forged it or if they would permit me to take it." The elder and Su Su remained silent. While a Sang had no intention of speaking for the moment, Gu Min recognized that he had no place in this matter, leaving only Wang Xiaoping to step forward. Locking his gaze on the man, he firmly asserted that the sword he had forged was destined for him as its master. After a brief pause, he recounted the entire sequence of events. Only then did the man lift his head to address a Sang, who stood atop the tall building, inquiring, "Miss, may I ask if you would be willing to entrust this sword to me? I am to engage in battle with someone in the coming years." A Sang regarded him with an indifferent expression, asking, "Since your realm has reached such heights, the possession of a sword or lack thereof would presumably bear little consequence. Why cling to it so fervently?" Upon hearing the man speak of battling someone, a Sang had already surmised his identity. He was a figure of considerable renown, albeit known to few. However, while a Sang was aware of him, he remained oblivious to her. Nevertheless, a Sang was reluctant to part with the sword so easily. The man shook his head, stating, "If I were to face other sword practitioners in this world, indeed, whether I possess a sword or not would make little difference. However, the opponent I am to confront, if unarmed, leaves me with no claims of even a slight chance of victory. In battles among equals, the disparity between sword practitioners who wield swords and those who do not is indeed substantial. However, to assert that one without a sword has no chance at all is rather exaggerated." A Sang smiled softly, choosing not to respond. The man suddenly grew serious, turning his gaze towards a Sang, and spoke with utmost gravity. "The one I must confront cannot be without a sword. This sword, dear lady, I shall claim. However, in doing so, I shall owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you find yourself in distress in the future, I shall assist you once, provided it does not conflict with my own principles, as a way to repay this favor." This was a promise from a sword immortal of the golden threshold, a vow that often held more significance than the sword itself. A Sang pondered for a moment before nodding. To persist at this juncture would be an unwise choice. The man said nothing further, casting a glance at Asang before turning to the white deer beside him, softly remarking, "You must surely know my intentions, otherwise. Why would you appear so joyful?" The onlookers understood he was conversing with the sword, thus falling into silence. Indeed, moments later, a sound more resonant than before echoed through the air, as the sword soared skyward, emanating an aura of boundless sword energy. This sword, remarkable in its own right, was now destined to fall into the hands of a golden threshold sword immortal, and it was not long before it would be known throughout the world. The man beckoned, and the sword descended into his grasp. He then mounted the white deer, saying nothing more. The deer turned and sped into the night, swiftly rendering them unable to hear the sound of hooves striking the stone pavement. Although the man had arrived late, he departed with great haste. The elderly man in ragged robes bowed to Asang, while Susu called out to Gumin, "I shall await you at the sword pavilion." Gumin waved dismissively, seemingly unimpressed. Upon reaching the long street, Asang stood at the roadside and inquired, "Which sword have you mastered?" Gumin nodded, gathering his energy for a strike. Although he had yet to grasp its essence, through time and persistent practice, he would undoubtedly master it in due course. Asang praised him, "Very well. My junior disciple is indeed a promising sword scholar." "Sister," Gumin hesitated, his words caught in his throat. "Are you wondering who that man is, and why I dared not intervene?" Asang turned to face Gumin, her expression calm. In this world, many matters do not necessitate direct confrontation. Upon hearing his name, one ought to recognize their own inadequacy. Why risk humiliation by engaging? Gumin earnestly replied, "Please, sister, enlighten me." Asang took a few steps forward, gazing at the moonlight, and continued, "The foremost swordsman of our time is a woman, and many aspire to defeat her, particularly among sword cultivators. The rise of a woman to the pinnacle of swordsmanship is indeed difficult for many to accept, yet acceptance is one matter, and the inability to alter the reality is another. Her mastery in swordsmanship has not been surpassed in hundreds of years. Only the late Master Yun dared claim he could best her decisively." After a moment of contemplation, Asang shook her head. To belittle the past or glorify the present is not a wise discourse. Regardless, no sword cultivator today can best her. If one were to argue otherwise, it would be that man from earlier. Gumin pondered for a moment. The demeanor exhibited by the man earlier indeed resembled that of an extraordinary master. In terms of swordsmanship, his skill may not rank among the top 3 in the world. Yet the 2 sword immortals occupying those positions could scarcely hope to surpass that female sword immortal. Only he might stand a chance. "Why?" Gumin inquired. "Because he is sufficiently youthful," Asang replied calmly. "Youth is the greatest asset. That female sword immortal is merely a little over 100 years old and possesses a lengthy lifespan ahead of her. No one can predict how far she might progress. Hence, those sword immortals who have lived for centuries are currently outmatched by her and will likely never catch up. However, his situation is different. Having practiced the sword for only a few decades and still under 100, he has already become one of the rare golden threshold sword immortals in the world. Naturally, he holds potential. Moreover, he has never lost a duel against others." Asang added, "At that time, he had yet to wield a sword." Gumin, Susu, and even Liang Zhao from the sword court are among the most talented sword cultivators of their age, but within the older generation, there exist true prodigies. The man they encountered earlier is undoubtedly a genius among his peers. Every generation of practitioners harbors an individual who stands head and shoulders above the rest. Much like the female sword immortal in her generation, who is undeniably the most formidable. In Asang's generation of practitioners, that man was the strongest. Being contemporaries, Asang knew precisely who he was referring to. Having absorbed so much information, Gumin felt a slight headache as his senior sister still had not disclosed the man's name. "His name is Luoxue. Remember to seek his aid or instruction when next you encounter him." With that, Asang fell silent, appearing somewhat fatigued. Gumin widened his eyes, incredulous as he exclaimed, "Senior sister, what do you mean? He is a sword cultivator. What concern is that of mine?" Asang smiled softly. Gumin thought to himself that was not his intent. Luoxue had previously stated, in all seriousness, that should Asang find herself in peril, he would lend his assistance. Yet now, with his senior sister's words, it seemed she was bestowing such an opportunity upon him. What an extraordinary boon! To receive a promise from a golden threshold sword immortal, one with the potential to become a leader in the art of the sword, was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for Gumin. For Asang, it was also not something to be easily dismissed. "Perhaps in a few years, I shall surpass him. What value does his promise hold for me?" Asang seemed to perceive Gumin's thoughts and remarked nonchalantly, Her words echoed in Gu Min's mind, leaving him in a daze. Luoxue was already a golden threshold sword immortal, one of the few masters in existence. The realization that his senior sister was not far behind him sparked a revelation. Did this imply that she, too, was an extraordinary figure? No wonder their humble sect, with only the three of them, had managed to endure through the years. Could it be that his seemingly unremarkable master was also a concealed genius? And what of senior sister Luoxue? Could it be that the seemingly simple-minded sister was also a hidden powerhouse? Asen discerned his thoughts and shook her head, saying, "It's not Luoxue." Gu Min responded with a soft "oh," yet he felt no disappointment. If it were not Luoxue, then it must surely be his master. Images began to form in Gu Min's mind. Over the past years, there had been occasions where formidable experts from external sects provoked their mountain. During such moments, his master would stand atop the peak, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at those practitioners, calmly uttering a single word, "roll," following his command. An overwhelming aura would surge forth from the mountain, utterly annihilating those challengers. His master would merely smile faintly, unfazed by the chaos. Reflecting on this, Gu Min felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Coming back to reality, he remembered to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Asen nodded, signaling that it was unnecessary. Senior sister, Gu Min gazed at Asen once more. "What is it?" This time, Asen did not penetrate Gu Min's thoughts. With utmost seriousness, he addressed her, "Senior sister, please allow me to hold onto your leg tightly." As dawn broke, Asen and Gu Min resumed their positions on the vast azure talisman. Wang Xiaopin stood by the long street, watching his beloved depart, saying nothing. As the talisman ascended slowly, Wang Xiaopin's figure diminished, prompting Gu Min to sigh. That sword was forged by him, yet he reaped no benefit. Asen remained seated at the forefront, feeling the gentle breeze caress her face. Perhaps in a good mood. She soon responded, "What he desires, others cannot provide. Better to leave it all to me. Perhaps one day, if I am moved, he will have his chance." Gu Min understood that Asen spoke of herself, piquing his curiosity. He tentatively asked, "Senior sister, why do you not like him? Is it merely because he lacks cultivation?" Asen shook her head, her voice drifting lightly. "If I were to like someone, it would not matter if they were blind or lame. Conversely, if I do not like someone, even if they were to sacrifice their life for me, what would it matter?" Hearing this, Gu Min thought to himself that his senior sister was indeed an extraordinary woman, with such spirit and possessing a unique gaze. She could easily be a female emperor among royal circles. Nonetheless, I owe him a debt of gratitude, so I have resolved never to see him again. Lest further complications arise, Asen stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Gu Min pondered the reasoning behind this logic but merely asked, "What is the story between you and him?" Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have inquired, as his senior sister seemed too aloof for such matters. However, during this journey to retrieve the sword, he felt Asen's expectations of him and sensed a closeness between them, prompting him to speak more freely. In the presence of his esteemed senior sister, Gu Min believed that maintaining a serious demeanor was indeed the best approach. As Asen contemplated, he recounted the story from earlier, noting that each narrative, when expressed by different individuals, naturally acquires a unique flavor. For instance, when Asen narrated this tale, he adopted a remarkably objective stance, as if observing from a third-party perspective, devoid of any bias. It was a tale of unrequited affection. In conclusion, Asen wrapped up with a particular phrase. Gu Mingan chuckled softly, losing any inclination to inquire further. Instead, Asen ventured to ask, "Are you unaware of the youth's identity? And do you not comprehend the significance of your stalemate with him?" Gu Ming recalled Su Su, realizing that the latter indeed possessed no significant flaws, qualifying him as a potential friend. However, he was not naive and understood the implication of being a natural sword genius. It undoubtedly indicated that he was a prized disciple of a certain sect. The fact that he could engage on equal footing with such an individual likely bore considerable significance. Asen smiled and remarked, "I have suddenly changed my mind. If you attend the sword conference, perhaps you could compete against other sword cultivators." In the distance, atop a mountain, there stood a temple dedicated to the mountain deity. In the dead of night, a pair of master and disciple entered the temple. The youth bearing a wooden sword collapsed onto the straw mat laid on the ground, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. It was not until the sun had risen high that the youth stirred awake. The old man in the coarse robe remained seated in meditation. And upon seeing his precious disciple awake, he smiled and said, "Shall I narrate the trajectory of that sword's aura?" Susu waved his hand, shaking his head. "I'm not inclined to listen at this moment." The old man sighed, since you have conceived the desire to engage in battle with that Gangshin sword master. Mastering my accumulated sword technique could be a powerful weapon, one that might turn the tide. Su Su yawned. Without a sword, I feel I am no match for him. To be honest, I suddenly perceive that although the Gangshin sword master may appear loathsome, he undoubtedly possesses genuine skill. The old man furrowed his brow, pondering why his disciple had changed his mind overnight, wondering if perhaps he had been frightened by that man on the white deer. Su Su, aware of his master's musings, leaned back against the straw, closed his eyes, and murmured, "Last night, my duel with that youth named Gu Ming ended without a victor. As we both endeavored to master your accumulated sword technique." The old man nodded, acknowledging his understanding. "We have learned quite a bit." This was the crux of the matter. The old man, tasting the implications, squinted slightly and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this youth has also mastered my technique, just like you?" Su Su affirmed with a sound. The old man sighed, "Then which sword sect does he belong to? I have never heard of such a figure before." Over the past year, the most significant event in Nanling was undoubtedly the emergence of the Gangshin sword master. Aside from Liang Jiao, Su Su had also stirred considerable commotion as a youth. Both had long been regarded as the most gifted of the younger generation in Nanling, with no one else able to stand beside them. Su Su closed his eyes and casually remarked, "Master, your vast knowledge is undeniable. Can you think of any sword sect that would tolerate its disciples neglecting the study of swordsmanship?" Su Su, being exceptionally intelligent, identified a breakthrough point in the matter concerning a saying. The old man in the coarse robe contemplated carefully. There were only a few sword sects in the southern region, all fundamentally rooted in the art of the sword, and he could not pinpoint a single sect that would fit such a description. The young man's senior sister, possessing a realm comparable to that of her master, must undoubtedly be a disciple of a prominent sword sect, or so the old man deduced. With a dismissive sound, Su Su chuckled, "Nevertheless, I find that fellow's temperament quite appealing. I hope there won't come a time when swords are drawn and life and death are at stake." The future between practitioners has never been something easily articulated in mere words. No one can predict what will transpire, and this was merely a youthful aspiration of a boy. Whether it can be realized, however, remains uncertain. "Perhaps you will encounter each other soon," the old man said, pouring cold water over Su Su's enthusiasm. "After the sword gathering, you might very well be heading to the imperial capital." The old man looked affectionately upon his disciple, recalling that the correspondents from the Xian market had already reached the returning sword pavilion earlier. With so many disciples in the returning sword pavilion, the other party was specifically referring to Su Su. Should that young man's sect receive the letter, they would likely send him as well. And you might indeed have to engage in a fierce battle. The old man sighed. Youngsters of your age should be devoting themselves earnestly to cultivation, not being drawn into such turmoil. Su Su understood the concern woven into his master's words and was about to respond when the latter shifted his tone, saying, however, "It matters not. Was it not the case with that late cloud master from D Mountain, who carved a path to near invincibility?" As Su Su reclined on the valley grass, he mused to himself about how commendable his master was. As the day of the sword gathering approached, the towns near the sword court saw an influx of practitioners, predominantly sword cultivators, who had been invited to participate in the gathering from various sword sections. Occasionally, disciples from other sects, unable to enter the sword court to observe the esteemed Gangshin sword master, resorted to gathering intelligence from the vicinity, causing the towns to flourish with activity. The sword gathering was a grand event for sword cultivators. However, it also provided an opportunity for a significant number of practitioners to congregate, briefly enlivening the town. In the past, as dusk settled, the town would fall quiet, but now, numerous lanterns adorned the streets, and practitioners from smaller sects seized the opportunity to set up stalls along the thoroughfare, selling various magical artifacts and talismans. Some fortunate individuals could earn a windfall in a single evening. After all, not all practitioners were wise enough to discern the worthlessness of such items. Particularly, some female practitioners who had just embarked on their cultivation journey often found themselves enchanted by the beautifully crafted trinkets, rendering them easy targets for the vendors, who were eager to profit from their naivety. Amidst the shouts and commotion, Gu Min, reflecting on how many practitioners lived less comfortably than he, was savoring a bowl of the most ordinary beef noodles before a modest stall. As Asen gazed at his junior disciple, he remarked, "If you wish to savor some noodles, upon our return to the mountain, you may request Sister Luo to." Before he could complete his thought, Gu Min waved his hand dismissively. His desire was not for noodles. Rather, it stemmed from having consumed an excessive amount of unpalatable fare on the mountain. which made this bowl of beef noodles taste remarkably delightful. Had it been before their ascent, he would undoubtedly have turned his nose up at such a dish. Finishing the last morsel, Gumin lifted his gaze towards the distant mountain, lost in contemplation. On that mountain loomed countless pavilions atop the peaks, now cloaked in the shroud of night, rendering them invisible even to practitioners. Only the lanterns hanging from their eaves illuminated the darkness, allowing one to infer their number by the flickering lights. Amidst the night, sporadic flashes of sword light emerged. Subtle currents of sword energy materializing and dissipating, the sword cultivators of the sword court departing or returning. This foremost sword sect of South Ling, alongside the sword manor of North Ling, was hailed as one of the most formidable sects in existence. The number of disciples had long surpassed the legendary 30,000 cultivators of the peak era of Dijon. Several years prior, the Great Qi dynasty had estimated that the disciples of the sword court numbered at least 50,000. One could only imagine the spectacle if these 50,000 sword cultivators took to the skies en masse, resembling a swarm of locusts blotting out the sun. It was precisely due to the sword court's immense power that the Great Qi dynasty had maintained a cordial relationship with them over the years. Generally, if a sword cultivator committed no unforgivable transgressions within the territory of the Great Qi, the dynasty would turn a blind eye. Moreover, rumors circulated in the marketplace that several second-generation elders of the sword court maintained amicable relations with the royal factions of the Xian Commerce City, which, despite being mere branches, ultimately pointed towards the imperial city and the sovereign seated upon the dragon throne. The Great Qi dynasty held the sword court in high regard. But it was not out of fear. Even the sword court's headmaster, among the top 3 sword immortals in the world, could not hope to surpass the emperor of the Great Qi. The exalted status of the emperor was not merely a matter of position. Gumin withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the bowl of noodles, now reduced to a mere broth. Given the sword court's claim as the foremost sword sect of South Ling, with thousands of formidable disciples, what benefit could his elder sister derive from provoking them and exposing Dijon to their scrutiny? This had been Gumin's lingering doubt for days. If the sword court was indeed so powerful, then what advantage would there be for the 4 of them in Dijon? Even if Asen managed to make a remarkable impression at the sword assembly and rekindle the world's awareness of their sect, this would only serve to heighten the sword court's vigilance and further constrain Dijon. What good could come of that? Even though his elder sister and master were undeniably true masters, how could they contend against the might of 50,000 sword cultivators? The sword court would never permit the once glorious resurgence of Dijon to usurp their title as the premier sword sect of South Ling. Gumin was not foolish. Yet he found himself clouded in uncertainty regarding this matter. However, he understood that his sister was far from reckless. He preferred to believe that her actions were imbued with profound significance, much like her insistence on waiting for others to retrieve the sword earlier. It was all to allow him to observe the swords of others. In the realm of Dushan, there exists no sword cultivator, and Gumin, in his journey of cultivation, lacks the guidance of swordsmanship from esteemed mentors, thus resorting to such methods. His participation in the sword meeting follows suit. Yet, what benefit could A Sang derive from disrupting the gathering? Observing him, A Sang expressed her approval, stating, "Junior brother, your thoughts are quite comprehensive. However, there are certain matters I cannot disclose to you at present. You may come to understand them in due time. But you must be aware that the responsibility of revitalizing Dushan rests upon your shoulders, not mine, nor Master S, but yours alone." Gumin, with a troubled expression, replied, "But I am still just a child. Will you not shield me from the storms?" A Sang chuckled lightly. "What you desire, Dushan has already provided you. In return, you too must contribute to Dushan. Moreover, the true revival of Dushan will only bring advantages to you, junior brother, and no detriment. What Master has said about the next headmaster being you undoubtedly holds true. The future of Dushan, whether it comprises tens of thousands of sword cultivators or remains as it is now with only a few, rests entirely upon you. As for your assertion of being merely a child, it need not be reiterated. No one on the mountain views you as such." Gumin forced a laugh to mask his embarrassment, but A Sang, unfazed, said, "Come, junior brother, accompany me to find a sword." Gumin was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. The street was bustling with various vendors, offering an array of magical instruments, yet swords were scarce. Due to the proximity to the sword pavilion, the abundance of sword cultivators made it easy to discern inferior quality swords. Who better understands swords than the sword cultivators themselves? A Sang and Gumin halted before a stall, examining a few swords laid out on the ground, and Gumin felt a pang of awkwardness. This stall was the only one selling swords on the entire street. Summoning his courage, Gumin inquired, "How much for this sword?" The stall owner, a plump middle-aged woman with a few blemishes on her face, beamed at him. "Ah, you have quite the discerning eye. This sword is undoubtedly the finest on this street. Given your keen perception, I shall offer you this. It is truly exquisite." Upon lifting her gaze and seeing Gu Min's handsome appearance, the woman seemed momentarily entranced. "Such a handsome young man. What would you like? Sister will gift it to you." Gu Min, feeling uncomfortable, glanced at Asang, who remained unfazed. He reluctantly pointed to a sword, and the woman handed it to him, simultaneously grasping his hand and exclaiming, "You can't be more than a child. Are you a sword cultivator? I can see you are destined for greatness. Here, this sword is a gift, but remember to cherish your sister. Are you free now? Perhaps you would like to come over for a warm cup of tea?" As she pressed the sword into his embrace, her ample form leaned in closer to him. Gu Min felt utterly distressed, nearly retching from the discomfort. As Asang stood by, a smile gracing the corners of her eyes, she exhibited no intention of offering assistance. Strolling along the lengthy avenue, Gu Min lamented, "Senior sister, even if you choose not to aid me, why must you go so far as to harm me?" Clutching the sword that he had nearly bartered with his beauty, he felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. "You, my junior brother, are exceptionally handsome. Traversing the world naturally brings its advantages. Today, you have procured a sword for me, which conveniently offsets the one I previously gifted away. Upon reflection, you have also gained a promise from a master sword immortal of the Golden Threshold realm. It is not a loss. At worst, you may find yourself at the mercy of others' desires, yet that is hardly a grave matter." As she spoke, Asang endeavored to suppress her laughter, but ultimately could not, and continued with mirth, "Junior brother, those who pursue the path of cultivation must also cultivate their hearts. Judging by your performance today, you have much work ahead of you." Gu Min merely extended the sword without uttering another word. In the evening's embrace, at the sword viewing pavilion, Liang Zhao sat cross-legged at its center, the previously acquired sword. Yunji, resting upon his lap. Wisps of sword energy flowed from his body, pausing momentarily in the surrounding air before returning to him in a ceaseless cycle. The path of swordsmanship requires a steadfast heart, a determined spirit, and the mastery of sword energy, which is the essence of vanquishing foes. Throughout history, no great sword immortal has failed to tread far along the path of sword energy. To achieve unrivaled mastery, one must devote considerable effort to this aspect. In a lofty building outside the pavilion, a tall man concealed within the shadows of night was rendered invisible to the eye. Yet his voice carried an air of authority and solemnity befitting one of high rank. Upon hearing his words, Liang Zhao slightly opened his eyes but did not turn to look, calmly responding, "Thank you for your guidance, master." This man was none other than the headmaster of the Sword Pavilion, a sword immortal ranked among the top 3 in the realm. A figure few dare claim to surpass in nailing. The headmaster calmly remarked, "Zhaoer, you are the rarest sword master of the Gingxin generation. In time, your cultivation will surely surpass mine. The future of the Sword Pavilion may well rest upon your shoulders. However, if you allow such matters to burden you, the path of swordsmanship will undoubtedly become more arduous. The journey of cultivation is fraught with challenges, yet in the end, it is solely dependent upon oneself." Yang Zhao remained silent, listening intently. At Gue Sword Pavilion, Su Su, a natural-born sword genius, stands as your only rival among the younger generation of sword cultivators in nailing. He may challenge you directly at the upcoming sword event. Prepare yourself. With that, the leader of the Sword Pavilion, commanding tens of thousands of sword cultivators, slowly turned and vanished into the night. Liang Zhao whispered, "I bid farewell to my master," even knowing that his master would neither hear nor see him. He bowed his head for a considerable time before gradually lifting it to gaze at the distant sky. Silently, he whispered Su Su's name, contemplating the implications of the latter's innate sword talent. After a prolonged silence, Liang Zhao rose, securing his sword at his waist, his hand resting on the hilt as he descended the viewing platform. A few steps later, he softly inquired, "That sword star, it belongs to you, does it not? Yet, what of it? Ultimately, you shall fall before me, and once defeated, who would still believe in you?" "Ah, achoo," from 1,000 miles away. In that dilapidated mountain temple, Su Su, basking in the moonlight, suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he rose with anger and shouted at the distance, "Who the devil is speaking of me?" Half a month later, the day of the sword gathering finally arrived. The protective array surrounding the mountain where the Sword Pavilion resided was completely dismantled. In the distant sky, flashes of sword light occasionally appeared. Yet most of these beams dissipated before reaching the mountain, demonstrating that the visitors had no intention of soaring into the mountain on their swords, thereby showing ample respect to the sword pavilion. Indeed, with a sword immortal ranked among the top 3 in the sword arts presiding over the sword pavilion, it was inconceivable that any other sword cultivator would dare to challenge it. The individuals arriving were merely elders and honorary guests from their respective sects. Even the sect leaders had to bow their heads in the presence of the sword pavilion's leader. Countless practitioners in the neighboring towns looked up to the sky, witnessing the dazzling sword lights, interspersed with exclamations of astonishment. Such brilliance was undoubtedly that of a formidable sword cultivator, at least of the stellar realm. Which sect could it belong to? Could it possibly be from the 10,000 Swords Mountain? Nonsense. Those from the 10,000 Swords Mountain have always held themselves in high regard. Even if they were to attend the Sword Pavilion's gathering, they would certainly be the last to arrive. Rest assured, their presence would be far more imposing by then. It was said that the leader of the 10,000 Swords Mountain had entered the Golden Threshold realm years ago, a level where he could rival the esteemed Lan Lingjinren, yet it remained uncertain when he would issue a challenge to the Sword Pavilion. There is no doubt that Lan Lingjinren ranks among the top 3 in sword arts today, apart from that esteemed Yao Jianxian from the Sword Mansion. Only the female sword immortal could potentially overshadow Lan Lingjinren. As for the 10,000 Swords Mountain leader, I fear he may fall considerably short. You do not understand the meaning of the youth to be feared. If one rigidly adheres to the belief that longevity in cultivation equates to superiority, then what significance remains in martial contests? Regardless of who it may be, wouldn't it be simpler to emerge and declare their age? Some scoffed at this notion, which indeed carried a semblance of truth. Yet no one paid it heed as the practitioners continued to converse while observing the sword lights. The most radiant figures at this sword gathering were undoubtedly the Sword Pavilion's Gongxin, Sword Master, and, apart from him, the innate sword prodigy from the Gue Jian Pavilion. It remains uncertain whether these two would clash swords during the gathering. Alas, we are not sword cultivators and have no right to enter the Sword Pavilion, destined as we are to witness this battle from afar. Should these two not meet an untimely demise, they might very well become the unparalleled dual prodigies of the Southern Ling sword path. A sigh escaped someone, seemingly yearning for such a scenario to materialize. Gumin followed Asang through the long street, his heart tranquil as still water. Had this been half a year ago, he might have berated the false Gengxin sword master upon hearing such words, but at this moment, he felt little turbulence within. Asang walked ahead, listening to the conversation, and after a moment of silence, spoke. In the days to come, the name of our junior brother will surely grace their lips, though it is not yet the case. There is no need for haste. Gumin smiled broadly, saying, "Senior sister knows I have always been low-key. I would prefer that until I become the sword immortal of the Golden Threshold, no one in the world knows of my existence." Speaking of being low-key, Asang recalled many matters but ultimately remarked, "You appear lively, yet you still lack the vigor typical of youth. There are certain things that young men of your age should embrace without fear. In the future, senior sister may not be able to protect you. As of now, no one can dare to harm you under my watch." Gu Min, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Even if that Master Lan Lin makes a move, can senior sister still intervene?" Asang replied, "He will not act." Gu Min asked, "Why is that?" Asang gazed at the distant peaks, softly responding, "Because he values his reputation." Gu Min paused, then conceded, "Senior sister has a point." For the next half an hour, Asang remained silent as they departed the town, traversing the forested mountains. Above them, sword lights occasionally flickered. Although those sword cultivators would halt at the mountain's base, they would not squander time walking here. Gumin glanced at Asang. Yet before he could speak, she gently stated, "I will not." Gumin pondered how she could anticipate his inquiry about sword riding, but ultimately refrained from asking. After navigating through a thicket, they finally arrived at the mountain's foot. This mountain stood significantly taller than the one they had traversed, which was precisely why they had seen its pavilions and radiance from the town. Now atop the mountain, free from the barriers of the protective formation, they beheld countless pavilions and a faint aura of sword energy emanating from above. Under normal circumstances, even at the mountain's base, they would only have encountered a veil of mist. Without hesitation, Asang strode forward, with Gu Min following closely behind. Here, they finally encountered other sword cultivators along the mountain path, typically in groups of several. Some bore swords on their backs, while others held their swords suspended, all exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Each group contained a few young sword cultivators, likely the aspiring disciples who would participate in the sword conference. While the leaders were predominantly middle-aged individuals, composed and dignified, they were the representatives sent by various sword sects, not prone to rash actions. Apart from attending the ceremony, their singular purpose was to witness the esteemed Gung Xin sword master. Gumin's gaze shifted from the sword cultivators ahead, as a group of female cultivators in white garments passed by him and sang. As they walked by, Gumin couldn't help but steal glances, naturally noticing the beauty among them. This, however, bordered on impoliteness. Some of the female sword cultivators furrowed their brows in displeasure. Yet upon seeing Gumin's handsome visage, they expressed surprise, with a few of the younger women blushing, whispering to their companions about his striking looks. Soon after, an elder admonished them softly, prompting the female cultivators to turn their heads and continue on their way. The older sword cultivator cast a glance at Gumin, but ultimately directed more attention toward Asang. Asang remained unfazed, her gaze steadfastly focused ahead. After the group of women moved forward, Gumin seemingly realized belatedly and remarked, "But there are many. None can compare to my senior sister." Asang replied nonchalantly, "You speak too freely," yet a smile danced between her brows. Gumin exhaled a heavy breath, gazing at the mountain path ahead, and stepped onto it. Initially, there was no discernible difference as he entered the mountain trail, but after a few strides, he sensed a subtle shift in his surroundings. At this moment, faint sword energy seemed to swirl around him, quickly merging into his being, becoming an integral part of his essence. This is, Gumin silently mused, realizing it must be the generosity of the sword court, bestowing such refined benefits upon those who ascend, which the high-level sword cultivators would naturally disregard. However, for those beneath the fourth realm, it was an immense advantage. Even so, such offerings were not something every sword sect could provide. Gumin muttered softly, "When will our D mountain be so extravagant?" His voice was barely audible. Only he and Asang could hear. Walking along the mountain path, Asang moved at a leisurely pace, which compelled Gumin to do the same. Consequently, numerous individuals passed by them, and while the men paid no mind, the younger women could not help but steal glances at Gumin, leaving behind remarks of his striking appearance. Gumin could only shake his head. Such matters were beyond his control. As they ventured further, the sword energy on the path suddenly transformed, crashing against them like ocean waves. Gumin's spirit momentarily faltered, almost causing him to stumble backward. He steadied himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Asang looked up towards the mountain peak. A voice, resonant as a great bell, announced, "For those below the fourth realm, the first to reach the summit shall receive a copy of the previous generation's Sword Immortal-S manuscript from the Sword Court." Upon hearing this proclamation, the climbers were invigorated, especially the younger disciples whose eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of obtaining a manuscript from a Sword Immortal, a rarity in the annals of any sword sect, stirred their hearts profoundly, especially as the Sword Court was poised to offer one. Though merely a copy, its significance for their swordsmanship was immeasurable. As some disciples marveled at the Sword Court's grand gesture, they began to press onward toward the peak. The ascent through the sword energy, akin to crashing tides, revealed that mastery was not solely determined by realm, but also by the resilience of one's spirit, making it a relatively equitable contest. With the additional limitations on realms, predicting who would reach the summit first was indeed challenging. Asang glanced back at Gumin, who had now steadied his mind. The influx of sword energy posed no immediate challenge, but the future remained uncertain. Climbing the mountain is beneficial for cultivation, and the manuscript is secondary. Little junior brother, I shall await you at the summit. In that moment, Asang made her decision, vanishing from the mountain path in an instant, leaving Gumin standing alone. Senior sister. Gumin opened his mouth, but the words remained unspoken as his sister was already out of sight. Gumin spat. His interest in the so-called Sword Immortals notes was rather lukewarm, with the illustrious Jianyan Jinren sword scriptures preceding him and the peculiar by Yingdu following closely behind. It was evident that neither could be deemed commonplace. Nevertheless, faced with the formidable sword pavilion's presence, he found himself with little choice but to ascend the mountain with resolve. Steadying his mind, Gumin began his ascent. Several sword cultivators had already commenced their climb, and the fervor among them for the Sword Immortals notes was palpable. Consequently, for a considerable stretch, Gumin encountered no other sword practitioners. It was not until he neared the mountainside that he spotted a girl squatting by the path. Clad in a flowing white dress, she was one of the female sword cultivators he had previously encountered, and her beauty compelled Gumin to glance her way. Initially inclined to continue his journey, he paused, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Are you all right?" The sword aura in the vicinity was not overwhelmingly dense. It should have been manageable for a typical sword cultivator. Yet, the girl appeared pale, suggesting she might be facing some other issues. Upon noticing Gu Min, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, shook her head, and attempted to rise with determination. Gu Min quickly extended his hand to assist her, wary of the possibility that she might retaliate for any perceived impertinence. As he helped her up, she leaned against his arm, and after regaining her footing, she shyly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I'm quite all right." Her cheeks flushed deeper, leaving Gu Min uncertain whether it was modesty or something else entirely. With a smile, Gu Min suggested, "If you are not in a hurry to ascend, shall we go together?" Having never cared much for the so-called sword immortal's notes, he helped the girl beside him and resumed his climb. In truth, the girl was not lacking in determination. Her earlier squatting was due to some indescribable circumstance. As her condition improved, she and Gu Min continued toward the summit. The girl soon introduced herself as Jieyu, a disciple of the Chaomu sword sect. Gu Min recognized the name. It was a mid-tier sword sect from Nanling, entirely composed of female disciples, all orphans, devoid of familial ties. The Chaomu sword sect was known for its integrity and had contributed significantly to the welfare of the common folk. After nodding and offering a few compliments, Gu Min fell silent. After a while, Jieyu, having waited patiently, finally asked in a hushed voice, "May I know your esteemed name and sect?" It was said that the sword path was originally founded by a single individual, from which numerous sword sects and techniques had evolved. Thus, it was customary for sword cultivators to refer to one another as brothers and sisters. Gu Min replied, "Gu, I was so absorbed in climbing that I forgot to mention it. I am Luoxue of the Luoxue sword sect." Adhering to his principle of modesty, Gu Min chose not to reveal his true identity and, in doing so, altered his name as well. Jieyu let out a soft sigh, pondering the origin of the flowing water sword sect, which she had never heard of before. However, as she gazed at her strikingly handsome senior brother, she thought the name seemed rather unconventional and ventured to speak. "Senior brother, your name is somewhat unique." Gu Min smiled knowingly, aware of her thoughts. Since the topic had arisen, he decided to be candid. "My master, Wang Fuguei, once told me that there are two things in this world that are truly beyond one's control." Upon hearing the name Wang Fuguei, Jieyu appeared momentarily bewildered, but soon followed up with her inquiry. "Might I ask what those two things are, Senior Brother Lu?" Gu Min replied with a smile, "The first is appearance. No matter how high one's cultivation or how one looks, is it not all fated? One has no say in the matter. The second is one's name. A name is a gift from one's parents or mentors and should not be altered lightly. Before I began my cultivation, my parents were simple farmers with no formal education, hence they chose names devoid of profound meaning. My elder brother is named Luda, and I am Luoxue. Being the second born, upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one must distance oneself from one's parents. Changing one's name would be an act of great disrespect. After one has cultivated, the likelihood of seeing one's parents again is slim, and to change one's name then would be even more disrespectful to them." Jieyu nodded repeatedly, increasingly convinced of his reasoning, her face growing warmer. She turned to Gu Min with a hint of apology, saying, "It seems I was too quick to judge. Senior Brother Lu perceives things with much greater clarity." Gu Min nodded, indicating that there was no need for such sentiments. After Gu Min's eloquent discourse, Jieyu felt a heightened admiration for him. As they continued their leisurely ascent, the journey became somewhat arduous. Yet since neither of them was fixated on the esteemed Sword Immortal's manuscript, their competitive spirits were significantly tempered, allowing for a much smoother passage. As they neared the mountain's summit, Jieyu inquired, "Senior Brother Lu, at the Sword Pavilion's Centennial Sword Meeting, there will be numerous contests. I wonder if your purpose for attending this time is merely to spectate or to participate in the competitions." According to the Sword Pavilion's customary practices, sword cultivators below the fourth realm were engaged in contests of the same realm. In previous years, disciples of the Sword Pavilion seldom participated directly. A victor was determined for each realm from the first to the fourth, with rewards bestowed by the pavilion, which could range from sword scriptures to sword techniques, or even a manuscript akin to the Sword Immortal's notes, as they were currently ascending the mountain. These contests were eagerly sought after by disciples from other sects, as the absence of Sword Pavilion disciples greatly increased their chances of victory. For those above the fourth realm, the sword cultivators of the Sword Pavilion would send representatives. resulting in a rare occurrence of disciples from other sects emerging as victors, thus diminishing the excitement compared to the preceding contests. Gu Min shook his head with a rueful smile, saying, "I have already entered the second realm. How could I possibly participate?" Jieyu nodded with a touch of regret, finding no fault in Gu Min's reasoning. After all, the esteemed Gengxin sword master of the Sword Pavilion was also at the second realm. And with Liang Zhao in the mix, defeating him and claiming victory in the second realm would be an almost insurmountable challenge. In the eyes of many, the only contender who might stand a chance against Liang Zhao would be Su Su from the returning Sword Pavilion. After all, a naturally gifted swordsman would not fall short of the esteemed Gengxin sword master by much. It remains uncertain whether Brother Su will attend. It is said that he possesses remarkable good looks, though surely not as striking as Brother Lu's. Jiyu rubbed her forehead, contemplating that despite Brother Lu's insufficient cultivation, he is arguably the most distinguished in appearance among those attending the sword conference. Gu Min chose not to elaborate further, pondering the strange fact that so many were familiar with that individual he encountered that night. Furthermore, how had that person come to be regarded as handsome? To Gu Min, he was hardly attractive at all. Noticing Gu Min's prolonged silence, Jiyu was about to speak again when suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted from the sky, startling her into exclaiming, "Brother Lu, look!" Gu Min lifted his gaze to witness a magnificent spectacle unfolding in the heavens. Numerous flying swords appeared, shimmering with radiant sword light. After a brief moment of circling in the sky, they aligned in formation, with several sword cultivators standing atop the flying swords, their expressions indifferent. These cultivators showed no intention of descending before the mountain. It appeared they aimed to land directly atop it. In Namling, the sword court stands as the foremost among all sword sects. It is unthinkable for any other sect to act so disrespectfully in the presence of the sword court. Gu Min recalled the conversations he had overheard in town and murmured, "It must be Wanjin Mountain." Jieyu nodded in agreement. In Nanling, no other sword sect could be found. Only Wanjin Mountain, emboldened by their leader's ascension to the Golden Threshold realm, dared to challenge the sword court in such a manner. "Just watch. The sword court will not remain passive," Gu Min asserted confidently. As the largest sword sect in Nanling, the sword court, now publicly provoked, would undoubtedly retaliate, though the manner of their response would depend on their intentions. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted. Indeed, just as the flying swords approached the sword court, a beam of sword light erupted from the mountain, indicating that a sword had been unleashed. An overwhelming surge of sword energy swept across the sky, aimed directly at the Wanjian Mountain cultivators. Initially dismissive, the Wanjian Mountain swordsmen were soon struck with terror as the sword light neared, none daring to confront it. They were forced to retreat several miles, only reappearing once the sword light dissipated. In the brief exchange, the victor had been determined. It was evident that the sword had not been unleashed by the Sword Court's leader, yet it sufficiently showcased the depth of the Sword Court's power. The Wanjian Mountain cultivators, after waiting for the sword energy to dissipate, cast a glance in this direction before ultimately conceding and descending toward the base of the mountain. Returning his gaze, Gu Min remarked, "Such ostentation indicates that they have a long way to go before they can rival the sword court." Jiyu quietly agreed. "Brother Lu speaks wisely." Gu Min said nothing, merely supporting Jieyu as they continued their ascent up the mountain. The further they ventured, the more intense the sword energy became, as if countless blades were incessantly piercing through his body. Gu Min felt little discomfort, while he had initially struggled to adapt. By now, even the most oppressive sword energy merely slowed his pace slightly without causing any significant detriment. In contrast, Jieyu's complexion turned pale, as though she was on the verge of collapsing. Gu Min furrowed his brow and took a step forward, using his own body to shield Jieyu from the majority of the sword energy, thus alleviating her burden considerably. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu." Jieyu expressed her gratitude once more. Gu Min replied softly, "No problem, just take care of yourself." After another quarter of an hour, they were nearing the summit when Jieyu's pallor worsened. Hearing her labored breaths, Gu Min thought that if they continued at this pace, she might truly meet her end here. After a moment's contemplation, he halted and turned to say, "Let us rest for a bit." At that moment, several young swordsmen appeared on the mountain path behind them, evidently the same group of sword cultivators from the earlier wave at Wanjian Mountain. Gu Min kept his gaze steady, avoiding looking at them as they brushed past each other. The Wanjian Mountain cultivators cast a fleeting glance at Gu Min, their expressions indifferent, yet they offered no words and proceeded towards the summit. Should no other disciples from different sword sects ascend, Gu Min and Jie would undoubtedly finish last. Jieyu's face flushed slightly as she expressed her guilt. I've held you back, senior brother Lu. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this position. Gu Min dismissed her concern, saying, regardless, we are both climbing the mountain. Whether first or last, we still reach the top. Jie murmured, senior brother Lu is truly amusing and so handsome. I imagine many of the senior sisters in the sect are fond of you. The notion of practitioners forming partnerships was commonplace, with the exception of monks, who were often regarded with trepidation. Gu Min rubbed his chest and casually replied, there are only 2 senior sisters on the mountain, and none have shown interest in me. Jie exclaimed, her eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Then senior brother Lu should visit our Chaomu sword sect. If you were to choose a partner, the senior sisters would surely be enamored with you. Gu Min rubbed his cheeks, gazing towards the summit as he remarked, romantic matters can wait. We can discuss them when the opportunity arises. Jie nodded earnestly. Someone like you, senior brother Lu, must prioritize cultivation first. By the way, what kind of woman do you actually prefer? Gu Min felt a twinge of exasperation. He wished to avoid further conversation and was contemplating how to distract this naive girl when a voice suddenly called out from behind. Good brother. A youth, carrying a wooden sword, appeared on the mountain path behind them. He was also quite handsome, though not as striking as Gu Min, turning around in surprise. Gu Min smiled and asked, what took you so long? I thought you were ahead. The newcomer could only be Su Su. Having overslept, I had enjoyed a restful night, unaware of which well-fed individual disturbed my delightful dreams. The sneeze from the previous night lingered in Su Su's mind. Had he known who had uttered his name, he would have surely confronted them. You arrived late as well. Su Su expressed with an air of certainty, believing that had Gu Min not been delayed, he would not have found himself at the back. Gu Min pointed to Jieyu and smiled, stating, this junior sister encountered some issues, and I stayed with her for a moment. Su Su's gaze turned peculiar, revealing an enigmatic emotion as he looked at Gu Min, eventually erupting into laughter. Jieyu found it strange, observing the youth with the wooden sword, yet felt compelled to remain silent. Su Su stepped forward, patted Gu Min on the shoulder, and leaned in to whisper, what is this? Have you taken a liking to this young lady? It's not for me to say, but with your looks, you needn't worry about finding a partner. Why rush into things? Upon their second encounter, Su Su found himself increasingly fond of this individual before him. Gu Min furrowed his brow, questioning, where do you get such notions? Su Su made an acknowledging sound, as if recalling something, and incredulously remarked, could it be that you are the sort who easily enchants every maiden you meet? Gu Min, unable to contain himself, retorted, you know nothing. Upon hearing the word nothing, Su Su regretted having uttered it and rubbed his head, sighing, unwilling to elaborate further, merely tugging at Gu Min's sleeve and saying, let us go together. Just a moment longer. Gu Min glanced at Jieyu, then inquired about Su Su's wooden sword. You still haven't found your sword. Are you still going to fight? Su Su, fully aware of what Gu Min meant, dismissed the notion. Everyone on this mountain wishes to see me fight him. I'm not a mere spectacle. There's no need for me to engage. Is it because you haven't found your sword that you lack confidence? Gu Min teased, unhesitatingly exposing the truth. Su Su, slightly angered, replied, though we are familiar, your words could easily be seen as slander. Gu Min spoke earnestly. Before coming to the mountain, I heard numerous tales about you in a nearby town. Su Su, intrigued, asked, what did they say? Were they praising me? Indeed, Gu Min replied, they claimed you possess a natural talent for swordsmanship, a rare prodigy in nailing. Alas, you might fall short against the renowned Gingxin swordmaster. If a confrontation occurs, it is certain you would be the one to lose. Gu Min spoke these untruths without a flicker of emotion. Su Su spat in frustration, clearly incensed, and remarked, that fellow merely has good fortune on his side. He cannot possibly compare to me. If I had my sword, I would have him searching for his teeth. By the end of his declaration, Su Su's fervor diminished, his earlier intensity fading. Gu Min patted Su Su's shoulder, seemingly offering consolation. He is the Gangxin sword master. If you cannot defeat him, it is no shame. Su Su let out a strange cry, as if recalling something, and then asked, why don't you confront him? Gu Min shook his head and solemnly declared, I cannot defeat him. I shall not seek my own humiliation. For heaven's sake, you must have concealed an abundance of abilities that night. Should you have unleashed them, his words trailed off, suggesting that even then, victory might not be certain. Although Su Su appeared frivolous, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Gu Min inquired again, do you truly wish to confront him? Su Su spat dismissively, unwilling to address the question. Gu Min merely shook his head and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Jieyu, having listened to their exchange for quite some time, felt her mind clouded with confusion. She lightly tapped her head and softly uttered, "Senior Lu." At the sound of this address, Su Su's eyes widened in surprise, ready to respond. Just then, the atmosphere along the mountain path shifted unexpectedly. The sword energy dissipated, and the oppressive sensation vanished. Gumin paused, quickly realizing that someone must have successfully ascended the mountain. Su Su muttered, "Such pretentiousness," momentarily forgetting about the address. Gumin turned to Jieyu and smiled. "Let us go. It is all well now." Thus concluded the first contest of the sword conference. The first to reach the summit was a young swordsman from a lesser sect in Nanling, whose cultivation was modest. Yet his determination was unwavering. He surpassed many disciples of prominent sects to become the first to achieve this feat. Many gazes were fixed upon this youth, and some powerful sword practitioners from significant sects began contemplating how to recruit him into their ranks. However, more were diligently recording details of his sect and appearance in their notebooks, showing a burgeoning interest. Soon, an official from the sword court presented the young man with a copy of a Sword Immortal's manuscript, offering a few words of advice before turning to the surrounding swordsmen, stating, "The sect leader has decreed, do not snatch." The implication was clear. Those who harbored intentions toward the manuscript were warned against making any attempts to seize it, lest they incur the displeasure of the sword court. And many were well aware of what the sword court's displeasure could entail. The official then addressed the youth, saying, "If you have any questions, do not hesitate to inform us." This served as a comforting assurance. The young man nodded earnestly, gratitude evident in his eyes. As Gumin, Su Su, and Jieyu reached the summit, they witnessed this scene unfold. Su Su remarked, "That was a shrewd transaction. No wonder they're the best in nailing." Gumin, not lacking in insight, understood the deeper significance of the sword court's actions, securing a connection with a potential future master swordsman or even a sword immortal through the provision of a manuscript was undoubtedly a wise investment. Jieyu tugged at Gumin's sleeve, hesitating to speak. Gumin, noticing a group of female swordsmen in the distance, comprehended her unspoken thoughts. He nodded and smiled, saying, "Go ahead, may fate bring us together again." Jieyu, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded in agreement and simply bid, "Farewell, Senior Lu," before making her way toward her mentor. Once Jieyu departed, Gumin contemplated seeking out Asang. However, having just arrived at the summit without an invitation, he realized he could not enter the formal venue that lay ahead. Alas, he sighed. Gumin turned to Su Su, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Could I borrow your sword?" Su Su felt somewhat embarrassed. He had not mustered the courage to voice his request when Jieyu was present. Gumin countered, "Are you still intent on confronting him?" Su Su, irritated, replied, "Damn it, everyone wants to see if I measure up to him. Not just this crowd, but even the sect leader. What can I do? Unfortunately, that guy, while fortunate, is not easy to challenge. Without a sword, it becomes even more daunting." Gumin nodded, recognizing the validity of Su Su's words. Among sword cultivators, particularly those of similar realms, the one without a good sword often finds themselves at a disadvantage. Just like that sword immortal named Luoxue, who, in his pursuit of challenging the female sword immortal, must first secure a suitable sword. "Will you lend it to me or not?" Su Su, exasperated and restless, wondered why it had to be his sword. Gumin, puzzled, replied, "Zhuyu is a treasure of D Mountain. It cannot simply be lent out. I examined your sword closely that night. It is commendable. Besides, you are my only friend, so it must be yours." Are you suggesting that as a natural sword genius, you have no friends at all?" Su Su retorted, "Is that so wrong? A talent like me can only befriend equals. Meeting you is fortunate." While there was some merit to his words, the sword remained unborrowed. "What? Do you still adhere to the belief that the sword's fate is intertwined with its wielders?" Su Su cast a doubtful glance at Gumin, expressing a clear intention to retaliate if his request was denied. After some contemplation, Gumin responded, "You know, swords possess spirit. It recognizes me. If you wield it, it may not feel as comfortable." This was not an excuse but a sincere truth. Su Su slapped his forehead, realizing that in his eagerness to borrow the sword, he had overlooked the fact that, as a prodigy, Gumin's sword must be extraordinary and likely bonded to its master, rendering it impractical for him to use. In light of this, it might be better to use his own battered wooden sword. "Good brother, if I cannot defeat that guy, you must avenge me," Su Su declared after some thought. Gumin shook his head. "I have already stated that I am not his match. Why do you lack faith in yourself?" In my estimation, you possess at least a 30 to 40% chance of victory. If you triumph over him, Hu in Nanling will remain unaware of your name. The key to existence is to remain low-key. Consider how he boasts of being the master of the Gung Xin sword. He may find himself challenged today and again tomorrow, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives who might strike in secrecy. Such uncertainties abound. You should emulate my discretion, living a longer life. Indeed, you are a good brother with such insight. Well then, I must seek my master. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. But do inform me of your sect upon our next encounter. After all, having crossed paths thrice, we are not far from becoming blood brothers. Susu waved his hand, urging, keep your eyes wide open. If you notice any issues while I am in combat with him, do remember to inform me later. Gumin furrowed his brow and inquired, wouldn't that tarnish your reputation? What reputation? Susu retorted, I am a natural swordsman. There is nothing I cannot achieve. Locating senior sister Asang proved to be a simple task, as Gumin swiftly found her standing apart from the crowd. Asang glanced at him and casually remarked, assuming no unforeseen circumstances, junior brother should have arrived at the mountain about half an hour ago, rather than being the last one now. Gumin tugged at the corner of his mouth, contemplating how to broach the subject. Before he could speak, Asang continued, if there are matters to attend to, it matters little whether we ascend the mountain now or later. Gumin chuckled, agreeing wholeheartedly with his sister's sentiment. Asang looked into the distance and, after uttering the word go, made her way toward the mountain gate of Jianting. If there had been opportunities to navigate the waters during the ascent, entering that mountain gate would necessitate possessing an invitation from Jianting. Upon arriving at the gate, Gumin presented the invitation to the steward standing guard. The steward, smiling, accepted it and gave it a cursory glance. Upon noticing the two characters Dishan on the invitation, he exclaimed softly, raising his gaze to scrutinize Asang more closely. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, returned the invitation to Asang, and said nothing further. After Gumin and Asang had entered the gate and walked some distance away, the stewards began to converse in hushed tones. That young man is truly handsome, without cultivation. Such looks would surely lead him to become a prized possession of the affluent in Xianqing, suffering greatly. Old Zhang, you are blind, while you admire the youth. Did you not see that woman? Hey, this is an anomaly. Without cultivation, she would have been condemned to death at birth. Indeed, we cannot ascertain which sect they belong to, but they must be remarkable figures from their sect. Old Wang, why are you silent? Why are you just standing there? Two stewards nudged the individual they referred to as Old Wang, commenting curiously, are you perhaps enamored with that woman? Old Wang returned to his senses and hesitantly replied, those two are sword cultivators from Dishan. Dishan, where is that? The sword sect established in Nanling just a century ago? I know. It's the one hailed as the #1 sword sect in the world, claiming 30,000 sword cultivators centuries ago. Did they not endure humiliation at the sword conference a century ago? Why have they returned? Following a group of sword cultivators, Gumin learned effortlessly that they were headed to the Jianting's sword observation platform, which was vast enough to accommodate several duels simultaneously. The contents of the Jianting Sword Conference had undergone slight changes over the years, yet the essence remained, the contest of swords. After all, a gathering of sword cultivators is not meant for mere literary pursuits. The viewing sword platform is not far from the mountain gate, and the sword court has already arranged the pathway leading to it, making the location abundantly clear without any need for reminders. After approximately a quarter of an hour's walk, Gumin and Asang encountered a towering platform ahead, surrounded by countless high-rise buildings. At that moment, a number of individuals could be seen in those buildings, gazing down from their lofty perches at the platform below. In the distance, a mountain peak loomed, adorned with numerous swords, which presumably gave rise to the name of the viewing sword platform, as it afforded a view of those blades. Asang chose a less crowded building and ascended to the second floor, where she leaned against the railing, observing the platform. It was then that she remarked, one day, I shall dismantle this place. Gumin was taken aback, pondering the nature of her intention. In the past, Master Wan Yun had slain several sword cultivators from the sword court, although they had provoked him first, leaving him blameless. After Wan Yun's passing, the sword court dispatched a golden-crowned sword cultivator to the D Mountain, where he raised one of its structures. This tale, though somewhat ancient, was etched in the memories of the disciples of D Mountain. Today, as they stood there, Asang recalled it and casually mentioned it to her junior brother, hoping to etch it in Gumin's memory as well. Gumin contemplated her words and replied, Sister, your intentions are not unreasonable. But you must first ensure you can defeat the esteemed Lan Lin before proceeding. Asang responded, I am well aware of my limits. Gu Min, uncertain of what more to say, fell silent, her gaze fixed on the platform ahead. At that moment, a group of sword cultivators from the sword court arrived, all clad in elegant sword garments, their expressions serene, with swords hanging at their waists, exuding the grandeur befitting the foremost sword sect of Nanling. Suddenly, a flash of sword light traversed the sky, and Wang Ling alighted upon the viewing sword platform. Although today marked the sword court's centennial sword gathering, even the headmaster, ranked among the top 3 in the world of swordsmanship, would not make a personal appearance. Other sword sects did not find this surprising, as the sword court, being of substantial stature, would naturally refrain from showcasing its leader prematurely. The disciples of the sword court began to descend from the platform, and an elderly man with graying hair commenced his speech, expressing the honor of hosting such a gathering of sword cultivators from various sections. After exchanging pleasantries, he elaborated on the details of the event. While everyone understood this gathering was primarily a contest of swords, many still listened intently, likely due to the enticing rewards promised by the sword court. At the outset of the ascent, the sword court had offered a copy of the Sword Immortals manuscript as a prize, which piqued the interest of many, as they anticipated that the rewards would be substantial given the competitive nature of the event. Indeed, as the elder spoke of the rewards, a cascade of precious items flowed from his lips, leaving many junior sword cultivators gasping in astonishment, particularly when he mentioned that one of the rewards included an immortal sword. A collective intake of breath resonated among those gathered atop the high building. The legendary sword cannot possibly be an authentic weapon wielded by true immortals. Rather, it is a testament to exceptional craftsmanship, having long since attained spiritual resonance, which justifies its designation as a celestial sword. Such a blade is a rarity even within the most modest of sword sects, and those of slightly greater stature treat it as a treasure. Only esteemed sects like the sword court could afford to present it as a reward. After the elder finished his remarks, he performed a respectful bow to the towering edifice and withdrew. Subsequently, Wang Ling approached the center, and after a moment of silence, the venerable master of the Gengxin sword spoke calmly. At this year's sword assembly, our sect disciple Liang Zhao shall participate in the competition for those below the 4th realm. Without occupying a quota, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone had anticipated that Liang Zhao, the master of the Gengxin sword, would partake in the contest. Yet none had considered that the sword court would declare he wouldn't occupy a spot, given that he currently ranks only in the 2nd realm. This implies that even if the victor of the 2nd realm were to lose to Liang Zhao, they would still be eligible for rewards from the sword court. This reflects the sword court's unparalleled confidence, firmly believing that no one in the 2nd realm could defeat Liang Zhao. This is not arrogance, but rather an unwavering assurance. Moreover, aside from the sword competition, an additional event of sword intent combat has been introduced to this year's assembly, allowing sword cultivators beneath the 4th realm to engage freely, with a substantial reward awaiting the ultimate victor. This novel element of sword intent combat had not been featured in previous assemblies. Gu Min observed with clarity, it stands to reason that Liang Zhao possesses an exceptionally pure sword intent, asserting himself as unbeatable among those of the 4th realm. Thus, the sword court established this event. Sister, watch closely. Liang Zhao will undoubtedly take the stage shortly. Asang replied nonchalantly, the sword court remains as ever, appearing detached from worldly affairs, yet striving for supremacy in all matters. Their confidence merely stems from the inability of others to rival them. Should someone dare to challenge them, they would surely be unsettled. Gu Min countered, I believe that even if someone were to strike them, they would feign indifference. Asang nodded in agreement, finding merit in this assertion, and casually inquired, does the junior brother intend to deliver such a strike? Gu Min, now at the 2nd realm, alongside Liang Zhao and Su Su, realized that if he were to intervene in the competition, he would inevitably confront one of these two. At present, Gu Min wished to avoid an encounter with either. Engaging Su Su seemed unnecessary, while facing Liang Zhao posed a dilemma. Should he lose, it would be disheartening for the genuine master of the Gengxin sword to fall to an impostor. Should he win, he would become the target of scrutiny, something he preferred to avoid, particularly with the looming presence of Dishan, who currently appeared incapable of offering protection. I cannot best him, Gu Min lamented, reiterating his sentiment. The junior brother has been in seclusion for several months. From what I know, he has progressed far more swiftly than Liang Zhao, who took an entire year. In terms of innate talent, I dare say he lags considerably behind you. a saying remarked with a semblance of amusement. Gu Min responded with a wry smile. Fighting is not a matter to be equated. Sister, please do not conflate the two. A valid point, she conceded. Asa nodded, thus allowing the junior disciple to showcase his prowess in the contest of sword intent. You have previously been trained by the sword energies within those scriptures, so you should not be inferior to him. Are you serious, senior sister? Do you think I jest? Listening to Wang Ling elaborate on the so-called sword intent duel, Su Su, standing before the railing, began to yawn. The elderly mastermind glanced at his disciple and gently reminded him, Sewer, originally, I thought it would be fine if you did not compete since you had not found your sword. However, the sect leader has communicated that it is essential to witness the prowess of the Gingxin sword master, so you must endure this inconvenience, even if you cannot defeat him. Do not lose your sword heart, lest it be a loss greater than the gain. Su Su furrowed his brow and replied, Master, could you perhaps say something more encouraging? I could make him weep, even wielding a wooden sword. The elderly mastermind chuckled softly, realizing he had overthought the matter, given your temperament. How could you be concerned with such trivialities? Su Su scoffed, shaking his head in silence. I do not understand why, though Liang Zhao should be a genius. I would typically be inclined to like him due to my nature of forming friendships. Yet, I find myself harboring a strong dislike for him without even having met him. This feeling, I am certain, will not change upon our first encounter. It is indeed peculiar. Master Mai was taken aback, then hesitantly said, Sewer, you are a natural sword talent, possessing an innate sensitivity towards swordsmanship. But have you not yet seen the Gingxin sword master? That is precisely what makes it strange. Su Su exhaled a deep breath, resting his head on the railing, and feebly remarked, Master, I speak sincerely. When you record this battle later, please try to select the moments when I wield my sword, lest I become a subject of ridicule upon returning to the mountain. The elderly mastermind smiled. I will exercise discretion. What discretion do you possess? Master, if you had not let it slip last time, who would have known that the Spring Palace painting was stolen by me? We could have simply enjoyed it together, yet you insisted on boasting to others. Look at the outcome. Now everyone knows about the Spring Palace painting incident, and your own indiscretions cannot be hidden either. Su Su recalled those events with a sorrowful expression, lamenting, the most unfortunate of us is undoubtedly me. Not only was I confined in the small dark room by the sect leader for several days, but I also nearly faced a severe beating from Uncle Lawyer. At my age, if I were to be spanked, how would the senior sisters and junior sisters view me? Coughing slightly, the elderly Master Mai's face flushed with embarrassment as he stuttered, that matter, indeed. I owe you an apology. Su Su waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of maturity. Enough of that. We have shared a teacher-student bond, so why dwell on such matters? As long as you handle this affair well, I shall be eternally grateful. The elderly mastermind sighed. Had I known it would come to this, I would have strived to secure the position of sect law-keeper from the beginning, so that you and I would not have fallen to such a state on the mountain. Reflecting upon this matter, the elder Mai harbors deep regrets. When the master of the sword hall, Uncle Yingdu, returned, the sect sought to appoint a new head lawgiver. He was, without doubt, the most promising candidate. However, disheartened by the cumbersome nature of the responsibilities, he relinquished the opportunity, which has now culminated in the current predicament. Each time he recalls this decision, Elder Mai is engulfed by remorse. Su Su rubbed his temples, striving to divert his thoughts from the absurdities committed by his master. He intended to articulate further sentiments. Yet Wang Ling atop the sword-observing platform fell silent, seemingly signaling the commencement of the competition, a contest of sword intent. Focusing intently, Su Su observed a seemingly ordinary youth approach from beyond the platform. With a sword hanging at his waist and clad in a sword robe, he, although lacking conventional good looks, emanated an indefinable aura that unmistakably marked him as an extraordinary individual. The silence enveloping the high tower was palpable as all eyes were drawn to this young man, for there was no need for elaborate introductions. He was none other than Liang Zhao, the esteemed Gingxin sword master of the sword court. Without a doubt, he was destined to ascend to the status of a golden threshold sword immortal in a few short decades. Many within the crowd marveled at his presence, while a few lamented that such a prodigious talent did not emerge from their own sect but from the sword court instead. Liang Zhao ascended the sword-observing platform under the scrutiny of all, bowing respectfully to Wang Ling, who responded with a slight smile. Having clearly articulated the rules, Wang Ling refrained from further words and gracefully descended from the platform, leaving Liang Zhao alone under the collective gaze of the audience. A profound silence ensued. No one dared to challenge him at that moment. Gu Min, like the others, watched Liang Zhao, and after a brief interval, his spirits unexpectedly lifted, prompting him to chuckle. "Junior brother, what brings you such mirth?" asked Sasang. Gu Min shook his head, dismissing the question. He would not reveal to his elder sister that in that fleeting moment, he discerned Liang Zhao, standing on the high platform, to be inferior in every regard. In terms of innate talent, he had fasted for months, while Liang Zhao took a year. The Gangxin sword master was genuine, whereas Liang Zhao was not. As for appearance, even Su Su surpassed him. What audacity did he have to compete with Gu Min? But if we speak of shamelessness, Liang Zhao certainly held the greater title. A sneeze escaped Su Su, who, in his boredom, had rested his head on the railing. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who is it that speaks of me?" In the realm of sword cultivation, sword intent is of paramount significance. Unlike sword energy, which can be wielded to directly vanquish foes, sword intent does not correlate directly with one's realm of cultivation. As one's cultivation ascends, sword energy becomes increasingly potent and fierce, a universal trait among sword cultivators. However, sword intent is distinct. It embodies a cultivator's comprehension of the sword path and the resoluteness of their will. It is neither synonymous with one's realm nor indicative of combat prowess. Nonetheless, as one's cultivation deepens, their understanding of the sword naturally evolves, leading to a more refined sword intent. It is entirely expected that those with lower realms exhibit less potent sword intent than their higher realm counterparts. However, there are exceptions to this, especially in the initial stages. At this very moment, Liang Zhao stands upon the sword viewing platform, illustrating a singular point. Both the sword court and he himself possess an unwavering confidence in the belief that his sword intent is utterly invincible below the fourth realm. This is not arrogance, but rather the self-assurance befitting the master of the Gengxin sword. Yet, such confidence inevitably evokes discomfort in others. After a brief silence, young sword cultivators began to emerge from the tall building, making their way to the sword viewing platform. The rules of the sword court are explicitly stated. Within the span of an incense stick after the announcement, anyone may ascend the platform to challenge. But once that incense stick has burned out, no further entrants are permitted. From that moment forth, those on the platform engage in a contest of sword intent, with the ultimate victor being the true champion. In this interval, there are no rules governing the duel, regardless of which sword sect one belongs to. Any engagement through sword intent is deemed compliant with the regulations. Even if multiple challengers take turns against Liang Zhao, it remains within the realm of accepted conduct. There can only be one victor in this contest, and naturally, Liang Zhao holds the greatest odds of success. Thus, many who stepped onto the sword viewing platform set their sights on him. Yet, no one dared to strike first. Everyone understood Liang Zhao's formidable strength. The first to attack would almost certainly face defeat. However, their hesitance did not deter Liang Zhao from action. He turned to a young sword cultivator of the third realm, calmly stating, "Please." Liang Zhao's invitation to battle was directed at a third realm swordsman, a clear demonstration of his confidence. The young swordsman hailing from the Wanjian sword sect wore a grim expression. He had never anticipated being the first chosen by Liang Zhao. He had believed that as a third realm cultivator, if he remained inconspicuous, he stood a fair chance of emerging victorious in the end. Alas, Liang Zhao's challenge shattered that hope. "Fellow cultivator Liang, I accept," he replied, steeling himself for the confrontation. A strand of sword intent materialized beside him, transforming into an invisible flying sword that shot forth. Since a clash with Liang Zhao was now inevitable, he sought any slim chance of victory. Liang Zhao remained unperturbed, summoning his own sword intent. Moments later, their sword intents collided mid-air. In an instant, the swordsman's intent dispersed, and he staggered back, his face pale. Before he could utter a word, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I have lost," he muttered, wiping the corner of his mouth in resignation as he swiftly exited the sword viewing platform. Liang Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he turned his gaze toward another third realm swordsman nearby. "Please." It is evident that the sword court is showcasing to all sword sects in Nanling that they possess a Gengxin sword master who can indeed act with impunity. What does it matter if one is dissatisfied? A second realm cultivator can challenge a third realm, and in terms of swordsmanship, Liang Zhao is undeniably superior to them. For now, he may act as he pleases, but as he matures into a golden threshold sword immortal, the might of the sword court will undoubtedly surpass even this moment. At that time, he shall truly be free to do as he wishes. Refrain from being overly sentimental. We, the disciples of the sword sect, currently hold little significance in the eyes of the Sword Pavilion. Once Liang Zhao ascends to the status of the Golden Threshold Sword Immortal, our relevance will diminish even further. Overshadowed by the Northern Tomb's Sword Mansion and that enigmatic female, Sword Immortal from the sea. Speaking of that female Sword Immortal, she looms over us like an insurmountable mountain, and I foresee that for decades to come, no one will be able to challenge her supremacy. It remains to be seen if Liang Zhao possesses the capability to rise to the occasion. For the Gongxin Sword Master is a prodigy that appears only once in a millennium. The discussions echo incessantly from the lofty buildings surrounding the sword viewing platform. And many sword cultivators, particularly those observing Liang Zhao's composed victories over his opponents, cannot help but speculate on the future of this genius of the Southern Tomb. Everyone's gaze is fixed on Liang Zhao as he calmly conquers his foes, resembling an indefatigable farmer methodically harvesting his crops, one by one. With both dignity and grace at stake, this is a solitary performance. What is there to behold? Some spectators continue to express their admiration, leaving one to wonder if they are merely indulging in idle praise. Gu Min leaned against the railing, observing the scene with a subdued expression. His junior brother's words carried a hint of jealousy. With the incense nearly burned down to a third, he pondered when his junior brother would take the stage. Ah Seng glanced at the incense, which had dwindled to about 2/3 of its length, and replied calmly, "If your junior brother is dissatisfied with the current situation, he should take it upon himself to shatter the status quo." Gu Min shook his head. "Sister, if you were counting on me, it would be wiser to rely on that fellow surnamed Su. By the way, why hasn't Su made his move yet? Could it be that he is secretly observing Liang Zhao's weaknesses?" Gu Min understood that a proud genius like Su would certainly wish to confront Liang Zhao in a fair duel during the forthcoming sword contest. Yet since Ah Sang had broached the topic, he felt compelled to contribute. Ah Sang remained unfazed by Gu Min's remarks. Her gaze was affixed on the sword viewing platform. With a smile, she remarked, "I am quite curious to see if your junior brother can indeed prevail. Therefore, dear junior brother." As she spoke, her hand rested gently on Gu Min's shoulder. She continued softly, "If you wish to seek my support, you must ensure I always harbor favorable sentiments towards you. And such sentiments are rooted in compliance." Feeling himself gradually elevated, Gu Min found his toes no longer touching the ground and sighed, "Sister, let us have a proper conversation." "Junior brother, it's time to descend," Ah Sang exclaimed, exerting a sudden force that sent Gu Min soaring from behind the railing toward the sword viewing platform. On one of the high towers, several female sword cultivators from the Chamu sword sect were observing the young swordsman on the platform. Being in the bloom of youth, their interest extended beyond mere cultivation levels to include appearances and demeanor. Although Liang Zhao remained the focal point on the sword viewing platform, these women were not captivated by him. Despite his undeniable talent, he regrettably lacked a striking visage. "Junior sister, look at that person. They are quite handsome and have a tall, elegant stature. I wonder if they have a partner in the way of cultivation. If not, let us observe them further." "Senior sister, what are you talking about? That person has a prominent mole on their face. You've only seen half of their visage and are already so infatuated. If you were to meet them in person, you might just lose your wits in shock." "Ah, indeed. Thank you for the reminder, junior sister. Otherwise, I would surely be embarrassed later." The group of female sword cultivators were engrossed in their discussions, utterly unconcerned about the eventual victor of the match. Jieyu leaned over the railing, intently watching the sword observation platform, her gaze sweeping across it as if searching for something. "Jieyu, are you looking at that young man?" One of the female sword cultivators gently nudged her shoulder, smiling as she asked. Jieyu offered no response, neither confirming nor denying. The young man was indeed handsome, but his talents remained a mystery. It seemed unlikely that he would stand a chance against Liang Zhao, even if he were to compete. The female sword cultivator sighed, recalling how striking Gu Min was, thus making a lasting impression on her. "Senior sister, Lu senior brother." Jieyu began, but was abruptly interrupted, exclaiming, "Lu senior brother." Just as I thought, Gu Min would definitely take action. From the heights of the building, Su observed Gu Min, who appeared to be one of the last to take the stage. He clapped the railing and laughed heartily. "This fellow has not disappointed me after all." With a hand resting on the railing, Su exclaimed with delight, "My good brother, you engage him first. I shall follow shortly. If both of us are defeated, we can at least share the misfortune." However, Su's expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. "But if you happen to win against him and I fail, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" Gu Min, destined to remain oblivious to Su's musings, was entirely focused on how to gracefully descend onto the sword observation platform without stumbling. Fortunately, Ah Sang treated his junior brother well, providing just the right amount of force, allowing Gu Min to land smoothly on the platform. At this moment, only a few breaths remained until the time for ascending the stage expired, and several others still swooped down from the tall building. Thus, aside from Jiayu and Su Su, few noticed Gu Min's arrival, as most gazes were directed towards Liang Zhao. Once Gu Min steadied himself, he swiftly attracted the attention of several individuals. The atmosphere on the sword observation platform had transformed. It was no longer the same as before, but had devolved into a chaotic melee, with numerous sword cultivators already engaged in combat. Just as Gu Min arrived and planted his feet, he had already caught the eye of several eager competitors nearby. Su Su, you promised to join me. Yet here you are, hiding like a coward. If it weren't for our evenly matched duels, I would certainly give you a proper lesson. Gu Min glared in frustration towards a particular tall building, his demeanor reminiscent of someone let down by a friend. However, his voice carried clearly, ensuring that the nearby young sword cultivators heard his every word. The sword cultivators were unaware of the identity of the person before them, Gu Min. Yet they were certainly familiar with the name Su Su, an innate sword embryo of the Gue Sword Pavilion, and the only second-tier sword cultivator in Nanling capable of contending with Liang Zhao. A few sword cultivators regarded Gu Min with deep suspicion, their minds racing with various thoughts. The words that escaped this individual seemed to suggest that his prowess matched that of Su Su, which implied that he too was a rare talent. May I inquire your esteemed name, fellow cultivator? Before the sword cultivators could respond, Gu Min had already clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, initiating the query with one of them. I am Han Yu from the Cold Mountain Sword Sect. May I ask for your name? The sword cultivator hesitated for a moment, but did not withhold his identity. Gu Min replied with apparent sincerity, I have long admired you. I am Lu Air from the Flowing Water Sword Sect. Truly an honor. I have heard that Lu Daoist has dueled with Su Su of the Gue Sword Pavilion several times without losing ground. To meet you today is indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for this competition, we would surely have shared drinks and merriment. Oh, you are acquainted with my humble sect? May I ask your esteemed name? I am Yang Bujuan from the Flowing Cloud Sword Sect. An honor indeed. I have long heard tales of a swordsmanship prodigy in Nanling, rivaling Liang Zhao and Su Su. So it turns out to be Lu Daoist. Previously, I thought it was an exaggeration. Seeing you today, I can truly attest to the truth of those claims. Your demeanor is extraordinary, clearly not of the mundane. Your praise is excessive. May I know your name? I am Yang Wei from the Hung Yang Sword Sect. An honor indeed. Gu Min stood at one corner of the observation platform, and whenever he noticed a sword cultivator about to make a move against him, he would be the first to inquire about their name. After a brief exchange, the other party would lose the inclination to strike, resulting in a peculiar phenomenon. A circle of several individuals had formed around Gu Min, yet none dared to attack him. Instead, he would often bow to someone, who would return the gesture. What is that fellow up to? Su Su observed this scene with great curiosity. He noticed that since Gu Min had taken the stage, no one had engaged him in combat. Rather, he seemed to be conversing amiably with others. That rascal must have employed some underhanded tactics again. Truly shameless. Su Su felt helpless, as the situation was unfolding in a manner entirely different from his expectations. Yet, he could do nothing but hope that Gu Min would eventually face Liang Zhao in battle. The old man in the tattered robe watched his disciple's antics with amusement, well aware that never before had anyone been able to so thoroughly captivate his disciple's attention. It appears that my disciple is indeed quite concerned about that young man. Gu Min stood in a corner of the sword observation platform, engaging in lively conversation with the sword cultivators before him. This place, which should have been a battleground filled with tension, was transformed into a scene of camaraderie through his discourse. My purpose for taking the stage this time is to engage in combat with the esteemed Gengxin sword master, Liang Zhao. However, my cultivation is quite modest, and I previously refrained from challenging any of you, fearing that I might squander the meager chances of victory I possess. Such a course would indeed be regrettable. Yet I am also reluctant to be labeled as cowardly in battle, which brings me considerable embarrassment. Gu Min spoke with apparent sincerity, prompting many sword cultivators around him to nod gravely in agreement. There is no need for such concern, my fellow Daoist Lu, they echoed. Liang Zhao's sword intent is unrivaled below the fourth realm. Although you may engage him, the odds are not in your favor. It is wise to conserve your strength. If you do not mind, I shall take the initiative to wear him down on your behalf. Gu Min was taken aback, exclaiming, How could that be? I cannot defeat him. nor do I wish to act in such a manner. His expression darkened, yet his demeanor remained earnest. Most sword cultivators on the platform were not inclined to see Liang Zhao, the Gengxin sword master, emerge victorious, perhaps due to an instinctive animosity. In contrast, Gu Min, despite already being regarded as a prodigy, had endeared himself to them with his affability. What you say is true, my fellow sword cultivators. We should indeed uphold our principles. Gu Min added, expressing his gratitude for their kindness. If fate allows, I shall certainly visit your esteemed sects in the future. Nonsense, my fellow Taoist Lu. There is no need for such formality, they replied. As time silently elapsed, Liang Zhao had already battled nearly 30 opponents, defeating most with a single stroke. Meanwhile, Gu Min, with his charm and idle chatter, had yet to engage anyone in combat. The number of sword cultivators on the observation platform dwindled, with many returning to the high pavilion after their defeats. Liang Zhao's eyes began to show signs of fatigue, while Gu Min remained vibrant and full of energy. Though they had not yet crossed paths, the diminishing number of sword cultivators made their inevitable encounter loom closer, perhaps within the next moment. A quarter of an hour later, another sword cultivator fell beside Gu Min, leaving fewer than 10 remaining on the platform. Liang Zhao swiftly dispatched a third-realm cultivator with a single strike. While those nearby were acutely aware that Liang Zhao was now at his weakest, defeating him would almost guarantee victory. Yet reality often defies expectation. A third-realm cultivator, eager to seize the opportunity, rushed in but was swiftly defeated by Liang Zhao, who sent him tumbling off the platform with a single blow. Another cultivator, gritting his teeth, charged forward. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained on the observation platform. One of them glanced at Gu Min, contemplating that if he were to prevail, he could claim the honor of being the second to last to leave the platform. With this thought in mind, he turned to Gu Min and disdainfully remarked, "You might as well jump off yourself. There's still time." Gu Min chuckled softly. "May I inquire your esteemed name, my fellow Taoist?" The sword cultivator, cold and indifferent, said, "Stalling for time?" Gu Min sighed, realizing that this person possessed no sense of courtesy, and thus he could not be blamed. "Please." After uttering this word, Gu Min had already drawn his sword. In an instant, the sword intent struck down the opponent from the sword viewing platform, decisively and without hesitation. At that moment, Liang Zhao also defeated the last sword cultivator who challenged him. Thus, only Gu Min and Liang Zhao remained on the sword viewing platform. One was the false Gengxin sword master, who had unleashed countless strikes and vanquished numerous foes. The other was the true Gengxin sword master, who had only drawn his sword once throughout the entire bout. The two exchanged glances without uttering a word, as every eye in the vicinity was fixed upon them. Liang Zhao calmed the turbulent energy within him and scrutinized the exceptionally handsome youth before him. Yet, after a brief moment, a sense of disdain unexpectedly arose within him, likely stemming from the other's extraordinary beauty. "Please," Liang Zhao said with an air of tranquility. Aside from the female sword cultivators of the morning and dusk sword sect, most gazes were riveted on Liang Zhao as they watched him triumph over each opponent, many of whom were of higher realms, marveling at the prowess of the Gengxin sword master. Now, at last, only 2 individuals remained on the sword viewing platform. The crowd's attention was reluctantly diverted to Gu Min, the youth whose origins remained a mystery. However, as they turned their gaze towards him, many were seized by an odd thought, rendering them momentarily speechless. Who is this youth? And how can he be so strikingly handsome? A voice from the upper floors quietly inquired, as they discerned from Gu Min's appearance that he must possess some remarkable qualities. "Master, that is Luoxue from the Flowing Water Sword sect, a prodigy who has fought to a standstill against Su Su of the Returning Sword Pavilion," declared a young sword cultivator who had previously interacted with Gu Min Flowing Water Sword sect. "I have never heard of such a sect," the elder sword master mused, intrigued by the peculiar name Luoxue. "If he has indeed fought Su Su to a draw, then he is indeed a genius." The elder had not known of the sect Gu Min had whimsically mentioned, but the young cultivator's remark about Lu's battles with Su Su had entirely shifted the elder's focus. "Master, do you think Lu has a chance against Liang Zhao?" the young sword cultivator asked, gazing hopefully at the sword viewing platform. The elder furrowed his brow. In a fair contest, the youth would stand no chance. However, given Liang Zhao's considerable exertion and the fact that this youth had bested Su Su multiple times, there might be an opportunity. Should this individual engage Liang Zhao, regardless of the outcome, it would undoubtedly deplete Liang Zhao's strength, thus giving Su Su a significant advantage in the subsequent battle. This young man has drawn his sword only once from the beginning until now. Lying against the railing, Su Su is among the few who have consistently focused solely on Gu Min. He is acutely aware that since Gu Min ascended the Jian stage, apart from exchanging courteous greetings and engaging in conversation, he has only drawn his sword against a nearly spent swordsman, easily defeating him with a single strike. Expending no effort whatsoever, Su Su chuckled to himself, remarking on the audacity of this young man. It is a brazen shamelessness that he has come to appreciate. It seems he is gathering his strength, surely capable of surpassing Liang Zhao. The elderly man in the coarse robe interjected, "Such behavior contravenes the principles of a gentleman. Master, I assure you, this fellow has no intention of allowing others to exhaust Liang Zhao on his behalf. However, he certainly does not wish to be drained himself. This shameless rogue, ha ha ha." Su Su could not contain his laughter. Having once battled Gu Min, he recognizes his formidable prowess. In his estimation, even at his peak, it would be no simple task for Liang Zhao to defeat Gu Min in a short time. "Good brother, charge forth. I await your favorable news." Su Su mused as he leaned over the railing. A Sang stood before the building, observing her young junior with an unchanging expression. Like Su Su, she too had been watching Gu Min throughout, fully aware of his current state. She murmured to herself, "You are indeed a rare talent in this world. Engaging in battle with Liang Zhao, I would not deem you inferior. Yet, your conduct leaves me perplexed regarding the burdens you carry. Most so-called geniuses, upon realizing their own brilliance, inevitably develop a sense of confidence. When this confidence escalates, it can transform into arrogance, and from arrogance, it is but a short distance to hubris, which often leads to downfall. Conversely, when a genius remains ever cautious, external forces find it exceedingly difficult to hinder their growth. Gu Min does not possess arrogance, nor does he exhibit pride. He is undoubtedly confident, aware of his genuine talent, yet he never rests on the laurels of this title. Nor does he forget the necessity of progress. His early experiences have taught him that longevity requires humility. That young man is quite remarkable, mused a middle-aged scholar from atop a lofty building, observing the elevated stage with a soft smile. Beside him stood a youthful figure clad in a pale white robe, exuding an air of refined elegance, his garments of exquisite quality, unmistakably stemming from a distinguished lineage. "Mr. Chen, what brings about such praise?" The youth, comprehending that Mr. Chen was not referring to Liang Zhao, felt compelled to inquire, especially since all eyes were on Liang Zhao. Yet Mr. Chen had chosen to commend Gu Min. "While you all fixate on Liang Zhao, I have been observing him. Since his arrival on stage, he has only unsheathed his sword once, and that was merely a casual gesture. Prior to that single strike, he engaged in much idle chatter, deliberately avoiding any confrontation, thus maintaining a remarkably favorable condition. In other words, his current state far surpasses that of Liang Zhao." Mr. Chen's eyes sparkled with mirth as he spoke with serene conviction. He truly is a commendable young man, exhibiting not a trace of pedantry. The young man pondered the term pedantic, reflecting on Mr. Chen's sect. Was this not the very epithet often employed by others to deride them? Other sword cultivators merely sought to deplete Liang Zhao's strength, hoping to be the last to strike and thus claim victory. Yet, this was merely a thought, not necessarily a feasible plan. For Liang Zhao was alive and would choose to confront those he deemed strongest first. The strength of this young man was yet to be determined, however. The mere fact that he had managed to divert Liang Zhao's gaze with the aid of others was already a commendable feat moreover. It was unclear what means he had employed to inspire those sword cultivators to willingly shield him. Mr. Chen remarked, "He is indeed an intriguing youth. Had I not devoted myself to the sword, I might have contemplated taking him on as a disciple." The young man's expression sharpened, and he calmly instructed, "Investigate the background of that youth and ascertain what he accomplished on stage." Nearby, a middle-aged steward had been waiting, and upon hearing the young man's words, he bowed respectfully before hastening downstairs to fulfill the task. The young man turned to Mr. Chen, pondering, nonetheless, without the strength to contend with Liang Zhao, would it not all be in vain? Mr. Chen chuckled. "The scholars in Chongwen building often label me a reckless youth, oblivious to the wisdom of the sages. Yet who truly knows? Lord Taizai, in his inebriation, once declared that among all in Chongwen building, I alone am most fascinating." The young man's brow furrowed slightly once more. The title Lord Taizai carried immense weight. In the vast Qi dynasty, how could any scholar remain unmoved upon hearing it? Was Mr. Chen's assertion without merit? He spoke the truth, albeit Lord Taizai's words were uttered in a drunken stupor, and I too heard them while intoxicated. Mr. Chen laughed heartily, appearing exceedingly pleased. The young man contemplated this and smiled as well, remarking, "Indeed, among the three grand officials, Only Lord Taizai could possibly utter such sentiments. Mr. Chen shook his head in silence. The three grand officials were the aspirations and idols of all scholars, yet the majority revered Lord Taifu's integrity, while a select few were dazzled by Lord Taibao's literary brilliance and erudition. As for Lord Taizai, many found it difficult to foster any admiration for him, perceiving him as overly unorthodox. However, Mr. Chen dismissed such notions as nonsense. If Lord Taizai were truly unorthodox and disrespectful to the sages, how then could he be one of the three grand officials? Young master, I have discovered the information, the steward returned swiftly, having been gone only a short while. The young man acknowledged this with a nod and said, the youth claims to be Luoxue from the Flowing Water Sword sect. He has faced Su Su of the returning sword pavilion several times, with each encounter resulting in a draw. He forged a connection with those sword cultivators simply by uttering this phrase on stage. The middle-aged steward continued with an odd expression, however. I found no mention of the Flowing Water Sword sect in the list of invitations for this sword conference, nor does such a sect exist in Nailing. Moreover, he was the last to ascend the mountain. The young man murmured to himself, Luoxue? What an absurd name. He would not doubt whether that young man's sect had received an invitation from the sword court. Yet he harbored absolute skepticism regarding the authenticity of the so-called Flowing Water Sword sect that the youth spoke of. Mr. Chen chuckled once more, declaring that the Flowing Water Sword sect was a fabrication, and even Luoxue's name was an invention. Nevertheless, he was inclined to believe that the young man had engaged in several indecisive battles with Su Su. As the gentleman stated, if the youth lacked the strength, then all his efforts would indeed be mere folly. However, should he stand on par with Liang Zhao, or be merely a fraction below, and yet undertake such endeavors, he would then be a true clever individual. The gentleman's current situation required someone adept at concealing their capabilities. The young man furrowed his brow and replied, but I have already arrived at the sword court. Mr. Chen shook his head, saying, the gentleman may wish to choose the sword court. Yet the sword court may not necessarily choose you. As the foremost sword sect in Nailing, several young gentlemen harbor intentions toward it. The sword court has many options and is unlikely to place its bets on you. You may not be able to choose Liang Zhao, nor even Su Su. But this young man could be worth a try. The young man spoke with a bitter tone. I had thought that my earnest arrival at the sword court would showcase my sincerity, yet after hearing Mr. Chen's words, I realized that my journey has indeed been somewhat misguided. The affairs within the realm of cultivation, to put it plainly, are akin to the allegiances formed in the court. However, in addition to considering whether a young gentleman has the potential to succeed, court officials also take character into account. If a young gentleman stands outside a certain official's residence with genuine intent for an entire day, even in the snow, that official would likely be touched by his sincerity. Yet, when it comes to the selection of disciples by cultivation sects, they only consider strength. Even if a tyrant were chosen, they would not be concerned. For as long as the Emperor of the Qi is not a fool, he would not engage in actions that undermine his own foundations. Rather, both must coexist in mutual dependence. The reason behind these choices lies in the fact that court officials are unarmed, whereas the sword court boasts tens of thousands of sword cultivators. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chen, but since you were already aware, why then embark on this journey? The young man inquired, somewhat puzzled. Mr. Chen smiled and replied, because this sword meeting is held only once every century, and I am quite eager to witness it. Upon the sword viewing platform, after Liang Zhao uttered the word of invitation, silence ensued. Gu Min suggested, let us wait a moment. Liang Zhao frowned and asked, wait for what? Wait until you have recovered somewhat before returning. I do not wish to take advantage of your weakness, even if you are the Gengxin Sword Master. As Gu Min spoke the title of Gengxin Sword Master, he hesitated, his heart already beginning to curse under his breath. No need for that. After I surpass you, I shall have ample time to rest, Liang Zhao asserted with unwavering confidence, convinced that Gu Min would not be the one to overcome him. Gu Min smiled and said, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Luoxue of the Flowing Water Sword sect, I humbly request your guidance. Gu Min gazed at Liang Zhao, introducing himself. Liang Zhao had already resolved to strike, yet at this moment, with so many eyes upon them, he could not afford to lose his composure, especially since Gu Min maintained such a stance. Sword Court Liang Zhao, I invite you. Gu Min emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement, but did not take the initiative to strike first. After a brief pause, Liang Zhao, feeling a tinge of frustration at Gu Min's inaction, hesitated momentarily before allowing his sword intent to manifest. An ethereal sword materialized before his brow, and as soon as it took shape, it surged forth with the sound of rushing wind. Gu Min remained unfazed, similarly unleashing an intangible flying sword. Moments later, the two swords clashed, producing a resounding thud. Both wielders possessed exceptionally pure sword intent, and upon impact, the swords showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, they hovered in midair, circling as if seeking another opportunity to engage. Liang Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. From this collision, he discerned that the youth before him was undeniably more formidable than anyone he had previously encountered in battle. He recognized that this boy was not Su Su of the Return Sword Pavilion. So who could he be? When did Nanjing produce another swordsmanship prodigy of such caliber? Failing to defeat him with a single strike, it seemed that the esteemed Gongxin sword master was indeed fatigued. Some spectators sighed, recalling how Liang Zhao had triumphed over most adversaries with a single blow. He had faced dozens of opponents, and it was only due to the extraordinary strength of his sword star that he had lasted this long. Now, he feared he was down to only a fraction of his strength, yet against such a strikingly handsome youth, victory appeared to be merely a matter of time. Indeed, the Gongxin sword master was remarkably powerful, and with the sword court providing protection, this individual might one day achieve unparalleled supremacy. While some marveled at this prospect, many others felt a sense of helplessness. From a high vantage point, Su Su observed the initial encounter between the two swords, his brow furrowing. Given Liang Zhao's current state, Gu Min should have held the advantage. How had the confrontation resulted in a stalemate? Su Su, well acquainted with both Liang Zhao and Gu Min, should have been among the most perceptive regarding the situation at hand. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he clenched his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "Gu Min, you fool. At this juncture, you still feign ignorance. How utterly shameless." In contrast to Su Su's lamentations, Jie Yu remained silent and focused, her gaze fixed on Gu Min, who stood on the sword observation platform, filled with anticipation. So Lu Shixiang possessed such remarkable talent. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly allowed someone to occupy a special place in her heart. This person was Gu Min. Jie Yu's discerning eye had proven accurate. That young man had indeed emerged as the last one standing. Who could have foreseen this? He had been the last to ascend the mountain. By the way, what had become of the boy who had been the first to reach the summit? At this moment, someone recalled the boy who had ascended first. It seemed he had not reappeared since. Why had he not come down? He had displayed the determination to be the first to climb, suggesting he might possess the fortitude to contend with Liang Zhao's sword intent on equal footing. Perhaps he was merely intimidated by the identity of Liang Zhao, the Gongxin sword master. What a pity it was. On another towering edifice, the youth who had first ascended the mountain was now engrossed in the examination of a copy of the Sword Immortal's manuscript. He felt no inclination to engage in the impending battle, as he believed that, aside from Liang Zhao, no one could surpass him in the realm of sword intent. However, within the confines of the Four Realms, he was certainly no match for Liang Zhao. This realization left him with a sense of futility, since victory was unattainable. What was there to contest? It would be more prudent to devote time to studying the manuscript, for any insights gleaned would far outweigh the waste of time spent in conflict. After a prolonged period of contemplation over the manuscript, he lifted his gaze to catch a glimpse of the youth at the sword observation platform, only to fall silent upon perceiving Gu Min's countenance. No one anticipated that Gu Min would hold back his first sword strike, except for Su Su. Had Gu Min realized that Su Su had discerned his intent, he would likely have remarked, "You are truly a good brother." Gu Min estimated that if he unleashed the full force of his initial strike, Liang Zhao would be sent staggering back several paces, perhaps even tumbling off the platform. This was not a reflection of Liang Zhao's inadequacy, but rather a consequence of his prior exertions. Gu Min considered himself no weaker than Liang Zhao, yet he would not presume to claim he was significantly stronger. In a state of equal prowess, it would require hundreds of exchanges to determine a victor. At this moment, however, Liang Zhao was not his adversary. Yet, Gu Min was also reluctant to achieve victory with a single strike, for doing so would inevitably place him in the spotlight. Nonetheless, he would not permit Liang Zhao to claim triumph. As Gu Min pondered these matters, Liang Zhao launched another attack. His sword intent coalescing into a flying sword aimed directly at Gu Min. Feigning surprise, Gu Min hastily summoned his own flying sword to block the assault, resulting in a collision that forced him to stagger back several steps, though he sustained no substantial injury. Observing this, Liang Zhao seized the opportunity to pursue, delivering another blow to Gu Min's flying sword. Gu Min felt the impact, which was almost feeble, yet maintained his composure. Moments later, he adopted a facade of grave concentration, parrying Liang Zhao's flying sword with a flurry of exchanges. The sounds of their blades clashing resonated, serving as a reminder that Gu Min had yet to be defeated. To the astonishment of many, while speculation arose regarding Liang Zhao's diminishing strength, the endurance exhibited by this youth indicated significant prowess. This sentiment echoed among the onlookers, who collectively acknowledged the formidable nature of Gu Min unfazed. Gu Min continued to feign a sense of urgency, while calmly countering each of Liang Zhao's strikes. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd on the higher floors, with some young sword cultivators silently reflecting on Lu's undeniable talent, capable of contending with Su Su without defeat, and now holding his own against Liang Zhao, a remarkable feat indeed. As dozens of strikes ensued, Gu Min maintained a posture of readiness. Yet not a single bead of sweat graced his brow. Liang Zhao, too, began to sense an anomaly, although each of his strikes seemed poised for victory. They were invariably met with Gu Min's seemingly arduous defenses. On the surface, Liang Zhao appeared to be in a position of dominance. Yet he was acutely aware that he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Gu Min, on the other hand, seemed to be holding back. Liang Zhao's gaze towards Gu Min underwent a gradual transformation. It was no longer one of disdain, but rather began to reflect a newfound respect. Despite having fought tirelessly, there was no justification for his current passivity, unless the person opposite him was a genius akin to Su Su of the returning sword pavilion. The truth revealed that Gu Min was indeed such a prodigy, although his brilliance had yet to be recognized by the world. As several swords were exchanged, Liang Zhao maintained a facade of aggression, yet he quietly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Gu Min, feigning innocence, replied, "I am Luoxue of the Flowing Water Sword sect. What troubles you, Taoist Liang?" Liang Zhao furrowed his brow, channeling his sword intent to thrust towards Gu Min's brow. In the midst of this, he posed another question. "Did you truly engage in battle with Su Su, with no clear victor?" This was a rumor he had previously heard, but had not taken seriously until this moment. Gu Min chose not to answer. For if he were to list those he despised in his lifetime, Liang Zhao would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. Observing Gu Min's silence, Liang Zhao retracted his flying sword, his complexion now pale, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. Gu Min, however, remained unfazed. Liang Zhao stated calmly, "Had you not encountered me, you would have won this match. Yet, having crossed paths with me, victory eludes you." Gu Min chuckled, realizing there was no longer any need for pretense. "What leads you to such a conclusion, Taoist Liang? Merely the title of Gengxin Sword Master?" When Gu Min uttered those 4 words again, he displayed no emotional turbulence. Liang Zhao asserted, "I will not lose." Gu Min simply replied, "Oh." In the next moment, another flying sword materialized before Liang Zhao. It was widely recognized that this sword was the embodiment of sword intent, yet inexplicably, it reflected light beneath the celestial glow. A glimmer of cold light appeared. This sword was distinct from the previous ones, representing Liang Zhao's most formidable strike of the day. Many observers from high above witnessed this sword, expressing their astonishment, though most remained oblivious to its significance. "Mr. Chun," the young man began, seeking clarification. Mr. Chen smiled and explained, "The sword intent of a sword cultivator is intangible, yet it undeniably exists, with the crystallization of that intent serving as its fundamental proof. While the earlier flying swords could be sensed, they were but illusory. Now that one can't perceive the cold light, it indicates that this flying sword has become a tangible blade. The ability to condense sword intent into a real sword is typically reserved for sword cultivators of the 4th realm or higher." Mr. Chen's demeanor grew serious. Setting aside the identity of Gengxin Sword Master, Liang Zhao's talent ranked him among the strongest in the world. However, it appeared that the young man was no slouch either. The ability to condense sword intent into a tangible sword was a skill possessed only by those at the 4th realm or above. And Liang Zhao had accomplished this feat with merely his 2nd realm cultivation, despite having already expended considerable energy. His current display was sufficient to showcase his unparalleled aptitude. Gu Min gazed at the flying sword, which was now almost visible to the naked eye, and his expression gradually became grave. His brows furrowed deeply before he remarked with a smile, "It is merely superficial." As he uttered this statement, his voice amplified significantly, allowing many people in the tall building to hear him. However, most paid little heed, except for Su Su, who sensed something amiss in his words but could not pinpoint the issue. On the sword observation platform, after ensuring that many could hear him, Gu Min summoned a flying sword before his brow. This sword was not long and still lingered in the realm of an ethereal blade. Yet both he and Liang Zhao could perceive its form. It was a pristine white sword, identical in shape to that of Zhu Yu. Liang Zhao also sensed the sword, and his loathing intensified. Initially, his disdain stemmed from Gu Min's appearance, but now it was rooted in the sword itself, and ultimately, its color. The Gung Xian sword star was white, and this sword was likewise white, and neither belonged to him. Gu Min was not one to indulge in idle chatter. Since both sides had reformed their sword intent into blades, it was time to engage in battle once more. Liang Zhao scoffed lightly, his intent shifting, and the sword glimmering with cold light surged forth, radiating a power greater than in their previous encounters. Gu Min did not flinch from the challenge with a mental command. He directed the white sword to meet it head-on. The two blades clashed mid-air. Liang Zhao's expression remained impassive, yet his sword darted towards Gu Min with alarming speed upon impact, clearly aiming to conclude the battle swiftly. Gu Min, with a focused thought, maneuvered the snow-white sword back before him, seemingly narrowly intercepting Liang Zhao's strike, yet in reality, he handled it with ease. Rather than maintaining a defensive stance as before, the white sword suddenly surged forward, launching an assault on Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao slightly furrowed his brow and summoned his sword to defend. The two blades met before Liang Zhao's brow, and in an instant, the white sword collided with Liang Zhao's blade hundreds of times, leaving him no opportunity to react. Suddenly, Liang Zhao's complexion turned an alarming shade of pale. Gu Min's expression was serious, yet his focus remained steadfast on the white sword, unwilling to relax his concentration. He understood that his opponent was nearing their limit, and perhaps in the next moment, would collapse entirely. That critical point lay within each collision. Gu Min was confident of his impending victory, while Liang Zhao was destined for defeat. Indeed, after approximately a quarter of an hour, Liang Zhao's flying sword, relentlessly pursued by the snow-white blade, began to show signs of fissures. Liang Zhao's form also began to sway. A Seng ceased to watch the battle. She already knew the outcome. Zhao had fallen. On a nearby towering peak, the profound blue Lin Jinren observed the scene with his hands clasped behind his back. Already aware of the impending conclusion, beside him stood another middle-aged man with an aura as deep as an abyss. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke calmly. As the master of the Gung Xian sword, Liang Zhao is undoubtedly exceptional. However, after a protracted struggle against a remarkably talented youth, his defeat is, in truth, quite reasonable. The serene Master Lan Lin remarked, Zhao's resolve pales in comparison to that of the young man. Every step he takes is ensnared within the other's schemes. Had Zhao not been the sword master of Gongxin, he would have long since met his defeat. After centuries of decline, it seems that Dai Bushan has finally produced a prodigy. The middle-aged man expressed his surprise. Are you suggesting that this young man hails from Dai Bushan? Master Lan Lin remained silent, which could be taken as an affirmation. The sect leader must prepare accordingly, the man cautioned. Yet, what plans can be devised when we are merely prisoners in our own cages? Master Lan Lin gazed toward the north, acknowledging that the situation in Nanling was beyond my control. 2 hours had passed since Gu Min ascended the stage, and nearly half an hour had elapsed since he and Liang Zhao began their duel. Gu Min calculated the time and deemed it sufficient. Thus, he directed his pristine white flying sword with great force toward Liang Zhao's solid sword. With a resounding crack, the solid sword shattered upon impact, causing Liang Zhao to stagger back several steps. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling drastically. Although he had not yet collapsed, it was evident to all that this esteemed master of the Gongxin sword had undeniably been defeated. Onlookers from the high tower nodded in agreement. This outcome was anticipated and not surprising. Liang Zhao had expended considerable energy prior to this encounter and faced a formidable opponent. The fact that he managed to endure for half an hour was commendable, let alone nearly overpowering the young man before him. Gu Min regarded Liang Zhao, exhaling deeply, then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, inquiring, Taoist friend Liang, do you concede? Liang Zhao had yet to descend from the sword observation platform. If he still harbored intentions of continuing, he could certainly engage again. However, given his current pallid countenance, prolonging the battle would undoubtedly jeopardize his foundation, and victory seemed implausible. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhao cast a bewildered glance at Gu Min and softly uttered, I hope to duel with you again in the second realm. Gu Min shook his head, stating, Taoist friend Liang, your remarkable talent far exceeds my own. For the second realm battle, I have a friend who would be a worthy opponent for you. Liang Zhao understood that Gu Min referred to Su Su of the returning sword pavilion. He gazed deeply at Gu Min, filled with a sense of unwillingness. This defeat would undoubtedly affect his sword heart, as he had envisioned reclaiming his honor in the upcoming second realm battle. Yet, It appeared that his opponent was not inclined to afford him that opportunity. After a moment of silence, Liang Zhao performed a respectful bow to Gu Min, then gracefully descended from the stage, thus conceding. Gu Min smiled. And then he heard a wave of applause erupt from the high tower, accompanied by murmurs of admiration. Indeed, Daoist friend Lu is extraordinary. To forge a bond with him is truly a stroke of fortune. Yes, indeed. I sensed previously that Daoist friend Lu is no ordinary sword cultivator, and this confirms it. I hope Daoist friend Lu remembers me. Yang Wei, do not forget. The Flowing Water Sword sect is fortunate to have someone of Daoist friend Lu's caliber. Listening to the praises, Gu Min could not help but chuckle softly. He chose not to linger on the observation platform any longer. Having triumphed over Liang Zhao, he was destined to become the focal point of attention among sword cultivators for quite some time. Fortunately, he had refrained from revealing his true name earlier. Otherwise, the name Dishan would undoubtedly have been etched in the minds of all present. As he departed the observation platform and made his way back to the tower, Gu Min walked at a leisurely pace, neither leaping nor hurrying, awaiting the so-called grand gift from the sword court. However, upon arriving at the tower, he realized that no representatives from the sword court had come forth to present him with any significant reward. It dawned on him that the sword court must have anticipated Liang Zhao's victory in this contest of sword intent, thus any promised rewards were likely intended for him. Now that Gu Min had emerged victorious, the sword court would need to deliberate carefully on how to proceed. Upon comprehending this point, Gu Min ceased to be entangled in any further doubts. After all, the sword pavilion, being a grand establishment, would undoubtedly not swallow the so-called heavy gift. However, whether it would retain its significance remained uncertain. Ascending the lofty edifice, senior sister Asang maintained her unwavering gaze upon the sword observation platform, her demeanor unchanged. As if nothing could disturb her tranquility, Gu Min approached her and inquired, "Might I ask, does senior sister still harbor any fondness for the junior brother at this moment?" Asang smiled and replied, "The fact that junior brother triumphed over Liang Zhao and brought glory to our Ishan brings me joy. However, it would have been even better had you proclaimed the name of Ishan earlier." Gu Min chuckled wryly. "Senior sister, are you truly unafraid of anything?" Asang shook her head, choosing not to dwell on that question, and instead remarked, "In my observation, junior brother has considerable chances of victory in the second realm battle. Will there be another opportunity to best the Gingxin sword master afterward? Senior sister is astute. Liang Zhao is indeed worthy of being the Gingxin sword master. Today's battle was a narrow victory for our junior brother, and his internal condition remains tumultuous. After the next battle, he will undoubtedly be unable to compete." Gu Min spoke earnestly, his expression serious. He was not injured. However, he had no desire to participate in further contests. Winning against Liang Zhao once was already sufficient for him. Should he genuinely triumph over Liang Zhao in the second realm battle, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention. From Gu Min's perspective, it was wise to remain low profile, for those who attract too much focus often meet an untimely demise. Thus, he was reluctant to become such a figure. Leaning against the railing, he observed that his senior sister had not responded, and in a somewhat playful manner, he said, "If senior sister were to cast me down from here, I assure you I would not fight. However, should that happen, your fondness for me would surely dissipate, and naturally, my feelings towards you would wane as well." Asang, hearing this playful banter, chose to remain silent, merely smiling. On the sword observation platform, the presiding figure, Wang Ling, stepped forward to address the assembly atop the high building, conveying that this particular bout of sword intent had dragged on for too long. And thus the sword meeting would conclude for today, with the sword contest commencing tomorrow. Those gathered atop the edifice swiftly deduced that Liang Zhao must have sustained significant injuries, rendering him unable to compete in the sword contest if it were to occur today. Furthermore, having just suffered defeat, the Gingxin sword master could not afford to conclude without a decisive victory, lest he bring shame upon the sword pavilion. Otherwise, with the evening glow yet to arrive, it was hardly appropriate to declare that the day was drawing to a close. Many sword practitioners cast their gazes toward two locations. One was the high building where Gu Min, who had bested Liang Zhao, resided, and the other was the edifice of the returned sword pavilion where Su Su was located. Prior to this battle, it seemed that only Su Su had a chance of surpassing Liang Zhao. However, in the aftermath, numerous individuals placed great faith in Luoxue of the Flowing Water Sword sect. Those who had previously conversed with Luoxue affirmed that he had faced Su Su multiple times without defeat. Given this, how could he possibly lack the chance to triumph against Liang Zhao? Regrettably, under their watchful eyes, Neither Gu Min nor Su Su spoke, leading to an absence of opposition. And thus the sword meeting was compelled to cease. Many sword cultivators departed from the high tower, heading towards the accommodations arranged by the sword court. Su Su, who had somehow procured a roasted chicken, was indulging in it with great zeal when he suddenly heard distant discussions. He immediately halted his actions, hastily wiping his hands on his garments. Rising to his feet, Su Su cursed, "That rascal Gu Min, not only does he refuse to reveal his name, but he also fabricates tales of my undefeated record in battles. What a nuisance." The elder in the patched robe observed his treasured disciple, pondering how many times he had heard him utter the word nuisance in a single day, only to hear it once more now. Su Su tossed aside the roasted chicken, wiping his mouth haphazardly as he said, "Master, you go rest. I intend to seek out that scoundrel for a proper discussion. Don't wait for me to have dinner." With that, he hurriedly descended the stairs without a moment's pause. The elder felt a twinge of headache, glancing towards the sword observation platform, muttering, "How long have you been fasting? And yet you still speak of dinner." As the evening glow approached, the sky remained clear and serene. Master Lan Ling observed the dispersing crowd at the sword observation platform with an expression devoid of anger. As a sword immortal of the golden threshold, he naturally did not place great importance on victory or defeat. However, as the head of the sword court, many matters were beyond his control. With thousands of sword cultivators under his guidance, each harboring their own thoughts, administration was inherently complex. The headmaster, Wang Ling, acted correctly. Should Liang Zhao fail in future confrontations, it would be detrimental for both him and the sword court. The middle-aged man spoke calmly, devoid of emotional fluctuation, simply elucidating the facts. Master Lan Ling remarked, "Liang may not necessarily prevail afterward. However, that youth is exceedingly cautious and likely want to take action again. Yet, Su Su from the returning sword pavilion is a natural sword embryo, not to be trifled with." The middle-aged man nodded. Having prior knowledge of Su Su from the returning sword pavilion, the swordsmanship talent he exhibited was on par with Liang Zhao. If not for his origins in the returning sword pavilion, the man would have almost considered claiming him as a disciple. Master Lan Ling cast a glance at this middle-aged man, well aware of his thoughts after years of acquaintance. Shaking his head, the headmaster chose not to discuss Liang Zhao any further, instead stating, "Previously, a disciple mentioned sighting a white deer within the boundaries of Nanling." Upon mentioning the white deer, the middle-aged man immediately thought of that individual, Liang Shi. His expression grew solemn as he spoke. Is he here again to challenge the headmaster? Years ago, Liang Shi had visited the sword court once, engaging him in a sword duel. At that time, he had already attained the rank of golden threshold sword immortal. Yet against the unarmed Liang Shi, he had barely managed to last 100 exchanges. The duel ended in a stalemate, remaining undisclosed to the outside world. As neither Liang Shi nor Master Lan Ling were fond of idle chatter, the world claims that I rank among the top 3 in swordsmanship, yet prior to his emergence, I believe my sword should rightfully claim second place. The esteemed sword immortal Yao from the sword manor has traversed far in the art of the sword, yet his lethality pales in comparison to mine. Should I resolve to eliminate him, though challenging, it is not impossible. There have long been rumors circulating about the exceptional prowess and swordsmanship of several sword immortals from the golden threshold, leading to endless debates over their rankings. However, it is far more enlightening for the individuals themselves to share their insights. In the past, I could have fought him even without a sword. But now I feel I have made no progress in recent years. He has undoubtedly advanced several steps ahead. Whether armed or unarmed, I am no match for him. Therefore, it is unlikely that he would come to engage me in battle. Gazing at the distant peak, the serene Master Lien observed, in the realm of swordsmanship, if the predecessors are always deemed superior to the successors, what meaning does that hold? Liang Shi seeks to challenge that female sword immortal. Regardless of the outcome, it would be beneficial for the contemporary sword community. Moreover, considering the current promising talents, such as the youth from Disan, Su Su of the returning sword pavilion, and Zhao Air, should they all blossom in their growth, the sword world will undoubtedly surpass its present state, leading to a more splendid future. The middle-aged man listened silently to Master Lien's words, unable to grasp their deeper meaning, and therefore refrained from speaking. At that moment, a sword cultivator approached on a flying sword. It was none other than Wang Ling. Upon landing on the peak, he clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, "Master, what prize should our sword court bestow upon the victor after that person triumphs over Zhao Air?" Wang Ling's expression bore a hint of bitterness. Although Zhao Air was the master's disciple, She was also his closest confidant, and her defeat left him deeply unsatisfied. Master Lien regarded him thoughtfully. Remaining silent for a moment before responding, let that celestial sword be awarded to him. Master, that is unacceptable. Please reconsider. Both Wang Ling and the middle-aged man implored, hoping to sway Master Lien's decision. That youth merely triumphed over Zhao Heir by chance. What merit does he possess to warrant such a precious gift from our sword court? This seems utterly preposterous. Wang Ling found it incomprehensible and fervently hoped Master Lien would retract his intention to bestow the celestial sword. Indeed, had the youth bested Zhao Heir in the second realm of battle, it would have made sense for the master to forge a favorable connection through such a gift. However, as it stood, the victory was merely a testament to sword intent, perhaps even tinged with opportunism, compounded by the youth's sect. Could the master truly give away a celestial sword in such a manner? It would likely not forge any goodwill, but merely result in a lost treasure. The middle-aged man concurred vehemently, unwilling to see the celestial sword gifted away, especially knowing Gu Min's origins from Dishan. Master Lien pondered for a moment before asking, who ultimately holds authority in the sword court? Upon hearing this, Wang Ling was taken aback, and the middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. Master Lien, though possessing profound swordsmanship, had always been of a gentle disposition, often consulting with others regarding matters of the sword court. He had never been one to act unilaterally, which perhaps led many to forget a crucial principle. The affairs of the sword court are ultimately decided by the master. This is a tenet of our ancestors. If one is dissatisfied, they may resolve it with the sword. The ancestral decree is clear. Those who dissent must take up their swords. But who among the sword court can contend with Master Lien? With a smile directed at the two men, Master Lien declared, this matter is henceforth settled. The moon hung bright and sparse, yet no magpies flew southward. Gu Min emerged from the cave designated for Dishan, traversing a considerable distance through the night before pausing by a small stream. Observing the glistening waters under the moonlight, he felt a profound tranquility within. Little Gu, I'm here, came a voice as a head poked out from behind a rock, revealing Su Su, who was clutching a roasted chicken. Gu Min jestingly scolded, what are you up to, making it seem like you're engaged in some clandestine affair? While speaking, he did not halt. The two youths leaped onto the large stone in front of Su Su. Su Su tore off half of the roasted chicken and whispered, this is the sword pavilion. We must be cautious. If anyone finds out, that fellow will surely be on guard. Gu Min accepted the chicken, biting into a substantial piece of meat, and inquired, somewhat indistinctly, are you truly going to ask? Won't this tarnish your reputation? As Su Su rubbed his belly while eating, he appeared distinctly hypocritical. With hypocritical individuals, what virtue is there to discuss? How do you know he is hypocritical? Gu Min questioned. But he is indeed quite hypocritical, he added, gnawing on his portion of the chicken, inexplicably finding it exceptionally delicious. I have an astute eye for people, especially for sword cultivators, Su Su continued after wiping his mouth. The moment I laid eyes on that lad, I sensed he harbored ill intentions. Gu Min inquired, and what about me? You are different. You are shameless, Su Su retorted. Gu Min nearly choked on the chicken in his mouth. Rolling his eyes, he coldly replied, after exerting considerable effort to discern something, you treat me this way? Su Su showed no mercy, clicking his tongue. You might deceive others, but do you think you can fool me? I have been watching you since you took the stage. You only unleashed one sword strike. Liang Zhao was already at the end of his strength. If I were you, I would have resolved the battle within 3 strikes. Yet, you squandered half an hour. What was that for? Gu Min set aside the nearly devoured chicken and calmly stated, if it weren't to help you ascertain his weaknesses, would I have gone to such lengths? Su Su nodded, acknowledging some truth in Gu Min's words, yet still harboring skepticism. What exactly did you discern? Gu Min chuckled. Liang Zhao appears calm as water, yet he possesses a fierce competitive spirit. If you mention his recent defeat to me during your duel, it will likely unsettle him. Moreover, his sword intent. Since Su Su was determined to retain his youthful visage, Gu Min generously recounted all he had observed earlier that day. Su Su listened intently, occasionally posing questions, and the two youths engaged in a thorough discussion until they arrived at a definitive conclusion. It must be said, when true geniuses in this world resort to any means to secure victory, few can stand in their way. Are you suggesting his sword intent is formidable, manifesting as a genuine sword rather than mere facade? If he had not previously faced so many opponents, the might of his sword would undoubtedly have been greater. Truly, if that were the case, I believe it would take me at least an hour to surpass him. Indeed, it is only logical. He is the master of the Gingshin sword, not an easy opponent to defeat. What did you say? You could defeat him in an hour? Are you out of your mind? Brother Su, could you not have a bit more faith in yourself? He is the master of the Gingshin sword. But that doesn't make him invincible. Besides, just because he claims to be who he is, does that make it true? If you declare yourself the master of the Gingshin sword, who could possibly verify that? I would never be that shameless. I am not him. Why would I make such claims? Yet, I am not particularly afraid. It's merely that I lack a sword. Otherwise. Suddenly, Su fell silent. Gazing seriously at Gumin, little Gu, if I lose, you mustn't mock me. Gumin frowned. I wouldn't dare to laugh at you. Su's expression darkened. Gumin, I'm being serious. You are my first friend. Please do not treat me this way. Seeing Su's demeanor, Gumin quickly became earnest. After a moment of contemplation, he patted Su's shoulder and said, I swear, no matter how amusing it may be, I shall not laugh, unless I simply cannot help it. Su retorted angrily, get lost. Time for practitioners always seems to pass swiftly. From night to day, in the eyes of a cultivator, it is merely the blink of an eye. As dawn broke once more, the sword cultivators returned to the towering edifices. The sword conference would recommence. Today, the sole event would be the sword contest. In the contest of equal realms, from the initial stage to the starry stage, there would be battles. The observation platform would be divided into several areas, with sword cultivators of each realm battling in their designated regions. The contest would adopt a defending champion system. One individual would take the stage and await challengers. The victor would defend their position, while the defeated would exit. After each battle, the winner would have a brief moment to recuperate, and those who could endure 10 rounds would receive rewards from the sword court. After Wang Ling expressionlessly announced the rules, he stepped down, and a brilliant sword light emerged, delineating numerous areas on the observation platform. This heralded the commencement of the sword contest. Following Wang Ling's departure, sword cultivators swiftly took to the stage, one of whom was a cultivator from the Wandering Realm. A commendable feat in previous contests, the sword court would not send participants for battles below the 4 realms. However, this year was different, yet there was only Liang Zhao. Thus, cultivators from beneath the 4 realms were not eager to take to the stage immediately. A quarter of an hour passed before several cultivators stepped onto the platform, all confident in their abilities, believing they could certainly last through 10 rounds. After another quarter of an hour, sword cultivators from the initial stage to the starry stage all took their positions, except for those of the second stage. Moments later, other cultivators began to take the stage, officially marking the start of the sword contest. Above in the high towers, many sword cultivators began to observe their juniors in battle. Those without juniors competing gathered in small groups, discussing the sword cultivators they favored, and some even began to place small bets, wagering on trivial items. Gumin leaned against the railing, gazing at the vacant spot on the sword viewing platform, pondering when Liang Zhao would finally descend. After casting a few glances at the other sword cultivators, Gumin turned his attention back to his senior sister and inquired, Senior sister, if you intend to disrupt the competition, shouldn't you fight from the beginning to the end? Asang replied indifferently, since the purpose is to disrupt the sword pavilion's contest. It is only fitting to wait for their sword cultivators to exit the stage. Why rush to intervene? Gumin nodded in agreement, acknowledging, what you say holds merit. Senior sister. Asang shot him a sidelong glance and casually asked, I noticed your absence last night. Were you meeting someone? Could it be that woman from the mountain ascent? In my humble opinion, her talents pale in comparison to yours, junior brother. If you were to choose a partner, it may not bode well. Any offspring might not measure up to you. However, should you have children, they may come to me as a teacher, and I shall ensure. Senior sister, look. Someone from the sword pavilion has stepped down. Noticing that his sister's conversation had veered towards offspring, Gumin hastily interrupted. Asang turned to observe, and indeed. Following the defeat of a sword cultivator, one could not contain themselves and gracefully descended from the heights to the sword viewing platform. Though they were not a cultivator of the starry realm, Asang merely glanced at them before turning back. Gumin had already retreated to a distance, resolutely choosing not to engage in conversation with his sister. Asang smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Suer, if you truly face defeat, the master would not hold it against you. Life is but a series of gains and losses. There is no need to dwell on it. As they observed the sword viewing platform, where no second-tier sword cultivators had yet taken the stage, the elder in ragged attire could hardly contain himself. He reassured, Suer, the master believes in you. Su, shouldering a wooden sword, felt a surge of irritation at these words. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, "Master, please, no more." With that, he leaped from the high tower. The elder momentarily failed to grasp the situation, but as Su Su landed on the sword viewing platform, a smile crept onto his face. All eyes were drawn to Su Su as he descended from the heights with his wooden sword. "That is Su Su from the returning sword pavilion." A gasp escaped the lips of those who recognized him. Indeed, that is Su Su, the sword genius who recently triumphed over Liang Zhao, having remained undefeated in several battles against Lu Daoyu. Those were the sword cultivators who had previously conversed with Gu Min. Yes, Lu Daoyu mentioned that he was victorious against Liang Zhao. Perhaps Su Su can achieve a similar feat. Indeed, it is a distinct possibility. The sword master Gingxin today may face yet another defeat. Listening to the murmurs around him, Liang Zhao's expression remained unchanged, yet a frigid glint filled his eyes. Junior brother Liang need not be distracted by this. Your seniors believe in you. You were merely caught off guard previously in a fair fight. He would not be your match. And as for Su Su, the same holds true. Beside Liang Zhao, a tall disciple of the sword pavilion spoke up. His name was Wan Zai, a wandering sword cultivator and one of Master Lan Lin's disciples. Liang Zhao nodded slightly, aware that Wan Xiong's words were unnecessary. Wan Zai understood the temperament of his junior disciple and refrained from further remarks, merely stating, given Liang Shidi's disposition, he will likely challenge immediately after Su Sua steps onto the stage. Liang Zhao nodded, pressing his hand against the sword at his waist. Upon descending to the sword observation platform, Su Sua naturally became the focal point of the gathering. However, this innate sword talent from the Gue Jian Pavilion remained silent, gazing intently at a particular tall building. Everyone present understood whom he was observing. Su Sua, a prodigious swordsman of the Gue Jian Pavilion, was traditionally deemed unmatched except by the Gingxin sword master. This had been the prevailing belief. Yet now, they had to reckon with Luoxue from the Luoxue sword sect. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the high tower, landing before Su Sa. It was not Liang Zhao, but rather the young sword cultivator who had claimed first position in the mountain ascent. The youth, wielding an iron sword, regarded Su Sua earnestly and said, "Please." Su Sua inquired, "Why?" The crowd had anticipated a clash between him and Liang Zhao, yet it was this boy who approached him first. "I yearn for a duel with the innate swordsman. If I miss this moment, the opportunity will vanish. I must come, and I apologize if this affects you." The youth declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes fixed on Su Sua, the aura of his sword intent subtly emerging. Among all the sword cultivators present, he was most eager to battle Su Sua, not for any other reason, but simply for the merit of facing an innate swordsman. Su Sua was uncertain of the reason, but nonetheless grasped his wooden sword and replied, "Please." Upon uttering the word, the young swordsman drew his sword from its sheath. In an instant, he traversed the vast distance between them, closing to within a mere yard of Su Sua. His speed was astonishing, seemingly beyond that of a second-tier sword cultivator. A beam of sword light erupted forth, with the youth's south blade now perilously close to Su Sua's throat. Should Su Sua remain still or fail to counter, death awaited him. No one believed that the youth could secure victory with a single strike. They were acutely aware of the prowess of Gue Jian Pavilion's Su Sua. Thus, they eagerly anticipated Su Sua's next move. Although he was a second-tier sword cultivator, his status as an innate swordsman commanded admiration from all who envisioned his future greatness in the sword path. Indeed, just as the youth's sword was poised to advance, Su Sua responded. His wooden sword moved from his waist to his forefront, and with a resounding clash, it deflected the youth's iron sword, resting against the opponent's throat. In a mere moment, from the moment the young swordsman struck to Su Sua's counter, less than a breath elapsed. Had the youth been defeated so swiftly? The prowess of Gue Jian Pavilion's Su Sua was truly formidable. Could it be that Liang Zhao might also fall to such a talent? As I gazed upon the spectacle at the sword viewing platform, countless voices erupted in astonishment, and many found their confidence in Su Su bolstered yet further. It is worth noting that the youth who had faced him in battle was none other than the first to ascend the mountain, having acquired a copy of the Sword Immortal's manuscript. Such an individual is no ordinary foe, yet, before Su Su, he was unable to withstand even a single strike. The eyes of numerous sword cultivators turned towards the tall building where the elder Ma Yi resided, their thoughts swirling with complexity, particularly those from the Wan Jin Mountain. For years, they had set their sights on the sword court, aspiring to surpass this foremost sword sect of Nanling, while paying little heed to the Gue Jian Pavilion at their side. However, Witnessing Su Su's prowess awakened a crucial realization within them. Despite the fact that the current leader of Wanjian Mountain had already stepped into the realm of the Golden Threshold and attained the qualification of the esteemed questioning swordsman, Lan Lin, one of the younger disciples behind him, was there anyone among them who could measure up to Su Su of the Guijian Pavilion? Not a single one. A sect may boast immense apparent strength, but without successors to uphold and expand upon the legacy built, such might is rendered utterly futile. Su Su stood, sword in hand, quietly observing the young man before him. The youth, in evident anguish, relinquished his grip on the sword, incredulously asking, why was it only a single strike? He understood the minuscule odds of defeating a natural sword talent, but had never anticipated that he would fall after merely one attempt. The question of Su Su's formidable strength eluded him entirely. Su Su replied, your sword intent was too transparent, and the flaws were glaring. You may have overlooked them, but your opponent will seize upon such weaknesses to deliver a fatal blow, be it in sword contention or life and death struggle. If you enter with the sole intent of surpassing your adversary while neglecting other aspects, defeat is inevitable. One must first secure a position of invincibility before daring to contend for victory. The young sword cultivator regained his composure, gazing at Su Su with a complex expression, then clasped his hands in respect, softly saying, thank you for your guidance. With that, he retrieved his iron sword and descended the sword viewing platform, making his way towards the tall building. Su Su too began to close his eyes and cultivate his energy. When this fellow truly adopts a serious demeanor, it is indeed challenging to find fault. On high, Gumin observed Su Su, exclaiming, I simply cannot fathom how he believes he is not a match for Liang Zhao. A Sang inquired, does the junior brother believe Liang Zhao lacks strength? Gumin shook his head, asserting, I am more inclined to favor Su Su. He is not so easily defeated. However, his mindset is a significant issue, and lacking a proper sword is also a disadvantage. A Sang nodded in agreement, stating, carrying only a wooden sword will indeed put him at a disadvantage. Gu Min hesitated to speak further, redirecting his gaze towards a particular tall building, murmuring, is that shameless fellow about to begin? Liang Zhao, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, remained silent for a long while. Initially, he had intended to strike immediately, but after witnessing Su Su's swift victory with just one strike, he found himself contemplating deeply. He did not rush to enter the fray. Wan Zai, concerned, asked, Junior brother Liang, are you still recovering from your injuries? Should you wait a moment longer? Just as Liang Zhao was about to respond, Su Su turned his head towards the sword viewing platform and boldly called out, Liang Zhao, come forth for battle. The proclamation resounded with tremendous vigor, and coupled with the earlier triumph of one sword over the youth, all the sword cultivators present were struck by the sight of the spirited young man before them. Truly a paragon of youthful prowess. Liang Zhao's expression subtly shifted. He refrained from further discourse and leapt down, sword in hand. Observing the spectacle, Gumin comprehended that Su Su's actions were a deliberate ploy to deter other sword cultivators from exhausting him. He thought, this fellow remains unabashedly true to his nature. As Liang Zhao descended, a gust swept through the arena. All eyes once again converged upon the stage, where Su Su and Liang Zhao were set to face each other formally. The sight of these two young men evoked memories of a future flourishing of the sword path, which, while not solely a boon for their respective sects, would undoubtedly benefit the entire sword realm. Everyone was aware that Liang Zhao had been bested a day prior by Luoxue of the Flowing Water Sword sect. Yet they did not presume he would similarly succumb to Su Su of the returning sword pavilion merely a day later. He was, after all, Liang Zhao, the esteemed Gengxin sword master, a true child of destiny. However, having tasted defeat once, how could he be immune to a second? Liang Zhao arrived before Su Su, and as they awaited the passage of a tea's worth of time, he did not remain idle. That person, are they your friend? Last night, he had dispatched his senior brother to investigate Gu Min, discovering that the Flowing Water Sword sect was non-existent. Yet, when attempting to ascertain which sect Gu Min belonged to, he encountered obstacles, as if someone within the higher echelons of the sword court had erased all pertinent information. Even Liang Zhao, a disciple of the sect leader, could not uncover the truth. Liang Zhao sensed that there were matters he failed to grasp, yet the specifics eluded him. Seizing this opportunity, he inquired, is he my friend? He is indeed superior to you. Su Su referred to Liang Zhao's earlier defeat at Gu Min's hands, employing a tactic taught to him by Gu Min himself, aimed at inciting Liang Zhao's ire to enhance his own chances of victory. Liang Zhao's brows furrowed slightly, his countenance shifting, but he quickly regained his composure. He is neither Luoxue nor part of the flowing water sword sect. There is no such sect in the entirety of Nanling. Su Su considered. It was evident that Gu Min had been deceiving him, and this realization had just dawned upon Liang Zhao. Indeed, Gu Min was not affiliated with the flowing water sword sect. He had never been initiated into any sword sect at all. Relying solely on a sword scripture he chanced upon, he had cultivated his skills to such a level that he could defeat Liang Zhao. This was truly astonishing. Yet, Su Su admired his prowess, though he noted that Gu Min had a penchant for exaggeration, always claiming victories he had not achieved against Su Su. As Su Su spoke with earnest absurdity, Liang Zhao's expression grew increasingly dire. Should Su Su's words prove true, being vanquished by such a person would be utterly unacceptable. Moreover, Su Su's insinuation that Gu Min had not triumphed over him implied that Su Su was indeed the stronger of the two, having previously fallen to Gu Min. What then of the now more formidable Su Su? Liang Zhao's mind wavered, but after a brief moment, he steadied himself. Nonsense. Without a sect, how could one receive an invitation from the sword court? Su Su laughed heartily. Of course, that's nonsense. Do you really believe that? However, it is true that he surpasses you. Once again, Liang Zhao experienced a psychological blow. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression darkening. He had no desire to listen to any more of Su Su's idle chatter. Su Su, with an earnest demeanor, proclaimed, "Very well. Let me see if I can defeat you like he did." Liang Zhao's lips twitched slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, he steadied his mind, and a beam of sword light emerged. The Yunji sword was drawn from its sheath. Su Su fixated on that radiant sword light, his palm growing clammy around his wooden sword. The emergence of the sword light heralded the commencement of battle. Liang Zhao was a prodigy in every sense. Despite his previous defeat, Su Su dared not underestimate him. He focused on the gleaming sword light, and moments later, he discerned the Yunji sword behind it. The blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, a true masterpiece. Su Su raised his sword, reciprocating with a strike of his own. The initial clash between the wooden sword and the Yunji sword unleashed a torrent of sword energy, intertwining within the confined space, dissipating and generating anew with each passing moment. This first exchange established the tone for their ensuing duel, promising a confrontation defined purely by strength and mastery. However, seasoned sword cultivators would not entertain such a simplistic view. Any proficient swordsman would not act with such recklessness, especially for sword cultivators like Su Su and Liang Zhao, even with their still developing skills. They could not afford to strike indiscriminately. In a brief span, the two engaged multiple times, their limited realm preventing lesser cultivators from perceiving the duel's intricacies. From the viewing platform, the flashes of sword light were visible, yet the two figures concealed within remained elusive. Many second-tier sword cultivators silently pondered that if they were placed opposite either of these two, they would scarcely last a mere quarter of an hour. Such thoughts left several with ashen faces, realizing the vast chasm separating them from Su Su and Liang Zhao. Among their peers, the disparity was striking. The adept sword cultivators could pierce through the sword light to glimpse the two combatants. They observed that Su Su's wooden sword, crafted from an unknown type of wood, bore not a single crack. This suggested that Su Su's prowess at the Gue Jian Pavilion was commendable. Otherwise, it would not hold up so well. On the viewing platform, Liang Zhao's internal energy abruptly ceased, only to surge forth moments later like a mighty river rushing into the Yunji sword. The sword energy coalesced upon the blade, becoming palpable. And from afar, one could sense its formidable presence. Liang Zhao's swordsmanship indeed represented the pinnacle of the second tier. Few in this world could rival him. As Su Su felt the intense sword energy barreling toward him, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Liang Zhao's sword energy was far more potent, stemming from the rigors of his training. While Liang Zhao devoted himself to rigorous practice, Su Su was lost in slumber. While Liang Zhao diligently honed his skills, Su Su was preoccupied with thoughts of pilfering his master's secret scrolls. During his cultivation, Liang Zhao found himself facing Su Su, a prodigy whose innate talent allowed him to achieve in half a day's practice what others might take half a month to accomplish. Thus, Su Su's carefree attitude belied his standing as a pinnacle swordsman of the second realm. Unfortunately, Liang Zhao shared a similar brilliance. Moreover, Liang Zhao dedicated himself to rigorous daily training, which ultimately manifested in a palpable disparity between them. Despite this, Su Su was not necessarily destined for defeat. Regrettably, he lacked both the relentless training of Liang Zhao and a suitable sword. His wooden sword was not the ideal weapon for him. After exchanging dozens of strikes, Su Su began to falter. Though he managed to repel Liang Zhao with a single blow, His pallor betrayed his exhaustion, with beads of sweat on his forehead signaling his impending collapse. Liang Zhao coldly declared, "You are no match for me." Su Su frowned in retort, "Nonsense." With that, he lunged forward with his sword. Gu Min observed the duel from the sword-watching platform, his brow slightly furrowed. He recognized Liang Zhao's formidable prowess but was taken aback by how quickly Su Su revealed signs of defeat. If you were to take the stage, how would you respond to Liang Zhao's previous strike? Asen did not directly inquire whether Gu Min could surpass Liang Zhao but posed this reflective question instead. Gu Min instinctively replied. Liang Zhao's attack was fierce and overwhelming, yet it appeared to rely heavily on sword energy. If I were to face it, I could counter with a strike from the tide rising sword technique, then follow up with the azure dragon emerges from water technique to push him back. Perhaps even employing the void transformation sword technique to exploit a significant opening. If he had further countermeasures. Lost in his thoughts of battling Liang Zhao, Gu Min momentarily forgot that the opponent in question was Su Su. It was only after a brief pause that he realized, with a hint of resignation, "Sister, I was merely pondering. I truly believe I cannot defeat him." Asen smiled and shook her head, choosing not to expose his doubts. Gu Min sighed in relief and redirected his gaze to the sword-watching platform, voicing his concerns. Su Su has clearly not put in the necessary effort, and lacking a proper sword, he is at a considerable disadvantage. Asen remarked, if only he had a sword from the distant mountain, he could choose one that suits him. Gu Min nodded in agreement, suddenly noticing that a swordsman from the Starry Realm had already stepped onto the stage and triumphed over several opponents consecutively. He glanced at his sister, who remarked, "He is far too weak." Gu Min could only respond with a silent incredulity. Yet, others were even weaker. As she spoke, Asen prepared to descend from the high platform, prompting Gu Min to call out, "Sister, you haven't taken your sword." Asen turned back, her mind focused, and summoned the magical sword that Gu Min had acquired through his charm, grasping it in her hand before leaping down. No one noticed Asen's departure. All attention remained riveted on Su Su and Liang Zhao. Upon landing opposite the Starry Realm swordsman, Asen discovered that he had been resting for a considerable time. And upon seeing her, he let out a soft sound of surprise. The woman before him possessed striking heterochromia, embodying an air of grandeur. The sword cultivator uttered a polite request. As Asang remained silent, she gracefully approached the sword cultivator. He sensed an invisible pressure, his gaze sharpening, and in a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. The sword light surged forth, accompanied by a fierce sword aura directed at Asang. Frowning slightly, she waved her hand. With a mere flick, the sword in Asang's grasp resembled a mere stick, effortlessly slicing through the myriad of sword auras and precisely landing upon the chest of the sword cultivator. The sound of a violent cough erupted as he spat a significant amount of blood, then was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, his condition uncertain. Observing from the sidelines, the sword cultivators of the sword court collectively gasped in disbelief. Yang Shidi, defeated by a single strike? As fellow sword cultivators, they were acutely aware of the defeated one's strength and could hardly fathom where this formidable adversary had emerged from, triumphing with just one stroke. I shall take my turn. Moments later, from the towering edifice of the sword court, another sword cultivator of the Starry Realm leapt high, soaring towards the observation platform. It's Senior Brother Gao. With his intervention, there should be no cause for concern. Indeed, Senior Brother Gao was held in high regard by the sect leader, and expectations were high. Yet, to their astonishment, Senior Brother Gao has been defeated? Before the sword cultivators of the sword court could fully articulate their thoughts, the Gao sword cultivator was similarly cast down from the observation platform by the woman's single strike. It was neither a slash nor a stab, merely a blow. Which sect does this sword cultivator belong to, displaying such dominance? To defeat two sword cultivators of the sword court with a single strike each, this is truly formidable. Quickly investigate, which sect does she hail from? Such an individual could not possibly be an obscure figure. High-ranking officials in the tower, having noticed Asang, began to express their astonishment, genuinely shaken by her prowess. Gu Min, overhearing their remarks, could only manage a wry smile. His senior sister certainly had a flair for the dramatic, although Su Su and Liang Zhao remained the focal points on the observation platform. An increasing number of spectators shifted their attention towards Asang. The girl with striking eyes had captured the interest of many sword cultivators, especially following the swift defeat of the Gao cultivator. The atmosphere in the sword court's tower had shifted significantly. Many sword cultivators wore grim expressions, convinced that the woman was there to disrupt their proceedings. Once the Gao cultivator was escorted back to the tower, inquiries began to surface. Senior Brother Gao, what transpired? Were you able to discern which sect he belongs to? Eager voices filled the air, anticipation evident in their eyes as they gazed at the Gao cultivator. His face ashen. The Gao cultivator, clearly gravely injured, struggled to respond. It is with great shame that I confess. I sensed not a trace of sword aura before being bested by a single strike. What? Shock rippled through the ranks of sword cultivators, with one sternly insisting. This cannot be true. Senior Brother Gao, do not jest. Senior Brother, this is not mere nonsense from Junior Brother. When that woman drew her sword, I felt not a trace of sword energy. Instead, a formidable aura surged toward me, unavoidable and insurmountable, leading to my fall from the sword observation platform. The highborn sword cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a portrait of frustration, yet he was undeniably helpless. The several cultivators of the starry realm beside him furrowed their brows. It is worth noting that although this Senior Brother Gao is not the strongest among the starry realm cultivators, his level is commendable. For them to surpass him would likely require 100 exchanges. Yet, that woman with the dual pupils on the sword observation platform triumphed without a hint of sword energy escaping. Which begs the question, does this not imply that her realm is perhaps unrivaled throughout the starry realm? Over the years, the position of the first sword sect of the Southern Ridge Sword Pavilion has remained unshakable. Not solely due to Master Lon Lin's standing among the top 3 in the world of swordsmanship, but also because among its thousands of sword cultivators, there is no shortage of prodigious talents capable of dominating their respective realms. Regrettably, Senior Brother Lin has recently entered seclusion, striving to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Otherwise, who could have bested him in today's Starry Realm battle? Witnessing both senior brothers unable to secure victory, some disciples began to recall another prodigious disciple from their sect, the one named Lin Yi, often hailed as the foremost sword cultivator of the Starry Realm. Had he been present, their concerns would have dissipated. However, Senior Brother Lin, having lingered in the Starry Realm for so long, was on the brink of breaking through to Foundation Establishment, thus choosing to seclude himself before this significant sword gathering, deeming it a matter of utmost importance, one that led him to forego participation in the century-held sword conference. Let us not speak such disheartening words. Our sword cultivators of the Starry Realm are as numerous as fish crossing the river. Why should we trouble Senior Brother Lin to contend with a mere woman? The tall sword cultivator, displeased, retorted after addressing his junior brother. He then turned to a slender figure standing not far away, a man with closed eyes and quiet contemplation, earnestly imploring, Senior Brother Lu, with Gao's defeat and Lin still in seclusion, it seems only your intervention can quell that woman. Upon hearing the tall sword cultivator's words, several sword cultivators awakened from their reverie and echoed, we beseech Senior Brother Lu to step forth. Senior Brother Lu opened his eyes, a glimmer of sword intent flickering within. Casting a glance at his fellow disciples, he calmly declared, as this pertains to the honor of the Sword Pavilion, I shall certainly intervene. With this declaration, a wave of praise erupted from the higher floors. Although Senior Brother Lu may not match Senior Brother Lin, before Lin Yi entered seclusion, Lu often sparred with him. Though he had yet to emerge victorious, he had never been defeated without hundreds of exchanges. In contrast, among the other disciples of the same generation, who possesses such prowess? In other words, if even Senior Brother Lu cannot secure victory, the entire Sword Pavilion may indeed need to rouse the elder generation. However, this sword conference primarily features the contest of youthful disciples, most of whom are unlikely to exceed a century in age. Should an elder over 100 years old enter the fray, even if the Sword Pavilion were to triumph, it would only invite ridicule. Moreover, can the venerable elders, who have surpassed a century and still reside in the realm of stars, truly possess the capability to prevail? After a brief interval, calculating the time it would take for the girl with the dual pupils to arrive, Brother L gracefully descended with his sword. His slender figure was elegantly attired in a well-fitted sword robe, and his prior reputation soon captured the attention of many. It was widely known that the 2 sword cultivators from the Sword Pavilion had been vanquished by that girl with the dual pupils. Therefore, the sword cultivator who would step forth this time was undoubtedly far more formidable. Some matters may occur once or twice, but seldom thrice. As Brother L ascended the sword observation platform, the sword cultivators in the high tower finally noticed a saying, prompting many to turn their gazes towards her. Gu Min, however, could only manage a wry smile from his elevated position. Regardless of the outcome, his senior sister's reputation was bound to flourish. Sighing softly, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps. turning to see a youth of similar age, clad in a light white robe, approaching with a smile. Gu Min remained unperturbed, casting a glance at the youth's attire, and refrained from speaking immediately. Your friend may not be able to defeat Liang Zhao, but I believe your chances of victory are considerably greater. Should you choose to intervene after Su Su's potential defeat, success should be assured. The youth spoke cheerfully, introducing himself. My name contains the character Zhang, and I am ranked 6th in my family. Those who know me refer to me as young Master Zhang Lu. May I inquire how you are addressed? Gu Min understood that the youth had come seeking him, yet he was surprised by the prompt introduction. After a moment's thought, he replied, Luoxue of the Flowing Water Sword sect. The youth gazed at him with a smile, then calmly remarked, I have investigated, and there is no Flowing Water Sword sect in Nanling. Luoxue may exist, but it surely cannot be you. Gu Min was well aware that his fabricated name would not deceive everyone. He understood that any discerning individual could easily uncover his identity as a disciple of Dushan. Nonetheless, the fact that this youth did not immediately expose him suggested at least 2 possibilities. First, that the youth was likely not a sword cultivator from the pavilion. Second, if he were indeed such a cultivator, he could not be a prominent figure, for otherwise, he would not be unaware of Gu Min's sect. Contemplating this, Gu Min replied, A name is merely a pseudonym. In this chance encounter, there is no need for such clarity. He was resolute in not revealing his identity as a disciple of Dushan. Upon hearing this, the youth furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to pursue the matter. Instead, he said, Previously, you triumphed over Liang Zhao in the Battle of Sword Intent. Many believe it was mere luck. However, both my companion and I believe your success encompasses more than just fortune. Gu Min frowned and countered, It is undoubtedly luck. Liang Zhao is incredibly powerful under normal circumstances. Defeating him would indeed be a stroke of luck. The youth was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the seemingly charming young man before him exhibited such candidness. Yet, recalling what Mr. Chun had previously mentioned, he quickly composed himself and smiled once more, saying, I wish to forge a friendship with you. If your sect has not received any unfavorable news, I trust that my friendship will be highly regarded by them. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the youth spoke with an earnestness that betrayed his significance, devoid of any hypocritical pretense. Mr. Chun articulated several points with remarkable clarity, particularly regarding the necessity of employing different approaches when engaging with these sects and court officials. Unlike the scheming minds of the courtiers, practitioners of the craft are not foolish, though they may lack the convoluted thoughts that characterize the latter. Gu Min furrowed his brow, perplexed by the youth's words. Having spent little time at the base of the mountain, he had been primarily focused on his cultivation, and his rather indifferent master had only met him on a few occasions. Much of what he knew about the world of cultivation was gleaned from the bookworm. At that moment, Gu Min found himself at a loss for words, truly unsure of how to respond. I hail from Xian, the youth stated, breaking the silence after observing Gu Min's reticence. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Gu Min's eyes. Xian was the imperial capital of the Deqi dynasty. Yet few were privileged enough to receive an invitation from the sword court. Even among those who were eligible to receive such an invitation, scarcely any warranted the honor bestowed by the sword court. Gu Min raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of understanding but refraining from voicing it. The youth continued to gaze at Gu Min, realizing that the matter was worthy of discussion following his raised brow. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I wish to inquire. Should you ever find yourself in Xian, would you seek me out? Gu Min, still bewildered by the multitude of words he had heard, was further confounded by this question. I believe there must be some misunderstanding, or perhaps there are matters I should be privy to that I am not, he replied. Pray elaborate, lest I remain ensnared in confusion. After a brief silence, Gu Min could no longer contain his curiosity and posed his question. The youth, clearly taken aback by Gu Min's response, found himself momentarily speechless. After a pause, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Our meeting today serves to establish a semblance of familiarity. Should fate allow, we may cross paths again. Farewell, fellow cultivator. With that, the youth turned and descended the stairs without affording Gu Min a moment to respond. Gu Min furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the youth's retreating figure, ultimately choosing not to voice any further thoughts. A young noble from Xian would surely possess complexities of thought that were anything but simple. He steadied his mind and redirected his gaze towards the sword viewing platform, where the focus of attention was drawn to 2 primary individuals, Su Su and Liang Zhao. The prodigious disciple from the Return to Sword Pavilion had evidently reached a critical juncture. True to expectation, approximately 15 minutes later, the wooden sword in Su Su's grasp snapped with a resounding crack, and Liang Zhao's blade found its resting place upon Su Su's shoulder, mirroring the earlier gesture when Su Su had placed his sword upon the shoulder of the other youth. It was a striking parallel. The contest for supremacy within the second realm of swordsmanship seemed to reach its conclusion. After sheathing his sword, Liang Zhao did not direct his gaze towards Su Su. Instead, he turned to look in Gu Min's direction, their eyes meeting across a vast distance, both rendered silent. Liang Zhao then averted his gaze, settling into a meditative posture upon the sword viewing platform to replenish his energy, drawing the attention of many others who followed suit. Gu Min regarded Liang Zhao with disdain and remarked, "If I were to descend and engage you in combat, do you truly believe you could triumph over me? Surely, you must possess some awareness of your own capabilities. Provoking me is hardly a prudent course of action." Despite his words, Gu Min chose not to indulge the desires of certain onlookers. Instead of soaring down from the high tower to duel Liang Zhao, he redirected his gaze towards his senior sister. Asen had been locked in combat with senior brother Lu for approximately 15 minutes, yet neither had managed to secure a decisive victory. Senior brother Lu, who could almost be considered the second strongest among his peers in the Starry Realm, seemed to entertain other thoughts. After delivering a strike, he momentarily lost focus, allowing Asen to land a blow upon his chest, causing him to plummet from the observation platform. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with many sword cultivators struggling to comprehend the situation. Though senior brother Lu fell from the platform, his injuries were not severe, and he quickly regained his footing, indignantly exclaiming, "You are not a sword cultivator." This declaration prompted further murmurs of disbelief among the spectators. Gu Min, perched in the high tower, inwardly cursed. He had previously harbored concerns that his senior sister's theoretical approach, effective against him, would falter when confronted by others. Regardless of her assertions that wielding a sword equated to being a sword cultivator, the absence of sword energy and sword intent rendered such claims questionable. Moreover, it was clear that his senior sister lacked proficiency in sword techniques. Gu Min shook his head, recognizing that he had once contemplated the day when his sister's true nature as a non-sword cultivator would be revealed. Yet he had not devised a strategy for such an eventuality. Given his sister's temperament, it was likely that her response would remain unchanged. As he suspected, when senior brother Lu questioned Asen's status as a sword cultivator, she simply stated, "I wield a sword. How could I not be a sword cultivator?" The assertion that merely holding a sword constituted one as a sword cultivator was inherently flawed, particularly from the perspective of these sword practitioners. If the possession of a sword sufficed to claim the title of sword cultivator, then even an ordinary person holding a sword could be deemed one. Thus, no one found merit in her statement, yet curiosity lingered regarding the basis of senior brother Lu's earlier claim. You possess no sword energy and employ no sword techniques. Thus, you cannot be a sword cultivator. The absence of sword energy could indeed suggest one was not a sword cultivator. If senior brother Lu's assertion held weight, then the girl with the dual pupils, regardless of whether she wielded one sword or 1,000, would still not qualify as a sword cultivator. Upon hearing senior brother Lu's pronouncement, the crowd turned their attention to Asen, eager to hear her rebuttal or any remark she might make. To their surprise, Asen tilted her head thoughtfully and simply replied, "So what if I am not?" Her confidence remained unabated, exuding an air of unyielding conviction. Gu Min, from a distance, raised his thumb in admiration of his elder sister, reflecting on her fierce reputation. However, how could such words intimidate these sword cultivators? Given her lack of credentials as a sword cultivator, she should be disqualified from participating in the sword contest. From atop a distant tower, a voice emerged, calm yet resonant, cutting through the murmurs as every ear absorbed the weight of its proclamation. It must be one of the elders from the sword pavilion speaking on behalf of his juniors. From a higher floor, several individuals chimed in, expressing their support for the notion that only those who are sword cultivators are qualified to participate in the sword contest, which is indeed a factual statement. However, they refrained from addressing Asang directly. For the mere fact that non-sword cultivators could enter the sword pavilion indicates that the pavilion holds Asang in high regard. Otherwise, she would not have received an invitation. If that woman were to lose her qualifications, it would imply that the original champion still held the title, yet he ultimately faced defeat. The tone of the voice initially seemed to convey a sense of regret, but soon others grasped the deeper implications. While the sword pavilion could declare Asang unqualified to partake in the contest, it was undeniable that within the realm of the stars, they had yet to find anyone capable of surpassing her. The question of whether a saying is a sword cultivator has become somewhat irrelevant. What truly matters is that no one from the sword pavilion can best her. Upon this realization, many turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. Discovering it was emanating from the tall building where the sword cultivators of Wanjian Mountain resided, an understanding dawned upon them. With this in mind, the crowd fell silent. Even those from the sword pavilion ceased their murmurs. Although Asang had yet to take any action, her previous statement had effectively delivered a resounding slap to the pavilion. Should the sword pavilion revoke her qualifications at this moment, it would merely serve to point a finger at the one who had struck, preventing them from retaliating. Ultimately, however, the initial slap would remain unreturned. Such a situation is intolerable for the esteemed sword pavilion of Nanling. Yet, the sword cultivators and elders of the pavilion found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Even the elder who had spoken earlier felt the predicament was rather complex. The disciples of Dingshan claimed they were not sword cultivators, yet it was inappropriate to declare them unqualified. A distant voice resonated from above, and a middle-aged man clad in a long robe materialized amidst the clouds. The faint aura of sword energy emanating from him instantly rendered the crowd solemn. They had encountered the Lawkeeper. They had met the sword immortal. They had seen the true being. Countless sword cultivators saluted in reverence. In every sword sect, and indeed all religious orders, there is invariably a figure responsible for upholding the sect's rules, although the titles may vary across different sections. Nonetheless, they all refer to the same individual. The person now appearing in the clouds is the most powerful lawkeeper among all the sword sects of Nanling. His name is Lu Medeo, a golden threshold sword immortal. Lu Medeo has maintained an exceptionally low profile over the years, despite being the lawkeeper. The disciples of the sword pavilion seldom encounter him. They are aware that he is not only a golden threshold sword immortal, but also the junior disciple of the esteemed Master Lan Len. All are of the golden threshold realm. As for why he is not the sect leader, but rather the lawkeeper, the details of that matter are likely known only to the previous generation of supreme elders. While a considerable number pondered why this lawkeeper of the sword pavilion had chosen to appear here, a greater multitude contemplated the significance of the name Dingshan. The sword sect, lacking in profound heritage, is quite unfamiliar with the name Dushan. However, the sword sect with ample legacy understands the significance of these two characters. They represent the foremost sword sect of the world centuries ago, a time when it thrived with 30,000 sword practitioners, serving as the most relied upon sect of the Great Ning dynasty. This is a tale from long ago. The renowned Master Wanyan, wielding a single sword, compelled the sword practitioners of the world to bow their heads, though this is not an exceedingly distant story. When Master Wanyan was still among them, even in decline, no one dared to provoke Dushan, for none could surpass the mastery of his sword. To this day, when the name Master Wanyan is mentioned, many in the sword sect can easily recall that era, a time rife with bloodshed, with Master Wanyan as its central figure. Fast forward a century to the previous sword conference, where a disciple sent by Dushan was subjected to humiliation, leaving the sect with its last shred of dignity in tatters. Following that day, for nearly a century, Dushan's movements attracted little attention. Yet, a century later, at another sword conference, practitioners from Dushan returned, this time wielding such prowess that the sword court found itself unable to lift its head in pride. They even compelled the presiding lawmaster to personally unveil the identity of a certain woman. Following the words of Lumideo, this seemed to tacitly acknowledge that the woman with the distinct dual pupils still possessed the qualifications to partake in the sword contention. Dushan's sword practitioners employ myriad techniques, defying conventional understanding. Lumideo, observing a figure concealed amidst the dense clouds, spoke with an implication that many present grasped. The sword court had received a resounding slap from Dushan, and naturally, they were expected to retaliate. This was the rightful course of action for the sword court. Hearing these words, Wang Ling discerned the lawmaster's intentions and stepped forward to declare, this esteemed friend from Dushan is indeed qualified to participate in the sword contention. Let the contest continue. A wave of astonishment surged through the crowd as countless eyes turned towards Wang Ling, who remained expressionless, drifting down from the observation platform. The lawmaster's words signified the absence of dissent from the sect leader. Since it was the leader's will, they needed merely to execute it without harboring any further thoughts. Recalling the leader's earlier discontent, Wang Ling's expression grew peculiar. The leader had already expressed dissatisfaction that day. If further displeasure were to be provoked, the consequences could be dire. Acknowledging Asang's qualification was simple, yet devising a solution to this predicament proved to be rather complex. Several sword practitioners from the sword court had already faced defeat, including Brother L, who had failed to secure victory. Thus, within the entire sword court, the only one with a conceivable chance against a Seng was the reclusive Lin Yi. However, if Lin was in seclusion, how could he possibly make an appearance now? As many sword practitioners from the sword court found themselves at a loss. A voice suddenly rang out from afar, "I shall take the stage." The voice was soft and unassuming, yet upon hearing it, everyone turned to locate its source. A figure clad in purple robes emerged from a considerable distance, approaching the observation platform. He was not particularly tall, nor was he slender. His physique was rather average. His features could hardly be described as handsome, belonging to that category of individuals who, if cast into a sea of people, would not necessarily draw attention. Yet, upon beholding him, one could not help but perceive that he was no ordinary person. An extraordinary aura emanated from him, a testament to his own realm. And to his sword. Senior Lin has emerged from seclusion. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out that this individual was none other than Lin Yi, the foremost practitioner of the starry realm in the sword court. Alas, he had yet to enter the binding hair stage. However, this was perhaps fortuitous. This moment of conflict could serve as an opportunity for a breakthrough. An elder of the sword court, well-versed in profound realms, remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Once Lin Yi appeared before the sword observation platform, nearly all the sword cultivators of the sword court exhaled in relief. The figure shrouded in clouds, the lawmaster, departed silently, seemingly unconcerned about what was to follow. Upon reflection, this was indeed understandable. With tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the sword court, there were at least 80 practitioners of the starry realm among them. Among these, only Lin Yi truly overshadowed his peers. Their confidence was thus assured. Ascending the sword observation platform, clad in purple, Lin Yi regarded the sword-bearing Asang before him with mild surprise, remarking, "Your talent is commendable. Yet I wonder how you came to be a disciple of the D Mountain." Asang remained silent. Undeterred by her lack of response, Lin Yi continued. "Your junior previously triumphed over junior brother Liang in the sword and tent battle, and you have consecutively bested several sword cultivators of my court. I must inform you that I shall not show mercy when I strike." Asang still did not speak. Instead, she cast a glance at Lin Yi and then raised her sword, saying, "Please, go ahead." With a slight smile, Lin Yi formed a sword gesture, causing the long sword at his waist to unsheath a fraction of an inch, emitting a resonant sound as sword energy surged forth. The sword then hovered in midair, and with a simple command, it flew like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards her in an instant. Practitioners of the starry realm could already be regarded as formidable sword cultivators. Those of their caliber possessed myriad combat techniques and did not necessarily need to wield their swords in the conventional manner. As Asang observed the approaching sword strike, her brow furrowed slightly. Although she was not a sword cultivator, this meant she was unfamiliar with their combat styles, and her lack of sword techniques posed a fundamental disadvantage. Without sword techniques, she could not command the sword, which meant she could only engage Lin Yi with the sword in her hand. This was Asang's inherent weakness, one that she could not alter. As the sword hurtled towards her with a fierce whistle, Asang raised her weapon and struck forcefully against Lin Yi's flying sword. The sound of metal colliding resonated instantly. She staggered backward several steps, relinquishing her sword in the process. Though the speed of her thrown sword could not compare to Lin Yi's controlled blade, inexplicably, it collided precisely with Lin Yi's sword in its trajectory. Another clash reverberated through the air. Asang caught the ricocheting sword and propelled herself towards Lin Yi, unleashing a formidable force to intercept his blade. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. Though his heart stirred slightly, the sword technique was renewed, and boundless sword energy surged around him. As the flying sword failed to return immediately, several energy swords materialized in the vicinity, their cold glimmers revealing their extraordinary nature. "Go!" Lin Yi gestured with a subtle finger. From the high tower, gasps of astonishment erupted, and many sword cultivators of the same realm began to ponder how many swords they could withstand if placed in opposition to Lin Yi. Countless energy swords tore through the air, tracing exquisite arcs across the sky. However, as they approached Asang, mere paces away, their speed inexplicably slowed. With a swift motion, Asang effortlessly dispersed each energy sword with her own blade. Yet, in order to shatter those energy swords, Asang expended considerable time. In that moment, Lin Yi reacted, retreating behind. Asang relentlessly pursued, yet momentarily, she could not close the distance to Lin Yi. Meanwhile, the flying sword, after making a wide arc, returned to Lin Yi's grasp. He smiled as he unleashed a strike, the sword light illuminating the heavens. One by one, beams of sword light emerged. Had it not been for the restrictions imposed by powerful figures on the sword viewing platform, the repercussions would have been vast, as countless beams of sword light materialized. Many spectators lost sight of Asang and Lin Yi, though the sounds of clashing blades echoed incessantly. Gu Min, with his low cultivation level, could discern little, yet he remained focused. After a quarter of an hour, the sword light dissipated, revealing both Asang and Lin Yi, each engaged in their own strikes, making it impossible to discern who held the upper hand. Asang's face was expressionless, while Lin Yi exhibited no emotional fluctuations. How many swords did senior brother Lin unleash? It was uncertain, but it must have numbered in the hundreds, yet he still could not best the woman, suggesting she was indeed a formidable opponent. Isn't that obvious? If senior brother Gao had been defeated, it wouldn't fall to senior brother Lin to engage in battle if she were easy to contend with. Yet, that woman is not even a sword cultivator. From the high tower, voices belonging to the sword cultivators of the sword pavilion echoed, most filled with reflections. They would no longer underestimate Asang, only hoping that their senior brother would swiftly defeat her to restore honor to the sword pavilion. Such matters were of utmost importance and could not be taken lightly. Mr. Chen, like all sword cultivators, observed Asang intently, while the noble youth from the Xian merchant city was equally engrossed. Young master, my previous words were not amiss, were they? Mr. Chen remarked with a smile, acknowledging the exceptional nature of both the young man and his senior sister, a testament to their lineage from the D Mountain. Yet, the young man frowned and replied, Mr. Chen, even if they are extraordinary, since they hail from D Mountain, they must be disregarded. His earlier interest in recruiting Gu Min stemmed from an appreciation of his talent and potential, yet he also considered the quality of his sect. However, now that it was revealed he was from D Mountain, it held little significance for him. He yearned for a mutually beneficial opportunity rather than a one-sided sacrifice. Although Mr. Chen felt a tinge of regret, he acknowledged the truth in the youth's words, nodding as he remarked, Indeed, Dishan has fallen. Such a sect is hardly of use to the young master. The youth inquired, Does Mr. Chen have any alternatives? Mr. Chen gazed intently at the sword observation platform, pondering seriously before responding, I do not know. Do not know? The youth expressed his perplexity. Mr. Chen sighed. It is difficult to say. Lin Yi unleashed a multitude of swords, pouring forth considerable effort. The scene undeniably suggested his dominance. Yet, even so, it was improbable for him to defeat Asang at this juncture. By now, it was evident to all that Asang was not a swordsman, wielding her sword. She resorted merely to hacking and smashing, without employing a single sword technique. Ironically, this very fact caused many to furrow their brows. Asang, lacking the skills of a swordsman yet managing to endure thus far, implied that she was, in truth, stronger than Lin Yi before her. It is noteworthy that Lin Yi was the foremost individual of the Sword Pavilion's starry realm. If a disciple from Dishan like Asang could surpass him, what profound state had Dishan reached? The youth, who introduced himself as Lu heir of the Flowing Sword sect, stood alongside this woman, also a disciple of Dishan. Some pondered and calmly articulated the truth, in the contest of sword intent, that youth had indeed surpassed Liang Zhao. A reminder of this fact echoed among them. What transpired in Dishan over the past century to yield such two prodigious disciples? It was concluded that an assault on Dishan should have been launched to eradicate its legacy. Otherwise, how could the current circumstances arise? Whispers of past events emerged, but were swiftly interrupted by a gesture from another, silencing the speaker with a sense of discontent, yet unaware of why their mentor forbade such discussions. At that moment, they beheld the sword observation platform erupt in a radiant display of sword light. Lin Yi presented a seemingly mundane sword, yet one concealing myriad transformations. The dazzling azure sword light suddenly coalesced into a roaring azure dragon, vivid and strikingly lifelike. It was the azure dragon sword technique. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This technique was notoriously challenging to master within the sword pavilion, having been created by an ancient sword immortal centuries ago. Following its transmission, due to its obscure intricacies, only a few disciples and subsequent generations had ever glimpsed its essence, and even fewer had achieved mastery. As the azure dragon materialized, Gu Min furrowed his brow. Observing from a high vantage point, he recognized an eerily familiar sensation emanating from the so-called azure dragon sword technique, which bore an identical aura to the Qinglong sword technique. Gu Min pondered deeply, sensing a significant issue at hand. Lin Yi's azure dragon sword technique was overwhelmingly potent, particularly the dragon itself, which surpassed ordinary sword techniques. A saying, expressionless, struck the dragon's form with her sword, yet failed to inflict any damage, helplessly watching as the azure dragon charged towards her. As Asen wielded her sword, she opted for a thrust, aiming directly at the massive dragon's head. Upon impact with the iron blade, the dragon's head shattered into countless fragments, disintegrating inch by inch until only the hilt remained. At that moment, the dragon's head was perilously close, prompting a subtle change in Asen's expression. She swiftly retreated backward, reaching the edge of the sword observation platform. With the azure dragon looming ahead, she realized that to avoid falling from the platform, she needed to sever this dragon. Failing to do so would render a descent from the platform her best option. Many spectators speculated on Asen's next move, confident that she would fight to the bitter end, even if gravely wounded. Yet, no one anticipated that in the next heartbeat, Asen would indeed plummet from the platform. The azure dragon surged forth, reaching the edge of the platform, triggering a protective barrier that caused it to disintegrate in an instant, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Asen's fall, Lin Yi exhaled sharply. A collective sigh swept through the crowd. However, a greater number expressed relief, for had Lin Yi been unable to surpass this Yishan woman, the implications would have been dire. Fortunately, Asen had been defeated, and Lin Yi had reclaimed the honor that Yishan had previously stripped from the sword court. The dignity of the sword court was thus preserved. As Asen stood below the platform, she casually discarded the hilt, saying nothing as she retraced her steps, lost in contemplation. Her eyes revealed no disappointment, nor any other emotion. They were simply serene. Observing her retreating figure, Mr. Chen remarked, "At this moment, I must concede that Yishan is indeed a commendable place." The young man, listening intently, furrowed his brow and replied, "Even if Yishan has produced 2 remarkable disciples, it hardly warrants such praise from you, sir. A few individuals cannot alter the essence of a sect." His gaze was resolute, firmly believing in his stance. Mr. Chen smiled. "You are still young, and naturally unaware of many matters. If you were acquainted with the late Master Wan Yun, you would not voice such sentiments." "Master Wan Yun?" inquired the youth. Mr. Chen explained, "Master Wan Yun, the last sword immortal of Yishan, prolonged its decline by over 2 centuries due to his existence. In his prime, he alone with his sword could rival the thousands of sword cultivators of the current sword court. Everyone recognized that Yishan had become but a shell. Yet who could dismiss the legacy of Master Wan Yun? Furthermore, I must mention that he was the individual most revered by Lord Taizai in his time." The youth listened, incredulous. Although Lord Taizai was often seen with a sword at his waist, as one of the 3 dukes and a leader among scholars, how would the world react to the revelation that his greatest admiration was not for any sage, but rather for a sword immortal? Seemingly aware of the young man's thoughts, Mr. Chen smiled and said, "Lord Taizai possesses a character that naturally disregards public opinion. Were he here now, he would likely make a decision on your behalf. Alas, I am not Lord Taizai. I lack both the audacity and the capability, leaving the choice to you." Mr. Chen's voice was soft, and his tone was calm. The young man furrowed his brows, deeply contemplating the matters at hand, and for a moment, he refrained from providing an answer. Mr. Chen, however, was in no rush. He merely observed a Sang's silhouette, lost in thought. On the sword observation platform, the brilliance of swords was ceaseless. Liang Zhao had effortlessly triumphed over several adversaries. And aside from Su Su, it appeared that no one else would pose a challenge that could drain his energy. From time to time, he glanced at Gu Min, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions that seemed to be brewing. A Sang returned to the high building. Gu Min asked with concern, "Sister, are you injured?" A Sang shook her head, merely indicating that she had faced defeat. Noticing a Sang's somber mood, Gu Min chose not to pursue the conversation further. He rested his head on the railing, gazing at the sword observation platform, lost in his own thoughts. Time passed gradually, and the brilliance of swords on the platform diminished significantly. Many adept swordsmen had emerged victorious, prompting the sword cultivators to leave the elevated stage. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, the last second-tier sword cultivator fell from the platform. Yang Zhao stood calmly with his sword, seemingly unaffected by his earlier exertions. With the defeat of the second-tier swordsman, no others ascended the platform. According to the rules of the sword meeting, if no one stepped forward within the span of a tea's time, Liang Zhao would be declared the victor. In truth, during this interval, Liang Zhao had already bested numerous sword cultivators, with nearly all notable second-tier sword cultivators from Nanling having fallen to him. The remaining onlookers were filled with anticipation, awaiting Gu Min's participation. Although Gu Min had previously gained an advantage in the contest of sword intent, Liang Zhao was in fine form now. Even if Gu Min were to engage, his earlier success could not be attributed solely to fortune. This was a contest of swords, and Liang Zhao bore no injuries. An air of silence enveloped the surroundings. Asang spoke, "Let's go." She had already made her presence known on the platform. Though she had ultimately lost, it was acceptable. At least this time, the performance of the D Mountain at the sword meeting had not led to utter disgrace. Whether it was Gu Min's victory over Liang Zhao in the contest of sword intent or Asang's subsequent display, it could be deemed sufficient. Gu Min turned to his senior sister and suddenly declared, "I wish to give it a try." Asang was taken aback, but, after a moment's reflection, shook her head, indicating it was unnecessary. Gu Min had previously stated he would not compete, hence there was a rationale for his younger apprentice's decision to refrain from participating. Now that Gu Min proposed a new idea, Asang naturally thought of herself, leading her to assert that it was not needed. Gu Min replied, "Sister, I may regret this later, but not at this moment." Asang acknowledged with a sound, furrowing her brow. "Then I will go," Gu Min stated, and with that, he leapt down from the high building. Gu Min descended swiftly from the towering heights, landing gracefully upon the sword observation platform, which was occupied solely by Liang Zhao. With Gu Min's arrival, the number of individuals present doubled, redirecting the gaze of the onlookers to this stage, now shared by two prodigious youths. After a prolonged silence, Liang Zhao inquired, "What prompted this change of heart?" His tone was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he had not been perturbed by his previous defeat to Gu Min in their swordsmanship duel. Gu Min pondered briefly before replying, "Everyone is eager to witness a clash between us, and I take great pleasure in facilitating the desires of others." Although Liang Zhao had not delved deeply into Gu Min's character, he recognized that this was not his true nature. He pressed on, "Is it for your friend Su Su?" Gu Min responded candidly, "He is among my few friends, and I am certain he would relish the sight of me besting you." Liang Zhao shook his head, asserting, "I am unscathed and in prime form. How could you possibly surpass me? Who knows? You had bested me once before. Perhaps fortune may favor me again this time." Gu Min retorted, rubbing his cheek thoughtfully. He then remarked, "Had you displayed this demeanor from the outset, I might have deemed you a commendable individual. However, I now understand your current bravado stems from your belief that victory is assured, leading you to feign this facade. Once you are defeated, your demeanor will undoubtedly change. This is hypocrisy." Gu Min spoke softly, "I cannot ascertain if I am hypocritical, but I certainly believe I fare better than you in this regard. However, what truly unsettles me about you is not merely this." "What is it?" Liang Zhao queried. "When the opportunity arises, I will divulge it to you." Gu Min chuckled, for they were destined to engage in combat, and he wished to articulate his reasons for confronting Liang Zhao. "Pray, I am all ears," Liang Zhao replied calmly. "Previously, my senior sister battled the sword cultivators of the sword pavilion here, and many must have thought it an affront from Dingshan to the sword pavilion. Subsequently, the ruling elder acknowledged my senior sister's qualifications, intending for you all to regain your lost pride, which you ultimately did." Liang Zhao maintained his composure. Fully aware of Gu Min's assertions, preserving the honor of the sword pavilion was paramount, thus ensuring Asang's defeat was nearly preordained. "Truth be told, I do not concern myself with whether Dingshan will deliver a slap to your sword pavilion. I merely observe the slight injustice. My senior sister was bullied by your lot." Gu Min remarked with a smile, "I cannot contend with one named Lin Yi, so I must confront you instead," hoping to bring a smile to my senior sister's face. While much was said, the essence of Gu Min's message remained clear. His dissent was solely to uplift his senior sister's spirits, with no other considerations in mind. Among the three mentors and seniors on the mountain, the one most closely bonded with Gu Min was neither his senior sister Luoxue nor his master Chang Yizhenren, but rather Asang. Gu Min reflected silently, recognizing that he ought to amend his disposition. Liang Zhao remained silent, and an air of stillness enveloped the sword observation platform. Although Gu Min's voice had been modest, the elevated realm of sword cultivators above had no trouble discerning his words. Some sword cultivators from the sword pavilion visibly soured at the implications. Regardless of Gu Min's intentions, if he triumphs over Liang Zhao, it would serve as a stinging rebuke to the sword pavilion. What is even more infuriating is that should Liang Zhao be defeated, no other swordsman from the pavilion could possibly restore their honor, as Liang Zhao stands as the strongest among the second-tier disciples of the sword pavilion. Liang Zhao remarked, "Your reasoning is somewhat peculiar. However, you ultimately cannot best me." Gu Min fell silent. Having previously secured victory once, why could he not achieve it again? Liang Zhao of the Sword Pavilion, I humbly request your guidance. Liang Zhao spoke earnestly. Gu Min replied, I am Gu Min of the Dingshan sect. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, there stood a pavilion. The Taoist Lumi, who had previously appeared above the sword observation platform, returned to this spot alongside the esteemed Blue Spirit. Both were celestial sword immortals of extraordinary cultivation. Distance was no barrier, for even from miles away, they could easily discern the words exchanged below. After overhearing the dialogue between the two youths at the platform, Blue Spirit expressed, Zhao is remarkably mature for his age, exhibiting a resolute spirit. While he possesses a certain steadiness, he lacks the youthful exuberance that one would expect. Conversely, that other youth, not only is he gifted, but still retains the passion of youth, standing up for his senior, which is quite fitting for a lad of his age. Lumi remained silent, pondering the fact that the sect leader had already bestowed a celestial sword upon the Dingshan youth, along with words of praise, leaving him perplexed regarding the leader's intentions. Regardless of the outcome of this duel, the Sword Pavilion must refrain from seeking trouble with the youth or the Dingshan sect. Should Zhao indeed face defeat, there may yet be opportunities for future encounters. After all, they are both young, and the future remains uncertain. Blue Spirit stood with hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face, remaining undisturbed by the matter at hand. Lumi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Sword Pavilion possessed a certain grace, and that even if the Dingshan sect were to produce remarkable disciples, they would be but a few. After a moment of contemplation, Lumi seemed to recall something and spoke, There is a matter I wish to consult the sect leader about. Chapter 58, a bit longer. Blue Spirit understood what Lumi was about to say, yet he waved his hand, indicating that the choice of whom to select was a matter for Lumi to deliberate. I was never suited to be the sect leader. My master intended to pass on this position, and I can only accept it. Since you are inclined, take the initiative when my time comes. You shall be ready to take over without feeling out of place. Blue Spirit's words carried a certain weight, leaving Lumi momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he responded, How could the sect leader, who can decide all matters of the Sword Pavilion with a mere word, possibly leave such a responsibility to me? Upon hearing this, Blue Spirit chuckled lightly before bluntly stating, You, my junior, once aspired to be the sect leader and invested considerable effort into it. Yet in the end, you overlooked the simplest of two words. This was a tale from the past, and now it seemed that only these two were privy to it within the entire Sword Pavilion. Lumi turned his gaze toward the sword observation platform and then shifted the topic, saying that youth is unlikely to prevail over Liang Zhao. Meanwhile, upon the sword observation platform, neither combatant had yet drawn their swords. After Gu Min uttered the name of Dishan Gu Min, Liang Zhao meticulously engraved this name into his memory. The master of the Sword Pavilion, known as the Gengxin Sword Master, then inquired, Where's your sword? This was not merely a contest of sword intent, but rather a true confrontation of swords. A sword cultivator without a sword is no true sword cultivator. Gu Min smiled silently, and from his sleeve slipped a radiant white long sword, the Zhu Yuzhu, manifesting in his grasp. The treasured sword of Dishan, Zhu Yuzhu, was not merely a sword. When wielded as such, it ranked among the top 10 renowned swords in the world. The previous owner of this blade was known as the Late Cloud Real Person. With the sword in hand, words were rendered unnecessary. The next step was to draw the sword. Liang Zhao said nothing, and with the sound of a sword's cry echoing, the cloud-encased sword at his waist was drawn once more, its sword energy instantly expanding. A beam of sword light then illuminated the sword viewing platform, resembling a vibrant rainbow after a rain, dazzling and striking upon its appearance. This was the 7-color sword technique of the Sword Pavilion, a rather obscure sword technique seldom chosen by disciples for cultivation. When Liang Zhao first entered the sect, he specifically chose this very technique, despite several second-generation elders vehemently advising against it, leading to considerable uproar. The matter even reached the ears of the sect leader, Lan Lin Real Person, who merely uttered 2 words, Let it be. Those 2 words silenced the entire Sword Pavilion, and after contemplation, Liang Zhao resolutely opted for this sword technique. Moreover, after selecting this 7-color sword technique, he exceptionally received permission from the sect leader to choose 2 additional sword techniques of lesser difficulty. However, after adopting the 7-color sword technique, Liang Zhao did not reveal any of its intricacies, leading many to speculate that its complexity had caused him to abandon it. Even the Gengxin sword master himself seemingly unable to fully comprehend it. Though this was merely conjecture, it was widely accepted as plausible. Yet now, as Liang Zhao executed a move from this seven-color sword technique, their assumptions proved erroneous. The radiant seven-colored sword light swept across the sword viewing platform, startling numerous sword cultivators into exclamations. Gu Min's expression turned grave. He did not underestimate this strike, well aware that Liang Zhao surpassed Su Xiu. And even with his own sword in hand, he would not be a match for Liang Zhao. Gu Min understood this clearly. Thus, as that beam of sword light materialized, Gu Min pondered deeply, contemplating which of the sword techniques he mastered could possibly intercept this luminous assault. In a flash of inspiration, Gu Min's mind raced, ultimately selecting a move from the tide rising sword technique. A vast expanse of azure manifested before him, rising like the tide, erecting a wall of water to block the seven-colored sword light. The ocean's waves intertwined with the radiant sword light between the two combatants, an unending entanglement. Without waiting for Liang Zhao's second strike, Gu Min crossed through the water wall, a glint of cold light flashing at the sword's tip as he surged forward. The entirely white Zhu Yuzhu trailed a flurry of pure white sword energy, resembling snowflakes that had suddenly begun to drift from the heavens. Liang Zhao furrowed his brow slightly as he watched Gu Min approach with swift strides, feeling no trace of fear. In an instant, he extended the sword in his hand. With a resounding clash, the two blades met for the first time. The sword energy, akin to willow catkins, was swept away by the wind. However, hindered by the restrictions in place, it could only dissipate upon collision. The esteemed real person Lan Lin, who had been observing from the sword viewing platform, waved his sleeve, unleashing an aura of unparalleled serenity and righteousness that swiftly traversed several miles, reaching the platform. A gust of wind arose, dispersing the enchantments enveloping the sword viewing platform. Thus, a battlefield was established for the two combatants. The sword cultivators in the sword pavilion were taken aback, realizing that even the revered leader was attentively watching this duel among second-tier sword practitioners. Could it be that such a lofty figure as the leader was still concerned for their well-being? Their thoughts were myriad. Yet the focal point remained the two individuals on the platform. After being compelled to exchange several blows with Gu Min, Liang Zhao furrowed his brow and retreated several paces, seeking to widen the distance between them. He intended to execute a sword technique with his flying sword, but before he could form the necessary gestures, Gu Min's sword surged forward once more. It seemed that Gu Min was unwilling to engage Liang Zhao in a flying sword confrontation, insisting instead on wielding his sword directly. Liang Zhao sidestepped to evade one of Gu Min's strikes, and the surrounding sword energy completely shattered Gu Min's attack. Seizing the moment while Gu Min's force had yet to dissipate, Liang Zhao sent forth his cloud script, unleashing a large, earthy yellow serpent from the tip of his sword. Compared to Lin Ye's azure dragon, this serpent fell short in many respects. Nevertheless, the essence felt quite similar. Gu Min frowned, his toes barely touching the ground before he leaped backward. After a few steps, he fixed his gaze upon the earthy yellow serpent and swiftly severed its neck with a single stroke. The serpent, fundamentally a manifestation of sword energy, collided with Gu Min's strike, resulting in an intersection of two sword energies. Ultimately, it was a contest of their respective swordsmanship. With a series of hissing sounds, Gu Min's pristine white sword smoothly sliced through the serpent's head, dispersing the sword energy. At that moment, Liang Zhao unleashed his second strike, transforming the earthy yellow serpent into an earthy yellow azure dragon. The azure dragon's sword technique. A gasp of astonishment arose from the sword practitioners on the high platform, for they were well aware that the azure dragon sword technique was notoriously intricate and difficult to master. Given that Liang Zhao had already cultivated the challenging seven-colored sword technique, what prompted him to choose the azure dragon sword technique as well? He was indeed a disciple favored by the leader, truly worthy of being the master of the Gengxin sword. Many voices of admiration echoed in the air. To attempt to master two difficult sword techniques simultaneously was no small feat. Only a genius would dare to undertake such a challenge. Their admiration was inevitable. However, at that moment, Gu Min gazed at the earthy yellow azure dragon and executed his own strike, conjuring a familiar sensation as a blue dragon formed from his sword light materialized on the sword viewing platform. This was impossible. When had the youth learned the azure dragon sword technique? Many other sects' sword practitioners gasped in astonishment at the sight of the blue dragon. For his fellow sword cultivators, they could discern the striking similarities between Gu Min's strike and the azure dragon sword technique. In truth, even those from the sword pavilion witnessing Gu Min's display were left in disbelief. Su Xiu stared wide-eyed at the intertwining azure and golden sword energies, his face a portrait of astonishment. That devilish lad Gu Min, has he mastered the art of thievery to such an extent? How could he have learned it so swiftly? The elder Mai felt a sense of helplessness, at a loss for words. "We've encountered the true master," remarked the smiling Lan Linjinren from beneath the pavilion. Few were privy to the fact that the so-called Songlong sword technique of the Sword Pavilion was pilfered from the Qingshan sword technique of the D Mountain. The adept sword practitioner who appropriated it possessed exceptional talent, yet failed to consider the capabilities of the ordinary disciples when he reformed it into a new sword technique, resulting in the Songlong sword technique's intricate and challenging nature. In contrast, the Qingshan sword technique was designed to accommodate the practitioners of D Mountain, requiring less innate talent, as its creator had taken such factors into account. Nevertheless, since the Qingshan sword technique originated from D Mountain, it was hardly surprising that the youth named Gu Min could wield it. The pressing question amongst the sword practitioners now was which was superior, the Azure Dragon or the Golden Dragon. In this fleeting moment, the two dragons clashed, and soon they were entangled in a fierce struggle atop the sword viewing platform. Dragon scales scattering like leaves, only to dissolve back into sword energy. Liang Xiao, sensing the aura of the Azure Dragon, fell into deep silence. He could not fathom how his opponent could have mastered the Songlong sword technique in such a brief span, yet the evidence lay before him, leaving him perplexed. In truth, the Golden Dragon soon began to display signs of defeat, the Azure Dragon's momentum overwhelming. Liang Xiao recognized his impending loss in this round. Yet he displayed no sign of defeat. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Min was still at a distance, he formed a sword gesture, sending forth the Yunji sword into the air. Whoosh! The Yunji sword, imbued with a fierce sword energy. This was the art of sword control, fundamentally rooted in the sword master's own realm of understanding. Gu Min grasped his sword, with no intention of discarding it. As he observed the approaching flying sword, he first extended his own blade to sever it, then swiftly darted towards Liang Xiao. Liang Xiao remained impassive, summoning his sword as the Yunji traced a semicircle in midair, aimed at Gu Min from behind. The flying sword was swift, almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Yet Gu Min had no intention of turning around. Suddenly, an expanse of azure emerged behind him, manifesting the tide-generating sword technique. However, no one witnessed when he formed the sword gesture, leaving many astonished. The flying sword collided with the watery barrier once more. Gu Min had already closed the distance to Liang Xiao, now less than a yard apart. With a smile, Gu Min remarked, "I told you. Victory is not guaranteed for you." Liang Xiao's expression remained unchanged. As he gazed at his opponent, Gu Min ceased his words, extending his sword. The pristine white blade seemed poised to strike Liang Xiao's chest in the next moment. Yet at that instant, Liang Xiao began to laugh, as a sword energy coalesced beside him, transforming into a long sword that fell into his grasp. Grasping the sword, Liang Xiao exerted a slight force, thrusting it towards Gu Min. This strike was swifter than Gu Min's, allowing it to reach its target first despite being launched later. According to reason, that sword should have struck Gu Min's abdomen before his own blade could reach him. Even if Gu Min were to retreat at this moment, he would still encounter that flying sword. He finds himself in a dilemma, where both retreating and standing firm seem to lead to defeat. In Liang Xiao's eyes, a myriad of glimmers has emerged, an embodiment of his yearning for victory, as well as a sense of exhilaration. Just yesterday, he was vanquished by the very person before him. Today, should he triumph, his sword heart would regain its pristine purity. This battle signifies a great deal for Liang Xiao. He cannot afford to lose. Moreover, at this juncture, defeat appears implausible. He gazes at Gu Min, the brilliance in his eyes intensifying. Yet soon, he notices a peculiar detail. Gu Min exhibits no semblance of panic. Holding his sword forward, he understands that Liang Xiao's blade will first pierce his abdomen, yet he remains composed, simply observing Liang Xiao. He contemplates for a moment, indeed. Just a moment of thought. The sword, Zhuyu, elongates. The treasured sword of Dingshan, Zhuyu Pearl, is more than mere steel. Its most remarkable feature is its ability to transform according to its master's desires. When Gu Min desired a game of Go, Zhuyu Pearl morphed into a Go board. Later, when he sought a sword, it transformed into a blade. Now, he wishes for the sword to extend, and it obeys. With a swift thrust, the sword penetrates Liang Xiao's chest, disrupting the flow of energy within him. Liang Xiao's eyes widen in shock as the energy sword in his hand dissipates. The cloud banner behind Gu Min falls helplessly onto the sword observation platform. Silence envelopes the arena, as all present comprehend that Liang Xiao has been defeated. The master of the Gengxin sword has fallen, and astonishingly. for the second time at the hands of this youth, with only a day between the defeats. Yet, amidst their astonishment at Liang Zhao's downfall, they are more intrigued by the mystery of the sword wielded by the youth from Dingshan. How could it have suddenly elongated? What, indeed, is that sword? This question lingers in the minds of all. Beneath the cool pavilion atop the mountain, Lumi Dao inquires. Despite being the esteemed master of the sword pavilion, second only to the sect leader, there are many matters beyond his knowledge. Master Lan Lin observes the scene on the platform with an expressionless countenance, reflecting on numerous past events, many of which exist solely in ancient texts, and even he dares not claim complete awareness of them. However, there are indeed many things that Master Lan Lin knows. The treasured sword of Dingshan, the legacy of the late Master Wan Yun. Lan Lin remarks, Master Wan Yun single-handedly wielded this sword, compelling the entire realm of sword cultivators to refrain from invading Dingshan. Lumi Dao furrows his brow. Yet the records state that Master Wan Yun's sword resembled green jade. How could it appear as cold and white as snow? Master Wan Yun was the most renowned figure of over 6 centuries ago, his name known throughout Dingshan and beyond. Impossible for any sword sect to be unaware of his legacy. Even those who harbor animosity towards the esteemed Master Wan Yun cannot deny his unparalleled mastery of the sword. That blade is not merely a sword. Its form morphs in accordance with the wielder's intentions. It is indeed a sword, the legacy of Master Wan Yun. But why does it elongate? Because it transcends the ordinary, embodying the essence of the precious Zhu Yuzhu from the Yishan, capable of transforming all things. The sword bequeathed by Master Wan Yun is known as Zhu Yu, a treasure of Yishan. And the reason it appeared merely as a sword in Master Wan Yun's hands is due to his extraordinary prowess. In combat, he required only to draw his sword, without any further actions. Master Lan Lin sighed, reflecting on the fact that for over 6 centuries, the treasure of Yishan had remained hidden from the world. Centuries ago, many sects coveted it, nearly leading to the destruction of Yishan, yet they found nothing. Who would have anticipated that after all these years, it would resurface? The young man who wields this legacy sword is destined for greatness. We, as the predecessors of the sword path, must diligently protect him. Luoxue listened to these words. His brow slightly furrowed. He pondered what his senior brother was contemplating. He believed he understood somewhat, yet much remained elusive. There were numerous matters that even he, as a junior disciple, could not ascertain, particularly regarding Master Lan Lin's attitude towards the young man from Yishan. As the head of the sword pavilion, witnessing a prodigy emerge from a sect in Nanling, he did not seek to eliminate him, but rather displayed a protective inclination. Who could have foreseen such a reaction? Junior brother, there are matters to contemplate, yet refrain from action, Master Lan Lin advised, seemingly aware of the potential actions of his junior. Upon the sword observation platform, the sword had been drawn. Liang Zhao clutched his chest, his countenance paling to an extreme. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to Gu Min, struggling to articulate, "You know which sword I will wield." Gu Min replied, "You hold no sword, yet you do not retreat." Gu Min had discerned Liang Zhao's character during their previous battle, understanding the weight he placed on this confrontation. He was meticulous and would not allow himself to be ensnared in peril. Should danger arise, it would either be due to Liang Zhao's oversight or a deliberately exposed flaw. If it were a flaw, there would undoubtedly be a contingency plan. This was beyond question. Having grasped this, Gu Min was well prepared. Regardless of whether Liang Zhao possessed a sword or if he had hundreds in reserve, Gu Min remained unfazed. For he had established a path for retreat and had his own countermeasures. Lowering his head, Liang Zhao spoke with a hint of melancholy. "You have triumphed over me twice. You are indeed stronger than I am now." His words carried a sense of resignation and bitterness, yet not despair. Taking a deep breath, Liang Zhao raised his head, gazing earnestly at Gu Min, stating, "If we have the opportunity, let us contest once more in the imperial capital. I shall not lose to you again." Gu Min furrowed his brow, not due to Liang Zhao's challenge, but rather due to the phrase contest in the imperial capital. He could not comprehend its significance. He recalled the youth he had encountered atop the tall building, a lad hailing from the imperial capital of the Deqi dynasty, who had uttered a series of inexplicable words. Perhaps these two events were interconnected. Gu Min pondered silently. "I may have misjudged you. I thought that after this defeat, your spirit would be utterly shattered, yet you remain unbroken," Gu Min remarked with a hint of admiration. Liang Zhao offered no response. He merely turned and strode towards the crowd below. Indeed, the sword master Gengxin possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Gu Min, undeterred, sought to provoke Liang Zhao further. As he spoke, He noticed Liang Zhao's shoulders quiver imperceptibly for a brief moment, prompting a satisfied nod from Gu Min. Subsequently, Gu Min's gaze shifted toward a distant tall building, precisely where Su Su was located. Observing Gu Min's attention directed at him, Su Su slapped the railing and exclaimed, "Look at you, boasting as if you have truly bested Liang Zhao. How arrogant." He even spat toward Gu Min, though the saliva did not travel far. Nevertheless, this gesture served as a small release of his pent-up frustration. He then leaned back against the railing and turned to the elder in ragged clothing, inquiring, "Master, have you truly taken to heart the matter you previously entrusted to me?" The elder, with utmost seriousness, replied, "If others are untrustworthy, would I not be worthy of your faith?" Su Su sighed, opting for silence thereafter. Meanwhile, atop the other tall building, Jie watched as Gu Min delivered the final blow that vanquished Liang Zhao, her previously taut nerves finally easing. She grinned at Luoxue, exclaiming, "You were truly remarkable." Although she had heard from Lu Mi Dao that Gu Min was a disciple of Di Shan, she remained unaware if he was indeed referred to as Lu Er. Reflecting on this, her expression turned slightly vexed as she remarked, "Luoxue, you excel in every regard, yet your sincerity is somewhat lacking." Upon hearing this, her senior sister beside her turned and queried, "How do you know he excels in every aspect?" A sly smile danced across her senior's face, clearly insinuating more than the mere words conveyed. Jie caught on, her cheeks flushing as she softly called out, "Senior sister," bringing the conversation to a halt. Her senior continued, "Little girl, previously you mentioned that if he were truly a disciple of the Luoxue sword sect, and you wished to forge a bond with him, Master would not object. However, now that he has become a disciple of Di Shan, Master might reconsider." Listening to her senior's words, Jieyu's face began to pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Senior sister," her voice quivered. Unexpectedly, her senior chuckled, patting Jieyu's shoulder and saying, "I was merely teasing you. If that prodigy genuinely valued you, Master would certainly not stand in the way. After all, he is destined to become a sword immortal of the Golden Threshold realm. Who wouldn't wish to associate with him?" However, she added, "You must understand, such talented youths often possess lofty aspirations. It is possible." At this point, her senior sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Some truths, when revealed, could be quite painful, and she did not wish to discourage Jieyu. Jieyu exhaled a breath of frustration and murmured, "Senior sister, I know I am unworthy of Brother Lu." The senior sister consoled her, "Not necessarily. Matters of the heart between men and women are seldom so straightforward." As she spoke, she gently patted Jieyu's head, offering comfort. As Gu Min triumphed over Liang Zhao, no other sword cultivators dared to challenge him, marking the conclusion of the sword competition. The centennial sword event at the sword court could have been wrapped up in a day, yet due to Gu Min, it extended over 2 days. Wang Ling ascended the observation platform, delivering a lengthy speech of gratitude to the fellow cultivators, and once he descended, the sword event was officially over. That evening, a banquet was to be held at the sword court, and by the following day, the sword cultivators from various sects would return to their respective domains. In previous years, many sects would depart on the same day without receiving any accolades, but this time, perhaps due to Gu Min's unexpected victory over the Gengxin sword master, not a single sword cultivator chose to leave that day. They all seemed to await the banquet, eager to forge connections with Gu Min. Although the D Mountain had fallen into decline, the potential of this remarkable young man was boundless, as long as he did not meet an untimely end. The revival of D Mountain would not merely be a distant dream. As dusk approached, the sword cultivators departed the observation platform and headed to the banquet hall, while Gu Min and Asang made their way to the rocks before their dwelling. Gu Min gazed at the fiery sunset, feeling a profound tranquility. Despite its beauty, the sunset lacked the familiarity of cherished landscapes. Asang cast him a sidelong glance and asked nonchalantly, "You have always been low-key. Yet now you have become a figure known to all the sword cultivators of Nanling. Do you harbor resentment towards me?" Gu Min stuck out his tongue, replying, "It was the senior sister who pushed me down. I can't blame her for that." Asang responded, "Is it out of fear or simply unwillingness?" Gu Min replied, "There is a significant difference, but truly, it's the latter." Asang nodded. "You are quite commendable, little junior brother." This sudden compliment left Gu Min somewhat perplexed. He chuckled in acknowledgement. After a moment of silence, Gu Min inquired, "Senior sister, I have a question." Asang, with an impassive expression, replied, "I know." Gu Min responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent. Asang continued, "You wish to ask about the Stin commerce." Gu Min affirmed with a nod. This matter, while not overly complex, was not straightforward either. Asang regarded Gu Min and spoke softly. Before bringing you down the mountain, Master received 2 letters. The first was an invitation from the sword court. The second was from the Xian commerce. Asang gazed at the sunset and added, "It is not as you might think. The second letter is the reason for your participation in the sword court. There is a causal relationship here, and I encourage you to contemplate the underlying reasons." Her words were deliberately vague, as she firmly believed that her little junior brother would discern the truth hidden within. Gu Min refrained from speaking hastily. From Asang's 2 statements, he began to deduce the initial information he had received, the words spoken by that noble youth from Xianmal, followed by those articulated by Liang Zhao. These utterances served as clues, gradually intertwining to form a coherent conclusion. However, the information at Gu Min's disposal was rather scant, thus he could only make tentative judgments. His senior sister had acted in the sword court without divulging the reasons prior. Upon reflection, it seemed to carry some significant implication, perhaps an exhibition of potential. Yishan had languished in decline for many years, and if there were an opportunity to forge an alliance with a certain faction, one must consider whether to reveal the extent of Yishan's assets beforehand, in order to gain something in return from that faction. Stepping back a few paces, it could be viewed as a matter of waiting for the right price, necessitating a demonstration of one's worth to the observers. Asang nodded in agreement. Although they had received a letter from Xianmal, the path Yishan would take remained uncertain. Since it was not yet determined, they could only attract more bids. It was imperative for Yishan to choose a direction amid this uncertainty. Otherwise, with only one path available, they would be obliged to tread it without deviation. Asang, unusually verbose, succinctly stated, Yishan lacks tens of thousands of sword cultivators, and there are no renowned sword immortals to showcase. Ultimately, it is only us, only Gu Min, only Asang. Gu Min's potential, Gu Min's future. That is the sole asset Yishan possesses at present. If Yishan intends to negotiate, it must allow everyone to witness Gu Min's extraordinary capabilities, instilling in them a belief that Yishan, with Gu Min, harbors a luminous future. Of course, Asang is also a valuable asset, but she pales in comparison to Gu Min. Gu Min smiled wryly and said, "Senior sister, this burden weighs heavily." Had he taken seriously the words of Chang Yizhenren upon ascending the mountain? When it was proclaimed that Gu Min was Yishan's future, he might not have comprehended it fully. Yet, after Asang's lengthy discourse, he now genuinely felt the weight upon his shoulders. There were many practitioners in Xianmal and numerous dignitaries, but only one type of individual possessed the qualifications and inclination to correspond with Yishan. Gu Min bitterly remarked, "The princes." Asang cast a surprised glance at Gu Min. Only the princes could cultivate relationships with various sects, drawing them closer, as they were potential heirs to the next dynasty. Their engagement with the sects served to ensure the longevity of the dynasty. Conversely, should anyone else, be they royal relatives or high-ranking officials, forge too intimate a bond with a certain faction, it could threaten imperial authority, which naturally could not be tolerated by the sovereign. Gu Min gazed at the evening glow and remarked, "This is akin to garnering support among ministers in the court. Yet winning over sects demands even greater sacrifices." Asang sat in silence, contemplating how her junior brother could possess such profound understanding. Gu Min continued, "Thus, the letter received by our master was from a certain prince who extends goodwill towards Yishan. What, then, must we do? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Gu Min was acutely aware of this reality. It was as if he had acquired something on Mount D, immediately burdening himself with a responsibility. A certain prince was inclined to show goodwill, and his senior sister expected him to demonstrate his potential, which signified much. Asang pondered for a moment, reluctant to elaborate, ultimately stating, "I will inform you upon my return." Gu Min nodded, recognizing that discussing such matters here was not appropriate. It would be better to address them later, which was indeed a sensible course of action. Asang opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but ultimately settled on a simple remark, "The evening glow is quite lovely," before retreating to her dwelling. She was not one to enjoy socializing, and thus the evening banquet was not on her agenda. Gu Min cast a few glances at the sunset, contemplating a return, when unexpectedly a middle-aged man approached from a distance. The man exhibited no discernible aura, appearing to be an ordinary individual. As he reached Gu Min, the setting sun cast its last rays upon his shoulders, imparting an impression of profound generosity. "You have triumphed over Liang Zhao twice. The sword court has 2 gifts for you." With a smile, the man waved his hand, revealing an unassuming iron sword before him. Although this sword may seem inconspicuous, it is indeed a celestial blade. Gu Min was taken aback by these words. Was the sword court being excessively generous? After producing the iron sword, the man seemed to sense Gu Min's thoughts and calmly remarked, the sword court and Mount D had some grievances centuries ago, but such animosities ought not to persist after so long. Even if you have bested Liang Zhao, the sword court harbors no humiliation nor ill intent towards you. So do not be overly concerned. Remember, for those who practice swordsmanship, the heart of the sword is fundamental. If the heart is pure, then the path of the sword is righteous. Gu Min listened intently, contemplating the man's words. The man, not in haste to speak further, allowed Gu Min time to reflect before continuing. As for the second gift, I shall keep it in my possession for now, and when you are in need, I will naturally present it to you. The man spoke with a sense of inevitability, and what was even more unsettling was that Gu Min found no fault in this arrangement. Gathering his courage, he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "I have long since forgotten it. In recent years, I have devoted myself to swordsmanship on the mountain, occasionally handling such trivial matters. Today, we have crossed paths. Perhaps we shall not meet again. Whether you inquire about my name or not, it is of little consequence." Observing the man's reluctance to disclose his name, Gu Min refrained from pressing further. "By the way, if it is not too burdensome, I would like to inquire how many sword practitioners currently reside in Mount D?" The man's demeanor remained calm, not appearing to seek intelligence about Mount D. In truth, given the current state of Mount D, there was no need for covert inquiries. Some matters could be discerned with minimal attention. Gu Min furrowed his brow, realizing that after today, the eyes observing Mount D would surely multiply beyond this singular pair. Some truths might not be easily concealed any longer. "To be honest, senior, I am the only one practicing swordsmanship in Mount D." The man was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom such a response. He remained silent for an extended period before finally speaking with a sense of nostalgia. In the past, the 3,000 sword practitioners of Dishan were the foremost sect in the world of swordsmanship, producing countless masters of the sword. Yet, it appears that since the late Yunjinren, no sword immortal has emerged from Dishan. Is that not the case? Although phrased as a question, it was, in truth, not an inquiry at all. The man shook his head and chose not to elaborate further. Gu Min suddenly asked, "Whose side does the sword court stand behind?" The man let out a resigned smile. "Your questions are far too enigmatic. How could a powerless individual like me possibly know?" This was merely a probing inquiry from Gu Min, and seeing that the other party did not provide an answer, he decided to let it go. Bowing slightly as a gesture of respect, the man's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke no further, turning to leave, soon vanishing from sight. Gu Min stood rooted in place, observing the man's retreating figure, sensing that he was far more than merely an administrator of the sword court. As dusk descended, Gu Min was greeted by a young girl, a disciple of the Chamu sword sect named Xieyu. She stood timidly at a distance, as serene as a lotus flower. Upon noticing her, Gu Min waved, prompting her to gradually approach. Once she was about a yard away, Xieyu softly spoke. "I did not see Lu Shixiang at the banquet, so I inquired about his residence, hoping to find him. I hope he won't be displeased." Gu Min shook his head, indicating that it was of no concern. "There is something that Shixiang did wrong." Xieyu raised her gaze to meet Gu Min's. He immediately understood that she was referring to his previous deception. With an apologetic tone, he replied, "The sect is in decline, and it is inappropriate to draw attention. Thus, I concealed certain matters which were not my intention. Nevertheless, I must admit that I have misled you, and I deeply regret it." Seeing Gu Min's earnest demeanor, Xieyu felt her cheeks flush. She hadn't come to chastise him. She merely sought an excuse to speak with him. Now, witnessing his sincerity, she felt somewhat guilty. "Shixiang need not be so serious. I came here to inquire if your name is truly Luoxue." This was the true purpose of her visit. Gu Min chuckled lightly and replied earnestly, "I am Gu Min of Dishan. Pleased to meet you. Shimmy." "Gu Min?" Xieyu repeated to herself, then asked, "Which Min is it?" "The Min that fades into the multitude," Gu Min answered. "Your name does not do you justice, Shixiang. With such remarkable talent in swordsmanship, having bested Liang Zhao Shixiang twice, how can you be fading into the multitude? You ought to stand out like a crane among chickens." "Then shall I be called Guhi?" Gu Min jested. Xieyu chuckled. Shixiang truly has a knack for humor. Gu Min smiled in response. As silence enveloped them once more, Xieyu hesitated before asking, "Apart from inquiring about your name, I also wish to know if you have the time to visit the Chamu sword sect?" Gu Min pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat helpless as he remarked, "After this journey to the sword conference, I must return to the mountain. I remain uncertain about what awaits me thereafter. If I were to visit the Chao Mu Sword sect, I cannot predict when that might occur. As long as my senior brother is willing to go, I shall wait. Regardless of the duration, Jieyu replied, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Gu Min. Gu Min contemplated postponing the trip, but upon witnessing her determination, he felt compelled to acquiesce. When time permits, I shall certainly make a visit to the Chao Mu Sword sect. Jieyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Her senior brother's promise was as solid as gold, and he must not deceive her again. Gu Min nodded affirmatively, signaling his commitment. Overjoyed, Jieyu exchanged a few more words with Gu Min before taking her leave. After bidding farewell to Jieyu, Gu Min finally set aside the celestial sword gifted by the sword court. By this time, dusk had descended, and he presumed no one else would seek him out. As he turned to return to his lodgings, however, a voice echoed from a distance. Little Gu, look what delightful treasure I've brought for you. It was Su Su, who hurriedly approached under the night sky, cradling 2 roasted chickens in his arms, as if he possessed nothing else worth sharing. From afar, he tossed one of the chickens toward Gu Min. As Gu Min caught the chicken, Su Su reached him, having forsaken his sword, which had long since splintered. His countenance appeared somewhat dim, and he seemed to be in a less than cheerful mood. Gu Min scrutinized him, contemplating what words of comfort he might offer, when unexpectedly, the celestial sword he had just stowed began to emit a faint quiver. Gu Min cast a deep glance at Su Su, pondering whether it was mere coincidence. What do you see in me? Have you finally noticed my beauty? Su Su scoffed, his words muffled as he bit into a roasted chicken. Gu Min remained silent, simply observing him. Well, it's true that in terms of looks, I fall short of you, but just by a little. As Su Su spoke, his frustration grew. In a fit of annoyance, he discarded the remaining chicken over the cliff and plopped down opposite Gu Min. Tell me, if I had my sword, would I have lost to that scoundrel who is clearly no good? Gu Min sat down as well, listening to Su Su's grievances without uttering a word. Still, you managed to defeat him at the last moment, which is commendable. But honestly, you could have made a grand entrance right from the start by defeating Liang Zhao. Even if I lost to you, it wouldn't have hurt me too much. Why did you have to let me lose to him first before stepping in? Were you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Su Su's ire intensified as he glared at Gu Min, as if he would strike him if he was unsatisfied with the response. I have high hopes for you. If you had won against him, I wouldn't have felt the need to step in and steal your thunder. However, since you didn't win, I had no choice but to help you regain your honor. Gu Min spoke with utmost sincerity, a demeanor that would surely convince anyone else. But Su Su was no fool. He spat in disbelief. I know you too well. You're just trying to impress that beautiful senior sister of yours. Well done. Next time, I shall also take my chances. Gu Min nodded in agreement. There will certainly be another opportunity. Su Su spat again, still wearing an expression of skepticism. Good brother, with our strong bond, would I deceive you? However, there is one thing I must inform you. Liang Zhao has lost to me twice previously. I had thought his sword's spirit would be shattered, but alas, it remains intact. If we meet again, he will be stronger than now. My victory this time was merely a fluke. Next time, it may not be so easy. Having considered Su Su as a friend, Gu Min decided to lay bare his thoughts. If I had a sword, who would I fear? Su Su dismissed the matter lightly. Yet, as he uttered those words, the treasured sword in Gu Min's possession began to tremble mysteriously. Gu Min stole another glance at Su Su, thinking to himself, damn it, I've barely warmed it up, and now it seems I must part with it. Nevertheless, it must be noted that he possessed the treasure of Yishan. Other swords would be of little use. The rest of the people in Yishan were not sword cultivators, and wielding this celestial sword would be futile for them. Gu Min had but one friend, Su Su. Parting with it was not entirely out of the question. If the sword pavilion's intention in gifting this celestial sword was to foster a bond with him as a cultivator from Yishan, then the sword's transfer would naturally solidify that connection. Even if Gu Min were to pass on the celestial sword, the sentiment would remain, and nothing would be amiss. Moreover, observing the sword pavilion's modus operandi, it bore the hallmark of the esteemed nailing first sword sect, which likely would not concern itself with such trivialities. As the day drew to a close, a sense of uncertainty loomed over their parting, leading Gu Min to propose, since we may not meet again for some time, why not bestow upon me a token of remembrance? In a fit of indignation, Su Su glared and retorted, Gu Min, I almost wish to extract your heart to ascertain whether it is indeed flesh and blood. Here I am, in such dire straits, and you still have the audacity to ask for something. It is already a kindness that I have refrained from soliciting anything from you. Yet, the authenticity of Su Su's fury was questionable. Gu Min, feeling somewhat conflicted, replied, I am utterly destitute. You are aware of the desolation of D Mountain. It pales in comparison to your esteemed Guijian Pavilion. Surely, you possess far more valuable items than I do. It is only fitting that you lend a little support to your humble friend. Initially, Su Su found merit in the first part of Gu Min's statement, but by the end, he deemed it mere folly. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, he recognized a semblance of truth in Gu Min's plight. Having emerged from the long-fallen D Mountain, it was evident that his friend was indeed in a regrettable situation. With a sigh, Su Su reached into his pocket and produced a small vial, placing it into Gu Min's hands with a nonchalant tone, a trinket of little worth. Take good care of it. Despite his casual demeanor, Su Su felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. This vial contained the Guijian Pavilion's spirit-setting pill, a rare gem that could safeguard one's life even in the event of a failed breakthrough in the encroachment of inner demons. Such a treasure was exceedingly scarce within the pavilion, typically reserved for those sword cultivators who had transcended to the realm beyond. Only Su Su was in possession of such a rarity. As Gu Min uncorked the vial and inhaled its contents, a refreshing clarity enveloped him, and he realized that this was far from an ordinary trinket. To discern its true nature, he would need to consult his senior sister or master. Securing the vial, Gu Min, filled with gratitude, patted his chest and declared, "As brothers, I cannot accept your generosity without reciprocating. Do tell me, what is it that you desire? I shall see what I can offer." Su Su waved dismissively. "What could you possibly have that I would want? I am merely in need of a sword. Would you part with yours? Even if you did, it would not suit my style. No, I shall not be so petty." Just as Su Su, weary and with drooping eyelids, had relinquished any hope, Gu Min interjected, "I actually possess something quite extraordinary that I believe you would appreciate. Would you care to give it a try?" "What could it be?" Su Su inquired absent-mindedly. In the very next moment, he was rendered speechless as Gu Min revealed a sword. Regardless of its quality, Su Su would have typically been indifferent. Even if the finest sword of the age were presented before him, he would merely glance at it. Yet, upon unveiling this particular sword, Su Su found himself momentarily entranced. His gaze lingered on the blade, and to his astonishment, tears began to glisten in his eyes. Gu Min furrowed his brow and remarked, "There's no need for such theatrics. This is hardly a wife, so why present yourself in a manner that disgusts others?" Su Su, filled with indignation, retorted, "You understand nothing. This is far more precious to me than my own spouse." Gu Min nodded solemnly. "Indeed, after all, you are someone without a wife." At that moment, Su Su disregarded Gu Min's words, trembling hands reaching out to touch the blade. Upon making contact and feeling the authentic essence of the sword, he embraced it. Tears and snot mingling as he smiled foolishly to himself. Gu Min could never fathom the length of time Su Su had awaited a sword that resonated with his spirit. From a young age, he had been recognized as a natural sword embryo, leading the master of the sword-returning pavilion to personally escort him to the sect. Once there, nearly all of the master's peers vied for the opportunity to be his mentor, nearly resulting in a brawl among the venerable sword masters. Ultimately, it was the master who proposed that Su Su choose his own teacher, thus quelling the chaos that threatened to erupt on the mountain. After becoming a disciple of the venerable Mai, Su Su did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he began the quest for a sword. As a natural sword embryo, his criteria for a suitable sword were exceedingly high. Many blades were eager to be wielded by him, yet none were the right fit. The search for an appropriate sword consumed a decade of time. Throughout those 10 years, Su Su had grasped no fewer than 8,000 swords, yet none met his expectations. Countless hopes were dashed, leaving him with no choice but to take up a wooden sword and commence his practice. Today, that wooden sword had broken, and the long-awaited true sword had finally arrived. Such is the nature of fate in this world, forever elusive and incomprehensible. Gu Min could not grasp the depth of this experience, much like one who can never truly empathize with another's plight. He patted Su Su on the shoulder, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, to his surprise, Su Su rose and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Little Gu, I swear, if anyone ever wrongs you, I will avenge you. From this day forth, we shall be as brothers, though not by blood. A brother in need shall never be abandoned by his elder." Upon hearing these words, Gu Min's mind spun, and he replied with a resigned smile, "Now that you've said that, if I do not gift you the sword, I would feel devoid of humanity. Your awareness is commendable, little Gu, and I find it quite admirable. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that there is a hint of shamelessness in your words. By the way, why didn't you give me this sword earlier? Were you afraid that if I defeated Liang Zhao, You wouldn't stand a chance against me with it? What if I claimed that this sword was a gift from the sword court? Would you believe me? It seems you stumbled upon what the sword court intended to present. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Is this not a stroke of fortune for you? That makes sense. So, are you still feeling downcast? What sorrow is this? With the sword in hand, the next time I encounter Liang Zhao, I shall ensure he finds himself in quite a predicament. Moreover, to wield the sword bestowed by the sword court against the esteemed Gongxin sword master of the sword court itself, how exhilarating that thought is. Ah, there is some merit to that notion. Under the cloak of night, two youths erupted into laughter, their hearts unburdened by any cares, reveling in the present moment. Perhaps one day they shall ascend to become the most luminescent sword cultivators in this realm, but who can predict the future with certainty? As dawn broke, the first light of day emerged, illuminating the sword court where sporadic glimmers of swords began to manifest. These were the sword cultivators from other sects departing on their swords. Arriving was bound by rules, but departure allowed for more liberties. Before parting from her master, Jie made a special effort to bid farewell to Gu Min. It was evident that the young woman had developed feelings for him, yet Gu Min was not in a frame of mind to entertain such matters. After sending Jie off, Su Su also came to offer a greeting. A saying emerged from her cave dwelling. Glancing at the daylight before attempting to summon a large azure talisman, Gu Min promptly intervened. His senior sister had already revealed her lack of sword cultivation during the previous sword contest, yet she had fought valiantly with a sword in hand. However, to ostentatiously summon the talisman now would be tantamount to openly defying the sword court, a notion Gu Min was keen to avoid, as the dignity of the sword court was at stake, and they should not overstep their bounds. A saying, at times, displayed a certain slowness in understanding these matters. Upon hearing Gu Min's words, she seemed to grasp the situation, nodding before deciding to walk down the mountain with him. The reason for their descent on foot was straightforward. Without the talisman, a saying could not fly, and Gu Min, being of a lower cultivation realm, was also unable to ride a sword. Thus, while the sword cultivators from other sects departed on their swords, Gu Min and a saying made their way down the mountain. As they passed the mountain gate, they chanced upon the group from Wanjian Mountain departing on their swords. Strangely, despite their evident intentions to provoke the sword court during this gathering, the individuals from Wanjian Mountain were unusually subdued at the sword conference. Gu Min could not fathom why, ultimately concluding that he and his senior sister had inadvertently seized the opportunity to thwart Wanjian Mountain's plans. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts. Gu Min and a saying continued their descent, leaving behind the sword court. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they traversed a short distance to arrive at the market they had visited earlier. Upon sighting the plump woman selling wares by the roadside, unwelcome memories surfaced for Gu Min, causing his expression to darken. At this moment, news of the sword conference had not yet spread widely. Once it did, the plump woman would likely dwell on the incident of her having gifted a sword to Gu Min for quite some time. The mere thought of that scenario filled him with a sense of helplessness. In a secluded spot, a saying summoned the talisman, allowing Gu Min to ascend. The talisman gradually ascended into the sky, soon vanishing among the clouds. As the flowing clouds whisked past, Gu Min inquired, "Senior sister, shall we revisit the unfinished discussion from yesterday?" A saying nodded, maintaining her profile toward Gu Min. After a moment of contemplation, she began, "Diqi has 6 princes. And it was the 4th prince who sent a letter to Di Shan. As the princes reached adulthood, they began to harbor aspirations for the throne. The emperor, however, with his limited foresight, could not predict the events of the coming century, necessitating alternative means to gain insight. Ultimately, the tradition of the princes competing alongside disciples of various sects did not originate with the Diqi dynasty. It has existed since the emergence of both cultivation sects and dynasties in this world. The princes select their sects, while the sects choose their princes, creating a symbiotic relationship aimed at mutual benefit. Yet, before such collaboration can flourish, one must ascertain who will prevail. The sects strive to position their favored princes closer to the dragon throne, while the emperor seeks to determine which prince is most suitable. In pursuit of this objective, a method of competition was established long ago. The specifics of this practice vary with each emperor. But one certainty remains: those ancient masters with unparalleled cultivation would never deign to intervene, as it would be beneath their dignity. Thus, the responsibility fell to the younger disciples. However, the exact level of cultivation of the young disciples journeying to the imperial capital for the trials remains uncertain. The emperor has yet to disclose any information. This is a significant matter, and all influential sects are bound to feel the pressure. It can be said that the entire Jian sect of Nanling has focused its attention on this event following the Sword Conference. They await news of which young prodigies from the Jian sect will receive invitations to the imperial capital, as well as which other sects might be summoned. Yet, matters of the world are seldom novel. Everyone is aware that the Jian court is certain to be invited, and the Gue Jian Pavilion may also receive an invitation. The Seaside Tower might be contacted as well, though it remains uncertain who, if anyone, would heed the call. Why would D Mountain receive a letter? Gumin pondered this, recalling that according to his saying, D Mountain had received the missive before he descended the mountain, before attending the Sword Conference, and before vanquishing Liang Zhao. At that time, D Mountain had all but faded from the cultivation realm. The prince's overtures to the sects were driven by their quest for the throne, making it improbable that they would reach out to D Mountain. This presents a significant enigma, one that Gu Min could not overlook. After a brief silence, Asang spoke softly. D Mountain was once the foremost sword sect in the world. To claim it as the premier sect is not far from the truth. These princes cannot be unaware of D Mountain. As for why they chose to write to D Mountain, it must be. Asang did not finish her thought, prompting Gu Min to interject, I understand. Asang regarded Gu Min with surprise. This was not the first time her junior disciple had astonished her. She was aware of his quick intellect, but had not anticipated such nimbleness. The Prince of Yu must be the weakest among the contenders. Gu Min took a deep breath, and everything began to make sense. Asang refrained from questioning how it all clicked for him. She simply acknowledged that when her junior said he understood, it meant he comprehended entirely, without further inquiries. Thus, she fell silent, gazing at the flowing clouds before her. The talisman was directed towards D Mountain, and Gu Min did not speak again, his thoughts adrift with the wind, uncertain of where they would land. As Su Su embarked on his journey home, he carried the celestial sword upon his back, guided by the elderly man in the coarse robe. After traveling a considerable distance on their enchanted swords, the esteemed sword cultivator, whose rank was equal to that of the sect leader within the Return to Sword Pavilion, finally registered the presence of the sword on Su Su's back. The elderly man gazed at the sword for an extended period, his expression somewhat peculiar. Master, I know you wish to inquire about something. Please, do not hesitate. Why act so coyly? Su Su, sensing the elder's penetrating gaze, spoke with a hint of exasperation. The elderly man, disregarding the implications of Su Su's words, tremulously asked, Is it truly that sword? Indeed, it is that very sword, Su Su replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The elderly man was momentarily taken aback, and then tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. He had not anticipated such a rewarding outcome from this journey. My dear disciple, possessing this sword brings me more joy than if you had triumphed over Liang Zhao 100 times. Su Su responded with a bitter smile, Master, could you refrain from mentioning that matter? The elderly man wiped his face and laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed. Such joyous news should not be sullied by other topics. Upon our return to the sect, I will ensure that no one mocks you, my disciple. With a grimace, Su Su thought of his master, who had promised to avoid such topics, yet could not contain his joviality. However, accustomed to his master's temperament, Su Su felt little more than mild irritation and turned his gaze to the drifting clouds. Before long, a verdant peak emerged before them. Mist enveloped the green peak in layers, obscuring its true form. This was the entrance to the Return to Sword Pavilion, with the clouds serving as its protective formation. As the elderly man and Su Su descended from the sky, he muttered an incantation and effortlessly passed through the formation, emerging in midair above the peak. Before them lay the mountain in all its splendor. Compared to the Sword Court, the architecture of the Return to Sword Pavilion was far more modest. Most structures were haphazardly built, possibly serving as quarters for some elder or a newcomer disciple. Naturally, many of these disciples resided in caves, for not every sword cultivator possessed the leisure to construct elaborate pavilions. What mattered most was simply having a place for cultivation. As the elderly man and Su Su materialized in midair, cheers erupted from the mountain below. Uncle Li and junior brother Su have returned. Look, junior brother Su is back. Although he did not best Liang Zhao this time, it is of little consequence. Knowing junior brother Su, he surely does not mind, much less let it affect his sword heart. Indeed, perhaps junior brother Su will soon be fishing by the river, not allowing a single contest to weigh on his mind. True, but will Uncle Wu Qing Shui's spring palace painting be pilfered by junior brother Su once more? The voices of the younger disciples echoed incessantly, causing Su Su to feel a throbbing headache. The news of his defeat had long since circulated, yet within the mountain gates. None of his senior or junior brothers chose to mock him, which was hardly surprising, as the atmosphere of the Guijian pavilion had always been thus. Nevertheless, the whispers still left him feeling somewhat helpless. Clutching his head, Su Su wished he could find a crevice to hide in. Upon entering the mountain gate, the elderly Ma-Yi hurried off to report to the sect leader, entirely disregarding Su Su. Noticing the absence of anyone around him, Su Su contemplated slipping away when he spotted a gaunt old man in green robes approaching. Though the elder's hair was silver, his skin remained relatively taut, suggesting he was merely in his 60s or 70s. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Su Su attempted to make a hasty retreat, but to his dismay, the elder had already laid eyes on him. "Little thief," the elder bellowed. Su Su promptly halted, turning to whisper, "Uncle Wu, please keep your voice down." This elder was none other than Wu Qingshui, one of the two prominent figures in the Guijian pavilion over the years. His reputation had been tarnished due to the incident involving the Spring Palace map, and now, seeing the culprit before him, he gritted his teeth in resentment. "Little thief. After hiding away for so long, you've returned, only to fall into my hands." Wu Qingshui glared at Su Su with an unfriendly gaze. "Uncle, please do not be angry. That incident was a result of my youthful recklessness, and I deeply regret the trouble it caused you. I have been reflecting on my actions. You may not know, but I have been tormented day and night," Su Su replied earnestly, gazing at Wu Qingshui with sincerity. Wu Qingshui's anger subsided slightly, yet he still huffed. "You little rogue, I had advised you to devote yourself to your cultivation, but you ignored my counsel and ended up causing such a ruckus. Look at where you are now. If only you had heeded my words, you wouldn't have been defeated by Liang Zhao. As a natural sword cultivator, you ought to stand atop the peaks of swordsmanship, outpacing your peers. Alas, you remain undisciplined. Should you return to the mountain and create further disturbances, I fear I shall have to deal with you personally." Listening to Wu Qingshui's lengthy discourse, Su Su had always adhered to the principle of letting words enter through one ear and exit through the other. After the elder finished speaking, he offered a perfunctory nod in response. Wu Qingshui shook his head, somewhat satisfied with Su Su's attitude, preparing to dismiss him with a wave of his hand. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of the sword that Su Su carried on his back. "It's not a wooden sword anymore," Wu Qingshui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before incredulously asking, "Little thief, have you found it?" Su Su had been searching for the sword for a decade, and everyone in the sect had contributed to this endeavor, yet for 10 years, there had been no results. Now, to see Su Su return with the sword after such a long absence was nothing short of astonishing. Very well, Wu Qingshui repeated thrice. "Little thief, with your sword in hand, your path in swordsmanship shall surely be smooth sailing from here on. This defeat to Liang Zhao shall be of no consequence." Indeed, though Wu Qingshui had once been embroiled in a certain incident with his junior, he found himself unconcerned at this moment. After uttering these words, he suddenly turned his gaze around before leaning closer to Su Su and whispering, "Su, little thief, do you still desire my Spring Palace painting? I could bestow it upon you, if you wish." Su Su's complexion turned ashen, and he took several steps back, waving his hands in protest. "Uncle Master, that would be utterly inappropriate. My heart is solely devoted to cultivation. I have no interest in such matters." Wu Qingshui chuckled softly, as a man. "How could you possibly be devoid of any interest in such things? Fear not. This time, we shall keep it between ourselves. I shall send a copy to your master as well, so he won't speak of it indiscriminately. Consider it my gift of congratulations." Su Su shook his head resolutely, declaring, "Uncle Master, such behavior is unacceptable. I am wholly committed to the way of the sword and will not be distracted by worldly desires." As he spoke, his voice rose abruptly. Wu Qingshui sensed the gravity of the situation, just as a gentle voice echoed from a distance. "Brother Wu, it is commendable that Su has the courage to acknowledge his shortcomings. Must you extinguish such resolve? What an insolent old man." A cold snort pierced the air. Wu Qingshui turned to see several figures standing afar, with the central figure clad in a flowing green robe, possessing striking features. Though his hair was graying at the temples, he bore no signs of age. It was none other than the esteemed Gu Dao, the master of the Return to Sword Pavilion. In the realm of Nanling swordsmanship, Gu Dao's prowess was likely among the top 5. As for his cultivation level, opinions varied widely. Some claimed he had already entered the golden threshold realm, being a bona fide sword immortal, while many believed he was merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, just a step away from the golden threshold. Regardless of the numerous speculations, none had ever been verified. Flanking Gu Dao were the elders of the Return to Sword Pavilion, and the one who had just spoken was Elder Yang Chongyun, the chief enforcer of the pavilion. Wu Qingxue surveyed his fellow disciples, aware that his words from earlier would soon be the subject of much gossip, which caused him a headache. He turned to Su Su, who gazed back with an innocent expression, seemingly indicating that he bore no responsibility for the matter. However, Su Su's sudden elevation in volume had certainly warranted contemplation. Su, little thief, once again, I have fallen into your trap, Wu Qingxue muttered under his breath, filled with vexation. Su Su chuckled but offered no reply, instead approaching Gu Dao to bow respectfully. He then stood at the side, awaiting the master to speak. Gu Dao glanced at the sword strapped to Su Su's back, paused in silence for a moment, and finally inquired, "There is a matter I wish to discuss." "Please, Uncle Master, go ahead," while others addressed the master as such. Su Su had called him Uncle Master since childhood. From where did your sword originate? It was certainly fortuitous that Su Su had found a sword that resonated with him. Yet the Return to Sword Pavilion needed to ascertain its origins. As the disciple descended the mountain, he encountered a friend whose swordsmanship was on par with his own. During the recent sword competition, this friend triumphed over Liang Zhao twice, and as a token of their connection, he gifted the disciple a sword. In return, the disciple offered a spirit-calming pill. Upon hearing the name of the pill, the elders beside the ancient Taoist master exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. For the Return Sword Pavilion, the spirit-calming pill was indeed a treasure. However, exchanging such a fine item for a celestial sword that resonated with Su Su's spirit was not considered a loss. Such a friendship was undoubtedly worth nurturing. After the ancient Taoist master learned from the elder in the Ma'i about the events of the sword competition, he formed a preliminary understanding of Gu Min and did not regard the youth as a nefarious character. He did not oppose the matter. Once the reasons were clarified, the ancient Taoist master chose not to elaborate further, offering only a few words of encouragement before preparing to depart. "Uncle Master, please wait," Su Su suddenly interjected. The ancient Taoist master turned to regard Su Su with a peculiar expression, well aware of his nephew's temperament. His words were surely not to herald anything favorable. "Uncle Master, I have sent out the spirit-calming pill," Su Su said with a smile, appearing utterly harmless. Yet, to the elders, that smile was most irksome. "Moreover, esteemed uncles, after searching for 10 years, I have finally found a sword. Do you not wish to express your sentiments?" Amidst the crowd, the elder in Ma'i discreetly raised his thumb in approval of his precious disciple. As the sun set in the west, casting a blood-red hue over the Return Sword Pavilion, Su Su sat upon a large piece of azure stone, gazing at the array of treasures before him, his heart brimming with joy. For him, the act of reaping rewards was always a delightful endeavor. To his astonishment, he had managed to retrieve everything given and even gained a considerable profit. However, he felt a pang of sympathy for Uncle Wu, lamenting the misfortune of having such a disciple. Amidst his self-satisfaction, a soft voice suddenly called out from a distance, "Su Shidi." Su Su's heart sank with an unsettling chill. Upon his return to Dushan, Gu Min's reception was destined to differ greatly from that of Su Su's return to the Sword Pavilion. The mountain was home to only his master, the esteemed Chang Yi, and his senior sister, Luoxue. It was clear that Chang Yi would not emerge to greet the pair of junior disciples, and Luoxue was currently in seclusion. Thus, when Gu Min ascended the mountain, he was met with a profound silence, devoid of a welcoming presence. Fortunately, he was not one to dwell on such matters. After bidding farewell to his senior sister, Gu Min made his way to the bamboo pavilion, which housed numerous sword scriptures. There, the bookworm was engrossed in reading, as per usual. Gu Min bowed respectfully to the bookworm and then settled onto the ground in a meditative posture. Although he had only engaged in 2 bouts with Liang Zhao during the recent sword competition, he had gleaned significant insights, deepening his understanding of the sword path. His comprehension of the various sword techniques within the sword formula had undoubtedly advanced beyond his previous grasp. As a saying had previously indicated, they were not sword cultivators and thus could not provide Gu Min with extensive assistance. However, they understood the immense benefits of allowing their young junior brother to spar with a true sword cultivator. Remarkably, even Asang had not anticipated that her junior brother would triumph over the formidable Jin master Liang Zhao. Such an event would be astonishing in any sword sect. Yet given Chang Yi's temperament, it was likely he would express joy upon hearing the news, only to ultimately beseech the ancestors of Dushan for their blessings to expedite his own breakthroughs. Lost in contemplation of the sword path, Gu Min unknowingly entered a state of meditation, his spirit adrift in the memories of that fierce battle. He remained oblivious to the bookworm, who had risen from his corner and stood beside him for an extended period, gazing intently before finally letting out a soft sigh. This enigmatic bookworm, shrouded in mystery, would not appear to Gu Min as an ordinary scholar if he were fully aware. After an indeterminate amount of time, Gu Min opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of sword intent igniting within them before dissipating almost instantly. The pavilion was saturated with the sword energy of Dushan's ancient sages, and one careless spark could invite calamity. The torment of such an experience was something no one would wish to endure a second time. Turning his gaze towards the bookworm, he inquired, "Shall we have a match?" The bookworm remained silent, rising to approach Gu Min. The two took their seats facing one another, and soon the flickering candlelight transformed into a game of Go, with Gu Min playing black and the bookworm white. The sword court possessed a sword formula known as the Zonglong sword formula, which seemed to have evolved from the Qinglong sword formula, though it lacked the profound essence of its predecessor. Liang Zhao indeed stood as a paragon among the younger generation of Naling, raised in Dushan. Cut off from the outside world, and unaware if any other sect possessed disciples of such remarkable talent. I have made a friend, a natural-born sword prodigy from the Return to Sword Pavilion. He is of good character, suitable for companionship. By the way, I wonder how my master will choose regarding the trials in the imperial capital. Gu Min spoke of his experiences at the sword competition, aware that the bookworm would not respond, thus indulging in his own musings. My journey to the imperial capital is fraught with peril. At long last, the bookworm spoke, gazing deeply at Gu Min regardless of whether it was the Great Ning dynasty or the present Great Qi dynasty. The imperial capital was hardly a desirable place. Gu Min frowned, surprised to receive such an answer here. Is D Mountain to plunge into this vortex? The bookworm inquired nonchalantly. Senior sister mentioned that D Mountain has already received a message from the imperial capital. Given D Mountain's current state of decline, it must be willing to make certain sacrifices to seek revival. Gu Min felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that some matters were imperative to address. After all, Master Wanyun had come from the imperial capital to D Mountain. For reasons unknown, the bookworm uttered this seemingly random statement. Gu Min merely acknowledged with a non-committal sound, unsure of how to respond. You wish to visit that place as well, do you not? The bookworm suddenly smiled. What burdens do you carry upon your shoulders? Gu Min fell silent at the question, choosing not to respond. Do not tell me this is a trite and cliché detail, such as being the illegitimate child of His Majesty the Emperor, yearning to reclaim the throne. The bookworm's expression was gentle, his words far from vehement. In truth, there is nothing novel under the heavens. Gu Min refrained from a direct answer, merely offering a faintly mocking remark. The bookworm chuckled. Even the most worn-out stories can possess a hint of novelty. For instance, you might be the illegitimate son of the emperor, yet have no intention of seizing the throne. Instead, becoming a great sword immortal, with your blade pointed towards the four seas, no one daring to claim superiority over you. The bookworm spoke softly, of course. Such a tale may not be particularly fresh, but the manner in which you navigate it is what truly matters. Gu Min shook his head, placing a black stone down, resolute in his decision not to elaborate further on the matter. As time passed, it flew by swiftly for cultivators, and in the blink of an eye, dusk had arrived. The evening glow was blood-red. Gu Min placed down his final black stone and rose to stand by the window. Observing the sunset outside, he felt an unparalleled tranquility. The most exquisite scenery in the world undoubtedly resided in Yingdu, yet the evening glow elsewhere was also pleasing to Gu Min's eyes. The twilight had the power to calm him, and he mused that there must be many others who, like him, found solace through certain experiences. Could there be those who take pleasure in gazing at the stars, finding serenity in their twinkling? Gu Min murmured to himself, then smiled. If such individuals exist, might they also be akin to me? After uttering these thoughts, he turned away, wishing to look no more. Just then, a head popped in through the window. Junior apprentice! The person exclaimed with delight. Gu Min's expression soured. After you left, I practiced diligently on the mountain, and my culinary skills have improved tremendously since then. Would you care to taste my creations? The visitor was, of course, Luoxue, holding a white plate filled with unknown items that emitted a peculiar aroma. Gu Min could feel the muscles in his face twitching. Junior apprentice? Luoxue called out again. Gu Min resolutely shook his head and, with a serious expression, said, Senior sister, allow me to share with you the intriguing experiences I've encountered this time. I assure you, they are most fascinating. The preceding chapter spanned 5,000 words. while this one consists of merely 2,000. The previous chapter contained a typographical error. I shall apply for a correction, though it may take some time for approval. I hope for your understanding. Good night. The individuals on Yesan were formidable, each one a challenge that Gu Min could not easily confront, including this seemingly foolish second senior sister. However, having ventured into the world, Gu Min was determined not to yield this time. Thus, in the standoff, Luoxue was compelled to acknowledge that she could no longer exert the same pressure on her junior to consume the unsavory meal she prepared. Setting aside the unappetizing dish that would deter any appetite, Luoxue expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "You've only descended the mountain once, and already your wings have grown too strong. If you descend again, you might even disregard Master himself. This won't do. I must inform Master to prevent you from going down again." Gu Min mused that soon, not only would he descend the mountain, but Master would likely send him through trials far more perilous than mere mountains and flames. There was no way she could stop him. Well then, tell me of your experiences in the Sword Pavilion. Have you encountered any lovely maidens? Luoxue turned her head, feigning nonchalance. Yet it was evident that this last inquiry was of paramount importance. Gu Min pondered for a moment, beginning to recount his adventures in the Sword Pavilion. He had a fair understanding of his senior sister's temperament. Thus he spared her the details of certain encounters, such as the corpulent woman he had met earlier. The female sword cultivator from the Chamu sword sect named Jie Yu he encountered while climbing, and the matter of gifting a sword to Su Su. Regarding the sword gifting incident at the Sword Pavilion, it seemed that Asen was unconcerned. Throughout the entire ordeal, she exhibited no signs of discontent. Given Asen's disposition, if she was indifferent, she would certainly not mention it to the esteemed Master Chang'e. If Master Chang'e remained oblivious, it was likely that no one on the mountain paid it any heed. Having concluded his brief journey, Luoxue's attention unexpectedly shifted to Wang Xiaopin, revealing that even senior sister had admirers. Gu Min pondered the implications of this, realizing that his senior sister's past must be quite intriguing. Does senior sister Asen have no other friends? Gu Min inquired casually, not genuinely expecting any information from Luoxue. As for me, when I ascended the mountain, senior sister was already there. I remember Master mentioning that she was cradled up the mountain as an infant. Over the years, it seems she has only descended a few times. The last time before you arrived was to rescue us. Given senior sister's nature, I find it quite normal that she has no friends, Gu Min replied. Oh, Gu Min said thoughtfully, then asked, and what about you, senior sister? Luoxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, her situation was even more disheartening. Since beginning her cultivation on the mountain, she had only descended once. And that experience was far from pleasant. She had been pursued by malevolent spirits and nearly lost her life. Yet, in the end, she gained a little junior brother, who, although somewhat disobedient now, she still found endearing. Gu Min, displaying remarkable wisdom, refrained from pursuing further inquiries. He cast a few glances into the distance before engaging in casual conversation with Luoxue, eventually managing to coax her away, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Uncertain of how much longer he could remain on the mountain, Gu Min shook his head and made his way to the wooden cabin situated on the back mountain. The cabin was not far, nestled within the hills, and Gu Min arrived before it in no time. He placed his hand upon a stone tablet, immersing his thoughts as he gazed into the starry expanse before him. Countless sword stars hung in the celestial sphere. Fixating on his own Gingxin sword star, Gu Min noticed it shone with even greater brilliance than before, a reflection of his elevated realm. He was not overly concerned. Instead, he turned to observe the sword star that rightfully belonged to Liang Zhao. Noting its increased luminosity as well, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he had triumphed over Liang Zhao on 2 occasions. Yet the latter had not only remained unbroken, but had also made further progress. Such a person left Gu Min at a loss for words. To label him as hypocritical would be an oversimplification. While he had indeed claimed the title of Gengxin, sword master, for himself, it was not out of vanity, but rather to leverage this identity for his utmost benefit. This individual could be described as possessing profound depth and intricate thoughts. Gu Min recognized that should they cross paths again, he could not be certain of his ability to defeat him. A foolishly naive genius is easily vanquished. Yet a discreet adversary is far more challenging to contend with. With a shake of his head, Gu Min stepped into the wooden cabin, intent on exploring additional sword techniques. Liang Zhao had not remained stagnant. Su Su had acquired his own sword and was likely advancing as well. Gu Min, too, could not afford to linger, regardless of whether significant events were on the horizon. His own pursuits demanded his attention and progress. On the 10th evening since Gu Min's return to the mountain, a delightful aroma wafted from the thatched cottage atop Dingshan. Clad in a gray robe, Asen expertly grilled fish by the fire. Not far behind her, the esteemed Chang Yi lay reclined on a lounge chair, with 2 jars of frosted wine at his feet. Suspended above him, a green talisman floated in midair, occasionally releasing a cool breeze. One could not deny that the lifestyle of Chang Yi was the envy of many ordinary folk. Asen stirred the fish with her stick and, after a moment, spoke up. Junior brother has surpassed Liang Zhao, the Gangxin sword master. Now I believe he is comparable to the esteemed late cloud master. Chang Yi, patting his belly, pondered how Asen could utter such foolish remarks. With a dismissive snort, he replied somewhat disinterestedly, your junior brother has fasted for months. Given his pace of cultivation, it is clear even to the most simplistic mind that Liang Zhao could not possibly be his rival. As for how that young lad became the Gangxin sword master, I cannot say. However, attaining that title does not guarantee dominance over his peers. Among the young disciples of his generation, I believe it is our Dingshan who shall emerge victorious. As the conversation unfolded, the venerable Chang Yi was unaware of how a few edamame had escaped from somewhere, which he then shelled and tossed into his mouth. After a moment of thoughtful chewing, this sinister master of D Mountain chuckled darkly, remarking that his young disciple's talent might even surpass that of the esteemed Master Wan Yun. He mused that it would not be long before the young disciple embarked on a journey to visit the various sword sections. This prospect brought Chang Yi immense joy. For since Master Wan Yun, D Mountain had not produced any formidable practitioners, the possibility of a new talent was indeed splendid. Saying, it is not my intention to criticize. But as the eldest disciple, why do you not take more interest in your junior? It has been over 10 days since he arrived at the mountain, and yet you have not once sought him out. Your junior sister, on the other hand, spends all her time with him. For someone of her second realm, such attention does not benefit your junior in any significant way. Asang shook her head. My junior sister is simply true to her nature. She likes what she likes and dislikes what she dislikes. If she chooses to spend more time with our junior, it may not be a bad thing. Furthermore, he possesses a resolute will, as evidenced over the past year. I believe it will have little impact. Chang Yi furrowed his brow, unable to articulate a response. Asang's steadfast nature led her to speak out against any fundamentally incorrect matters, regardless of Chang Yi's thoughts on the situation. What news from the Xian commerce? Asang inquired. Chang Yi lifted his wine jug for a sip and replied calmly. Even if your junior were to defeat Liang Zhao 1,000 times, it would amount to little. The path remains singular. Asang nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this response. She had previously discussed various speculations with Gu Min, and in her own view, it was likely to be quite accurate. Indeed, I have received some other correspondence. Gu Min has been back at the mountain for 10 days. Transmitting news from the sword meeting to Xian Commerce only takes a day or two, and sending a letter from Xian Commerce to D Mountain requires a similar time frame. It is not unusual for Chang Yi to receive a few letters at this moment. However, the figure upon the dragon chair had yet to make a decision. Many matters still required observation and were not particularly urgent. With that, the fish was ready, prompting Chang Yi to fall silent. He rose to retrieve the roasted fish. Reclining back in his chair, savoring the meat while occasionally emitting satisfied sounds, Asang stood and walked toward the distance, lingering on a boulder for quite some time before eventually dissipating into the breeze. During the sweltering summer, Xian Commerce also felt the heat. Even in Nanling, where the imperial tomb blocked the northern heat, Xian Commerce could hardly be described as cool. Thus, as the weather warmed, the grand capital of the Deqi dynasty became less lively, particularly in the afternoons when the spacious streets saw a significant decrease in the number of people. Near the east gate, Chongping Street lies adjacent to the bustling heart of Xian Market, a location so prime that it could aptly be described as land as precious as gold. Yet, this street is remarkably devoid of residents. Vast expanses of empty courtyards abound. Should one gaze down upon Xian Market from above, they would observe that in many of these courtyards, leaves have accumulated in heaps, and some suffer from drainage issues, festering with stagnant water that emits a foul odor. Consequently, the few passers-by who traverse this path often cover their noses and hasten their steps, rarely lingering. Indeed, the majority would resolutely avoid this area altogether. The reasons behind Chongping Street's desolation and the neglect of Xian Market remain an enigma, a topic of endless discourse among the populace. However, despite years of speculation, no answers have surfaced. Only those of significant stature possess the truth. Years have swiftly passed, and two figures now emerge at the street's entrance. One, a scholar clad in traditional robes with a sword hanging from his waist, bears no hint of menace. His sword, much like many of Xian Market's literati, serves merely as adornment. The other is a youth of striking beauty, his delicate brows leaning towards a more feminine elegance, which renders him exceedingly graceful. Such a visage would pose no issue were he born into an ordinary family, but this young man is, after all, a scion of the illustrious royal family of the great Qi dynasty, and his appearance raises numerous concerns. The scholar recalls a certain matter, prompting the youth to address him with a hint of resignation. Given the circumstances, there appears to be little that can be done. Moreover, my father's indifference is likely not solely attributable to my appearance. The scholar responds gently, Your Highness, the absence of imperial bearing is of little consequence. The great Qi is no ordinary dynasty, and one's path forward is unconnected to mere looks. The young man, named Yu, is the fourth prince of the great Qi emperor. To the many ministers and military generals within Xian Market, Prince Yu is perceived as the emperor's least favored son. This bias stems not merely from his looks. The great Qi emperor, the most formidable practitioner of the realm, possesses a naturally potent bloodline, and it is to be expected that his progeny inherits such gifts. Indeed, the emperor's other sons are all remarkable practitioners. Yet, for reasons unknown, Prince Yu's talents fall short, having only recently achieved the initial stages of cultivation after years of endeavor. It is important to note that the royal family of the great Qi possesses an abundance of resources, and Prince Yu's path to cultivation should, in theory, be devoid of obstacles, allowing him to pursue his journey without concern. The singular worry lies within himself. The fourth prince indeed grapples with his own limitations. A lack of innate talent in cultivation suggests that he may never ascend to the ranks of a powerful practitioner, and thus, the throne becomes increasingly distant. No prince desires to be excluded from that coveted position. With a sigh, Prince Yu casually pushes open the dilapidated wooden door of a courtyard and steps inside. Surveying the decaying leaves and foul water before him, he inquires, is there not the slightest inclination from the three dukes regarding Chongwen Tower? The dynasty and the practitioners have always shared a profound connection. The sects often choose their combat teams, and if one lacks sufficient strength yet still yearns for the imperial throne, the only recourse is to seek assistance from the Chongwen Tower. As long as the three lords firmly stand in support, there lies a glimmer of hope for success. The Grand Tutor has consistently maintained a low profile, addressing matters with such impeccable discretion that it leaves no room for criticism. As the foremost among the three lords, his stance is bound to sway many. Thus, it is highly improbable that the Grand Tutor would express his views at this juncture. Regarding the Grand Protector, as the mentor to the princes, you are likely more aware than I am. The Grand Chancellor, with his free-spirited nature, is indeed the most likely to voice an opinion. However, as the princes have observed over the years, he has refrained from entangling himself with any of them, with rumors suggesting it is due to a lack of appreciation for the current princes. The scholar sighed, pondering that perhaps only those who excel in the emperor's trials could garner their attention. Prince Yu interjected, am I not aware of these matters? My elder brothers have long since advanced ahead of me, and I should have little chance in this trial. Nevertheless, as you previously advised, it may be best to forego this trial and retreat, thus vanishing from their sight entirely. Last year, he had consulted with a few of his strategists on this very issue, and they all arrived at the same conclusion. He had fallen too far behind the others and should consider stepping back. Consequently, while other princes were reaching out to various sects, he penned a letter to the Yishan sect. Yishan, once the foremost sect in the world many years ago, has since diminished in stature, even within the sword sect, and may have undergone significant changes. The scholar remarked, news from the south indicates that the sword master Gingshin of the sword court has suffered defeat at the sword conference. He was bested by a youth named Gumin. That Gumin hails from Yishan. The scholar, expressing a hint of resignation, added, it seems, one could say Yishan has undoubtedly produced a prodigy. Prince Yu furrowed his brow, questioning, how could this be? The scholar shook his head, remaining silent. The imperial city of Xianshang is vast and meticulously divided. With the territory of the great Qi emperor eternally central, its structures towering above all others, while the residences of the other consorts remain in close proximity to His Majesty. Outside the imperial city, the abodes of several princes encircle the palace like planets orbiting a sun. The great Qi emperor has yet to designate an heir, leaving the eastern palace vacant. In the nearest residence to the imperial city, Beneath eaves adorned with lanterns, lacking candles and filled instead with blue orbs emitting a chill, the oppressive heat of summer is completely dispelled. The servants moving about the estate feel no trace of warmth. Within the study, a tall young man sits at the table, engrossed in the news arriving from the south. Upon reading the account of the sword conference, he furrows his brow and remarks, how could such a figure have taken refuge in Yishan? He harbored no doubts regarding Liang Zhao's formidable prowess. The 4 characters Gangshin sword master sufficed to elucidate everything. Yet, he was somewhat astonished by Gu Min's identity, as he too had managed to surpass him. Before the table, an individual resembling a steward remarked, "It appears that Dingshan has fortuitously stumbled upon a genius, but alas, it is of little consequence. Your Highness, I shall dispatch someone to keep watch. It is likely that no other princes in the imperial capital will grow too close to Dingshan." The prince, whose rank was uncertain, nodded and then inquired, "Has there been a response from Guanhai Tower?" Upon mentioning this matter, the steward recollected the letter previously sent and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "The letter was returned. Our correspondence was not even opened by the recipient." The missive from Guanhai Tower contained merely a sheet of blank paper. As he spoke, the steward scrutinized the prince's countenance, noting no change, and thus added, "Guanhai Tower seems rather dismissive of your highness." The prince retorted sharply, "What do you understand? In all of Nanling? Nay. In the entire world, how many scholars can rival the 3 dukes? Only that one individual. Indeed, many claim that should he desire to return to Xianqing, he would undoubtedly become the next Grand Tutor. Even our father holds him in high esteem. Do not speak such nonsense." The steward hastily knelt, aware that as a servant, even possessing knowledge of matters unknown to others, he could never comprehend such secrets that dwell at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. He did not grasp the true nature of the master of Guanhai Tower, but from the implication that he might become the next Grand Tutor. He recognized that this individual was certainly not to be trifled with. Among the hundreds of thousands of scholars in the Deqi dynasty, how many were cultivators? Perhaps tens of thousands. Yet, there were only 3 dukes. The prince waved his hand, signaling the steward to depart, and he then rose to approach the window, gazing at the birdcage suspended from the banyan tree in the courtyard, shaking his head. To the east of Xianqing lay a district densely populated by the affluent, while to the west resided a multitude of the impoverished. A vast expanse of low houses and narrow alleys constituted the area, where the inhabitants were either destitute or pretending to be so. Within this region, at the heart, stood a slightly larger courtyard. Though termed larger, it was still quite small and dilapidated, merely appearing substantial amidst its surroundings. In the courtyard, there was a well. Beside the well stood a wooden table, which bore a circular cutout at its center, beneath which lay a stove. At that moment, an individual approached, carrying a large copper pot and placing it upon the table. The copper pot contained a deep crimson broth, laden with countless peppercorns and chilies, evoking a sense of trepidation in most onlookers during the summer. As the pot was heated, the fragrant aroma of beef tallow wafted through the air, rising from the fragrant ingredients at the bottom. Soon, platters of accompaniments were brought forth, with beef tripe and yellow throat being the first to arrive, followed by duck intestines and duck blood. In no time, the table was lavishly adorned with a feast. Then, a tall and robust man emerged from the house, seated himself by the well, and deftly placed a slice of tripe into the hot pot. Moments later, as he lifted the tripe, before he could savor it, someone rushed in from outside the yard and whispered something into his ear. The man's eyes widened in shock. His hand trembled violently, causing the slice of tripe to slip from his chopsticks and tumble into the oil bowl before him, splattering oil in all directions. 30 days after Gu Min returned to the mountain, he finally encountered his rather unassuming master, the immortal Chang Yi, who lay languidly in a reclined chair. With a casual glance at Gu Min, Chang Yi tossed him a jar of wine. Upon receiving it, Gu Min felt its chill and regarded his master with a hint of confusion. With only the 2 of them, both men, on the mountain, it seemed only fitting to share a drink together. Drinking with a woman felt somewhat lacking. Gu Min nodded in silence, finding a nearby rock to settle upon. As dusk fell, the sky adorned itself with a tapestry of twinkling stars, a sight both beautiful and yet, to Gu Min, a mere illusion of the true celestial expanse. This marked the first occasion for the master and disciple to share a drink. Gu Min held no grand expectations and eschewed any formalities. After raising the jar in a distant toast, he took a hearty swig. Chang Yi chuckled, admonishing him, "You little rascal, have you ever tasted wine of this quality? You gulp it down as if it were mere swill." Gu Min replied candidly, "Master, This wine pales in comparison to what I've had before. Chang'e frowned. What nonsense is this? Gu Min merely smiled, taking several more sips in silence. Are there not questions you wish to ask? Chang'e, unable to contain himself, initiated the conversation. On my first day at Dijon, you bestowed upon me the treasures of the mountain. I have perused countless sword scriptures and techniques. All that I wish to learn is now within my grasp. You have even promised to pass on Dijon to me. Even without a predecessor to guide me in the sword path, what I have acquired far exceeds that of disciples in other sword sections. Perhaps if the esteemed Gingxin sword master were aware of the riches Dijon offers, he too would be eager to visit. Given all that I have received, how could I not shoulder the burden of revitalizing Dijon? After this lengthy discourse, Gu Min took another deep drink. Chang'e seemed momentarily lost in thought, taking a long while to respond. He finally turned to Gu Min and remarked, "Even so, the weight of your burden seems excessively heavy. I had anticipated some complaints from you, which would have been entirely understandable, yet you have chosen silence, leaving me with a sense of guilt." Gu Min waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Master, you are not one to bear such sentiments." "Nonsense. How could I not be such a person?" Chang'e retorted, his expression shifting to one of mild anger as he scrutinized Gu Min unfazed. Gu Min merely lowered his gaze and took another sip, then burst into laughter. Chang'e shook his head, musing to himself, "I wonder what experiences you have endured that make you so hard to deceive." Gu Min replied, "That tale is certainly not as you envision it, master." Chang'e frowned in irritation. What could possibly escape my contemplation? Gu Min, eschewing idle chatter, stated earnestly, "Perhaps you should discuss the prince of you instead." Chang'e closed his eyes. What concern has a practitioner of my caliber for such mundane matters? Then perhaps you should visit Xian City yourself. Wait, let me speak with you. Chang'e cleared his throat, finally adopting a serious demeanor. The prince of you is the fourth son of the emperor of Deqi, a royal who possesses little aptitude for cultivation and consequently stands as the least favored among his siblings. Thus, theoretically, he is the furthest from the throne. The current state of D Mountain is no longer what it once was. His missive arrived there without any expectation that we could assist him in surpassing the trials set forth by the Emperor of Deqi. It is clear he intends to retreat in order to advance, seeking to gradually strategize for the future. The Prince of you, desiring to maneuver from a position of retreat, has chosen the already declining D Mountain. This presents an opportunity for D Mountain. Master Chang'e stated, "The swiftest path to rejuvenate D Mountain lies in aiding the Prince of you to ascend as the next Emperor of Deqi." Gu Min inquired, "The Emperor of Deqi is of the utmost power in nailing. Has he not yet reached his twilight years? The more formidable a cultivator, the longer their lifespan. A practitioner of the caliber of the Emperor of Deqi is destined to live for at least several centuries. Currently, those princes are merely in their teens or 20s. No matter how one perceives it, they cannot attain the level of the present Emperor of Deqi without several decades, if not over a century of cultivation. Given this perspective, the resurgence of D Mountain is likely to require at least several decades. Indeed, this is a distant prospect. Cultivators are not mere mortals. A century passes in the blink of an eye. Moreover, you are still in your youth, with ample time before you turn to dust." Master Chang'e continued, "To strive for D Mountain in the early years of life, and then to become a leader of revival. Witnessing D Mountain restored to its former glory, where tens of thousands of sword cultivators thrive, as the head of this sect. To step forth embraced by millions, issuing commands that tens of thousands of disciples heed without complaint. Whether scaling mountains of blades or plunging into seas of fire, would that not be splendid? Regrettably, my lifespan draws to a close, and I shall not witness such a scene. I can only hope you will often speak of me, so that they may know the founder of D Mountain's resurgence is my disciple, Chang'e." The more Master Chang'e spoke, the more sorrowful he became, and by the end, tears glistened in his eyes. Gu Min furrowed his brow and remarked, "The ambitions of the master are vast, yet the path to achievement is fraught with difficulty." With a sigh, Master Chang'e continued his discourse. "The Prince of you certainly wishes to prevail in the trials, but the chances are slim, thus he must choose to step back. However, what if the trials set by the Emperor of Deqi are specifically designed for those young disciples? Should the participants in this trial be practitioners beneath the fourth realm? Based on Gu Min's talents, D Mountain would stand a considerable chance of aiding the Prince of you to prevail. Such occurrences are not unprecedented in history. A young disciple from a sect has aided a prince in achieving victory, thereby regaining the emperor's trust. In the years that followed, they relied on one another, and ultimately, the sect of that young disciple became one of the most prominent in the south, while the prince ascended to the throne. Ultimately, as long as the current emperor of Tachi perceives potential in D Mountain and is willing to extend a hand, the prospects for D Mountain will improve significantly. However, all of this hinges upon Gu Min achieving victory first. This is for Dushan, yet it is beneficial for you. Many practitioners in this world seclude themselves in deep mountains for their cultivation. However, those of this kind can never hope to become the strongest in the realm. To ascend to such heights, one must continuously endure trials and tribulations. As the esteemed Chang Yizhenren remarked, even the late Yun Jinren did not attain the status of an unparalleled sword immortal solely through cultivation. Gu Min inquired, "What if I were to perish in Xianxing?" Chang Yizhenren replied with solemnity, "I shall establish a spiritual altar for you at Dushan, with incense burning day and night." Were these words spoken by another, Gu Min would have vociferously rebuked them. Yet, since they came from Chang Yizhenren, he merely took a sullen sip of his drink. Gu Min continued, "What if the trials set by that esteemed Emperor Qi do not lie beneath the four realms? Your senior sister, Asang, is also a prodigy, not vastly inferior to you." Chang Yizhenren reflected, "Were it not for you, these matters would fall upon your senior sister's shoulders. Otherwise, I would not have considered passing the position of the sect leader to her. However, Asang has no desire to take on that role. So as long as you remain alive, the position shall be yours." "What about senior sister Luoxue?" he asked. That was a mistake made in my inebriation when I carelessly took on disciples. I never expected her to contribute to Dushan. If you wish to rely on Asang, that is plausible, but to expect anything from that simple girl, it would be wise to abandon such hopes. Senior sister will surely be disappointed upon hearing you speak of her in such a manner, Gu Min remarked. Thus, do refrain from voicing such sentiments. Very well, master. I shall remain silent. Gu Min took another sip of his drink and said, "Let us return the conversation to Xianqing. I must make a trip there. Do not let me only hear trivialities. There is much I ought to know, and you must enlighten me." Although it appeared that Chang Yizhenren spent his days atop Dushan, in truth, he had been diligently gathering information about Xianqing over the years, having made ample preparations while awaiting the right opportunity. Had Gu Min known the extent of his efforts, he might have posed the question, "How did you know a prince would surely send a letter to Dushan?" Yet, Gu Min was unaware, and Chang Yizhenren chose not to disclose this. Thus, in the following 2 hours, he shared a wealth of knowledge, ranging from the esteemed Emperor Qi to the common folk of the marketplace. Gu Min listened intently, occasionally posing questions to which Chang Yizhenren provided thorough responses. "Master, you mentioned that there are many hot pot restaurants in Xianqing. Are their flavors authentic?" "That is a secret recipe passed down from ancient Shu, cherished for centuries. One would presume it to be authentic. But why do you inquire about such matters? What concern is it of yours whether the hot pot is genuine?" "Just a casual question, master. Please continue." He recalled his friend Su Su, who knew a phrase from the dialect of ancient Shu. He wondered if that fellow would appear in Xianqing. If they were to stand together, Gu Min felt he might have a chance. However, given the considerable stature of the Guijin Pavilion, it was likely beyond the means of Prince Yu to invite them. Gu Min sighed, feeling a sense of foreboding regarding his future. Time quietly passed, and soon it was well into the late hours of the night. Master Chang'e took a deep breath after uttering his final words. Gu Min felt somewhat fatigued as well. "Regardless of the circumstances, my disciple shall accompany you." This was all Master Chang'e said. The passage of time for cultivators is indeed swift, and this is no mere exaggeration. After concluding his nocturnal conversation with Master Chang'e, Gu Min retreated to the bamboo pavilion to practice. He had begun to comprehend the sword scripture of Master Wan Yin and was diligently following the prescribed techniques. Occasionally, he would visit the wooden pavilion to learn new sword moves, but this time, instead of practicing entire sets of sword techniques, he focused on selecting individual moves from the scripture. Thus, months slipped by, and the autumn in Dingshan deepened. By late autumn, Gu Min found himself in the bamboo pavilion once more, engaged in a game of chess with the bookworm. The configurations of their matches differed, yet the outcomes remained constant. After conceding, the bookworm remarked, "I do not fully grasp this, yet I understand that if one possesses superior chess skills, it can be beneficial to one's cultivation. The gentleman by the sea has certainly gained much from his mastery of chess." Gu Min recognized that the bookworm was referring to the master of the Guanhai Tower, one of the 4 masters of the seas. It was difficult to ascertain the full extent of his cultivation, but considering another female sword immortal, also one of the 4 masters, who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, one could surmise that the master of Guanhai Tower was not far behind. In this world, there are many cultivators, yet only a handful truly stand at the apex. The four masters are undoubtedly among them, along with the three esteemed lords of the Xian commerce. As for the emperor of Deqi, he requires no further mention. Gu Min mused, wondering how much longer the Deqi emperor could survive. He was among the few with the highest cultivation in the world. One could say his abilities were celestial. However, when pondering the extent of his lifespan, it seemed limited. Though perhaps he still had a century left. The bookworm smiled. When Master Wanyan passed away, the Deqi emperor had already come into existence. Gu Min was taken aback. Master Wanyan had departed for several centuries. Even if the Deqi emperor had been born then, it had been hundreds of years. This suggested that the emperor's lifespan was indeed dwindling. Cultivators often contemplate leaving descendants only in their later years. Otherwise, how could there be so many princes? Gu Min inquired. Are they still in pursuit of immortality? The bookworm countered, which cultivator in this world does not desire to live eternally? Cultivators, especially those like the Deqi emperor, already command vast territories, with no one capable of standing above them. Naturally, they would not wish to become dust after a few centuries. Gu Min pondered deeply. Yet, being still a youth, he could not think so far ahead. The bookworm rose, observing that while it is prudent to look ahead, one must also pay heed to the path beneath one's feet. After uttering these words, he returned to his corner, transforming once again into the guise of an ordinary bookworm. Gu Min lowered his head. The candlelight pearl transformed back into a bead. With a forceful toss, the precious gem rolled across the bamboo house, occasionally colliding with objects and producing a melodious sound. Gu Min watched with amusement, a smile breaking upon his face, revealing the essence of youthful innocence. As autumn swiftly faded, when the first snow blanketed the Yishan, Luoxue emerged as a practitioner of the second realm. Braving the biting cold, Gu Min engaged in a playful snowball fight with Luoxue. Yet, it was more accurate to say that he was mostly on the receiving end of the snowballs. Absorbed in the flurries, Gu Min, reminiscing about familiar matters, paid little heed to the trivialities of their skirmish. After the snowball fight concluded, Gu Min and Luoxue returned to the bamboo house, sitting across from one another in an atmosphere that felt somewhat peculiar. My senior sister has informed me. Do you not intend to speak? Luoxue, unusually serious, inquired. Gu Min, perplexed, replied, What did Sister Isang say? You met a woman named Jieyu at the sword conference. Sister, that hardly qualifies as a woman. She is merely a young girl. See, you admit it, there truly is a girl. At Floating Cloud Mountain, at the gates of the Chamu sword sect. Jieyu frequently passed this way. After descending the mountain, she seemed to have lost her spirit. Occasionally, when questioned by the senior sisters regarding her demeanor, those aware of the earlier events would jest that spring had arrived. Every woman in this world inevitably encounters a man they find difficult to let go of. Yet whether that man reciprocates their feelings rests upon fate. Ignoring the teasing of her senior sisters, Jieyu traversed the mountain gate day after day, merely hoping to catch a glimpse of a particularly handsome youth. However, with each passing day of disappointment, as deep winter settled in and the heavy snow fell, Jiayu's frustration mounted. Stomping her foot while gazing at the distant mountains, she murmured, You deceiver, it's been a year. Susu was also engaged in a snowball fight, yet his outcome mirrored that of Gu Min, finding himself on the receiving end. The one who struck him was the only woman on the mountain he dared not provoke, his senior sister, a woman more challenging than a hot pot. Thus, every encounter with her left Susu feeling quite perturbed. Contemplating when he might escape the confines of the mountain gate, his expression darkened. Junior brother Su, are you not enjoying the snowball fight? The woman across from him inquired, seemingly concerned. Susu forced a grim smile, replying, Not at all, sister. With that, he hurled a snowball onto his own head. In the snowy expanse of Xianqing, a pristine white blanket enveloped the land. Within a grand hall of the imperial city, a man clad in a black imperial robe gazed at the swirling snow outside and waved his hand. With the gesture of the monarch of the Deqi dynasty, the entire imperial city sprang to life. Firstly, a eunuch, who had been anxiously waiting outside the grand hall, hurriedly seized an object of indeterminate nature and dashed towards a certain part of the palace. Before long, several figures scurried off in various directions. In front of a more secluded palace, an elderly eunuch concealed a young attendant behind a tree and whispered sternly, Quickly deliver this to His Highness. Delay could cost you your head. The young eunuch bowed his head, his small face devoid of panic. Rest assured, ancestor, I have done this many times before. It will be delivered safely. As he spoke, he tucked the note into a lantern and hurried off towards the palace gates. The elderly eunuch, watching his retreating figure, contemplated for a moment before turning to walk deeper into the palace. Though this imperial city is one of the most disciplined places in the world, and its emperor one of the mightiest among the few, possessing a firm grip over the palace and the entire Dachi realm, there remain many shadowy dealings beyond his sight, or perhaps beyond his capacity to address. Such occurrences are rampant throughout the imperial city, following the emperor's beckoning. No less than 20 locations within the bustling Xianqing market were already aware of the news. In the residence closest to the imperial city, a young prince unfurled the note in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly as he read the sparse lines of text. He then held the paper over the candle flame, igniting it until it swiftly turned to ash. Still at his desk, the steward inquired, "Your Highness, what is the emperor's intention?" The young prince frowned and replied, "It is not as it was hundreds of years ago. Centuries prior, the current emperor of Dachi was merely a prince, much like his brothers, awaiting the trials set forth by the late emperor. It is said that the late emperor personally delineated a boundary in Xianqing, allowing a group of princes and practitioners to enter and engage in a brutal contest from which the Dachi emperor emerged victorious. Henceforth, the late emperor entrusted more governmental affairs to him, and decades later, upon the late emperor's passing, the Dachi emperor ascended as the new sovereign. One might assert that the path leading the current emperor to the dragon throne commenced with that trial. Thus, they firmly believed he would place great emphasis on this forthcoming challenge, perhaps even discarding the trials of centuries past in favor of pitting the current generation of formidable practitioners against one another in a decisive struggle. However, nearly everyone misjudged the situation. This time, the Dachi emperor chose not to proceed in such a manner. The young prince gazed out the window, his brow furrowed, pondering. What exactly does father intend to do? The residence of Prince Yu is modest, situated at the farthest distance from the imperial city, which readily reveals his standing in the eyes of Emperor Dachi. Had it been another, they might have succumbed to despair, yet the prince is acutely aware that, despite his unfavorable circumstances, surrendering to despair would likely lead to his total abandonment. Thus, throughout the years, he has consistently maintained the demeanor befitting a royal, conducting himself with grace and never tarnishing the family's reputation. Perhaps it is this very quality that has prevented his situation from deteriorating further, despite the emperor's disfavor. When a scholar bearing news entered the prince's residence, he found Prince Yu engaged in the art of tea brewing. The water was drawn from the well in the backyard, and the tea leaves were a recent gift from the palace. As the steaming water met the leaves, an enchanting aroma filled the air. The scholar, escorted by a steward, observed the prince's tranquil demeanor and remarked, "Your Highness, the palace is in turmoil. How can you remain so leisurely?" With a smile, Prince Yu pushed a teacup toward the scholar and replied nonchalantly, "Were I to have the luxury of concern, I would surely be in a state of agitation. Alas, I am powerless in this matter. All I can do is feign tranquility. Surely, you know me well enough, sir?" The scholar raised the cup to his lips, savoring the brew before stating plainly, "The news from the palace is indeed fortuitous for your Highness." His face brightened, akin to a student who has just learned of his success in an examination. "What is my father's intent?" inquired Prince Yu. The scholar did not articulate it directly. Instead, he rose and solemnly knelt before the prince, expressing earnestly, "Congratulations, your Highness." Adjacent to the imperial city lies not only the residences of several princes, but also a towering edifice. This structure is not a mansion of the affluent, yet in the hearts of all scholars, it stands as the most sacred of buildings. Named Chongwen Tower, it is a repository of texts, arguably the largest collection of literature in existence, housing the works of nearly all Confucian sages. It contains writings from the three dukes of successive dynasties and even rare tomes long lost to the world. Confucian scholars are devoid of sects, yet the practitioners in the realm of cultivation regard Chongwen Tower as the bastion of Confucianism. Indeed, whenever the three dukes summon them, a vast majority of scholars heed the call, as the three dukes often reside there during times of leisure. Chongwen Tower has thus become a hallowed space, though this does not apply to the Grand Minister. As the entire Xianqing began to stir with undercurrents, the Grand Tutor, clad in a simple robe, ascended the stairs with a stack of books, eventually reaching a high platform where a wooden table awaited. He placed the books upon it and casually picked one up to peruse. This venerable leader of scholars, with his white hair and unassuming stature, bore a resemblance to countless other elderly faces. Those unfamiliar with him would be hard-pressed to associate him with the title of Grand Tutor. In the eyes of all those who have never encountered the esteemed Grand Tutor Chui Pu, How could the venerable Grand Tutor possibly appear in such a manner? Shortly thereafter, another elder, equally silver-haired, approached slowly from the high platform. It was none other than the Grand Guardian. Compared to the Grand Tutor, this Grand Guardian possessed a significantly taller stature, his countenance etched with solemnity, perhaps a result of his years spent imparting wisdom to the princes, exuding an air of gravitas. With a respectful gesture towards the Grand Tutor, the Grand Guardian took his seat and spoke in a hushed tone. News from the palace has emerged, providing some insight into His Majesty's intentions. The Grand Tutor, fixated on the tone before him, replied, "The selection of the Crown Prince, and the manner of such selection, is inherently a private matter. It matters not who ascends to the throne among the princes. Peace would prevail in Duchy regardless. What purpose does it serve for you to concern yourself with such matters?" Renowned for his impartiality and serene disposition, embodying the essence of a great scholar, the Grand Tutor seldom interfered in matters pertaining to the sovereign's choice of heir, nor did he ponder the implications for the practitioners involved. Thus, the Grand Guardian's words elicited a hint of displeasure from him. The questions of how and whom to choose were indeed not within our purview. However, what I intend to convey to you is unrelated to this matter. The Grand Guardian spoke earnestly. Do you recall the Sixth Emperor? The Grand Tutor furrowed his brow, fully aware of the Sixth Emperor. Years prior, Duchy had launched a campaign against the Six Nations of Nanling, a war that began with Bei Yin and concluded with Nanchu, decimating the last remnants of those six small states within a mere few years. The territories of the Six Nations now belonged entirely to Duchy, and their citizens had become subjects of Duchy. The monarchs of those six small states were brought to Xianqing. Whether by coincidence or design, all six were youthful, not exceeding the age of 30. After being confined in Xianqing, rather than being met with poison from the Duchy Emperor, they were instead placed under the tutelage of Duchy's practitioners. This situation had long been a topic of conversation among the citizens of Duchy, with no one truly understanding the Emperor's thoughts, save for a few powerful practitioners who speculated on various unfounded theories. However, the more credible narrative suggested that the Duchy Emperor aimed to temper the vengeful spirits of these dethroned monarchs through cultivation. After all, the restoration of their nation seemed a formidable challenge, while the path of cultivation appeared far less daunting. Once immersed in their training, it was likely they would cease to dwell on the notion of reclaiming their lost realms. After all, the promise of longevity through cultivation was far from illusory. Regardless, as long as those dethroned monarchs remained peacefully in Xianqing, causing no disturbances, there would be little to provoke comment. Yet this time, the news the Grand Guardian possessed concerned these very monarchs. His Majesty was resolute in his decision to include the Sixth Emperor in the trials. The Grand Tutor frowned. Setting aside his scroll, after a moment of silence, he promptly declared, "This is contrary to propriety. I must enter the palace." The Grand Guardian nodded in agreement. The selection of the heir to the throne has been handled with the practitioners in the past. Incorporating the Sixth Emperor now is indeed inappropriate. However, whether His Majesty's will can be altered remains uncertain. As long as the imperial edict has yet to be issued, all remains possible. The Grand Tutor pondered deeply, reflecting that such chaos disrupted the established order. The Grand Protector remained silent, merely transmitting the news, for ultimately, it was the Grand Tutor who must take action. Although the three dukes were of equal rank, there existed a hierarchy among them. The authority of the Grand Tutor was indisputably the most significant. Yet, what thoughts occupied the Emperor's mind? This was the first notion that struck the Grand Tutor upon receiving the news, likely shared by the Grand Protector as well. The latter mused that one might simply inquire for answers. At that moment, a voice emerged, and the two learned leaders instantly recognized its owner without needing to seek him out. Only one person could dare to eavesdrop at such proximity and interject, a fellow duke, the Grand Chancellor. The Grand Tutor remained silent, but as a gentle breeze swept by, a man clad in white appeared before them, a sword hung at his waist, and a wine jug in his hand. He appeared significantly younger than both the Grand Tutor and the Grand Protector, despite being middle-aged. "Goodbye. I have reiterated countless times that you must address His Majesty properly." The Grand Protector spoke sternly, devoid of any accusatory tone. The Grand Chancellor took a sip from his wine jug and grinned. "That is your Majesty, not mine." Such audacious words, if overheard by the wrong ears, could stir considerable trouble. Yet the Grand Chancellor remained unfazed, turning to the Grand Tutor and saying, "Shui, when you enter the palace, please inform His Majesty that I shall be away for a time. If the Emperor sets the date for the trials, naturally, it falls upon you to preside over the rites. What if your absence causes a delay?" The Grand Chancellor chuckled. There will be no delay. I am merely off to engage in some combat. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I will certainly return. With that, he tossed the wine jug aside and vanished before either the Grand Protector or the Grand Tutor could respond. The Grand Tutor caught the wine jug, gazing into the distance where snow whirled, remaining silent. Both knew that Gu Bai spoke lightly, but whether he could return was uncertain. The Grand Protector, recalling past events, felt a surge of anger and remarked, "What business does a scholar have in swordplay? To train in swordsmanship is to become a swordsman. How can a swordsman allow that female sword immortal to ascend as the leader of the sword path?" Thus, the Grand Chancellor's departure signifies a battle for life and death, fraught with peril. Yet, how many swords lie buried beneath that sea? The loss of one more would not matter. But who in this world can truly hinder Gu Bai? From the imperial city to Xianqing, and from Xianqing to all of Naoling, significant news invariably reaches the ears of the influential swiftly. Master Lan Ling was certainly among them. Although he did not harbor much interest in such matters, the sword court was undoubtedly intrigued. As the headmaster, he became aware of this development. At that moment, he was seated beneath a pavilion, sipping cold tea, which he promptly poured out upon receiving the news. Master Lan Ling rose and began walking toward a certain direction. Along the way, all disciples of the sword court who encountered him bowed respectfully, yet Master Lan Ling paid them no mind. He continued onward, traversing the back mountain until he arrived at a waterfall, where Liang Zhao was practicing his swordsmanship. Upon witnessing the arrival of the esteemed Master Lan Lin, Liang Zhao swiftly sheathed his sword and approached to pay his respects. Master Lan Lin, with a sense of admiration, remarked, "You have done exceptionally well. I initially believed that your spirit would be clouded after suffering 2 consecutive defeats to that young man, yet you have demonstrated resilience and tenacity." Liang Zhao remained silent, reflecting on the young adversary, and then spoke with composure, "Master, it is true that I harbor a competitive spirit, but I also understand that triumph can only be achieved through the sword in my hand. I shall refrain from any other actions, as they are neither warranted nor appropriate." Master Lan Lin praised, "At such a tender age, you possess such a profound sword heart. This bodes well for your future path." Liang Zhao bowed once more, expressing gratitude for his master's kind words. Master Lan Lin gestured for him to refrain from dwelling on the matter further, then seated himself upon a nearby rock, calmly stating, "I have received word from Xian City. The Emperor's intentions are now quite clear. This trial will be directed at practitioners below the 4th realm, and I have chosen you. The 3rd realm is indeed the pinnacle beneath the 4th. With time still remaining before their journey to Xian City, it is anticipated that Liang Zhao's cultivation will allow him to enter the 3rd realm by then, establishing him as the most formidable 3rd realm practitioner within the Sword Pavilion, a fact that requires no further elaboration. Of course, the Sword Pavilion is not solely limited to your selection. I have chosen you because Prince Yu has ridden to visit D Mountain, and it is likely that the young man named Gu Min will also participate. This opportunity presents itself for you to confront him once more. Whether you seize this chance remains uncertain, and perhaps even you do not know if you have the courage to do so." Without hesitation, Liang Zhao nodded, affirming, "I shall certainly not disappoint your expectations, Master." Master Lan Lin shook his head, saying, "It is not imperative for you to surpass him. Such matters are left to fate. However, should you indeed prevail, I hope you will not become overly prideful. What I value is not who you are at present, but who you may become in the future. When the legacy of the Sword Pavilion is entrusted to you, I hope you will be capable of shouldering that responsibility." His words carried an enigmatic weight, laden with unexpressed implications. Liang Zhao nodded, his gaze resolute. Master Lan Lin acknowledged him with a nod and chose not to elaborate further, aware that Liang Zhao's disposition would lead him to grasp the essence of his sentiments. Having conveyed these thoughts, Master Lan Lin did not wish to linger longer. As he retraced his steps, he reminisced about the day he had sought Gu Min with the celestial sword in hand. That encounter marked his first introduction to the youth from D Mountain, and even then, he had held great expectations for him. If given the choice now between Liang Zhao and Gu Min, he would undoubtedly choose to take Gu Min as his disciple without a second thought. Reflecting on this, Master Lan Lin chuckled softly at himself, lamenting, "After all these years of swordsmanship, I find myself still lacking in progress." D Mountain, having languished in obscurity for many years, had limited access to information. It was not until the arrival of spring that Master Chang Yi learned of the decree established by the Emperor of Deqi during the harsh winter, which mandated that only practitioners below the 4th realm could partake in the trials. Consequently, a Sang was disqualified, leaving all hopes resting upon Gu Min. The esteemed Master Chang Yi was not particularly concerned. After instructing Asang to convey this news to Gu Min, he resumed his usual demeanor. It was not until late spring that he received a series of letters from the Xian Mall, which revealed the current developments concerning it. However, Master Chang Yi merely glanced at them before discarding them without much thought. The will of the Deqi Emperor had become known, and it spread swiftly. It sufficed to know that it pertained to the 4 realms below. As for the methods of trial that would follow, it was likely that they would not be disclosed for several months. While Master Chang Yi remained indifferent, Gu Min was far more vigilant. Nevertheless, being situated in D Mountain, his knowledge was quite limited, compelling him to focus on his cultivation. By the time summer arrived, news emerged regarding the content of the upcoming trials. It was announced that each prince could invite 2 practitioners from different sects to participate alongside him, thereby providing the princes with greater options and granting opportunities to sects that, while not top tier, were still formidable. This development stirred considerable commotion within the cultivation community of Nanling. Previously, sects that had not received invitations from Xian Mall were now finding themselves included. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with trepidation. Such are the vicissitudes of life. On a sultry summer night, Asang arrived at the bamboo pavilion. Gu Min was engrossed in perusing a sword manual, and upon noticing Asang's presence, he promptly rose to pay his respects. Asang cast him a glance, but said little, first handing over a letter to Gu Min. After he had read it, she spoke. The will of the Deqi Emperor has changed. Each prince now has 2 slots available. With 6 princes, that amounts to 12 young talents from Nanling entering Xian Mall. Nanling boasts more than 100 sects, so selecting 12 young practitioners from among them is certainly feasible. However, the challenge lies in identifying 12 who not only hail from reputable sects, but also possess formidable combat prowess within the same realm. D Mountain lacks sufficient strength. Nonetheless, Gu Min had previously triumphed over Liang Zhao twice at the Nanling Sword Conference, a testament to his remarkable combat capabilities beneath the 4th realm. Recently, Xian Mall even published a ranking list of practitioners from Nanling across all realms. Gu Min ranked 3rd in the 2nd realm, followed closely by Liang Zhao and Su Su. With 3 sword cultivators among the top 5, this was commendable, yet the 2 talents ahead of him were exceptionally gifted. Even though Gu Min had defeated the master of the Gingxin sword, he was not placed at the pinnacle of the rankings. For this world is not solely inhabited by sword cultivators. Certainly, all 3 were undeniably prodigies, and once they entered the 3rd realm, they would naturally ascend to prominent positions as well. Thus, aside from Prince Yu, another prince had sent a letter to D Mountain. At the end of the letter was a seal. Gu Min recalled the youth he had encountered at the sword conference, who had introduced himself as young Master Zhonglu. Upon reflection, it was clear that he was indeed the 6th prince. The letter detailed various matters, reminiscing about their first meeting and expressing a desire for deeper camaraderie. However, in the latter part of the missive, the 6th prince revealed his true intentions, an invitation. What do you think, senior sister? In comparison to Prince Zhang, there is no doubt that Prince Yu is closer to the throne. At this moment, Dishan has yet to provide a final answer, leaving room for further deliberation. Asen shook his head and remarked, such matters are generally beyond my contemplation. Gu Min, exasperated, inquired, then what does Master think? Asen replied earnestly, Master says, choose as you wish. Upon hearing this, Gu Min felt even more helpless. He sighed and said, I must ponder this carefully. Before Gu Min could arrive at a conclusion, a piece of crucial news reached Disan in late autumn. The prince Yu had departed from Xianchao City, with his destination naturally being Disan. However, the prince chose not to ascend the mountain, instead arranging to meet Gu Min in a small town at its base. The prince's letter arrived 3 days prior to his visit, thus providing Gu Min with a mere 3 days to contemplate. Chang Yi, the true immortal, had entrusted this matter to Gu Min and refrained from offering any opinions. After incinerating the letter, Gu Min sought out the bookworm to engage in a game of Go. Among those on the mountain, he shared the closest bond with Asen, yet he held the utmost respect for the bookworm. The Go board, crafted from candlelight and pearls, lay between the two. This time, the bookworm played black while Gu Min played white. The two engaged in the game without a hint of competitiveness, for Gu Min's skill far surpassed that of the bookworm. After casually placing a black stone, the bookworm calmly stated, dealing with members of the royal family can be rather troublesome. After all, not everyone is. Never mind. The bookworm shook his head, leaving his statement unfinished. Not everyone is like the late Master Wan Yun. Gu Min completed the unspoken thought for him. The bookworm exclaimed in surprise. How did you know that Master Wan Yun was of royal lineage? Master Wan Yun was a legendary figure from centuries past. Most cultivators recognized his profound abilities and unmatched combat prowess, knowing he was the last bastion of Disan. Those who understood him better were aware that he had journeyed from the imperial capital of Daming to Disan, yet few connected him to the royal family of Daming. In truth, Master Wan Yun was indeed of royal descent from the Daming dynasty, albeit at a time when the dynasty was already in decline. Thus, his arrival at Disan could not confer upon it the protection of the Daming dynasty. Instead, after entering the realm of GK, he extended the dynasty's existence for several more years. The royal descendants of the Daming dynasty employed a distinctive writing style, which persisted even as the dynasty fragmented. It is likely that the current royal descendants of the southern and northern dynasties also utilize this style. Upon reading Prince Yu's letter, Gu Min recalled the sword scripture penned by Master Wan Yun. Upon further examination, he discovered that both works employed the same writing style. Hence, it was not difficult to deduce that Master Wan Yun hailed from royal lineage. The bookworm lamented. Although Master Wan Yun was of royal blood, he exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with royalty. I dare say Prince Yu may not possess such humility. The offspring of royalty are notoriously more challenging to engage with than ordinary practitioners, a consensus that resonates throughout the entire realm of cultivation. However, the northern and southern dynasties stand as the two largest sects in the world, making it nearly impossible to avoid interactions with them. Gu Min remarked, Since my master has declared this a necessary undertaking, I must proceed regardless of the outcome. He could forego the prince. Yet the prince had traveled a great distance from Xiansheng to the foot of Disan Mountain. Whether success or failure awaited, Gu Min felt compelled to witness the encounter, especially given the prince's evident sincerity. I find that dealing with foolish individuals is never the most distressing scenario. Rather, it is the clever ones, those who are perpetually poised to devise schemes against you, that truly pose a challenge. Gu Min felt a twinge of headache. The fact that his counterpart had journeyed such a distance indicated intelligence and a bold spirit, making interactions less than straightforward. Isn't that description more fitting for yourself? Teased the bookworm, a rare jest from him. Gu Min cast a melancholic glance his way before sheathing the candlelight pearl and preparing to descend the mountain. Upon leaving the bamboo lodge, Gu Min bathed and burned incense, donning a fresh set of garments. He pondered whether to carry the candlelight pearl at his back, but ultimately decided against it and descended the mountain instead. Just behind him, two rare sisters and the esteemed Chang Yi were present. Chang Yi observed Gu Min's retreating figure and mused, This young junior truly possesses a dignified demeanor, reminiscent of my own youth. A Sang filtered out Chang Yi's remarks and simply stated, I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts about such a person. What do you think, sister? I believe our junior is perhaps a bit vain. It baffles me. He is already so handsome, yet he seems excessively concerned with his appearance. A Sang inquired, What do you mean by that? I mean that our junior is so strikingly attractive that if he becomes overly fixated on his looks, he may leave no room for others, Luoxue remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed. A Sang replied with earnestness, Sister, you are unwell. Startled, Luoxue retorted, What do you mean I am unwell? Chang Yi interjected, Not only are you unwell, but your condition has reached a critical stage. No remedy can save you, foolish girl. After preparing everything, Gu Min arrived at the nearest town to Disan Mountain. Although it was the closest, it was still several hundred miles away. Gu Min did not utilize sword flight, yet as a practitioner, he traversed the distance swiftly and soon found himself at the outskirts of the town. This town, known as Yingdu Town, boasted the finest tavern to the east, with an exquisite view, nestled between mountains and water. A gentle stream flowed beside the tavern, and opening the window revealed distant verdant hills. Upon ascending the tavern, Gu Min found it entirely vacant, save for the Yu Prince, who was likely in the largest private room on the second floor. Two expressionless guards stood at the door, their formidable essence palpable. As he arrived at the entrance, a steward-like individual cast a brief glance at Gu Min before swiftly retreating into the private chamber. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a smile directed at Gu Min, saying, Please. Young Master Gu. The matter of the sword conference had long since become common knowledge among the people of Nanling. Thus recognizing Gu Min's name was hardly a challenge. However, the form of address did not adhere to the customary fellow cultivator prevalent in the cultivation community. Upon entering the room, Gu Min soon beheld a figure from behind. The silhouette was of a comparable stature to his own, albeit slightly more slender. Beyond that, he sensed little else. As the youth turned around, Gu Min was greeted by the sight of two delicate brows. His expression remained unchanged, yet a ripple stirred within his heart. He had long heard of Gu Min's striking appearance and his burgeoning renown. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he found the accolades well-deserved. The crown prince, you spoke with a smile, seemingly suppressing a hint of astonishment. Gu Min bowed respectfully and did not appear overly constrained, merely whispering, "Your Highness also possesses an extraordinary bearing, destined for great achievements." The crown prince paused, then self-deprecatingly remarked, "With such a feminine visage, even my father holds some disdain for me. How can this be interpreted as destined for greatness in your esteemed words, Mr. Gu?" Gu Min remained silent. The crown prince's previous statement had already disclosed a significant piece of information regarding his standing among the other princes. While Gu Min may have been aware of this matter, hearing it articulated by the crown prince bore a different weight. It served as a signal, seemingly inadvertently revealed. If truly unintentional, it would suggest the crown prince's straightforward nature. However, if deliberate, it would indicate a depth of cunning. Between these two interpretations, one could hardly declare a preference, but to Gu Min, a prince ought to embody the latter. "You are aware, Your Highness, that in present-day Dachi, appearances hold little value," Gu Min remarked. Casting a glance at the crown prince, the latter gestured toward the table, inviting him to sit. Once they were seated, the crown prince continued. "My father's will has been conveyed for nearly a year now. Previously, I have penned numerous letters to the Mountain of Decay, informing you of the prevailing winds in the imperial capital. Of course, I trust that the mountain has also received missives from my brothers. The paths available to the mountain are certainly not limited to one. However, my purpose in coming today is to seek a response from the mountain. The Emperor of Dachi's intentions had been shared for a year, and it was expected that a final conclusion would soon be reached. Each prince must prepare accordingly, as there would be no shortage of candidates willing to embark on their ships. Yet, the fourth prince's influence was inherently limited, leaving him with few options. Even the Mountain of Decay, though still feeble, had gained prominence following Gu Min's remarkable performance at the Sword Conference, ensuring they were not restricted to boarding only his dilapidated vessel. At the very least, Prince Zhang had already extended an olive branch to the mountain. Gu Min inquired, "I have heard of a ranking list in Xianchao City. Am I truly positioned third in the second realm?" The crown prince nodded with a smile, replying, "You have triumphantly defeated Liang Zhao, the Gangxin swordmaster, on 2 occasions. Had you not been born in the Mountain of Decay, you might have secured a place in the top 2, or perhaps even first." Gu Min inquired, "The emperor's intentions are evidently clear. A prince may select 2 practitioners from different sects to partake in the trials. Might I ask, who has your highness chosen as the other participant?" The prince's choice of 2 practitioners for the trials was significant. The 6th prince had sent a letter to Dishan, expressing his desire for Gu Min to be one of them, undoubtedly selecting the less pivotal role for the other. This was due to the 6th prince valuing Gu Min's combat prowess while harboring no expectations of Dishan. In contrast, the options available to the Yu prince were considerably limited. There was no doubt that Gu Min would be his primary selection. As for the other individual, he candidly admitted, "I have yet to determine the identity of the second participant. You, Mr. Gu, are my foremost priority, but the choice of the other will depend on how the others select." At this juncture, the implications were all too apparent. Once the other princes made their selections, the remaining sects might gravitate towards the Yu prince, enabling him to choose the strongest contender from among them. This strongest contender would undoubtedly not be a match for Gu Min or the other princes' selections, yet the sect's influence would surpass that of Dishan. Gu Min remained silent, refraining from immediate responses. The Yu prince, aware of Gu Min's contemplations, spoke candidly, "Your contributions during the trial shall undoubtedly be paramount. You are my greatest support. Should I gain momentum thereafter, I shall not forsake Dishan." The practitioner's journey to the imperial capital for the trials was inherently a transactional affair with Dachi. Devoid of pretense, each party sought mutual benefit. Their relationship was fundamentally anchored in self-interest, rendering other matters rather unreliable. Rarely did the relationship between Dishan and the Dening dynasty mirror that of others. Their connection was layered, built upon mutual interests. Otherwise, when the Dening dynasty waned, Dishan could easily shift allegiances to support a formidable faction, perhaps avoiding the current predicament. However, such relationships were exclusive to Dishan and Dening. Gu Min did not hasten to provide an answer, but instead posed several inquiries pertaining to the trials. It was evident that Dishan would inevitably become entangled in this vortex, as would nearly all the major sects of Nanling. The identity of Deqi's new emperor was inconsequential. What mattered was the sects that would rally behind him upon his ascension. It resembled a gamble at a casino. One could reap immense rewards if fortunate, yet suffer the humiliation of watching others prosper while one's own fortunes dwindled. The rise and fall of sects, while not entirely dictated by Deqi, would undoubtedly hinge significantly upon its influence. Unlike a sect like Jianting, Dishan now faced two distinct paths, either one or the other. Gu Min solemnly remarked, "Your Highness, the position of the princes is quite analogous to that of Dishan and Nanling. Both are but specks of dust. While it is not impossible for either to ascend from humble beginnings, Dishan can serve as the vanguard, while your Highness must embody the steadfast leader." Although the situation of Prince Zhang is somewhat more favorable than that of Prince Yu, upon their initial meeting, he sensed a certain inadequacy in Prince Zhang. Now, in conversing with Prince Yu, the comparison only reinforces this impression. At least from Gu Min's perspective, aside from Prince Yu's relatively worse circumstances, he surpasses Prince Zhang in every other regard. Engaging with intelligent individuals requires vigilance. However, when both parties occupy the same stance, much trouble can be spared. Gu Min is not one to procrastinate, and once he has made up his mind, he expresses his thoughts candidly. Prince Yu was overjoyed. "Although I possess little of value, since Mr. Gu is willing to lend me a hand, I can still offer some assistance regarding Mount D. This is a common tactic employed by those in power." Gu Min found nothing surprising in it. After exchanging some casual conversation with Prince Yu and agreeing on certain matters, he took his leave. Once Gu Min departed the tavern and left the small town, a scholar emerged from behind a screen. This scholar was notably close to Prince Yu. "Your Highness, what are your thoughts on this individual?" he inquired with a thoughtful smile. "He is quite composed, a rarity at his age, coupled with his talent in swordsmanship. He is indeed a prime candidate. However, for some reason, I still sense a certain deficiency." Prince Yu furrowed his brow. Being a remarkably astute individual himself, he could discern the differences. The impression Gu Min left on him mirrored that of the youthful genius he envisioned, yet this very similarity rendered him somewhat uneasy. The scholar smiled and remarked, "From my perspective, his demeanor is precisely what he wishes your Highness to perceive. It is not alarming that he can present himself in such a manner. What is truly concerning is that he appears to understand what your Highness wishes to see in him." Prince Yu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "I mentioned before in the imperial capital that your Highness requires more than just a genius. The Emperor's will has been made clear, and you are fortunate to have found someone capable of contending with the other princes. However, if such an individual possesses only martial prowess, it would not serve your Highness well. The ideal candidate would not only excel in combat, but also possess the empathy to comprehend your Highness's circumstances, thus taking appropriate actions. This young man embodies such qualities," the scholar sincerely stated. "I have heard of his victories over Liang Zhao on 2 occasions, which piqued my interest. Now that I have witnessed him firsthand, I can confidently assert that he is the most suitable person for your Highness. I implore you to reciprocate with sincerity and avoid superficial pleasantries." Prince Yu sighed. "I understand this logic. However, I am uncertain how far he can go. Although he has triumphed over Liang Zhao, there are still 2 or 3 true geniuses in Nanling. I am unsure whether he can withstand the pressure, for after all, loneliness can render one powerless." Having left the small town and not straying far, Asang awaited him at a distance. Gu Min, somewhat surprised, rushed over without inquiring how his senior sister happened to be there. It is indeed the case that among the few individuals on the mountain who express such concern for him, the 2 senior sisters stand out. However, it is unlikely that senior sister Luoxue possesses such meticulous consideration to wait for him here. "How did the conversation go? Did the other party pose any inquiries?" Asen succinctly inquired, focusing on the crux of the matter. Gu Min chuckled and replied, "Aside from appearance, I believe the other party must meet the expectations of the majority of women in the world." "What expectations?" "Naturally, the expectations of a husband." Asen retorted with irritation. "You're being flippant." Gu Min smiled again. "Senior sister, he undoubtedly has numerous questions, but those inquiries are common among other princes. Moreover, he has much to offer. We really only have 2 paths, and upon reflection, it seems I must choose him." Asen remarked, "In truth, the matter of the revival of D Mountain can be postponed. It is essential to preserve our lives first. Once we reach the imperial capital, it will no longer be D Mountain, and the dangers there are considerable, with a genuine risk of death." Gu Min was taken aback and turned to ask, "Senior sister, will you not accompany me to the imperial capital for protection?" Asen smiled. "Of course I will go. But the imperial capital is no different from a den of tigers and dragons. I am not that renowned female sword immortal. Do you truly believe I can single-handedly thwart all who wish to harm you? The implication of senior sister's words was clear. I must become a disciple of that female sword immortal to secure protection, and by being her junior, I could roam freely in the imperial capital? That Emperor of Dachi is far superior to her. Should he take action, you would be equally powerless. Furthermore, her master has long since passed. How could you possibly pay your respects? Then I shall take her as my master. That is indeed a clever idea. However, should you dare to pursue this, I shall break your legs. Upon returning to D Mountain, Gu Min resumed his usual routine of cultivation and chess. The bookworm had suggested that perhaps playing chess could lead him to enlightenment, though Gu Min did not place much stock in such notions. It was merely one of his few hobbies. Apart from playing chess, he occasionally perused the scant leisure books available on D Mountain. As for the sword techniques he needed to master, they were already imprinted in his mind, practiced countless times each day. As for the Luoxue, she still visited Gu Min for casual conversation for an hour or two almost daily. However, this senior sister seemed to harbor something troubling in her heart, rendering her spirits noticeably low in recent days. With winter fast approaching, Gu Min had been cultivating for over 2 years. In this span of time, while many still lingered before breaking through to the first realm, those with a modicum of talent might have just crossed into the first realm, and the exceptionally determined could perhaps reach the pinnacle of it. Only true geniuses, such as Liang Zhaosu and Gu Min, could have already stepped into the second realm, not only standing firm there but also advancing several paces forward. Among them, the most outstanding might even have glimpsed the splendor of the third realm. On the verge of crossing over soon, Gu Min found himself at a critical juncture. The vital energy within his energy reservoir had accumulated to its utmost limit. Due to the influence of the late Yingdu sword scripture, he had even distributed much of this energy throughout various corners of his body. Yet, at this moment, he could no longer contain any additional vital energy unless he could expand the energy reservoir once more, which held the hope for further progress. To expand the Qi Palace is, in essence, to elevate one's realm. Upon reaching the third realm, it is inevitable that the Qi Palace will be larger than that of the second realm, thus allowing for the continued absorption of the world's vital energy. Gu Min's cultivation progressed swiftly. However, his foundation remained unaffected. At this juncture, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to step into the third realm. The sword scripture of the late Master Yun spoke of profound mysteries, seldom elaborating on such trivial matters, and there were no sword cultivators on the mountain to provide guidance. This dilemma troubled him, resulting in several sleepless nights. Eventually, he decided to peruse other sword scriptures in search of answers, only to discover that none contained relevant insights on the matter. This revelation left Gu Min feeling despondent. What was the issue at hand? In the past, he would have relied solely on his own exploration, yet now he had a new option. He returned to his bamboo cottage, procured a piece of paper, and began composing a letter, simply inquiring about the transition from the second to the third realm. Once the letter was completed, he faced the dilemma of whom to send it to. Naturally, he could dispatch it to Prince Yu in the imperial capital, assuming that despite his circumstances, the prince must still have formidable sword practitioners at his disposal to address his query. However, Gu Min hesitated, recognizing that while resolving the issue was straightforward, writing to Prince Yu at this moment posed some complications, given their nascent relationship. Nonetheless, the matter was indeed troubling him, and ultimately, Gu Min decided to send the letter. At the gates of the Guai Jian Pavilion, Su Su had been restless these days, seeking to evade his senior sister. This prodigy of the Guai Jian Pavilion had been hiding in various places, eventually taking refuge in Wu Qingshui's cave dwelling. Wu Qingshui was not particularly welcoming of this unexpected guest, yet out of consideration for Su Su's initially compliant demeanor, he refrained from voicing his discontent. However, once settled, the young one could not remain idle. After perusing the sword techniques within the cave, he incessantly bombarded Wu Qingshui with questions. When Wu Qingshui could no longer endure the incessant inquiries, Su Su would adopt a serious demeanor, seemingly well aware of his uncle's temperament, always stopping just short of crossing the line. This left Wu Qingshui feeling as though he were striking a punch into cotton, frustratingly ineffective. Master Uncle, I believe your pure yang sword technique is flawed. Perhaps you should find a companion and explore a different path? Su Su gazed earnestly at Wu Qingshui. If I recall correctly, you attained the starry realm many years ago, yet you have not progressed in all this time. Could it be an issue with your cultivation? Just as Wu Qingshui was about to retort angrily, he paused to reflect, and found some merit in Su Su's words. His mastery of the pure yang sword technique had indeed been contingent upon his youthful purity, allowing him to reach the 9th level. However, the 10th level had remained elusive. Previously, he had steadfastly believed that only a pure body could achieve this. Now, facing a bottleneck, perhaps he truly needed to explore a different avenue and seek a partner. Su Su originally spoke in jest, but seeing Wu Qingshui's serious demeanor, he was taken aback and quickly laughed it off, saying, "Uncle Master, I was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. If anything were to go awry, it would not be my responsibility." Wu Qingshui cast a glance at him just as a flicker of sword light flashed in the distance. Su Su froze momentarily, then with a mournful expression exclaimed, "Oh no. My senior sister has found me. This is disastrous." He furrowed his brow, but once the sword light dissipated, he realized that the newcomer was merely a familiar senior brother from the mountain gate. "Senior brotherly, what brings you here? Are you also seeking a spring diagram from Uncle Wu?" Upon recognizing that it was not the feared senior sister, Su Su instantly returned to his usual self. Wu Qingshui regarded this individual with a thought that no matter how remarkable this fellow might become, he would likely remain under the thumb of that girl. Amused by this notion, he felt a sense of satisfaction. At least someone was capable of keeping his wayward disciple in check, which he deemed a form of retribution. Wu Qingshui's focus sharpened as he cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer and casually inquired, "Junior brotherly, what brings you here in such a flurry?" The disciple, beads of sweat forming on his brow, appeared rather anxious. After bowing to Wu Qingshui, he turned to Su Su and said, "Junior brother Su, the sect master requests your presence in the grand hall." Su Su frowned and asked, "What business does the sect master have with me?" "There has been a letter received from the Yishan." In the grand hall of the Return Sword Pavilion, sect master Gu Dao and several elders, including Su Su's master, were seated around a long table, gazing at the letter placed in the center. Each of them bore a peculiar expression. "Sect master, it has been hundreds of years since Yishan sent a message to our Return Sword Pavilion," remarked the second-generation elder seated at the end, the youngest among Gu Dao's contemporaries. "Do not overthink it, my junior." Previously, Su had formed a bond with that youth from Yishan. "This may simply be a letter of casual correspondence," Gu Dao replied calmly, appearing remarkably composed. Certainly, the present Yishan would not provoke the Return Sword Pavilion, yet the fact remained that this was yet another letter from Yishan after centuries. The elders could not help but ponder the implications. There was even an obscure tale connected to this situation, involving the late Yunjinren. When Yishan fell into decline, some from the Return Sword Pavilion dared to provoke, inciting the wrath of Yunjinren, who sent a letter demanding retribution. However, upon its arrival at the Return Sword Pavilion, they discovered that the so-called letter was, in fact, a sword. That singular sword effortlessly dispatched a formidable swordsman from the Return Sword Pavilion. And Yunjinren proclaimed that should the Return Sword Pavilion harbor designs on Yishan in the future, he possessed many more swords at his disposal. At that time, Yunjinren was at the pinnacle of his power, leaving the Return Sword Pavilion with no choice but to endure. Yet as Yishan's fortunes waned and tensions between it and the Return Sword Pavilion escalated, a history of animosity quietly developed. However, as Yishan continued to decline, these grievances became buried in the sands of time. Nonetheless, the future intentions of Yishan remained uncertain, leaving much to speculation. As Su Su stepped into the grand hall and beheld the assembly of elders, he inquired with surprise, "Uncle Master, what brings you all here?" Master Gu Dao smiled and replied, "A letter from Mount D, addressed to you, for your perusal." Su Su slowly picked up the letter, not overly concerned, as he was acquainted with only Gu Min on Mount D. Surely, this missive was penned by him. That rascal harbored no ill intentions. Upon opening the letter, the contents became clear. "Uncle Master, a friend of mine seeks guidance on transcending from the second realm to the third realm." Su Su felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that in all of Mount D, there was no one else capable of answering such queries. Compelling his friend to send a letter to the returning sword pavilion. "There are no other sword cultivators on Mount D. My friend has many questions and is quite perplexed." Su Su scratched his head and tentatively asked, "So, esteemed uncles, who will provide the answer?" The elders exchanged glances and then frowned, remarking, "A disciple of Mount D riding to the returning sword pavilion to seek understanding of swordsmanship is indeed a farce. While the inquiries do not breach any sect secrets, such behavior is unprecedented." The elderly man in tattered robes remained silent. Had this been a private matter, he would have easily penned a response himself. After all, The young lad had gifted a sword to his cherished disciple. Interceding on his behalf was hardly an issue, much less addressing a trivial question. However, with the matter laid bare, many complications arose. Suddenly, Master Gu Dao spoke with a chuckle. Since that young man has graciously bestowed a sword that resonates with Su Su, it would be ungracious of the returning sword pavilion to withhold assistance. Moreover, this could serve as an opportunity to mend the rift between our sections. If my fellow brothers are reluctant to write, allow me to take on this task. As he began to speak, his voice softened. Su Su hastily offered him ink and brush. After a moment's contemplation, Master Gu Dao set to writing. Dear friend, the essence of transcending from the second to the third realm can be distilled into one paramount principle, the significance of qi. As a grandmaster of swordsmanship, Master Gu Dao's insights were unparalleled. Within the entire returning sword pavilion, none could claim to surpass him. His elucidation of such a seemingly trivial query was both profound and accessible, with each sentence highlighting the crux of the matter. After crafting a concise response, Master Gu Dao concluded with a final note, inviting the young friend to write again should any further uncertainties arise. Once finished, he summoned his flying sword to dispatch the letter. Watching the luminous trail fade, Su Su inquired, Uncle Master, will your personal reply not be too obscure? Master Gu Dao reassured him, not at all, that young friend is a true prodigy and will undoubtedly comprehend. The flying sword, bearing the letter, swiftly arrived at Mount D. Rain fell softly upon the mountain, where Gu Min was engrossed in a game of chess within a bamboo pavilion. The flying sword glided through the window. The letter remained untouched by the rain. Hovering before Gu Min, observing the sword suspended in front of him, he mused, indeed, it is the returning sword pavilion. He retrieved the letter and, in less than a quarter of an hour, had absorbed its entire content, subsequently experiencing an enlightening epiphany, murmuring to himself, so, this is the path to transcendence, it is not as I had imagined. The letter provides a comprehensive elucidation of the concept of breaking through realms. Contrary to Gu Min's previous notion of merely expanding his Qi palace through sheer force, it emphasizes the importance of guiding the Qi to discern the inherent patterns of the Qi palace. To illustrate, Gu Min's earlier approach was akin to attempting to break down a wooden door with a hammer, where success would signify a breakthrough. However, the insight from the venerable Taoist suggests that Gu Min should refrain from such brute methods and instead seek the key to unlock the door. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Min gazed at the letter and mused, the handwriting of this esteemed predecessor is profound yet accessible. They must surely be a master of the sword path. Gu Min's correspondence to the return to Sword Pavilion was driven by a desire for answers. Yet he was surprised to receive a response not from Su Su but from another individual. This unacquainted elder demonstrated a profound comprehension of swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to Gu Min, the reply was penned by the headmaster of the Return to Sword Pavilion, yet he could surmise that the responder was indeed an exceptional figure. Having resolved this query, Gu Min resumed his cultivation. However, after a few days, he encountered yet another dilemma. Uncertain of the relative gravity of this new issue, he pondered for a moment before drafting another letter addressed to the Return to Sword Pavilion. As he watched the flying sword vanish into the distance, he wistfully thought how fortunate it would be if that elder were present in D Mountain. Within a few days, the flying sword returned, bearing a letter with yet another elucidating response. Gu Min felt a sudden clarity and promptly penned another letter, sending the flying sword soaring through the sky, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Su Su reclined beneath the shade of a tree, observing the fleeting sword light overhead. Suddenly, he bolted upright, exclaiming in exasperation, Gu Min, you rascal! Do you truly believe yourself to be a disciple of the Return to Sword Pavilion? When will this cease? Before he could finish, the streak of sword light dashed past him once more, heading towards D Mountain. Master Uncle, could you not be so patient? He is not one of our disciples. The back and forth of the flying swords became a regular occurrence between D Mountain and the Return to Sword Pavilion. Gu Min, akin to a child discovering a new world, relentlessly sought answers to every unresolved query without a thought to whether his inquiries might annoy the recipient. He remained oblivious to who was penning the replies. Yet he perceived this elder not only as deeply knowledgeable in swordsmanship but also possessing a remarkably gentle disposition. This was nothing short of perfection. He reveled in the exchanges, akin to a penniless child eagerly absorbing knowledge in a private school. As time passed amidst these exchanges of sword light, winter faded and spring arrived. Gu Min experienced his breakthrough. Seated within his bamboo loft, an ineffably profound aura emanated from him, gradually enveloping the entire structure until he achieved the status of a third-realm swordsman. Taking a deep breath, The bookworm approached him with warm congratulations. Congratulations! Such rapid progress is commendable, and more importantly, your foundation remains solid. It is not merely speed for its own sake. In less than a century, you may well reach the golden threshold. Gumin chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. The bookworm remarked, the swordsman who corresponds with you must be a grandmaster of swordsmanship. It is uncertain which esteemed member of the Return Sword Pavilion possesses such breadth of character. Gumin, discerning the layered implications in the bookworm's words, opted to await further elaboration. Centuries ago, the late Master Wan Yun had slain a swordsman from the Return Sword Pavilion who coveted the treasures of Dishan. After Master Wan Yun departed from the mortal realm, the Return Sword Pavilion had sent emissaries to Dishan to demonstrate their prowess. Thus, the enmity between the two factions was forged, yet as Dishan waned, many events faded from memory, becoming shrouded in obscurity. Gumin was taken aback. Such revelations had never before graced his ears. Had he known, he might not have forged a friendship with Su Su in the small town. Furthermore, he would have refrained from later correspondence with the Return Sword Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, the swordsman on the other end was likely aware of this history. The depth of knowledge he possessed in addressing each inquiry revealed his expansive character. A glimpse into one facet unveils the entirety. Through Su Su and that venerable swordsman, one could glean the current state of the Return Sword Pavilion. Gumin stated, it would be best to resolve the grievances of the past. The bookworm smiled faintly, knowing well that while speaking of reconciliation was easy, the execution was fraught with difficulty. Gumin, not overly fixated on this matter, swiftly penned another letter to the Return Sword Pavilion, this time expressing gratitude to the esteemed swordsman. As he gazed at the distant flying sword, Gumin appeared contemplative. The flying sword soon reached the Return Sword Pavilion. After reading the letter, Master Gudao did not hasten to reply. This esteemed leader of the Return Sword Pavilion subtly transformed into a beam of sword light, materializing outside Su Su's secluded abode. The elder in the tattered robe had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Master Gudao's arrival and greeting him, the elder noticed the letter in his hand and chuckled softly. Master, you truly possess an interest. How many letters have exchanged hands in this back and forth? Master Gudao pondered for a moment before responding. No fewer than 80. The elder remarked, it seems the master has taken a liking to that young man. However, he is already a disciple of Dishan. There are also several commendable new disciples on the mountain. Perhaps you could take one as your apprentice and ensure a future for the Return Sword Pavilion? Master Gudao, having held the position of leader for many years, had never taken an apprentice. When Su Su ascended the mountain, many anticipated that the master would forcibly accept him as a disciple, yet ultimately, the decision was left to Su Su. With Su Su now in the fold, the Return Sword Pavilion naturally had plans for the future. Whether or not I take an apprentice matters little. It is simply that I find myself quite fond of that youth. The elder smiled and remarked, your heart is indeed. Before he could finish, an aura emanated from within the cave, and the elder exclaimed with excitement, it is done. Su Su has broken through. Master Gudao nodded with a smile, glancing at the letter in his hand, softly stating, it is indeed the same day.